Gonna have some more fun with some more debates per usual. What is up, Laura, Amy, Blair, Liz, Mo? Welcome in. For everybody tuning into the live, make sure to say what is good in that comment section. I'm gonna try to say hey to every single early bird that we have coming into the live. Additionally, y'all, make sure that you are double tapping on that phone screen, tippity tap tap away. Also share this live with a handful of friends and spam the comment section. It is so good to see you all. What's going on? Keith, Nitro, Jay, Breezy, AO, Lil, Keith, Alex, what is good? Isaac, saying say hi to me, Dean. Hi, Isaac. What is up? Major, Anna, welcome in. Flaw, Jamie, Sophia, welcome in. All right, for our first 300 friends in the live, welcome in. It is so good to see you all once again for another day of debates. If you are voting for Donald Trump, what I want you to do is I want you to hop in the guest requests. I want you to spam the chat. Let me see your MAGA roar. And for everyone that's coming in here not voting for Trump, but just here to watch some debates, I hope that I can provide some invaluable entertainment and maybe a little education. But without further ado, sit back, grab some popcorn, and do double tap on that phone screen. We already have a handful of guest requests here today. So requests of the day out there. What is going on, man? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Dipey Donald Trump?
Wait, what was that again? What'd you call him?
Dipey Don, but are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump because I just don't feel like Cackling Hen could do anything better.
Okay, so you're gonna vote for Donald Trump because Kamala Harris is joyous. Okay, so you're gonna vote for the rapist, felon, fraudster, wannabe dictator on day one because Kamala Harris laughs.
Oh no, that's not what I said. I know you're a lot younger than me because I could already tell. But that's not why. It's because they support certain things that I do not agree with as a family man, like women's safe spaces being violated, or men being in women's sports and them not caring about it. There's a lot of little things that your party represents that I just cannot deal with another 4 years in it.
Okay, so what was the first thing that you said there? You said women's spaces being violated. First, I'd like to clarify that, yeah, I am going to be pro-trans. I think that you are transphobic. I think that excluding...
I got a brother that's gay. We're not going to do that.
Okay, so now you're going to tokenize... So I just want to clarify. So now you're going to tokenize your gay brother, even though being gay has nothing to do with being trans.
Slow down.
So do you mind if I go ahead and... Hey, buddy, you off the bat, you got to calm down here and let the real man talk. Is that okay?
I'm older than you, and I'm a real man. I guarantee you ain't got no kids, and you don't own nothing. So yes, I am definitely...
Do you mind if I ask you how old you are?
I already told you that. You should have it. Remember, you're actually younger than me.
How old are you?
I said it earlier, 36. Older than you, buddy.
Okay.
By a lot.
So you've turned 36 times. What we need to do is we need to slow down here. I need you to put your binky in your mouth while I speak. Is that something you could do for me?
The disrespect is crazy from you guys. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So first, I'd like to clarify that, yeah, I am going to be pro-trans, right? I think that obviously you're going to be transphobic, and I think that demonization of 0.05% of the population to justify Donald Trump a rapist serving in our Oval Office is quite the argument. But I would like to talk about the first thing that you named. You said that you're voting for Donald Trump, the guy that has boasted about walking into naked teenage girls' changing rooms to inspect them while they're half naked, because you don't support violations of women's spaces. Can you explain that one to me?
Oh, well, shit, I didn't know I was allowed to speak because you made sure I couldn't say nothing. Oh, my bad. Oh, no, I don't care about things in the past. I care about someone that's going to solve issues. You guys sit around and care about happiness, joy, enthusiasm, what's going to happen next with your emotions. No, I care about world leaders actually respecting America because they're not going to respect the cackling hen. And I know it for a fact because that's why they want her to win. See, you guys could sit here and go with all the emotions. Oh, this is what he's going to do. And he did this to women. No, I don't care about that. I'm able to look at other things. What you guys are trying to pin on him has already been debunked a million times. You guys just don't care about respect, that the man doesn't represent half the shit that you guys say.
So first of all, I think it's quite hypocritical of you to come up here and tell me that you're voting for Trump because of how much you care about trans women going into women's restroom, and then as soon as I reference Donald Trump going into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, all of a sudden you don't care. But let's talk about that because you're saying that I'm talking about emotion, I'm not talking about fact and logic. Let's go ahead and have a conversation about policy, right? Because I want you to hold yourself to your own words. So I'm voting for Kamala Harris for a multiplicity of reasons, but one of them is going to be her tax policy. So her tax policy is going to benefit the average working class American. It's going to benefit 100 middle and low class American workers. That's a fact, right? She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. I'd like to ask you a question, though. Donald Trump's tax policy disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy and the corporations. The Treasury estimates it's going to cost about $3.9 trillion for these tax cuts. Where's that money going to come from?
I'll answer that question, no problem. I'm going to vote for him because of the certain policies that he did implement in 2016 to 2020. And on top of that, you're saying and you're naming something to be policies when she don't even have that on her website named as issues. Why don't she commit to the word policies instead of issues? Because his own says policies, which are commitments for American citizens to actually abide by, and trusting him to at least abide by the citizens. But hers actually are named issues. We all know the issues already. Why don't she actually commit to the word policies? Matter of fact, why are you the one actually trying to tell us what she's going to use to spend on it? Because she has not actually articulated herself once about how she's going to get the money as well. So It's really funny how you bring that up, but I have no videos whatsoever of her articulating herself on how she's going to.
Hey, buddy. So I understand that you're quite emotional because you don't know how Donald Trump is going to pay for his tax policy. I do want you to answer my question, but just to clarify for a brief 5 seconds, I'll engage with your pivot. Yeah, she does know how she's going to pay for it. It's been announced through her campaign. But anyways, I'm going to ask my question again. So Donald Trump wants to disproportionately cut taxes for rich people. It's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. How is he going to pay for it? I gave him like 45 seconds
I'm not
there.
used to being muted. My bad, because I normally run lives as well. My bad. So no, what I believe is he has not explained exactly how they're gonna do it yet, especially the same way as Kamala Harris. Why? Is because at the end of the day, let me finish. What they said at the end of the day, they don't do that normally when it comes to running a campaign, because they don't actually have the exact ins and outs of how they're gonna do it until they actually get into office, because it'll be just lying to the American people. So I don't even hold that accountability on her. But all I'm saying is call a spade a spade. She has not explained it the same way how Donald Trump has explained it. She yells it out at rallies the same way he yells it out at rallies, but they both have not articulated exactly how they're going to fund anything whatsoever.
I'd like to clarify real quick. You have a little bit of an echo. She absolutely has. Right, so Kamala Harris's tax cuts for the low and the middle class are going to cost $2.4 trillion. Her campaign has announced that 1.3 trillion of this is going to be paid for by a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate. The Treasury has estimated that that's how much a 7% increase in our corporate tax rate would generate over the course of the next 10 years. And then the remainder of the $1.1 trillion is going to be funded by the introduction of an unrealized capital gains tax for centimillionaires, and then specifically an increase in their realized capital gains tax. Then another $300 to $400 billion is going to be saved through granting Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices with private pharmaceutical companies. So yeah, this is one big reason why I'm voting for Harris, because she has a tax plan. She knows who she's going to cut taxes for. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, doesn't, right? And this is because Donald Trump doesn't actually care about his plans, the policy, how he's going to benefit the American people. He truly only cares about how he's going to benefit himself, right? And another good example of this is while he's been campaigning now for 8 fucking years, served as our president for 4, and since the very start in 2015 said that he wants to repeal and replace Obamacare and the ACA, and still today he has concepts of planning a plan to plan a plan. It's embarrassing. But obviously, you just admitted and agreed that you didn't have an answer there, so I'd like to ask you a question. Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
Oh my gosh. Liable and guilty is 2 different things, sir. 100% is 2 different things.
You could say a liability claim and a conviction are different. However, you are found guilty via preponderance of evidence to be held liable in a civil court.
Yeah, they're both 2 different things at the end of the day.
So answer my question, would you ever vote? Yeah, okay, Mr. Captain Obvious. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for the violent sexual abuse?
I am voting not because of how I feel about his personality or anything like that. I am voting because I've watched 3.5 years of what happened with Kamala Harris.
I just want a straight answer. Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable
I am voting for her, and I'm also giving you a reasoning why.
Okay, awesome. I have another question for you to follow that up. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a little girl?
Please show me that it's actually there.
So this is a
Please.
hypothetical question. I'm asking you, if Trump
Oh,
was
it's
held
a
liable for the
hypothetical
violent
question.
sexual abuse of a little girl, would you vote for him? Yes. A conceptually relevant hypothetical question that you seemingly don't want to answer because you know that the answer will make you look bad. So go ahead and answer the question,
I'm not
buddy.
saying that. We're trying to start with facts, right? So why are you giving me hypotheticals when we can just stick to facts?
So I just want to throw this out there. That's what you said last time when I referenced the fact that he was a rapist. So then I introduced a discussion on tax policy where you were absolutely blown out of the water, right? So all that I'm doing here is I'm asking you a conceptually relevant hypothetical here. I'm going to go ahead and have you answer this question. Why are you not answering? Why are you pivoting? Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a little girl?
Liable for the sexual, and this is a hypothetical, correct?
Yeah. So if Trump was held liable for raping a little girl, would you still vote for him?
No.
No. Okay. So how come you'd vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping an adult woman but not a little girl? What's the relevant distinction?
Because women, for an adult women, because a lot of women do lie out there. And at the same time, being around certain people that do have money, women say things all the time, like a guy that has money is going to do this or do that to them. So I've been around situations of seeing women lie on men and say these type of things, and it actually never happened, and they just wanted to get the bag at the end of the day. So if you feel that that's what he did, it's just real funny how all of that came up after he started running, opposed to 2016. None of this was being talked about. So it's just real funny how all of these charges just came right when he decided to run. Why didn't it come up before?
Yeah. So
I know why. Because they're politically doing what they normally do to Donald Trump. They're politically.
Well, I have a question for you. Yeah, so this is a political attack from the deep state because he was running for re-election in 2019. Well, one of the evidence that the prosecutor, the victim of rape, put forth was medical records from the 1990s. Sir, I have a question. Was Donald Trump running for any political office in the 1990s?
In 2000, he was running. He ran
in 1996.
No.
No, so how could you say it's politically motivated when one of the pieces of evidence presented in the trial was from 1996 before he ran for any political office? And then also, I just want to clarify, so that you said the reason you'd vote for him if he was held liable for the rape of an adult but not a child was because children don't lie. So Katie Johnson, was she a liar?
Children don't lie. Your children don't lie. Do you have children?
That was essentially what your argument was. You said that you want to vote for him if he was held liable for the rape of a little girl because adult women are more likely to lie. Therefore, you're implying here that you believe the little girl.
No, you asked me a direct question, which is I did answer that I wouldn't agree with it if it was a child that happened to. No, that's what you asked me. And I said, no, I wouldn't agree with that. But then you change it over to an adult. And I told you that I know the scenarios that women do compromise men in. So that's all I did.
So answer my question. You said it was politically motivated. So Donald Trump wasn't running for political office in 1991 moment. You said Donald Trump wasn't
from watching.
You said Donald Trump was not running for political office in 1996 when one of the pieces of the evidence for the idea that Donald Trump raped this woman was from 1996. So if it was politically motivated, how do you explain the medical records from the 90s?
Let me ask you this. So if it wasn't brought up from 1996 and now it's being brought up in 2024, 2023, now all of a sudden it's being brought up. Let me ask you this. Do people change?
Do people change? Yeah, I'd say that individuals have the capacity of changing. I do not think that individuals have the capacity growing past grape, though.
So if hey, I actually watch you. You're very smart, and I love it too. I'm a fan of you. Even though we both have different viewpoints, I'm actually a fan of you because I actually watch you. But anyways, no, if it was a child or whatnot, no, I would definitely not play games like that.
But they could change if it's an adult woman. So graping an adult woman isn't sufficiently bad to not vote for a candidate.
It's not grape. It was actually liable, which is I also understand that being a rich man, women actually run after men all damn day, being that they're rich. But are we supposed to automatically take her as face value and act like things in life don't happen like that?
Yeah, so 2 to 10% of women who accuse men of raping are like false accusations, and then the rate gets even lower when we'd consider the fact that this successfully made it through 2 years of deliberation inside of a civil courtroom, right, and convinced the unanimous jury of 9 of their peers that yes, Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, right? So it'd be incredibly atypical for it to be the case that this jury ruled incorrectly. So the question I'd ask you here is, well, what piece of evidence from the court case do you deny, given the fact that you'd hold to a very atypical view here? Name one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to that civil court in which you would deny.
Okay, I'll be lying to you and saying I could think of something or bring up something right now because I'm not around a computer. I'll be lying to you because I'm not going to do that. But I can say this: they did not allow him to submit certain evidence, like the dress, like certain things was not allowed in court. So I just was, if it was some completely a win for Eugene Carroll, why didn't he allow certain aspects of evidence to go in his favor that he could have shown?
Wait, the dress was Eugene Carroll's dress.
Yeah, why didn't
tried
they
to submit
analyze
to the
to see
court,
if they're
which specifically speaking was denied because Donald Trump refused to provide his DNA to be analyzed against the DNA on the dress.
Oh,
so
I
I
gotta
just
look
want
that
this
up.
to be
That's-
denoted. You just said that.
Wait, he denied it?
Yes.
Is what you're saying?
So while discovery period was open, while the judge and the jury were accepting new evidence to be submitted to the court case, Donald Trump denied to provide his own DNA. Now, you just said that if Donald Trump were to have submitted his DNA and he were an innocent man, that would have been something that was greatly in his favor, right? So if this would have been greatly in his favor, why did this innocent man not do it?
So you're saying that he didn't do it. So I'm not going to comment on that because I actually don't. I never heard that he did not want it submitted. As long as I've known in at least a million lives that I've been in, because I go in both lives, I've heard he wanted it to be submitted, and I'm going to look into that, and I'm going to come back to you if you're bullshitting me.
Well,
okay?
I know what you're talking about. So after discovery, after the discovery period was over, and after the judge had told both the defense and the prosecutors that they couldn't submit any new evidence to the proceedings of the court, then Donald Trump tried to turn around and submit his DNA, right? But it was only after, right, the point in which the judge had ruled a cutoff date for all new evidence to be submitted.
So it was a cutoff date, and then after he wanted to do it. So
yeah, that's like going to Chick-fil-A on a Sunday and being surprised that they're not serving you. Just like private businesses, courtrooms have rules and regulations that ought to be upheld. Remember, you're the party of not just law, but also order.
No, I understand that. No, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say that's exactly what happened. If it is, all I can take you as face value. Because one thing about me, I'm very fair in the way I look at things. But one thing I'm going to do is go in and look it up because I like to, get information on that. But thank you for that. Definitely now I have something I could go research and look up if that's exactly how it happened. You know what I'm saying? But no, man, I have like I said, I have my own certain values that I have, or at least I see in a president. When I see things like her not taking interviews for 40 days, her doing one CNN interview, I feel things like that is a commitment to the American people to discuss what you actually want to do to move forward, especially that's her main campaign saying that she wants to move forward.
Kelsey,
so for me,
$5 do you think that the candidates have an obligation to debate one another?
No, they don't have obligation.
Okay, so then why would she have an obligation to talk to the press in the first 40 days of her campaign when she's
well,
sitting
I think
around
it's
every
more
single day?
Gratitude, though. I think it's more of a gratitude towards the American people. For people, if I'm going to give you votes for where I want what I want, and you're running for the leader of the free world of America. I feel like out of courtesy, you should be able, if you're going to get my vote, to let everybody know what you are running for, what you're going to do with the country.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris has an obligation to talk to the press more than 2 times, but Donald Trump doesn't have an obligation to talk to Kamala Harris more than once?
Wait, hold on. More than
once. He said he wasn't going to do another debate with Kamala Harris. He said he wasn't going to do it.
He want to do another debate because that debate had a sorority sister that was with her. And yes, it is her sorority sister. And on top of that, it was a 3-on-1 big beatdown. Plus, they did not fact check her at one time.
No, they threw on one Kamala Harris. They threw on one Kamala Harris, not him. Because they gave Donald Trump 8 to 10 more minutes of speaking time than they gave Kamala Harris.
Yeah, because he
forced
himself to speak, though.
Right? They wouldn't let Kamala Harris speak up at the end of a prompt. The same way they let Donald Trump speak up at the end of the prompt.
So
I think that those moderators 3v1 Kamala Harris, and she still won.
So are you trying to say morality did not play effect and with 3-on-1 saying that it was a sorority sister? You're telling me that wasn't a compromised situation, being that one of the sorority sisters.
Okay, what was her name?
Oh damn! I don't remember this lady name. It's in my phone. I gotta get it. I could get it for you. I ain't tripping. But
and what school did she go to?
What school did Kamala Harris and her go to? Why does it matter? Why don't you just admit to something? Wait, hold up. Hold on. I forgot your name. Wait, hold on. Why don't you just admit that actually at least at least wasn't right. Like, why try
Well,
to
if
justify
you don't
it?
know her name nor the school that she went to, how do you know
Give
that
me a
they're
sec.
sorority
Okay, so if you
sisters?
give me a second, I could pull it up if you want me to, man. But I know you have to make your money and you're doing your thing. But I know because I already did some research. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I remember her name. I'll be lying to you. I don't want to lie to you. You know what I'm saying? But I can literally bring up videos and things that on the news talking about it that she was his sorority.
Wait,
That's all I'm
do
doing.
you think that Kamala Harris was wearing an earpiece?
If I think so, no, I'm not gonna. Okay, I don't think so. That's true. I honestly don't think so. I think it's just something that just ended up happening that it looked the same. So I'm not gonna take that from her. But I do believe the way how she, you remember what she gets penalized about is the way she speaks and the way how she laughs and all that stuff. Okay, I don't care about that. But at the end of the day, it did seem oddly rehearsed. I even heard on the news, even on MSNBC, even MSBC, which is completely left leaning,
can I be honest
was talking about that as well. But it's fine if you reverse. Go ahead.
So I have like a handful of Trump supporters come up on my live every day and tell me that I'm reading from a script. And I take it as a compliment because I'm simply just that good. So the fact that you and other Republicans are sitting here saying that it sounds rehearsed, right, is a massive compliment, and it shows how strong of a candidate Harris truly is. She absolutely blew Donald Trump out of the water. She outsmarted him. She outplayed him. She trapped him in and led him into raging on the debate screen in front of millions of people.
I agree.
Did so damn good that it literally sound rehearsed, right? And that is the difference between Trump and Harris. Harris serves for the American people. Harris serves for the average American. Harris serves to protect and uphold our democracy. Meanwhile, Donald Trump serves to be a racist, misogynist, 34-count felon who tried to overthrow the election in 2020, tried to implement literal religious persecution in 2016.
She also said for
the rights of all 170 million American women and girls.
She can't represent something, especially when she does things that she's invited to go speak to the 13 soldiers and then she doesn't go do that. And yes, she was also invited to go speak to them. Well, if she's so American and she respects the military and all those things of that nature, why didn't she go talk to the 13 soldiers? You had to have the ex-president that also gets invited, that took that as a real thing, flew across the United States to make sure he gets there and speaks for the 13 soldiers that wasn't alive. Why didn't she just do that as well? She is for America. I'm not saying she is an American citizen. I'm not going to degrade her resume. I'm not going to do none of that like other people do. But I think that there's certain things as a representation of the United States.
Yeah, what you're referencing got fact-checked on X, by the way. So Twitter is like the most right-leaning like news publication on the internet today. And what you're referencing is a Fox News article that specifically said that this was an event at Arlington that she, as well as Biden, was invited to. So this was fact-checked on Twitter with a community note saying that no, that was false. It was not an event. It was just Trump and his team privately showing up with no prior schedule. You could even go on Arlington Cemetery's website, look at their calendar. Nothing was on that date. It was no public event. Not to mention that maybe she didn't go because she didn't want to break federal law by taking pictures for campaigning purposes on federal land.
If that's the fact, if that is such a fact, why would you have on CNN, which isn't right leaning, him interviewing a couple of one of the people that lost their family members in the Afghanistan thing, actually talking to her, and she's also saying it on camera that he was invited along with Kamala Harris and Biden. Biden was on the beach that time, but she wasn't doing anything. This is one of the soldiers' family members that went on CNN, had a whole conversation while the host was disregarding it the whole time, basically saying that he violated the grounds of Arlington, right? But she admitted on there when he asked her, saying that she and the other families invited all three of them. She said it. It's on camera. I mean, like it's this. Like I think that's another thing. See, I don't mind respecting Kamala Harris. What I have a problem with is when we don't hold the feet to the fire to both sides. When she doesn't do something, everybody literally gives her all hope, praise. It's okay that she doesn't do it, but we penalize Donald Trump on a damn day-to-day basis for 8 years for everything all the way back to the 80s.
No, I'd actually say it's the exact opposite. I'd actually say it's literally the exact opposite. You're over here grasping for straws, mad at Kamala Harris because she didn't violate and break federal law like Trump and his campaign did. But then you'll turn around and you'll tell me that when I say we shouldn't vote for Trump because he raped a woman, that I'm just being emotional. I think that you have an insanely hypocritical double standard here. And if you want to question why she didn't show up for, you know, the family members of these service members that died in breaking federal law, well, the question I'd ask you, why didn't Donald Trump show up for liberalism? Why didn't Donald Trump show up for the peaceful transfer of power? Why didn't Donald Trump show up for every single American citizen that cast a vote in 2020 when he tried to silence their voice and silence their vote by rigging the outcome of the election with an attempted coup against our government to install himself for a second term in 2020? Like, how can you possibly justify your vote for this man knowing that he attempted to coup our civil and electoral processes by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes from states that he lost to Congress, saying that he won to be counted as real by Mike Pence? How can you ever possibly justify that? If you're a family man and you stand for yourself, you stand for your family, and you stand for American citizens, then why don't you stand against the tyranny and the anti-democratic processes and attempted coup of Donald Trump?
Because okay, so there's things when you look at a candidate for both sides, you do drop some and you take some things and you lose and you don't take some things. When I watch certain things online on TV, when I watch some people that are long lasting Democrats like Tulsi Gabbard coming out and saying that because of what she said about her having a different opinion of Kamala Harris, and then having certain people follow her and watch where she's going, her family and all that. That's not a good feeling to know that once you go against a regime, things like that could happen. When you hear people like RFK comes out and talk about this is not the same Democratic Party from years ago, that is a problem. When I see things like headlines being changed for her to be positive, or hearing things like ABC having 100% positive reviews for her, but 90% negative for Donald Trump, that don't seem pretty fair. That seems pretty biased on the count of her being this great savior of America, but this man is a piece of shit, which you obviously anointed to the whole time on this conversation.
Hey, buddy. So imagine you go to school and there's 2 people in your class. One of the people in their class is working on getting a law degree, working to serve the American public, working to be a prosecutor, works their way up from the ground up, growing up in a middle class home, becoming a prosecutor, becoming a DA, then an AG, then works their way to the VP of the United States of America. And then the other one is a racist, misogynist that sexualized little girls, raped a woman, boasted about walking into the changing rooms.
It's funny, you only bring up only the negative things about her.
One moment.
Okay.
On top of that, wanted to like religiously persecute, launch the biggest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War. Of course, we're going to see more negative press about Donald Trump compared to Harris. That's not because the media necessarily has this insane bias, but it's because Donald Trump has just subsequently done more bad things. There's not one thing that you can name that Kamala Harris has done that's comparable to Donald Trump denying housing to black people in the 70s because of the color of their skin. You can't name one thing that's comparable to Donald Trump sexualizing a little girl or grabbing women by the P word without asking first, raping a woman, literally instituting religious persecution through a Muslim ban. There's nothing that you could name that Kamala Harris has done that is comparable to his attempted coup to steal the election from Biden. I could name so many things. I could probably name 10 to 20 things right now that Donald Trump has done, and there's not one thing you can name that Kamala Harris has done that is comparable to any single of these individual things. Of course, we're going to see more negative press about, about the Grinch, about the bad guy, about the villain, right? Claire, thank you for the champion. I appreciate you for the love. I think what you've taught me is that if I ever want to run for president, I just have to go out, do some of the most morally atrocious things to mankind, and when I'm accountable for this by the media and by the criminal justice system, I just turn around and radicalize my voter base around the idea that this is the deep state attacking their savior,
Well, that's not what I taught you. And I hope I taught you something. One of the things I hope I taught you is you sitting here and you completely glorify everything about Kamala Harris is just not right. Sitting here and understanding that she has not justified any of the positions that she's done in 2019 or 2020, or even articulated herself to talk about how she's going to change from that candidate into now, which is actually why a lot of people are leaning from her. It's preposterous.
How about we meet in the middle of the aisle? The moment Donald Trump articulates his healthcare plan after talking about it for 9 years, she'll articulate why she's no longer against fracking. How about that?
Okay, hey man, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
Well,
no, man, you're good, man. You're good, man. Thanks very much, because I know you got a long line. I love you, man.
I
You're
appreciate
good,
you for
man.
coming up.
Thanks,
Take care.
man.
All right, y'all, we're going to go to move on to our next guest here for the 3.8 thousand people in the live. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen and share out this live with a couple of friends. Someone in the comment section just asked me if I haven't changed since Jubilee. I happen to be wearing the same shirt I am today that I did on Jubilee. I promise. I've showered and rinsed and washed the shirt repeatedly since then. It just is a little bit of a coincidence. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here, Confederate America. Sure. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, you're obviously a fetus. Before I kick you, I know that you're a minor. Dude, I need you to get out of the brainwashing that your parents has done for you. The Confederacy is a bad thing. It is not a good thing. And I really hope that you were able to break out of that brainwashing. Please, just find a way to break out of
I
it.
stand for this flag. I am the only one in my family that does.
That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. Okay, he's a little kid. We're gonna move on. I mean, I really hope that that's just like brainwashed from his parents. I really hope that that's just his parents brainwashing him, and he could break through it when he, becomes conscious. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not here, guys. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. Too young to even know what it means. Yeah. Really, yeah, that guy was just a little kid. He's been led in the wrong direction. I really feel bad for him. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. What's up, Amanda Steeler? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why so?
I'm actually Irish. I'm actually not American.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're not voting for Trump.
Well,
I
yeah,
appreciate you for coming up in here. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. Everyone do be patient. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. We got our next guest, Sean Paul, loading up into the box right now. Someone in the chat said that I feel bad for someone having their own opinions. Yeah, like white supremacy. Okay. Yeah, I feel bad for someone holding their own opinion of white supremacy, man. Moving on to our next guest, we got Marky Mark loading into the live. Everyone just give us 1 minute here, guys. Everyone do be patient while our next guest is loading up. What's up? Are you voting for Trump, Marky Mark?
Absolutely not.
All right. Appreciate you for coming up. We're just looking to debate Trump supporters. Guys, spam MAGA, spam Trump in the chat. If you want to come up and debate, y'all, we're just looking for some people to come up here and have some good conversations. We got our next guest, Chase, loading in. Everyone just give us 1 minute, guys. Everyone do be patient here. What's up, Chase? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Chase, are you driving?
Yeah.
All right. I'm so sorry, man. That does violate TikTok TOS, but Chase, please feel free to re-request as soon as, you have boots on the ground there, as soon as you're done driving. We got our next guest, Nani, loading in, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute here. Hey, what's up? Hi, Nani. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, my God. No, I don't know who to vote.
Okay, please don't spam MAGA in the chat if you're not voting for Trump. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do be patient, guys. Everyone do be patient. We get our next guest loading up in the box right now, y'all, so everyone do be patient while we get Charlie Star up in here. Everyone be patient. We got Connor Martin loading in too. Everyone just give it a minute. Y'all already know. Everyone just give it a minute. What's up, Connor and Charlie? Are y'all voting for Trump?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I am.
Okay, why so, Connor?
The reason why I'm voting for him, there's many.
Is it possible that you can mute the TV or go into a different room that's a little bit more quiet?
So there's many reasons why I'm voting for him, but I'd say the major one right now is that he's not going to be taxing overtime pay.
Okay. Right. So here's my question to you.
That alone would put $500 more in my pocket a week. You know what I mean?
Here's my question to you, Connor. So Donald Trump reproposed another 10 years of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that he's already implemented. 6 months ago, the Treasury estimated that was going to cost $3.9 trillion. And then he added the no tax on tips. And then he added the no tax on Social Security. And then he added the no tax on overtime. This is going to cost trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Connor, where is this money going to come from?
The tariffs on China.
So the tariffs on China have actually only generated about $70 billion in the last 4 years.
Well, that's the last 4 years. The new policy he's going to implement is going to, take care of that.
So if we were to place a flat 10% tariff on every single good coming into this country, that wouldn't sufficiently pay for itself over 10 years. How are tariffs on one country going to pay for probably $5 trillion?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
It's just simply not going to work. Like, you understand that we'd have to,
although, you know,
we'd have to like tariff
that would
every
be
single
awesome.
import into our
you can't
country.
disagree with that, can you? I mean, it'd be
No,
nice not to have tax on overtime.
No, tariffs are really bad. They destroy the American
A guy
economy.
that worked overtime, you know, that'd definitely be something that you'd be for, I would think.
Okay, Connor, you have a lot of background noise, man. If you need to take care of your kids, no worries, but it's just a little bit too loud.
All right, man. Well, thanks for having me.
No worries, Connor. I appreciate you for coming up. I would like to finish that thought out with someone else, but I just couldn't really focus because of all the background noise. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Chronic migraine before they start.
It's
King,
King
hello.
Demetrius. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh yeah, Trump 2024. We gonna put him back in office.
All right, man. Why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Donald Trump because Donald Trump freed thousands of federal prisoners when he signed the First Step Act into law. When Donald Trump signed the First Step Act into law, he freed thousands of federal prisoners. I was in a federal penitentiary where the Democrats locked me at. When they passed the 1994 crime bill and locked me and all of my black brothers, sisters, and children inside of a cell in 1994, I remember. So that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump kept his promise to America. That's
Okay.
why I'm voting for Trump 2024.
So I have a fun fact for you. The First Step Act was actually influenced at the end of Obama's administration, and it so
Influenced?
happened to
Did you
get
say
passed
influenced?
under Trump.
Did you say influenced? Who
was
signed it?
It was introduced into the House, right? And what was it? At like 2014, 2015.
And what did
then
Barack
it went through
Obama do
revisions
with it?
for about 2 to 3 years. And then it finally hit the desk on the Oval Office under Trump's term, and he signed it into law. But I just
Oh,
have a
so
question.
Barack Obama didn't sign it into law?
Because it didn't hit the Oval Office desk yet. Yeah.
Oh, so another excuse. So Barack Obama didn't do prison reform after 8 whole years of telling me that he would do it. When I was sitting in federal prison, right? Barack Obama kept going on and on and on.
Wait, are you a
about how
felon?
we need prison reform, and I can vote. Yeah, and I know my rights. I can vote. That's right. Yeah, I was in federal prison, and they kept going on and on and on and on about prison reform. There was too many black people in there, and they were in there for too long, and the disparity from this and the disparity of that. And when I was sitting in there, I said, man, Barack Obama he's really going to do something. He's going to do something about it. Instead, you know what he did? He bought a prison. He bought the prison in Thompson. That's what he did. Thompson, Illinois. He bought the prison.
Candy, thank you for the whale diving. I appreciate you for the love.
5,000 people in it. Then he filled it with 5,000 people in it. Let's talk
Do you
about
mind if I ask you a question?
Barack Obama.
So Barack Obama is not running for president.
Oh, but
I would like
Kamala
to
is. But Kamala
Yes.
is. And you asked me why I'm voting for Donald Trump. I'm voting for Donald Trump because he did 7 things to make America better.
Okay, well, so far you've named one, and I still want to talk about that one. So once again, as I've already pointed out, right, the First Step Act was not influenced to get passed by Donald Trump, right? It was actually.
Influenced?
Do you mind if I finish talking here before you cut me off? It was actually influenced by Obama, and it was merely signed into law under Trump. But secondly, would you agree with me that socioeconomic issues cause higher rates of incarceration?
I do agree with that.
Okay. And I don't think that Trump did anything to solve particular socioeconomic issues. Can you name one bill that he passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich
I won't
people?
name a bill. I won't name a bill, but I'll name the opportunity zones that him and Tim Scott invested hundreds of millions of dollars into in poor income communities. In lower income communities, Donald Trump and Tim Scott created opportunity zones and poured millions of dollars into it. Donald Trump also gave $250 million to historical black colleges. He gave $250 million to refund historical black colleges.
So first of all, I would love to know what policy Donald Trump influenced to get past that implemented opportunity zones. And then second of all, yeah, he gave $250 million. Obama gave $2 billion, and Harris and Biden gave $16 billion. He actually decreased funding to historically black universities.
Excuse me. Hold on for a moment, right? You know, I actually came on your live, right? I came on your live because I didn't know who you were. I was actually looking for Harry, right? I was looking for Harry so I could go after Harry, right? But now that I'm on your live, let me say this to you, right? When you talk about what Donald Trump did, they painted this man as if he was a racist. But this man turned around. Hold up, please let me finish. This man turned around and gave $250 million a year permanently to historical black colleges. He could have easily said, I'm not signing it. He could have easily said, what do I gain from this? So far, give me one moment, I'm gonna let you respond. Hold up, one moment.
Okay.
So not only did he restore funding, because if you read the Associated Press, they tell you that he restored funding to historical black colleges, meaning they no longer had funding. How did that happen if Barack Obama gave them millions? But again,
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. So I just want to clarify here. So under Obama, he didn't. He decreased funding. So I'll explain this to you. So under Obama,
can you put my camera on? Can you put my camera on? I'm going to put it on my screen that he did restore funding.
Yeah. And then also, once you have your camera on, I'd also like you to look up how much funding Obama gave to HBCUs, because what happened is Obama sent $2 billion to historically black universities. Donald Trump sent $250 million per year.
Okay, hold on,
so we actually decreased funding in HBCUs.
Right,
so
did you see my screen, or is it not clear? Is my screen, is it clear or no?
I can't. You got to press save.
Oh, it's not
press save at the
clear on
bottom.
mine?
Yeah, I would love to be able to finish, man, when you could give me an opportunity.
All right, man. Hold on. How about this one? Is this one clear right here?
King, so you gotta accept the invite to turn on your camera, and then you have to click save at the bottom of the screen. There you go.
All right, did I do it right?
Yeah, I'll put you on the big screen.
Okay, so what I was, and again, you have to pardon me. I'm not really good on TikTok or nothing like that. I usually do my whole live, so that's why
let's see what this says. It says Trump signs Bipartisan Criminal Justice Reform Act, First Step Act, and then also it says Trump signs bill restoring funding for black colleges. So what they mean by restoring there is we'll have bills for funding for HBCU expire. It's either every year, every 2 years, or every 4 years. Okay, right? And then the sitting president restores the funding to the HBCUs by signing
but did you know that Donald
funding.
Trump made it permanent? But Donald Trump made it permanent. So they don't have to come back every year to kiss the ring anymore. Donald Trump made the funding permanent.
Yeah. So can I actually? You're right about this point, but I don't think it's the good point that you're painting it to be. So Donald Trump decreased funding to historically black universities.
He didn't decrease funding. He restored the funding. Are you kidding me?
I'm really trying to explain this point to you, man, and I wish that you'd listen.
Hold on. You have to instruct me. You have to instruct me correctly, because I don't understand, right? Okay, you go ahead. You tell me how it really happened. Go ahead.
Yeah. So once again, when the AP article says that he restored funding to HBCUs, what they mean by that is he re-signed into law funding for HBCUs because it expired every 2 or 4 years. I forget which one it was. So when he restored funding, he cut it from what it was prior. Obama gave $2 billion. He gave $255 million a year. And then Biden and Harris stepped in, and then they increased the funding from $250 million per year to $16 billion, right? And I just want to point it out. I just want to put it out here. So you said that Trump made it permanent. Yeah,
Can you put me on the big screen 1 minute? Can you put me on the big screen 1 minute?
Bro, I wish. Why can't you listen to me, dude? Please.
I got the whole article, so that way the Associated Press can specifically. I got the whole article. I switched it out. Can you make me on the big screen real quick so people can see?
I'll make you on the big screen after you listen to me. So you said Donald Trump made his decrease $250 million to HBCUs permanent. Do you know how long that would take to generate the $16 billion that Biden and Harris have sent to HBCUs over the course of the last 4 years? It would take 56 fucking years. He decreased the funding, then made it permanent. So these HBCUs, if it wasn't for Biden and Harris, it would have taken 56 fucking years to get the same amount of funding that Biden and Harris have sent to them over the course of the last 4 years. I don't think that literally decreasing funding to HBCUs and then signing into law $1.6 trillion for its ultra wealthy rich white friends and the corporations is like the own you think it is. And if anything, it demonstrates Trump's lack of care, specifically for members of the African American community. And then we could reference that he denied housing to black people in the 1970s because of the color of their skin.
This for 1 moment. We can get to that too, but you said you would put it on the big screen just so they could see, right? So look what it says. This is the Associated Press. President Trump on Thursday signed a bipartisan bill that will permanently provide more than $250 million a year to the nation's historically black colleges and universities, along with dozens of other institutions that serve large shares of minority students. In signing the bill, Trump said historically black schools have never had a better champion in the White House. When I took office, I promised to fight for HBCUs, and my administration continues to deliver. Trump said a few months ago funding for HBCUs was in jeopardy, but the White House and Congress came together and reached a historical agreement. Now, what this shows, right, not only is Donald Trump not a racist, right? Not only is he not a racist, he's not giving billions of dollars to these historical black colleges. He's giving them enough so that they can earn the rest. It's not Donald Trump and the government's job to take care of America's children, okay? Donald Trump kept his promise to America when he gave funding to historical black colleges and countless other minority students. These are just simply historical facts. These are facts. Kamala Harris has done absolutely nothing. You cannot attribute a single legislative accomplishment to Kamala Harris outside of Joe Biden. Outside of Joe Biden, I ask you, what has Kamala Harris done for Black America as vice president for 4 years? What has she done for Black America as vice president?
Great question. So I have two questions, or two statements, one statement and one question of yours to answer here. And since we are playing the green screen game, I'm going to go and play it too.
Let's go. I'm not upset about that. I didn't know it was a game. But
so here we go. Here's the Biden-Harris administration. They announced over $16 billion in support for historically black universities over the course of their 4 years. The reason why I don't think that Donald Trump decreasing funding to HBCUs to $250 million per year, then signing it into permanent law, is because it would take 56 years for that funding to count towards what Biden and Harris have delegated towards HBCUs in the last 4, okay? Right, so not only did he decrease funding to HBCUs, but then he signed it into permanent law insofar as it harming them over the long term as well after he leaves the White House.
Well, let me ask you
I just want to point out here.
One moment.
No, it is my turn to speak.
Go ahead, okay. I just want to, go ahead, you got it, go ahead.
So I just want to clarify here. Do you understand what I'm saying when Donald Trump decreases funding to HBCUs?
I comprehend perfectly what you're saying.
Okay, so then how could you say that a rich white man decreasing funding to historically black universities and then signing into law $1.6 trillion in debt-related spending to cut taxes for the ultra-wealthy isn't racist? I want to point out here, this is the same man.
I understood. I didn't say I agreed with you.
This is the same man that denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black in the 70s. This is the same man that said laziness is a trait of black with an S at the end, black people, and that he truly believes that. This is the same man that said he doesn't want black men counting his money. He wants the short men and yarmulkes to count his money. This is the same man that said Barack Obama was born in Africa because of the color of his skin. Therefore, he shouldn't be able to run for presidency. This is the same man that said Kamala Harris turned black. This man is a racist, and you can't deny that fact.
Did he say that Kamala Harris turned black?
Yeah.
Did he said that? Yeah. Well, let me ask you something. Can you show me any kind of pictures of Kamala Harris at any kind of black, other than the historical black college that she went to, right? When has she ever claimed to be a black woman? When has Kamala Harris ever stated, I am a black woman?
Oh, so other than when she went to the historically black university and belonged to the historically black sorority.
Colleges? Only black women go to historical black colleges? Is that what you're saying? Indian women don't go there? Hindu women don't go there?
Okay, so first of all, do you think that you have to... So Kamala Harris, not only did she go to a historically black university, right, and belong to a historically black sorority, then I also just want to point it out here that, yeah, this is going to be disproportionately, right, dominated by African Americans, given the fact that they're historically black universities. And then I just want to clarify, are you saying that, I just want to clarify, can you please provide me one clip of Donald Trump claiming to be white? Because until you could show me a clip of him claiming to be white, I'm going to believe that he's orange.
No. See, again, that's almost a liberal mind trick you just ran there, right? Let's state facts. I simply asked you. You said that Donald Trump was wrong for pointing out that this has never been a black woman, okay? Well, here I am, a black man, okay? And I'm telling you that when she was in California prosecuting black men, black women, and
don't say the name of any drugs.
Children, when she was in California locking them inside of cells, she did not do it as a black woman. She said she was an Indian American when she was doing that. When she was San Francisco district attorney locking black men inside of cells.
Christia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying thank you so much for the love, Christia. Let's get some W's in the chat for Christia. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. And Raymond with a $50 on Venmo as well. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Raymond. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Massive W's in the chat for Raymond for educating this person on why $16 billion is bigger than $250 million. And then also the Christia, once again, thank you so much for the $25. So go ahead, man.
He has to do his shout outs. That's man, I do it on my show too. But that doesn't negate the fact that Kamala Harris has never represented herself as a black woman in America. It doesn't negate the fact that she's never lived the experience as a black woman in America. It doesn't negate the fact that she made a career incarcerating black men right here in California.
Okay, hey, I just want to, hey. Here's Kamala Harris from 2019.
Oh, 2019. Oh, okay, 2019. There we go.
Do you mind if you listen to this clip?
They're trying to do what has been happening over the last 2 years, which is powerful voices trying to sow hate and division among us. Mm-hmm. And so we need to recognize when we're being played. But I'm black. Yes. And I'm proud of being black. Absolutely. And I was born black, I will die black. And I'm proud of being black.
I just want to clarify. I'm gonna go ahead and have you to let me finish talking real quick, because I actually do want to drill on this point. I think that the claim that you're making is outrageous. You're saying that she hasn't affirmed her blackness sufficient to be a black woman.
She's never been a black woman, never.
Okay, what does it mean to be black?
Okay, I'll tell you I'm glad you asked what it meant to be black, okay? Because what it means to be black is to grow up in American ghettos. What it means to be black is to be born to a black mother who has a grandmother who was a slave on a plantation and was told that it was whites only. Her grandmother never went through whites only. Her grandmother never walked on a civil rights line because her grandmother is Hindu. She's Hindu from India. She grew up in Canada. Am I lying? Am I lying about her mother being from India? Am I lying about her growing up in Canada? To be a black woman is to raise a black man in America. She's never raised a black child in America. She's never had to worry about her child not coming home at night. She's never had to do any of these things as a black woman. She's never been stopped and frisked by the police in nobody's ghetto. This woman has lived a life of privilege, This woman, Kamala Harris, and she has never respected black men or black women. She created the truancy program that incarcerated American parents all over California. You can talk to Cherie Peoples, who was locked up and incarcerated pursuant to the truancy program that was created by Kamala. My Swans is in the building. My Swans is in the building. King Meech is back. You know, I go on anybody's show and roast them. Let's talk about it. Kamala Harris has a history as a prosecutor of incarcerating black men, women, and juvenile children all over California. These are facts. That's not even to point out this next fact, that she was not elected by the people. The Democratic Party forced Kamala Harris on black America.
Adrian, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying, tell him I don't like my blackness being dismissed. And Ashlyn, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves as well. So first of all, I want to ask you a quick question. Do you know who Hamilton Brown is?
No, I don't. Tell him to me.
There's a very specific point that you made in there, right? You related one's blackness to having a grandmother or a great-grandmother exist as an enslaved person on a plantation, right? Being on a plantation. So Hamilton Brown is Kamala Harris's 3-time great-grandfather. And do you know who Hamilton Brown is?
I just told you. I didn't know who Hamilton Brown is. No.
Hamilton Brown.
I know who a Hindu mama is, though. I know she has a Hindu mama.
Is a rich Irish man who immigrated from Ireland to Jamaica during the peak of the transatlantic slave trade in about the year 1800 to open, build, and own a plantation. Now, I want to ask you a question.
Is that her grandfather?
How is it possible?
Is that her grandfather was a plantation owner?
I have a question. I have a question to you.
Did you say her grandfather was a plantation owner?
Her great grandfather. So I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
Oh, so her great grandfather.
I have a question. I have a question for you. Tell me how it is possible for a black woman existing in the world today to be ancestrally related to a white slave owner.
Bang, 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 that Trump gun. You said, how is it possible? You said, how is it possible?
How can a black woman existing in the world today be ancestrally related to a white slave owner?
Oh, easily. They probably raped the mother. They probably raped the mother. That happened during slavery.
So you are telling me that Kamala Harris is not black because she does not have a grandmother or a great-grandmother who existed on a slave plantation existing as an enslaved person. That is absolutely false. She has the bloodline of being directly related to a white plantation owner being dismissed and raped and living through the bloodline of enslaved people incited Jamaica. Now, how did black people get to Jamaica?
Still kneels to the
Black
ground.
people got to Jamaica the same way black people got to America, forcefully through the transatlantic slave trade. Now, please go ahead and tell me.
How I got
Right?
here. Oh, you're educating me on how I got to America. The transatlantic. Well, thank you. Isn't that nice?
I have some lag here, ladies and gentlemen. I muted him like 45 seconds ago, but it's just now going off. Ashlyn, I appreciate you so much for the boxing gloves and for the blooming Lexi. I really appreciate you for the love. And I mean, there's a couple other things there that I wanted to touch on. Like, listen, I think that I don't want to push my boundaries as a white man speaking on race-related issues, right? Because I think I need to realize my fucking place when it comes to that. And I'll be the first one to say that out loud. Lex, I appreciate you for the money gun. But one thing I know for damn sure that I could say is we absolutely cannot dismiss and diminish the systemic racism that exists and impacts black people every single day here at home in America. And for you to sit here and to do that for Kamala Harris, because she exists in a position of privilege and power today as the first black woman to serve as our country's vice president, is an atrocity.
Are you kidding me? You listen, that was a good sentence, man, but it really didn't go together. But what I'm saying about Kamala Harris is simply true. Okay, when you talk to people, let me say this to you, right? Are you familiar with that woman, Cori Bush, out of Missouri?
Jay, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Jay.
Is actually a black woman. This woman has co-opted being black. She's co-opted being black to run for president. And now
Neha, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Saying, as an Indian and a Jamaican woman myself, I appreciate you, Dean. I want to get at least 1,000 W's in the chat for Neha. I really appreciate you for the love with the $100 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Neha right now. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the love. I'm going to be honest with you, King. I'm going to be honest with you, King. Kamala Harris is a
supporters.
Hey, King, do you mind if I talk real quick?
Hey.
Kamala Harris is a biracial black woman. Her mother is South Asian, being born in India, and her father is Afro-Jamaican, being born in Jamaica. And for you to deny a black woman's blackness is a moral atrocity. And the reason why this lie exists, right, in our country today, the reason why we see such a large proportion of Trump's voter base incessantly promoting and disseminating this lie is because this is just another way that the hand of the white man in America is attempting to degrade a black person on the basis of their blackness. And the angle today is by taking a black woman that is in one of the most powerful positions in the world, quite frankly, as the acting serving vice president of America, and for you to say that, no, this is not an accomplishment for the African American community. No, this is not a unprecedented moment in history, because this is no black woman. And that is the lie that you are telling. And this is the lie that has been conceived of in the brain of racist white men here at home in America. And I hate to see this lie perpetuated. I hate it so much.
Can I respond?
Because we cannot degrade Kamala Harris's blackness. And I want to recognize once again, I'm a fucking white dude. If I'm pushing my boundary insofar as what I can and can't talk about with these race-related issues, please inform me in the chat.
Can I respond to you, man? I like to respond to
Go
this.
for it.
I'd like you to be nice enough to allow me to respond to this, okay? The reason why, okay, I specifically speak about Kamala Harris not being a black woman is because, once again, the liberals are attempting to use racism to divide America. They're trying to put a black face on a white mask. We know exactly who Kamala Harris is. She's the district attorney from San Francisco that made a career incarcerating black men.
You're a liar.
Over and
California, when she was serving as the DA of San Francisco, when she was serving as the DA for San Francisco, California did not report race or gender statistics specifically for those that were incarcerated. Now I want to tell you something, sir. I want to tell you.
I guess
I am saying that Tulsi Gabbard is a liar. Absolutely. Now I want to tell you something, sir. You've already recognized the socioeconomic indiscrepancies that disproportionately harm the African American.
The socioeconomic what?
Socioeconomic discrepancies that disproportionately harm and negatively infect members of the African American community, as African Americans have a lack of generational wealth due to slavery and its aftermath. Okay, right? And your response to recognizing these socioeconomic disparities that have disproportionately negatively harmed the African American community is to vote for the man that passed no damn legislation that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%, instead of voting for Harris, the woman that served on the administration that passed the PACT Act, that passed the CHIPS and Science Act, that passed the infrastructure bill, that increased funding to HBCUs to $16 billion in 4 years, where under Trump's permanent plan that would have taken 56 years, that passed the American Rescue Plan, that passed the Inflation Reduction Act, that passed 5 bills that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. You want to vote for the man that wants to institute another 10 years of his tax cuts that disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy, the top 1% in the corporations on the back of the low and the middle class by instituting tariffs that regressively and disproportionately negatively affect the low and the middle class because they spend more of their income on the bare necessities to live, instead of voting for Harris, the woman that wants to institute tax cuts to relieve the burden of the low and the middle class through tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class by increasing taxes on the top 1% in corporations.
These
Tell me how you stand for these.
These are liberal
what's
lies.
the liberal lie? Name the lie.
These are liberal lies. I mean,
Name
let's
the
be
lie.
honest. I mean, at
Name
least
the
tell
lie.
the people the truth.
Name the lie,
people
sir.
God's honest truth, man. Tell the
Name the
people
lie,
truth.
sir.
I'm gonna tell you the lie is
Crystal,
this.
thank you for the ball.
We're paying more for milk. We're paying more for eggs. There's more homeless people on the streets. I'm talking about the American people are suffering under Kamala Harris. The American people are suffering under Kamala. Hashtag Kamala. Everybody put it in the comments. Hashtag Kamala. The American people are suffering under inflation, and you're sitting there trying to put a smile on America's misery. You're trying to put a nice white smile on America's misery.
Hey, I have a question. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
How did they cause inflation? When she signed the infrastructure bill. That's how. When she signed that infrastructure bill and was the deciding vote in the United States Congress, she sank America.
So how did the infrastructure bill cause inflation?
And we need to sank her campaign. We need to sink her campaign.
Hey, King.
How
did the infrastructure bill cause inflation?
Oh, again, how did it? Because again, she flooded money into an economy. She flooded money into an economy that already had too much money. That's what inflation is. Inflation is when there's too much money in circulation. Okay, there's a surplus of money in circulation. Too much. You ever heard the statement? You know, you seem like you're pretty intelligent, right?
I hear you.
Must have got you in MSNBC in the college or something. So you ever heard the statement? Too much circulation makes the price go down.
Yeah.
You ever heard that?
I hear you. Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
First of all, Tom, I would like to thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tom. And Kai with a 25. One moment, just allow me to thank my donors. Kai, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying as a mixed person, I hate it when anyone disenfranchises my heritage. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Kai. I really appreciate you so much for that. W's for Kai in the chat. And Susan with the $10 on Venmo from a black woman paying respect. I appreciate you for the $10. And Jessica with the $5 as well. And Jay with the $2 on Venmo. And Adrian with $5 and Phil with the $5. Thank you guys so much. Anyways,
Trump energy?
I'm going to go and respond specifically to your claim now. So you're saying that the infrastructure bill is what caused inflation by adding like money in circulation to the economy.
Kamala, you see, 210 people said Kamala. Shout out to Kamala.
Thank you for the gym gum. Do you mind if I?
Kamala. Let's
Hey,
go.
sir, do you mind if I?
Kamala.
Okay, so I have a little bit of a feeling that you're more focused on the people watching this stream and reacting to you in the chat in comparison with actually having a dialogue with me. So I'm going to ask you to not interrupt me, and I'm going to ask you to listen to me. So specifically speaking, first of all, Trump was the one that promised the infrastructure bill and never got it done. Second of all, Biden and Harris were the people that actually got it done. And then third of all, your argument here is signing more money through debt-related spending into effect is what causes inflation. According to the Office for a Responsible Federal Budget, Trump signed $8.7 trillion into debt-related spending. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration only signed 4.6. So according to your own logic, Trump's admin caused twice as much of inflation as Biden and Harris's admin.
Can I respond now? This is my response. Well, milk didn't cost $12 a gallon under Donald Trump. Eggs
CR,
didn't
thank you for the
cost
champion. I
$15
appreciate you for the
12
love.
eggs under
Ash,
Donald
thank you
Trump.
for the Galaxy
People
W's for
were
CR
being
and Ash in the
evicted
chat.
Under Donald Trump. Under Donald Trump's administration, we were able to afford our milk. We could afford our gas. We were able to afford our housing and places to live. Donald Trump put the American citizen first. Kamala Harris put the illegal immigrant first. Am I telling the truth? 100 roses for the truth. That Kamala
Okay,
Harris
so now are you wait 1 second, are you actually grifting on my live right now?
Exactly. Hashtag Kamala.
Is he grifting on my? I think he's grifting on my live.
On your live, they say hashtag Kamala. Yeah, hashtag Kamala on your live.
Okay.
They're saying hashtag Kamala. I think you took a loss.
I'm gonna go ahead and respond right to.
Yeah,
that
I
last
think you
claim
took a
as well.
loss. They're saying hashtag
I don't think so at all.
Kamala. They're saying hashtag Kamala right now. Are you seeing it? Are you able to see it? Look at that. Huh? You see them fists? And we taking knockouts for the liberals. The liberals ain't got nothing on us. We're looking at
Desi,
a
I
record
appreciate
and
you for
she
the
ain't
marvelous.
done nothing. We're looking at her record.
I'm
and
just
she
waiting for
hasn't
my
done
response,
nothing.
for my time to be able to
What has she
respond.
done for the American people?
Do I need to mute you, man?
I'm asking you, what has she done for the American people? Are you upset because I'm seeing the MSNBC live?
Thank you so much for the anarts. So I could respond to you and I could tell you what she's done for the American people after I first respond to your claim that they caused inflation. Okay, so I just want to reference back. We were having a conversation about how the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation, and you told me that it was through reckless government spending. Right? And that's when I absolute fucking dunked on you by informing you that there was more reckless spending under Trump than there was under Biden and Harris. $8.6 trillion under Trump with $4.6 trillion under Biden and Harris. And then you just referenced it back to the fact, well, inflation only occurred under Biden and Harris and not under Trump. So what happened in that 2020, 2021 year time span that could have caused inflation? Was it the Olympics? No, it wasn't it wasn't the Olympics. What was it? What happened? Was there like a NATO summit? No, I think it was fucking COVID. So just to clarify, the same inflation that we saw here at home in America at the beginning of Biden and Harris's administration was global, and we saw it. And you're not even listening to me, man. Are you here for conversation or are you here to grift?
I haven't said nothing. I ain't said nothing the whole time. When are you done?
So the same inflation that we saw here at home in America was something that we saw globally. We saw in every single country across the fucking US, okay? In every single country across the globe, not across the US. But specifically speaking, the US had the quickest response from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of any country in the world. Any country in the G7. But if I want to sit here, be ignorant, and virtue signal to the ignorant masses such as you are right now, I could do that too. Because guess what happened at the end of Trump's term? The highest rate of unemployment that we have had in our country since the Great Depression. You know, COVID caused that too, just like the global inflation. User, I appreciate you for the money gun. But I could sit here just like you and say that Donald Trump destroyed the economy. Donald Trump ushered in the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%. And that's because he didn't care about the American people. And I could act like COVID didn't cause that the same way you're acting like COVID didn't cause the global inflation that we saw under Biden and Harris. But also, what I'd like to touch on here is you made a very specific claim. You said that Donald Trump fought for the American people. Okay, so let's go ahead and play a little fun game. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris signed a multiplicity of policies that benefited the average American more than the billionaires. I want you to name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the average American more so than the billionaires, and I will name 3 policies that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did.
Again, we're talking
Name
about
the policy, sir. I'm done with your virtue signaling. I'm done with your games. I'm done with your rhetorical spiel. Name the policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the average working class American more so than the
I
billionaires.
respond to your MSNBC talking point. I know you want to cut me off and talk to me like a liberal.
Spam name the policy in the chat.
Hashtag Kamala. Yeah, opportunity.
Name the policy.
Help everyday American citizens.
Name the policy. What is the name of the policy?
Help, I just told you.
What policy did he influence to get passed that included the opportunity zones?
The first PPP checks that came through had Donald Trump's name on them, okay?
What is the name of the policy?
If Donald Trump was the president of the United States, the policy was milk was under $3.
That's not a name of a policy. You're floundering. You're losing it. You're losing it. You're losing it. Name the policy. Look at that. He can't name the policy. Yo, King, name the policy, sir.
I just told you.
You said opportunity zones. And what policy were opportunity zones included in?
Hold on for a moment. I didn't interrupt you, but that's how liberals do.
Yo, Alex, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for our favorite grifter. Kashan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And then Josephine, thank you for the $25 on Venmo as well. Let's get some W's for Alex, Kashawn, and Josephine, and Connor with the $2. And Amila with the $25 on Venmo as well. W's for Amila, W's for Connor, Chelsea, Josephine, Kashawn, and Alex. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for our donors. So, sir, name the policy, all right? Because you're saying opportunity zones and PPP
I just told
loans.
you opportunity zones.
What was the name of the policy that included opportunity zones?
Can you not Google
That's not the name of a policy.
Huh? Did you not Google opportunity zones? Oh, you don't
I'm
like
asking
the
you to name the
because
policy.
it didn't go through Congress? Oh, it didn't go through your Democratic Congress, so that's why you don't like the opportunity zones? Huh? You're upset
Wait.
that milk didn't cost $7.
Wait, I have a question. So you're saying that he implemented opportunity zones, but this wasn't congressional policy. Then how did he implement opportunity
you
zones?
just figured that out? Did you just not figure that out? I just said to you, you don't like the policy because it didn't go through your Democrat Congress. That's what I just said. Were you not paying attention? That's what I just said.
I have to meet you again. Right? So my question here is, if this is a policy that wasn't passed through policy, then how did he implement the opportunity zones? Was it through an executive order? If so, what's the name of the executive order?
Again, what has she done for the American people? Don't try to mic me just so you don't have to answer the question.
Okay.
What has Vice President Harris done, independent of Joe Biden? What has she done? Because I
With
can
all
tell
due
you
respect,
what
this
she's
is a
done.
massive pivot.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what she has done as Vice President. She's done absolutely.
King, with all due respect, I could tell you what Kamala Harris has done, but this is a massive pivot. Right? Because I asked you to name one policy that Donald Trump implemented that benefited the average American more so than rich people. Because I can name so many of Biden and Harris's. I'll go ahead and start. Right? Like the PACT Act is a massive one that invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare
That
benefits.
was Joe Biden, sir. That was Joe Biden, sir.
Yeah, that was Biden and Harris. That specifically,
Joe Biden.
yeah, under the Biden and Harris administration, yeah. That specifically expanded VA healthcare benefits to over 1 million new veterans. That was a policy that they influenced to get passed that benefited the average American more so than billionaires. Same thing goes for the Chips and Science Act, investing billions of dollars into U.S.-owned chip producers insofar as the idea that the U.S. will be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030. That is a policy that benefited the average American more so than rich people. Okay, the infrastructure bill invested $1 trillion into local
Okay, I
communities
got a
across the
question.
U.S.
Can I ask you a question about that? I'm listening to what you're
Yeah,
saying.
but before you do, Asai, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Let's get some W's for ISAI in the chat right now. 1 second, buddy. Let's get 1 second, buddy. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for ISAI right now for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $50. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, man. Massive W's for ISAI. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. But go ahead, man. I'm still just waiting for you to name a policy. If you can't name one, just let me know.
I just told you the policy. You didn't like the policy, so you're trying to run like, you know. Again,
No,
it's
with
a
all due
liberal
respect, you
mind
didn't name a
trick.
policy.
That's another one of those liberal mind tricks that you do. Oh, name the policy. I told you the policy. Again, you don't
you
like
didn't.
the policy.
You just
don't like the
didn't.
policy because the policy didn't go through the Congress. So you don't like
What
the
did it go
opportunity
through?
zones because the opportunities helped Black Americans. This is why
1
you don't
second.
like to talk about
1 second. I want you to answer this question. No, policy either goes through Congress, right? That's a bill, or you can have an executive order. So I just want to clarify, because this is a very important part of clarification that you're breezing over. How did Donald Trump implement these opportunity zones? Was it through the use of an executive order?
Why wouldn't it be? Of course it was.
Okay, what was the name of the executive order?
I don't know right now, but I'll look it up and get it together for you.
So your sources trust me, bro.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get my phone right now and do it for you right now. Opportunity zone. Let's go. Hold up. You ain't said nothing.
Brian, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Brian. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. And Tessa with the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo as well. Massive W's for Brian and Tessa in the chat right now. Thank you so much for the $20 and the $20 and 24 cents on Venmo. Let's fucking go. Thank you guys so much for the
Here we go,
love.
right here. Here we go. Again, him and Tim Scott. Yeah, I wish I got to go back on my line.
Here's part 2 of my great interview.
Oh, I hear a background noise here.
No,
Thank you so much for the hand art.
This is I'm talking about the opportunity zones.
And the need for opportunity zones.
Huh? Opportunity zones.
I'm asking you for the name of the executive order.
Carson.
Ben Carson.
DC and President Trump. So we put
The name of the executive order is Ben Carson?
opportunity zones. You mentioned opportunity zones in your great speech 6 weeks ago. This is bringing money into the underserved areas.
It's bringing money into the urban areas. Yeah, your liberal buddies in Congress didn't want him to do it, but he did it anyway. Trump 2024.
Thank you so much for the champion, Lexi, baby. Okay.
And once again,
So I just want to let you know, like, I've been asking you this whole time for the name of the executive order that implemented these opportunity zones, and then you just played me a clip of talking about what opportunity zones do. You're a joke, dude. Even when we talk about like proposed policies,
you don't like the facts. You don't like the facts. You don't like the fact that I made the name what Donald Trump was able to do for the American people. You haven't told me a single thing that Kamala Harris has done for the American people without Joe Biden, because she's done nothing. She's been in office for 4 years and done nothing. You're trying to trick Black America. They got you on here trying to trick Black America into voting for Kamala Harris, knowing that she's done nothing for America. She's done nothing for Black America. Black America is being evicted all over this country. Illegal immigrants are sleeping in hotels, fancy hotels, all over New York City right now.
Lauren, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Lauren. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Lauren. Thank you so much. Let's get some massive W's down below for Lauren right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Matt with the $10 as well. Thank you, Matt and Lauren.
And where's that Trump energy?
Okay, awesome. So now I'm going to respond. I hope that you'll allow me my time to speak. So first of all, you told me that you're giving me the facts about the opportunity zones. I think everyone's laughing at you. I asked you to name the policy that implemented the opportunity zones like 20 times. You couldn't name it. And then you said that it wasn't passed through policy. So then it took me like, hey, King, are you listening to me?
Yeah, I hear you. Hashtag Kamala, Trump 2024. I'm listening to you.
Let's not talk over me. So then I asked you to name how this was implemented. And then you couldn't tell me, so then I offered you a lifeline by me asking you if it was through an executive order, and then you said, yeah, and then I asked you for the name of the executive order, and you couldn't. You still haven't. I'm going to go ahead and just let you think that you kind of owned, because that in of itself is a cell phone. It's embarrassing. Second of all, you said something else. You asked me what Kamala Harris has done outside of Joe Biden, and then you said that she hasn't done one thing outside of Joe Biden, and that means that therefore she hasn't done anything for the American people. So I just want to let you know that inside of your own logic, it's internally contradictory, because she can do things with Joe Biden for the American people, but she has also done things on her own outside of the executive branch of our government with Joe Biden.
Are you looking at it? Hashtag
so I would like to clarify without you interrupting me. Can
I respond yet?
I haven't even addressed your question yet. What do you have to respond to?
Hashtag Kamala. Go ahead.
Yeah, so she passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate, more so than any VP that we've had in American history, and she specifically passed the tie-breaking vote on the inflation.
You see me riding on?
On the Inflation Reduction Act, which specifically was a multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources, bigger than any investment into renewable energy resources that we've ever had, right? Then alongside Joe Biden, she passed some of the most monumental and influential legislation in modern U.S. history with the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, all bills that benefited the average American more so than the top 1%, when you couldn't name one bill that Donald Trump influenced to get passed.
Can you explain this to me? Can I respond now?
No, almost. Then additionally speaking here, I think it's quite frankly disgusting that you're going to sit here and tell me Donald Trump, the rapist, the felon, the fraudster, the womanizer, the guy that sexualized little girls and tried to institute literal religious persecution while he was president and to ban all new Muslim entries, right? The same guy that wants to implement a tax policy that's going to cost $4 to $5 trillion. And now you're interrupting me because you're scared of my cooking. He's literally interrupting me because he's scared of my cooking. He's interrupting me because he's terrified of my cooking. And now you want to turn around and vote for Trump, the man that has concepts of planning a plan to plan a plan for healthcare, that also has no fucking clue how he's going to pay for the $4 trillion associated with his tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, in comparison to Harris, the woman that wants to implement a $2.4 trillion tax relief plan for the average American, that she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it, sir. My Sooner, thank you so much for the champion. Honestly, that's a great question for you. If Trump is so damn good for the average American, then please tell me how the fuck he's going to pay for the $4 trillion associated with debt-related spending to pay for his tax cuts that will disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy. Where is that money going to come from, sir?
That's a great question. The same way the milk didn't cost $20, the same way the eggs didn't cost $10, the same.
Denise, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Kathy with the $20. Dory with the $10. Maureen with the $5. Thank you, Kathy, Denise, Maureen, Dory.
Look, every time I talk about Kamala, you get the yelling out about somebody sent you something. I'm starting to think you faking, man. I'm starting to think you faking. Every time
Lexi, baby, thank you for the champion.
Every time I'm talking about Kamala, you get to talking about somebody did something, man. Man, hashtag Kamala. Where's my Trump supporters at, man? Where my Trump supporters at? Yeah, I came into a liberal. Okay, 7 blessings. You're doing your job. God is good.
Okay, debunked. Go ahead and tell me how he's going to pay for his tax policy. I'm still waiting.
Well, I just explained it to you, right? You didn't hear me? I just explained it to you. The same exact way he ensured that the American people were not paying an arm and a leg for their milk, for their eggs, for their chicken, and the same way he ensured that there weren't mass amounts of homeless people up and down the streets of New York City. There wasn't migrant crime all over America. There wasn't migrant.
Just putting on mute to get you back on track. You could talk. Where's the $4 trillion going to come from?
Again, you're lying to the American people saying it's going to cost $4 trillion. You're not an economist. Please don't lie to the American people. All right?
So that's an estimate. Hey, sir, that's an estimate. That's an estimate coming from the Congressional Budget Office and the Treasury. I'm not an economist, but they are. You're very
Stop it, man. Kamala, hold on. Let me ask you one question, all right? This is how I'm going to end this. Let me ask you one question, okay?
Are you running away?
Is life better? Is life better? All my Trump supporters, is life better right now?
King, I'm not going to let you run. I want you to answer my question.
Why you want to mic me for? Why you want to mic me?
Because you're not answering my question.
It's 7,000 people. Let's ask them. Is life better?
Okay, man. I'm going to go and clarify here real quick. So Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and middle class. It's estimated to cost $2.4 trillion. 1.3 trillion of that is going to come from a 7% increase in our corporate tax rate. The remainder of the $1.1 trillion is going to come from allowing Medicare a greater negotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies. That's going to save the government about $300 to $400 billion over the course of the next 10 years. So that will reduce the remainder down to about $700 to $800 billion. And that's going to come from introducing a 25% unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires, then an increase in the realized capital gains tax for the same people. That's going to generate $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, making our tax cuts for the middle class self-sufficient. Okay, right? So that is what an answer sounds like insofar as how like the nominee is going to pay for their tax policy, right? But when I asked you how Donald Trump is going to pay for his $4 trillion tax cuts for that disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy, you just kind of said the same way he kept the price of gas low. Like, I don't even know what that meant. I just want to know where this $4 trillion is going to come from, King.
I get responding to you. Every time I cook you, I asked one simple question. You've asked all.
You have not cooked me once.
You've asked all the questions. I asked one question.
Boxing glove.
Is life better for the American people right now or when Donald Trump was in office? I'm willing to bet everybody in the black community. See, I know you're not in the struggle, but everybody in the struggle right now, life was better under Donald Trump. You're trying to.
I'll respond to this pivot, but then I do want you to address my original question. So I'm fine with saying that the life of the average American was better in like 2018, okay? But what I'm also going to say here is that wasn't caused by Trump, right, to be better. And it wasn't one moment, and it wasn't caused to be worse by Biden and Harris, okay? The reason why life is going to be worse right now is because of like global inflation onset by the pandemic and economic disparities as well, right? If we want to measure the responsibility and the aptitude of our current administration, we should measure how well they were able to respond to the economic depressions onset by the pandemic, and which they did better out of any other country in the G7, okay? Right? But I want you to answer my question about the tax policy that you've been pivoting around. How is he going to pay for the $4 trillion associated with his tax cuts?
Hashtag Trump a liar.
You have no response. Could you just admit that you have no clue how this guy's going to pay for these tax cuts for the ultra wealthy? Why are you voting for a man that wants to benefit the billionaires with no fucking clue how he's going to pay for the $4 trillion in debt-related spending over Harris, who wants to benefit the life of the average American?
You're talking about a man that became a billionaire without robbing the American people.
Yeah, because he robbed his dead dad instead, taking $400 million.
This woman has never had a job. She's always eating the American tax.
We can talk about whatever you want after you answer my question. How is he going to pay for the $4 trillion associated with debt-related spending for his tax cuts for another 10 years?
I'm planning on prosecuting Joe Biden and expropriating our American tax dollars from Joe Biden.
Yo, let's spam pivot in the chat. Guys, spam pivot in the chat. Spam pivot in the chat. Spam pivot in the chat. Spam pivot in the chat.
We're going to prosecute the Biden family.
Everybody, baby bottles and laughing faces. Baby bottles and laughing faces.
The Biden family, man, hashtag Kamala.
Yo, everyone, baby bottles and pivots and laughing faces.
Yeah, we're going to prosecute the Biden family and get out.
King, I don't know if you think that everyone else is just as dumb as you are. You are pivoting around my question, and it is abundantly clear, and I bet it's even starting to become clear, right, to the Trump supporters watching the live. Don't embarrass yourself in front of your friends, okay? Right? Answer my question. How is Trump going to pay for the $4 trillion in debt-related spending associated with another 10 years of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that is going to disproportionately benefit rich people? Right now, you're being very insufferable. And Raymond, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. And Stephanie with the subscription. Go ahead and answer the question, man. I really want an answer. Oh, Mr. Jones wants to be left up? Bet.
It figures you. Oh yeah, I don't talk to the devil. God bless the people of God. We rebuke the devil. We stand on the head of the devil. Trump 2024. We gonna put him back in office. Trump 2020, and I'm crushing you. 100,000 on one page and on the other. We're gonna win this election. I'm crushing you, destroying y'all.
Cynthia, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Yeah! Thank you so much for the love so I can have a hearing aid after King screams at me. Thank you for the $15 W's for Cynthia.
All my Trump
Why don't you ever answer questions, friend? Why don't you ever answer questions?
Lying liberal. They do the work.
Why don't you ever answer questions?
Kamala Harris does the work of the devil. Joe X does the work of the devil.
So when Trump talks about opportunity zones, we've asked the IRS, right? We've asked the Treasury Department. We've asked several, people associated with the campaign if they could furnish like some evidence of these opportunity zones. And none of them exist. And yo, he's afraid of me. I dragged him, and it's all over YouTube. Dragged him to the depths of hell. I knew he'd run as soon as I showed up, though. I knew he'd run.
Oh man, you would have been perfect to talk to him.
I watched him. I've been watching for like the last 20 minutes, but I mean, I assumed that he was going to run as soon as he saw me. I'm the devil now, I guess.
Well, thanks for coming up, man. I'm sorry that he ran away. I really wanted to see y'all have a conversation. I'm sorry that he ran, man.
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's all good. Maybe next time.
If he hops back in here, feel free to re-request.
All right, bro.
All right, take care, Jones. Damn, dude. That sucks, dude. I was so ready. I was so excited to see a conversation between Jones and him. Can we just get some massive L's in the chat for that guy running? We're going to go to move on to our next guest at this point, by the way. But let's get some massive L's in the chat for that guy running from Jones. I was so excited and so ready to see Jones talk to him. Damn, I feel bad for Jones, too, because he was waiting here for a while. But yo, Phoenix, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Phoenix. Thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents. You're awesome. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's for Phoenix in the chat. We got our next guest loading in right now. Everyone do be patient. We got Lauren and Kevin loading in, y'all. Then also, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. What's going on? Kevin, are you voting for Trump?
No, but I'm hell no. But
I appreciate you for coming up, Kevin. However, I am unfortunately only looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, y'all. Those are the rules. Also, here, spam MAGA in the chat specifically if you are voting for Trump. We are going to go and get more debates underway here. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. What's going on, man? Thank you for the hand arts. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Karma, are you voting? Awesome. All right. So, Mehdi, why are you voting for Trump?
I don't want World War III.
Okay, so if Kamala Harris is elected, World War III is going to start. So I just want to clarify, if Donald Trump is elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive lasers. I'm voting for Harris because I don't want to be exploded by a laser.
Okay, if you're voting for Harris, are you going to go to the Russian front?
No, because I'm not going to be sent to the Russian front because we won't have Putin's puppet in office, aka Donald J. Trump, right? The guy that has leaked Kremlin documents suggesting that Putin thinks that he's easily to be manipulated. But I have a question. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for like rape?
I just think that stuff's a bunch of lies.
Okay, that's all a lie. Do you think his felony convictions are a lie too?
No, I'm seriously. You vote for Harris and you get drafted, you'll be gone.
Yeah, man. So that's what we call fear-mongering. That's legitimate what we call a lie. The Republican platform doesn't stand behind any fact, logic, or reason. They literally just stand behind fear-mongering. They have to convince old white men that if Harris is elected, World War III is going to start. It's embarrassing for them. But please answer my question. Do you accept or reject Donald Trump's 34 felonies?
I don't even care about it. He wants to end the war. That's why our inflation's high.
Oh, because of the war?
That's why our money's devalued. That's where all our money's going. It's going to the Ukraine, and we're fueling Europe with oil.
Okay, so yeah, we've actually not printed any new money to send to Ukraine. We've only sent about $107 billion, predominantly in weapons, right, as an appropriation from our DOD budget. And then second of all, if like spending and printing money causes inflation, would you say that Trump caused more inflation than Biden and Harris because he spent and printed more money?
No.
Okay, so then spending and printing money doesn't
We're
cause
at war.
inflation.
It's a wartime
So then our
economy.
support of the war in Ukraine didn't cause inflation.
We're in a wartime economy. That's why our inflation's so high. Got to end the
A
war.
wartime economy is literally what brought us out of the Great Depression. I just want to put that out there. I don't support the industrial military complex, but it definitely doesn't devastate economies. In fact, it promotes manufacturing. That's why like rich men take advantage of like the death and sufferings of others during wartime. But this definitely doesn't address my point here. You're saying that the war caused inflation by spending money. There's more money spent by Trump than Biden and Harris. About $8.6 trillion signed into debt-related spending by Trump. Meanwhile, only 4.6 signed into debt-related spending.
We didn't
by
have any
Biden
of this
and Harris.
problem till the war started. Inflation's high over the world. It makes the markets unstable.
Yeah, COVID caused the inflation. Oh, look at his bio. I am a 50-year-old male business owner. I love young, chubby, beautiful women. What do you mean by young there? Maddie, what do you mean by young there? What is young? And me, you left. Yo, bro. Dude. Okay, the fact that he left there makes me think the fucking worse. I swear. Well. What do you know? Another old white man voting for Trump that's most likely a P3DO. I swear to God, every single time, like clockwork. Fucking hell. Dude, dude, holy shit.
You like to suck Harry Sisson's cock, you fucking pussy.
Okay. Hey, I have a question real quick.
Sucking Harry Sisson bottom boy bitch.
Hey, I like facts, not emotion. So get out of your emotions.
You're a gay
and
ass
let's talk about the
faggot paid
facts.
puppet, Harry bottom Sisson and faggot.
Okay, and of course he slurs. I apologize for his use of slurs there, chat. I should have seen it coming. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box. Douglas, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Douglas. Let's get some W's in the chat for Douglas for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that so much. Massive W's for Douglas down below while we get our next guest up in the box. Rosalind with the $20 on Venmo and Phoenix with the $20 and the 24 cents as well. Let's get at least 200 W's for Rosalind, 200 W's for Phoenix, and 200 W's for Doug. Thank you guys so much. What's up, Ultra Rare? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala. I just want to say that guy, the 50-year-old.
Awesome. I do appreciate you for coming up. Once again, just looking to debate Trump supporters. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Spam MAGA down below if you want to come up as well. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump, Ken?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So the question that I'd ask you here is, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is very sexist.
Okay, how would he be sexist? Can you explain that?
Yeah, of course. So he violently sexually abused or raped a woman in 1996. He sexualized a 10-year-old girl, saying that he'd date her in 1992. On the Access Hollywood tapes, he boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent, saying that when he saw a pretty woman, he had to kiss them. He couldn't hold back. It's also the case that on Sirius XM, he boasted to Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owned the place to inspect them. He's shown an absolute lack of care for the thoughts, wants, needs, feelings, and opinions of women historically in the past. So why would we expect him to care moving forward?
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know what resources you come from, because a lot of resources nowadays are very biased. But I would just like to clarify, he has served a term. So what has he done in the term that has been terrible for women? That has been terrible for anyone? It's just...
Great question.
For instance, they've both been in presidency.
He put justices on the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has led to all 170 million American women and girls losing their federal protections for access to abortion. Since Roe v. Wade has been overturned, 65,000 women who got pregnant as a result of rape have been denied abortions because of his bans.
Well, abortion is kind of iffy on me. When it comes to abortion, I am on both.
Do you think that 65,000 victims of rape being denied abortion isn't kind of...
That's why I said abortion for me is iffy, because I think if it's hard to explain. I think you should be able to have an abortion, but at the same time, you can't just open your legs and say, well, I got pregnant, let me just get an abortion. I feel like you should have rules. For instance, prove that you can't financially support this baby. Prove that you can't do this. Prove that you've been raped. You have to prove it. You can't just cry wolf and say, well, I just open my legs every single time. Now I have to keep getting an abortion every single time. So I'm iffy about it. I'm kind of 50-50 on both sides of it. That's why I don't really talk about abortion. But also, I would just like to clarify, Trump has put in a bill to where whenever you have an abortion, it goes to the states, because he knows that abortion is the number one, I would say, problem that everyone has in America, that everyone debates about, that everyone talks about. So he's like, instead of me telling you what you can do, because I'm a man, I'm not going to tell you what to do, I'm going to let the state decide. So
you're going to let the other white men in Washington
No, he
DC
said
decide.
state, meaning the states, 50 states. You go to your state legislator and you vote whether you want abortion or not.
Okay, yeah,
You
so we're
can't
going to
be
go to
mad
respond
that
to
your
that real
state
quick.
voted to have an abortion.
Before I do, Delightfully, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Delightfully. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. And Cynthia, thank you for the $15 as well. Let's get some W's for Delightfully and Cynthia in that chat right now. Thank you all so much. So I just want to clarify, you support it being rescinded back to the state so we put more power in the hands of the people to vote on their legislation?
That's the point, is the people.
Okay, I want to ask you a
deciding.
conceptual question.
Yes,
I want to
that's
ask you a
the point.
conceptual question.
Yes,
So would you support it being rescinded from the state level to, like, I don't know, the county level? So we put even more individualistic power in the hands of the constituents of each county?
Yeah, of course. That's why I always say abortion is, you can have either or, 50-50. That's why I say you can't say, oh, you can't have abortion. I think you can have abortion. You just need to have laws and regulations on it.
Please just allow me to cook. Please just allow me to cook.
Go ahead
So you're
and
saying
try.
it should be brought from the federal level to the state level to put more power in the hands of the people.
That's
and
what he
then
did.
hypothetically, you'd support bringing it from the state level to the county level to put even more power in the hands of the people. Well, what if we brought it from the county level to the city level to put even more power in the hands of the people? Then we brought it from the city level to the household level to put even more power in the hands of the people. And then we took it from the household level into the hands of each individual American woman and girl. If we have federal protections for every single American woman and girl's individualistic right to choose, we put the most power in the hands of the people. If you are about the power in the hands of the people, you would support federal codification of protections for all 170 million American women and girls. Now, something else I wanted to say, you said that you think that we should have rules and regulation about abortion. You said that, if she doesn't have financial issues, and abortion's murder. If she does, it's a form of health care. There's no difference in the body and the life of a fetus conceived of a family with or without financial issues. There's only a difference in the state of mind of the mother. So you are not pro-life because you care about the unborn, or you'd be pro-life in both scenarios. You are pro-life because you care about controlling women who hold different values than you do in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex. That's why I am pro-choice, because I genuinely care about life. I don't want to force unwanted kids in unready households. I don't want to shift the family dynamic from financially well-off adults that consent to having children that desire to have a family to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls to be mothers and fathers because a white man in Washington, D.C. told the woman that she can't access health care.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that's why when it comes to abortion, that's why I'm 50-50 with both sides, because either way, I don't know how to explain. I've had my own personal experiences. I've had people in my family who's had abortions for personal reasons, financial reasons, rape reasons. I've had that. But at the same time, you can't go out and say, let me just get this abortion. And half the time, like I said, healthcare is not available. So who's paying for it? It's the people that don't support it that's paying for it. So that's why a lot of people are pissed off about it, because they're paying for something they don't support. That's why I say whenever it comes to abortions, they need to go in with a needle and thread, and they need to go rule by rule on what you can and can't do, because it's not fair that these kids can go out and just open their legs and say, let me just get an abortion. But at the same time, it's not right to be raped. It's not right to just be forced to have a child when you can't afford it. Because when you're forced to have a child without financial help or mental help, then what happens to that child? Foster care.
Chris, thank you for the $5.
Foster care, orphanage, whatever it may be. That's why I'm saying when it comes to abortion, I'm not going to say Trump or Kamala. I'm 50-50. I think there needs to be things going on both sides to where they can come together as one. Yeah.
So I just want to clarify here. that no, predominantly for access to abortion, right? It's going to be funded either through private means or through the use of like organizations or charities that will raise money to pay for women's abortions. But the issue of how we're going to pay for an abortion is completely separate and completely different from should we have access to abortion. And I want that to be recognized and understood. If the issue was that other people didn't want to pay for it, well, then maybe you should advocate for legislation to ban public paying for it through like government forms of healthcare, right? Not banning all access. Okay, that's a completely different issue. Now, what I want to say to you here is that you're essentially saying, well, right, these women are being so reckless, they're going out and, in your own words, quote unquote, spreading their legs, getting pregnant, and because they engage in this reckless activity, they shouldn't have access to healthcare and they should be obligated to be an incubator for 9 months against their will. Here's my issue for that.
Yes,
I think that we can make an
that's all.
I think that we can make an ideological separation between someone engaging in like reckless, unsafe sex and having access to healthcare to soothe and to act as a saving grace from keeping an unwanted kid out of an unready household.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
I understand that, but you
allow me
gotta-
to finish.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
I don't think that the majority of women who are getting abortions are doing so because it's so reckless and unsafe. 54% of women who get abortions are doing so because of the failure of contraceptives. But what I'd also say here is I don't give a fuck if you're a 55-year-old married woman on birth control and a husband using a condom and you got pregnant. You should have the same access to healthcare as the 18-year-old girl going out partying every single weekend, sleeping with hundreds of dudes. I don't give a fuck. And you want to know why I don't give a fuck? Because we could address issues not through stigmatization or banning healthcare, but through education. Implementing higher levels of sex ed in school to teach people on what sex is and how to engage in it safely, through public access and free access to contraceptives and birth control, which, by the way, Republicans have fought against all three of those things. But at the end of the day, even if you think it's wrong to engage in sex without the intention to reproduce, well, shit. I think it's wrong to smoke cigarettes, but if someone does smoke cigarettes and gets lung cancer, I'm not going to deny them health care. So you could say it's wrong to engage in sex without an intention to reproduce, but if someone does engage in sex without that intention, you shouldn't turn around and deny them health care. You should just educate them and influence them through non-stigmatization and educational means to not engage in the unsafe sex in the first place. The same way we educate people on not to smoke through the use of education in schools, ads on TVs, etc., not to smoke in the first place, but if they do, we're not going to deny them health care.
Okay, can I ask you this though?
Yeah.
So why did they tell you not to smoke? Because of what? Because you can get cancer, because of the health.
Yeah, but if someone does smoke, knowing that it can cause them cancer, they're still allowed to go to the hospital and get cancer treatment.
Okay, but let me talk. I'll let you talk. Please let me speak. Why do they tell people not to get pregnant? Because it's hard to raise a baby financially, mentally, emotionally. It's very hard. It's not easy. It really isn't. Whether you have a family background, whether you have a village standing behind you 10 toes or not, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. That's why they're telling people you should not be rewarded for bad behavior. If you're going to get pregnant, if you're going to go out and open your legs and know that you have.
How about you tell the men to stop being sluts and sleeping with women unless they have an intention to reproduce?
Because you know what's going to happen. What's going to happen is you have the chance.
How about you tell the men? How about you tell the men that? How about we start stigmatizing the men? I'm so sick and tired of hearing this misogynistic rhetoric telling women to stop, quote unquote, opening their legs. Let's go ahead and address the men. Let's go and talk about how slutty some of these men are out here with a body count of 2 higher on average in comparison to their woman counterpart.
Babies, though. They're not the ones that are forced, because sadly, as sad as this may be, the men are always the men get to decide whether or not to be in that child's life, and that's sad. You know, the mother always has to be there, and 9 times out of 10, it's the mother. So,
Cammy, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. W's for Cammy in the chat. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you, Cammy.
My whole issue is you open your legs and you know you have a chance of getting pregnant. So it's just like if you go out and you try to rob a bank, you know there's a chance of you getting caught and there's a chance of you going to jail. So you getting pregnant isn't a surprise to you, is it? So why is it okay for you to say, oh, well, I got pregnant, let me just get rid of it? That's your consequence. You need to grow up and you need to live with what happened to you. You did that. Now, rape should not be involved, because I don't believe in rape. I don't believe in that at all.
I'm asking you to please say grape instead of the RAPE word.
I'm sorry. Grape. That's not okay at all. I don't mess with that. You know, that's why I say abortion is weird for me. But once again, you cannot condone bad behavior. You cannot say it's okay, but it's not. It's not okay to open your legs because you're producing a child. I mean, back in the day, America
Bro,
was
stop
mostly,
fucking yapping.
No, back in the day, America was mostly Christianity, and Christianity values were what's inside of you is what's inside. That's your baby. So now that we don't care anymore, it's all of a sudden an issue when more than half of the people in America are Christians. Christian values.
Hey, Ken, if I spread my lips like you're accusing women of spreading their legs, and I huff and puff on a cigarette, knowing that it could give me lung cancer, should I be able to go to the hospital and get chemotherapy to terminate the life of that lung cancer?
Chemotherapy has
I
nothing
deal
to
with
do
the
with the baby. If
consequences
someone
like
tells
you're
me that
telling
I'm
the
gonna
women to?
die, if someone tells me that I'm pregnant and there's a risk of me dying, then yes, that's why I'm saying abortion is very iffy for me, because there is certain things that I'm like, yeah, if I'm gonna die, that's not
Ken,
okay, because I
you're
can
not
produce
answering
more
my
babies.
question.
That's
You
fine.
are actually.
So I don't even
not
know what you're
answering-
even trying to say. My point is, if
Ken,
you're gonna open your
Ken,
legs,
I'm going to mute your mic if
Okay.
you don't answer my question.
Okay, I'll answer. What's your question?
If I spread my lips and I huff and puff on a cigarette all night long, knowing it runs me the risk of giving me non-lethal lung cancer that will severely detriment the quality of my life for at least the next 9 months, should I be able to go to the hospital and get chemotherapy to terminate that life of that lung cancer? Or should I have to deal with the damn consequences of my actions because I chose to spread my lips?
That has nothing to do with the child. That's what I'm saying. Christianity
Gotcha.
values are different when it comes to a child. When it comes to
Ken,
something that's being reproduced in a
would you like
woman's
me to show you
body,
the conceptual
it is very
analogy?
valuable of life, and that's why they say abortion is not allowed until after this amount of days, because that's when it becomes an actual child. That's when it has a beating heart. That's when it becomes God's child, and God has now touched that baby.
talking
And that
about
is why a
God.
lot of the people don't like
Wait,
abortion.
God touches
because
babies?
A lot, 90% of Americans are Christians, once again. So, of course, they're not going to think that that's okay. They don't. A lot of people that say that they don't support abortions aren't saying that they support abortions
Ken, I
when
don't
it
wanna have to
becomes
mute
to
you.
that. They're saying that they don't support abortions when you just go out and spread your legs. Now, when it comes to rape and when it comes to risk of death,
Ken, I literally
it's a
told you
different
not to say
story.
that word. Ken, you are acting like an RNC robot. I've told you not to say RAPE and instead say grape multiple
Okay, well, I
times now.
apologize for keep saying that. I'll stop. But
Yeah,
you can go
okay.
ahead and try to just say something. Like, I just feel like I keep going in circles.
Because you keep on repeating the same thing and ignoring my arguments. So
Your argument was, should I deny health care? And I said
Ken,
that
I
has
gotta be able
nothing
to
to do with anything that has involved a baby. Whenever you have cancer and it becomes a medical, when it becomes a medical emergency and you could die, yes, you deserve medical health care. But when it becomes, oh, I just don't want it because I don't want to live with the
Hey,
consequences
Ken, can you
of
shut the
dealing with
fuck
a
up?
baby, then that's a problem. And you're just mad because I'm right. Right
No,
or wrong?
I'm getting upset because you're not letting me speak, not because you're right.
Letting you speak, you have literally interrupted every time I have tried to say anything. I have let you speak every time I have not talked. I've been very respectful.
I don't think you have.
I
speak
really
now?
think I have. I have not spoken anytime you talked. You have interrupted me every single time.
Yeah. Hey, first of all, Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. That's so incredibly kind of you, Kathy. Holy shit. Thank you, Kathy. I want to see at least 500 W's for Kathy in the chat. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. So, yeah. So first of all, I did respond to your position. You said that women should be obligated to deal with the consequences of engaging in sex, knowing that it would lead to the risk of pregnancy. Right, and I don't think just because women engage in sex knowing that it runs the risk of a pregnancy that obligates them to dealing with the consequences. I give you a very intuitive analogy with this. If a smoker knows the risks of smoking to do with cancer, that doesn't obligate them to sustain the cancer. If a driver knows the risks with driving, that doesn't obligate them to deal with the risks of getting into a car accident. And I mean, we could do this time and time again. It doesn't really matter. But the main point stands. And then my second point would be is that we could advocate against people engaging in sex unsafely without protection, without banning abortion, right? Promoting contraceptives, promoting sex ed is not antithetical to a worldview that allows women to get abortions. And then third of all, right, you specifically said that the reason you value the life of the unborn is because of your religion. Ken, here's my position on that. Look,
No, it's not my religion. Sorry. I had to say it. No, it's not my religion. I'm saying most of America is Christian, so I go off of what most of Americans are. Not
Okay, if
myself.
most-
I'm not Christian.
Okay, so 250 years ago, when most of America thought that it was okay for white people to own black people's property, would you go off that too?
No.
Okay, so obviously the crowd consensus doesn't dictate what's morally
Once
right.
again, race has nothing to do with abortion.
What was it? Wait, what did I just relate there? What was my relation?
I don't even know, because you're over here talking about something that had totally nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Okay, well, Ken, so the issue here is that you lack a certain ability to abstractly think. I could explain the relation to you. So the relation there was, you told me, well, majority of Americans think that this is the case, therefore you will also think that it's the case. But just because majority of people find something to be true doesn't mean that it's true. For instance, majority of people in Germany in the 1930s and 40s thought that it was okay to unalive Jewish people. Majority of white people in our own country 200 years ago thought that it was okay to enslave black people. Majority of people, regardless of their society 500 years ago, thought that it was okay for like 50-year-old men to marry 6-year-old girls. And majority of all humans that have existed throughout like human time have specifically found the earth to be flat. So crowd consensus doesn't necessarily align with the truth.
Okay.
Right, so that would debunk your claim of being
No.
pro-life for the reason that
No.
most people are pro-life.
No.
Could you explain to me how that doesn't
No.
debunk your point?
Okay, just repeat that one more time, because I have a hard time just even understanding what point you're trying to make.
Yeah, the point
Like your
is just
point,
because-
what is your point? Your point is saying because we thought slavery was okay back then it's abortions. That doesn't even make any sense. We grew up and we went through a lot of things in life. And it's
Heidi,
called
thank you for the
growing as a
$25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Heidi. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, Heidi. Massive W's in the chat for Heidi. Okay, my point is, just because majority of people find something to be true doesn't mean that it's true. So when you say that you are pro-life because majority of people think that the life of a fetus is valuable, doesn't mean that the life of a fetus is valuable.
I just told, it has nothing to do with truth. It has nothing to do with truth. It's called common sense. It's called actions have consequences. When you go rob a bank, if you do something wrong, actions have consequences. Just like back, you don't even make sense. Actions have consequences. You can't just go out and say, well, I'm gonna go out and have fun and possibly get pregnant tonight, but who cares?
Jocelyn, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Jocelyn. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much.
You know how many people I have met that have had abortions that instantly regretted it?
Okay, yeah, getting an abortion has a lower regret rate than any elective medical procedure.
No, it does not.
Okay, well, that's just
where are
like
your facts coming from? Because a lot of mental health issues come from abortion.
The American, it's like the American Medical Association has specifically indicated that regret rates are much lower for abortion in comparison to other elective medical procedures. It's also the case just because a procedure would carry some regret rate, that therefore it's wrong. I don't think that's good logic. For instance, there's also a lot of mothers that regret giving birth. Does that mean that giving birth is wrong?
What are you talking about? Wait, say it one more time.
You didn't, dude. You didn't see the conceptual
I'm honestly
analogy
reading these
there?
comments because people are just going off, but I didn't even hear what you said.
Okay. A lot of women regret giving birth. Does that mean that we should make it illegal to give birth?
No.
Okay.
Because it's what happens to your body. It's a natural occurrence within your body.
A lot
natural.
of women.
What happens naturally when semen goes into, a woman's body part? What happens?
Wait. We shouldn't ban things that are natural.
No.
Okay. The definition of natural is what occurs in nature. Grape occurs in nature. Does that mean that we shouldn't make it illegal to grape people?
How many abortions before I say that word, how many abortions are being done by the cause of that?
What?
How many abortions are being done by the cause of grape?
Oh, great. I don't know that, it's like 1 or 2%.
Very minimal. And I'm not saying that grape is right or wrong, but it's very minimal. Statistic wise, it's very minimal compared to the other reason why people get abortions. And that is why that is what Trump goes off of. He goes off of statistics, most likely. What is most of Americans doing? What does most Americans want? What is most? It's statistics. Not what does 5% of America want.
Okay. So if Trump
you want a voice and you want to make a difference about it, then you go say something. But other than that, it's not going to happen.
If Trump wanted to enslave 5% of the American population to better off the 95, would you support Trump still?
No, because it has nothing to do with what I just said.
Yeah, you just said that it's okay for Trump to ban 65,000 women that got pregnant as a result of GRAPE, the medical health care they need, because, well,
That's literally, you're trying to, okay, so now you're trying to put words in my mouth. Once again, GRAPE is not okay. That's why I say when it comes to an abortion, I think there needs to be regulations put in place. I think whenever someone wants to go up to Planned Parenthood and sign a paper to go, kill their child or whatever, how they're feeling about it, there needs to be some backgrounds involved. Just like whenever you go get a job, there's a background check to make sure you're a good person.
I don't think that there should be
you should have financial stability.
Do we background check people when they go to the ER? Crazy.
ER has nothing to do with
oh yeah, healthcare.
I don't
healthcare has nothing.
Because I'm
healthcare
dying.
has nothing to do with healthcare. Has nothing to do with healthcare.
Because I'm dying. I go to Planned Parenthood because I'm sad about my life, and I don't want what's inside me.
Ken, 1 second. Healthcare has nothing to do with healthcare. That was like the smartest thing that anyone's ever said in my life.
Healthcare means if you are sick and you aren't feeling good, and
God, I'm finally gonna meet you. Oh, that felt so good. God, that felt so good to finally do it. Oh, that felt so good to finally mute her. Jesus Christ, I've been waiting so long to do that. That felt so good. Oh my God. Let's go. Okay, all right. MAGA meltdown for sure. I just want to ask you a question, Ken. Go ahead and unmute that mic if you could figure out how. There we go. I have a question. In what part of a woman's body does conception occur?
Huh?
What part of a woman's body does conception occur?
What part of a woman's body?
Uh-huh.
Why does that matter?
Because you want to
We're
talk
not proving any point. This is my whole.
Okay. No.
Talking because I can never talk.
No. What part of a woman's body does conception occur?
Why does that matter?
Do you not know?
Why does it matter?
Ken, no, I don't answer my question.
That don't matter. Why does that matter?
I will tell you why it matters.
You haven't listened to my point this whole entire time.
No, Ken, you're no. Ken, you're on my live. I will remove you if you don't honestly answer my question. If you don't know what part of a woman's body conception occurs, just tell me.
I don't need to know, and I don't want to know.
Okay. And what part of a woman's body does a fetus develop?
It does not matter. Do you not understand my ruling?
Oh, you're done.
You don't understand my ruling?
So done. You are
don't get my ruling at all, do you?
Fucking done. You are so done. How long is the typical pregnancy?
It's fucking 42 weeks. Why does it matter?
Oh, Ken. So conception occurs in the fallopian tubes. A pregnancy occurs in the neonatal development.
Why does that matter?
So it's 40 weeks, but 42 is not too far off. Alyssa, thank you for the $13 on PayPal, saying Texans for Harris. W's for Alyssa in the chat. Jesse with the $3.
I choose not to know about anything that goes on because I know that if a dick goes in, I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't even say that word. I should know that if a penis goes inside me, that I have a possibility of getting pregnant. And there's a possibility that there could be numerous of things that goes on, and you could die from pregnancy. It's very common. That is why they have epidural. That is why they have medications now, because pregnancy is very, very painful. And if you do a natural birth, thank to you, because it's very hard and you could die from it. That's why I'm saying I don't even know why we're arguing about abortion, because when it comes to me and voting for Trump, I'm voting for Trump on his other policies, not about abortion. So I don't even know why we're talking about abortion.
I'm so down to talk about the other reasons why you're voting for Trump. I don't think that you're going to make it very far in this abortion conversation. I'm going to give my last thoughts on it, though. So personally, all right, thinking that you have the vindicated right to tell all 170 million American women and girls what they can and can't do with their bodies, meanwhile you don't even know that a fetus develops in a uterus, is insane to me. Then second of all, the logic that people are obligated to deal with the consequences of their actions given the foreknowledge of the potentiality of the consequences is insane to me. I know every time I hop in my car, there's a potentiality of me getting fucking T-boned. That doesn't obligate me to pay for their health care. That doesn't.
Yeah, but it's just like, okay, what about people who are, I don't even know if I can say this word.
No, don't interrupt me.
So someone self-harms, should I just say, go ahead and do it because you want to do it to your own body? No, you give them the mental health they need and you help them out. That's why I say when it comes to an abortion, instead of telling the woman, okay, get rid of it.
Oh, wait. So denying women access to abortion is helping them out?
Help her out, because if you're not helping, then you're just making the problem worse.
Hey, Ken, Ken, the whole point of allowing women to access abortion is helping them out, motherfucker. Be so fucking for real.
No, that's not
You
helping
think
them out.
that the
That's
termination of a pregnancy with 2 pills on week 10 isn't helping a woman out when this specifically negates the consequences of 9 months of the pain, trauma, and suffering associated with pregnancy, and then the pain, suffering, and trauma associated with childbirth, and then the parental obligation that will be onset for the next 18 years, and the financial obligation that could be onset for life? Oh my god, crazy. But
Yeah,
what are the other reasons? What are the other reasons you're
decide
voting
to
for
go and have sex? You have the chance of getting pregnant.
And but you could you've
So you cannot
incessantly
be mad and say, "Let me
you've
just get rid of
incessantly
it."
contradicted yourself. You told me if a smoker knows the potentiality of getting lung cancer from smoking,
If
that
they're dying, yes,
What if
they
they're-
should get medical help. If they're dying,
Okay, I have a
if they're not-
question.
If they're
What if
fine
that-
and they're normal, no.
Ken. What if that lung cancer has the same potentiality to kill them as the average pregnancy? Should they be able to still seek medical
that
treatment
doesn't
then?
make sense because that doesn't even have to do with science. Bring some science into it, and then I can argue. But that
Is absolutely science. Answer my question. If someone is smoking a cigarette knowing that it runs the risk of giving them lung cancer, and this lung cancer has the same potentiality of ending their life as a pregnancy has the potentiality of ending a woman's, should they be able to seek medical treatment, Ken?
It ends their life. You know how it would end their life, and how would they know it would end their life is when they got cancer. That's when they would know. And guess what? There's treatment for cancer.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask my question once again. If you don't
You can't just
understand my
walk in a
question.
hospital and be like, "Hey, I smoked a pack of cigarettes. I think I'm probably gonna
Ken?
die. Help me out."
Ken, I'm gonna ask you my question one last time. Is that fair?
Fair for what?
Because
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
want
It
you
is
to
fair. That's
answer.
what I'm saying. When it involves
thank you for the
death,
Tony.
and
Don't
someone's
Tony,
gonna
be quiet.
die, then yes,
I'm sorry, not Tony.
Right.
Tony, thank you for the $2 on Venmo.
When it
By the way, if
involves
anyone
death,
else,
yes.
okay,
Because I don't
Ken?
think any woman should die. I don't think that at all. I don't think anybody
Ken?
should die. That's
Ken,
why I
Ken,
say
Ken?
when it comes to abortion, I'm iffy about it because I don't think you should just completely ban it.
Hey, Ken, I'm asking you a question, and I want you to answer my question. I'm going to ask you my question one last time, and I want you to listen closely. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
If a cigarette smoker smokes a cigarette knowing that it runs the risk of giving them lung cancer, and they do get lung cancer, and this specific type of lung cancer is just as likely to kill them as a pregnancy would be to kill a woman, should the smoker be able to seek medical treatment to terminate the life of that lung cancer?
Yep.
Or should they be forced to
Yep,
deal
'cause
with the
they're gonna die.
consequences of their actions?
Yep, because they're gonna die.
Okay, well then can I say that all women should be able to seek medical treatment to terminate
No,
a
because not
pregnancy
everyone's
because they're
gonna die because you're pregnant. Not everyone's gonna has the chance of death whenever they're pregnant. Just like not everyone has the chance of cancer
Ken,
whenever you smoke cigarettes.
With all due respect, quit talking. It was implied in the hypothetical that the cancer and the pregnancy have the same risk of death.
I answered this question like 500 times. I just said
No, the reason I'm saying that you're not answering this
they should have
question-
medical help. What other way do you want me to answer?
The reason you didn't answer my question here is because you said in the one scenario of the cigarette smoker, they should be able to get treatment because of the risk of the cancer killing them, but you wouldn't say the same thing for a woman that's pregnant. But the
I just
implication
did. I
is-
said if in a pregnancy, if they tell you you have a risk of dying if you carry this baby, yes, I do believe that. That's why I say when it becomes to an abortion, I am not on either side. I am about 50-50.
Chat, should we just drop
I
them?
don't think you should just say, well, you should just have to have
Pregnancy-
this baby and you can
Okay.
die. I don't
There
believe
is
in that.
There is always an associated risk of death with pregnancy, and we're implying
Always.
that the cancer. So all victims, all pregnant women should be able to.
Yes, and that's why doctors monitor you. That's why you go to doctor's appointments. That's why you go to ultrasounds.
Dude, that one hurt my brain. I talked to her for a little bit too long, huh, chat? Hey, Cecilia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for dealing with the ignorant so patiently. That one was rough. Bethany, thank you for the $5. Jesse with the $3, and Tony with the $2. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you?
that doesn't matter.
Are you above the age of 18?
I am.
Okay, so I thought that you were like a young boy. I understand
No.
that you're not. So,
No, but-
okay, why are you voting for Trump?
It doesn't matter. You got me so upset right now because somebody with lung cancer is way different than a woman that is pregnant.
Okay, listen, I'm here to debate people about why they're voting for Trump. If you don't tell me why you're voting
I'm
for
voting
Trump,
for Trump because he's the only person that can save this world from people like you.
Okay. I actually, what do you mean by that? So, like, what policy is he intending to implement if he's elected to save the world from people like me?
It's not about policies. What policy does Camel Toe have?
Okay. First, if her name is Kamala Harris, and the fact that you're saying that
Sounds
as
like
a woman
Camel
is
Toe.
disgusting.
Camel Toe.
And
No,
then- oh,
no.
yeah,
You're
so we
disgusting.
get-
You're disgusting. You
So
are
one second.
disgusting.
1 second, ma'am. So you specifically asked me about her about her policy. So
Yeah.
she intends to implement economic policy. She wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and
She's
middle
a
class.
liar. She's been proven to be a liar. Everything that comes out of that woman's mouth is a lie.
Okay, so Donald Trump has lied more than Kamala Harris. In fact, he told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told.
Tell me
It
this:
is denial of the outcome of the 2020
during the debate, how come everybody was fact checking everything Donald Trump said, but not one person fact checked anything Camel Toe said, and everything
Okay,
that she
Stop
said?
calling Kamala Harris camel toe, or I'm
Why?
gonna
That's her
remove
name.
your grimy ass from my life.
Little boy, you have so much to learn.
Okay, I think that you have a lot to learn. I understand that you're older than me. You're probably 50 or 60, but you've turned 50 or 60. You've turned 50 or 60 times, right?
Yeah,
you may
well,
have
you're
more
like
life experience than me, but
12,
you haven't done
so-
as much with it. Okay, so I'm 12. So I'm gonna go. We're gonna go ahead and play a game. Since you're saying that I'm 12, let's see if you could outsmart a 12-year-old. Name one policy
Oh
that
my
Donald
God.
Trump passed while he was president that benefited the average American more so than it benefited rich people.
I don't. It doesn't have anything to do with policies. You're so hung up on policies.
Okay, what should we be hung up on if not policy?
Who's gonna help this country?
Okay, I mean, how does a president help our country, ma'am? Through what? Through policy. Come on.
It doesn't matter.
Brenda, thank you for the $15 for being 12 years old. Thank you for the love, Brenda. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brenda. Thank you so much for the $15. And they ran away. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Brenda. Thank you so much for the $15. You are super duper awesome. And Bridget, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for schooling these MAGA supporters. Thank you for the love, Bridget. Let's get some W's in the chat for Bridget. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. W's for Bridget down below. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Running faster than Usain Bolt. So real. I'm actually really sad that she left. I really wanted to talk to her. We got our next guest loading in right now. Spam MAGA in that chat. And then once again, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms and they go straight to me. Phenomenal. We got our next guest loading in right now. We got Poke Plumber loading in. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want me to invite you up. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the corgi. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, I guess because I live in the South.
Okay, so your geographical location doesn't like force you to vote for a particular candidate.
No.
So
I mean,
why does the fact that you live in the
go ahead.
South give you a reason to vote for Trump?
I guess because my morals are different than people that live in the North and everything else. I mean, I'm not saying that Democrats are wrong.
What morals do you hold to that gives you reason to vote for Trump over Harris? And also, Julia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying hashtag not all women. Thank you so much for the love, Julia. Massive W's for Julia in the chat. So what morals do you hold to that give you reason to vote for Trump over Harris?
Well, I mean, he's straight up. He's real. You know, I lived a long life, and
Are you driving?
Donald Trump, me?
Are you
No.
driving? Okay. So you're saying
No,
that he's
I'm
straight up and
sitting
real.
still.
Hey, let's be honest, man. Do you think that women can't lead?
Women, I'm not saying women can't lead at all. Women are very good at leadership. That's why there's women in sports.
Do you think that men are better
They're
at leading than
leaders in
women?
sports. No, because I'm not sexist. I'm not saying that a man can be better than a woman at leading, but in this
Okay,
particular case, a man
are you like
is better fit.
racist then?
No, that has nothing to do with racism.
I mean, you just said that
There's
your
no
morals
color
from
in
living
the
in the
fact.
South. You said that your morals from living in the South give you reason to vote for the rich white man over the black woman. I'm just confused on like what morals like, would exist in you to give you reason to vote for the rapist, womanizer, child sexualizer, 34 count felon, fraudster, election denier, religious persecutor over Kamala Harris. And you've yet to tell me. You said he keeps it real. No, he lied over 30,000 times during his presidency, more so than any president we've ever had. And he's told the biggest lie out of any sitting president ever with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. Donald Trump isn't real. He's a liar. Donald Trump isn't real. He only wants to benefit himself. Donald Trump isn't real. He doesn't care about you. And he's willing to contort and manipulate any scenario if it makes him better off, even if it makes others worse off. Thank you.
Hey, fair enough. And
Michelle, thank you for the trash bed. Thank you for the love.
I'm not going to argue with anything like that because pretty much anybody that's in office is going to lie. It's period. It's straight facts.
So
it don't
why
matter
are you
if
voting
it's
for Trump?
Republican because I can see the truth of my paycheck that I get from 4 years ago was a fucking good paycheck. Sorry for my language.
So like they've increased your taxes?
Hell yeah, ever since Democrats got in there, dude, I've got screwed.
We're still under Trump's tax code.
Well,
Trump screwed the middle class. We're still under Trump's tax code.
Well, I don't believe it, because then why do we have a change?
Because some parts of his tax code have sunsetted due to regulations of his tax code. It sunsets in 2025. Yo, thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for the donor in the chat. Thank you so much for the champion. We're under Trump's tax plan until 2025, big guy. You left. Phenomenal. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here. Everyone be patient while we get our next guest, King Cole, up in the box, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Not believing in facts is crazy. I know, the Republican agenda. Hey, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump? King Cole, hello? All right, King Cole isn't here. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Everyone do be patient while we get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Do give us 1 minute here, y'all. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. We are adding and inviting them up right now, ladies and gentlemen. All right, everyone. What's up, Michael? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala. I'm sorry. I had requested a few minutes ago.
No, no worries. What's up, Lily? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20. I'm
20. Are you voting?
Trump. Yep.
Okay.
I just wanted to say.
So why are you voting for Trump?
I just think he'll better off our economy. But before you ask,
name one policy that he passed during his first term that you liked.
See, I'm not.
Fake Trump supporter, not actually a Trump supporter. I could sense the troll. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, I could sense the troll. I've been doing this for so long. I can sense the troll. Hi, Jay. Are you voting for Trump? Jay's not here. What's up, Dawson? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
Pretty much just because the people around me, like, it's more of a hostile kind of hate from the Democratic Party around me and less hostile to me from the Republican.
Yeah, when did the Democrat platform accuse Haitians of eating
Is there a
cats?
Democrat platform?
When did the Democrat platform...
Is there a Democrat platform?
Yeah, you're looking at it. Okay. When did the Democrat
you calling
platform...
a woman a platform?
It's her.
You're
platform,
calling a
sir.
woman a platform.
I'm calling the woman the leader of her platform.
What is the platform?
The platform is Kamala Harris's campaign, currently for the White House. What? I'm so confused on what you're asking.
The name of the platform.
It's like the Democrat platform, and the current Democrat platform is Harrison Waltz.
Okay.
What the fuck? Okay, I think Dawson's running away. Okay, he's running away. Yeah, drop him, he's leaving. Damn, dude, that's how it works. Yeah, maybe he meant an app. Yo, Leah, I appreciate you so much for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Leah in the chat for the $5. I really appreciate you for that love. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Do spam in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Let me know right now. Spam MAGA down below. Everyone, do give us a minute. We got our next guest loading in right now. What's up, Charles? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Charles left. Moving on to our next guest. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, why so? Why the hell would you ever do such a thing?
The economy was better when Trump was in office compared to the Kamala and Biden administration.
Yeah, but like Trump didn't make it better. He just kind of rode on Obama's coattails, and Biden and Harris didn't make it worse. COVID happened. If you could demonstrate to me how Trump made it better, how Biden and Harris made it worse, I'd like give you a little bit more credence to your position.
The Paycheck Protection Program.
That's not a real thing. The Paycheck Protection Program is not a real thing. You just said 3 random words and you strung them together. I've been doing these debates. Okay, I'm pretty sure he's running away. Okay, he's back.
Fact check it. That's all you got to do.
What's that?
Fact check it. It's a loan that gave small businesses and employees paychecks and rent, all that, whatever they needed.
Oh, PPP loans?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So what policy did Trump influence get passed that offered PPP loans?
What is the Kamala and Biden, what would they do under a COVID pandemic?
Motherfucker. I'm not doing the pivots today. Have a good one, man. What the fuck? I'm not doing that. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I refuse. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why?
I feel as if Trump has helped America much more than Biden. And I noticed earlier you said that Trump is only trying to protect the rich. Even though he lifted nearly 7 million people off of food stamps.
How did he lift 7 million people off of food stamps? By just taking away their food stamps.
No.
Yes. He changed the income eligibility for federal food stamps programs and literally lifted them off the food stamps by kicking them off.
Okay.
I know, it looks pretty on the screen. Donald J. Trump, the Lord, the Savior, the Chosen One, lifted so many people off of food stamps.
Okay.
Yeah, by kicking them off.
I am voting for Trump for his policies and because I am a Republican.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, like, what of Trump's policies do you like?
Lower taxes.
Okay.
Conservationism. I don't know how to say that.
Conservationism, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. We can talk about lower
capitalism, free trade, deregulations of corporations, and restrictions on labor unions. I also want to run a business, and being a Republican, we are getting money.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Would you support spending $1.6 trillion on like healthcare for all homeless people?
No.
But you told me you like Trump's tax plan, and that spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. So you're willing to help the billionaires, but you're not willing to help those living below the poverty line.
I think that I'm not saying all homeless people are in that situation because of the way they have chosen to live their life, but there is a grand amount of people that are homeless because of the way they live and the way they spend their money.
And there's a grand amount of ultra wealthy million and billionaires that are only in that position because they've exploited the labor of American citizens.
Okay, and there are also a grand amount of billionaires that give money to the homeless, give money to charity. It's not. Listen,
the point I was just asking is, like, you told me that you like Trump's tax cuts. When that spent $1.6 trillion right, on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy with no clue how to pay for it. And I just think it's funny, right? Because obviously you didn't know that, but like not wanting to like spend or invest $1.6 trillion into benefiting those who are worst off, but then turning around and saying that you're okay with spending and investing $1.6 trillion to make life easy on the people in like the top 1% so they could buy an extra yacht is just a little bit crazy in my mind. But yeah, so on Trump's tax code, 83% of those tax cuts went to the top 1%. It cost $1.9 trillion and it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.04%. That's about $10 billion per year. I think that Kamala Harris's proposed tax policy is much better than Trump's. It's estimated to cost $2.4 trillion, and they're tax cuts that go directly into the pockets of the low and the middle class, 100 million American workers. And she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. It will be self-sustainable and not cost a dime to the deficit over 10 years. Trump's tax policy disproportionately benefits the ultra-wealthy. It's estimated to cost another $4 trillion for another 10 years, and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. It's just going to increase the deficit. Why would you disagree with me here?
I am not going to disagree with you. I just tried to make a point.
Okay. Do you mind if I make one last point here?
Yeah, go right on ahead.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently raping a woman?
Well, that was Trump.
So would you answer my question, please?
No.
Great, you're not voting for
I
Trump.
would
Thanks
do
for
a
coming up,
background
Sammy.
check on Kamala as well. It was
Background check on Kamala, not Kamala. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. Spam in the chat if you want to come up and debate. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they're in the bio. Support on Venmo and PayPal is what allows me to continue to run these debates every single day and not have to focus on getting another job to help sustain my bills. I really appreciate everyone who's been showing support today. It means the world to me. Let's get at least 5 minutes of W's in the chat for everyone that has supported so far this stream. I love and appreciate each and every single one of you. What's up, Human? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am indeed.
Okay. Why so?
I believe that his tax cuts are actually good, and that I just don't believe Kamala after she lied 32 times during the debate.
Okay. So she didn't tell 32 lies. I know what you're referencing because I'm chronically online too. That's going to be an article by Hannity with Fox News, right?
No, that was me doing my own personal count.
Okay, go ahead and name all 32 lies she told during the debate.
All right, I wrote a few of them down right here. The top ones right here. His unemployment rate was much lower than 14.8% at the end of his term. The tax cuts, well...
April of 2020, at the end of Trump's term, we had a 14.8% rate of unemployment. Your first point's been debunked. You could reference the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Actually, October was the end right there. That marked the end of his decrease, which was at 6.4%.
So when we say at the end of his term, we could be referencing April of 2020 as well. You're just placing some arbitrary limiter saying that the end of his term must imply that it was in the last month of his presidency, right? But you don't know the message that is being communicated. At the end of his term could simply mean the last year, or the last 6 months. And in April of 2020, he had an unemployment rate of 14.8%. So no, that isn't a lie that Kamala Harris told during the debate. That is just you misinterpreting what she said and placing an arbitrary standard, therefore implying that it was a lie.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How long do what presidents do last for after they get out of office?
That's once again an arbitrary question. I mean, you could implement policy that will literally last forever. You could amend the Constitution. You could implement tax policy that will expire in 5 years. It depends on what the type of policy is. But before we pivot off the whole lie point, you're saying that you can't trust a politician if they lie. Name a bigger lie that Kamala Harris has told than Donald Trump when he denied the outcome of the 2020 election.
He denied it fair and square. Everyone has a right to their own beliefs. It's not that he denied it saying it never happened. He denied it saying your facts are wrong.
I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. Okay, well, so if Donald Trump denying the outcome of the 2020 election until this very day, even though 63 courts have proved him wrong, 63 handpicked courts by Trump, by the way, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. Well, I mean, why can't Kamala Harris's claim about the high rate of unemployment just be an alternative fact? So if Donald Trump can just deny the outcomes of the safest recorded election in history and just engage into pure and blatant conspiracy, and that's not a lie, how could you possibly accuse Kamala Harris of lying about a damn thing?
Because she did. She actually lied, especially when she started talking.
No, those are just her alternative facts. It's not a lie. It's an alternative fact, just like Trump's alternative facts.
Okay. Well, when talking about alternative facts, if you get so specific that you're saying every military person in an active combat zone doesn't exist, uh, that's just a blatant lie because there's videos of people in active combat zones. Like, who the hell are we in? Like, you
Oh
have to
yeah,
know.
yeah. Where are they deployed?
There's some in Syria, some in Afghan still, and then we got to talk about the people who are still being shot and murdered on the borders that are military.
The proxy war with Russia and Syria was ended. We pulled out of Afghanistan. We have no active military boots on the grounds fighting a war for America. Okay, we always have active duty service military members deployed all around the world. Okay, we have embassies, we have bases, in like NATO countries. It's a fact that happens, right? But we have no active military boots on the ground fighting in wars. But once again, Trump told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, with the biggest lie ever told by a sitting U.S. president with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election that's been incessantly fact-checked and debunked. That is literally delusion, right? He also said that he got in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown. No, he didn't. He also said that he didn't rape E. Jean Carroll. No, he didn't. He said that Biden was using and controlling the DOJ to unfairly persecute him for his 34 felonies. No, he didn't. He consistently lies and lies and lies. In fact, we even have an advisor of Trump's admin the first 4 years he served saying that Trump doesn't know the difference between something that is true and something that is false. He just speaks his mind saying whatever he wants to say. And if it happens to align with reality, well, it does. And if it doesn't, then he just ignores it. Like he doesn't really care. Yeah, we've never had a bigger liar than Donald J. Trump. That is a fact, point blank, period.
Okay. Do you have the results for the 63 different court cases that you're talking about? Because they never actually went through.
Yep. Well, they did. They got thrown out because of no evidence. So Donald Trump handpicked 63 courts, and then every single one of those 63 courts told him that he didn't have sufficient evidence for his claims and that they were not going to waste their time, money, duty, and service, and threw him out. That's what happens when you bring false claims to a courtroom.
Well, what happens is you actually get in trouble with the law. It's something that happens. It's called false.
Oh, kind of like Donald Trump has had 3 indictments against him for attempting to rig the outcome of the 2020 election by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes from states that he lost into Congress to be counted as real. How do you feel about Trump trying to install himself for a second presidential term with his attempted coup in 2020?
I'm going to be completely honest. I did not know that fact that you just told me. So before I call it a fact, I would like to look into that a little bit more. But I will accept your opinion here and do some more research on that. Go over it one more time so I can write it down.
Yeah, just look up Trump's fake electorate plot. Trump's admitted to it. He's argued to the Supreme Court and he's argued in the January 6 indictments that, yeah, he did send the fake slates of electorates. Yeah, he did try to overthrow the results of the election, but he should be immune from criminal proceedings as it should be considered an official act of his presidency. It's not an opinion, it's a fact, and that's awesome. One last question I have for you here. You said that you liked his tax policy. Another 10 years of the TCJA is estimated to cost about $4 trillion. Where in the hell is that money going to come from?
I am not in office. I have no idea the resources that he has or the resources that he's to have in this presidency. But in the last tax cuts, people with an AGI of 15 to 50K had an average of 16 to 26% tax cuts, while the 1 million over people had less than 6%. The reason the numbers are so... No, it's true. It's actual data that you can look up.
Just like you can reference the fact that 83% of the tax cuts in the bill went to the top 1%, people making over $400,000 per year. And on average, the bill resulted in the average American getting about $300 back with their tax return. Meanwhile, the average 1% are getting about $60,000 back. The average 1% has a tax burden of about 45%. They pay about 45% of like the government revenue as a whole. But yeah, the reason I say that I don't like his tax cuts is because they disproportionately benefit the top 1%. They cost a lot of money and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. Meanwhile, Harris's tax cuts are built for the average working class American. She knows exactly how much they're going to cost and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it.
Okay, talking about tax cuts, I have a question, genuine. Say 100 people make $100 each and their tax cut is 10%. Say one person that makes $1 billion gets a tax cut of 5%. Who's still paying more and who's still walking away with more money?
Bro, what? Why? Okay. Dude, either tell me how Donald Trump intends to pay for another 10 years of his TCJA or I'm just going to move on.
Okay, he intends to pay for it by using what we have here on land, which is an abundance of sources, by the way. And he's intending to use those to cut down on heavy equipment, which is what's costing this country. And when I say heavy equipment, I'm not just talking about physical things. I'm talking about the physical drain on the economy through the use of, well, labor. And then you go through it, and when he cuts down the cost of this, which would, let's say
Cuts costs? No, he said that he was going to get rid of our debt and decrease the deficit in 2015. He increased it by $8.6 trillion, twice as much than what the Biden and Harris administration did. And then you're also going to say that he wants to take advantage of the natural resources here at home in America. Biden and Harris did more drilling here at home in America than Trump did.
Yeah, because everything went to shit and they needed to.
But Trump is going to take even more advantage of it?
Absolutely. He's like, his thing is that the first day he's in, he's going to be a dictator, and after that, he's done. When he says
he's going to pay for $4 trillion over 10 years by drilling for more oil in America, when oil drilling in America only produces about $50 billion in government revenue per year.
And we have a lot more than that. His thing is drill.
They'd have to increase drilling. They'd have to increase drilling tenfold.
Yes, and it's something that's possible with all the land we have.
It is not possible. No, unless you're okay with them literally drilling in your backyard, that is not going to happen.
That's not how drilling works.
Give me one source that would indicate that it is possible for us to increase our drilling by 10 to 20 times in the next 10 years.
In the next 10 years, I have no idea. Plus, it doesn't matter. After 4 years, everything he does is going to be undone again.
Okay, so he's not going to pay for his tax cuts. So he has no clue how he's going to pay for the $4 trillion in debt-related spending. Perfect. Moving on from that point, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
That case is surprising timing, not going to lie. But also...
Oh, so you're blaming the victim. We've got a real stand-up guy. Yeah, you're white and women are going to come out about rape.
Okay. Victims can lie about anything at any time, and they can also be paid for it. I'm not saying that they were. I'm not saying that they weren't. I'm saying that...
No, you literally fucking are. You literally are. Dude, like imagine your daughter came up to you. Wait, one second. I need to ask you a question before I say this. Do you know one piece of evidence that the victim used to prove to the jury that Donald Trump raped her, and do you know her name?
I'm not aware of her name, and I believe the piece of clothing was a dress with a DNA sample of him on it.
Wrong. The dress was never submitted as evidence to the court because Trump failed to provide his DNA. So you don't know her name and you don't know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court, yet you know that she was paid off for a liar. Imagine if your daughter came up to you tomorrow and said that a boy in her class had raped her and tried to provide you evidence. You didn't hear her out, you didn't look at her evidence, and then you turned around and said that she was a liar.
I would absolutely look at her evidence, but that's on a scale that I can perceive and that I can...
So then why didn't you look at E. Jean Carroll's before you came to the conclusion that she was paid off? Is that because you want to continue to contort reality to live under the MAGA virus, to cast your vote for Trump in November and not feel like a piece of shit for doing so?
What I said was, I'm not sure if she did, and I'm not sure if she didn't. You can go back if you want to. I said that.
If Trump was held liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
No, it's pedophilia.
Oh, so it's okay when it's an adult woman, but it's not okay when it's a little girl. Why?
What? You're saying if he was...
Yeah, so you said that you'd still vote for him if he was held liable for the rape of an adult, but not if he was held liable for the rape of a little girl. So you're saying that raping an adult isn't sufficiently bad to not be voted for?
Of course, it's morally bad, obviously, and it was something.
But it's not bad enough.
What's bad about it is obvious, and as a culture, we don't accept it. And I believe that it was wrong. Yes, and I'm not sure if he did it. I'm not sure if he didn't.
Well, I'm asking you what the relevant distinction here is, because you said you would vote for him if he was held liable for raping an adult woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if he was held liable for raping a little girl. What is the relevant distinction between being held liable for one thing in comparison to the other, insofar as you voting for him in one scenario, but not the other?
Well, the scenario here is I'm not sure if he did rape this person, and if he did, then obviously I would have to know 100%.
Well, I'd like to let you know that, specifically speaking, you are not questioning the evidentiary standard when you say that you'd vote for him, even though he was held liable for raping an adult woman, because you didn't question the evidentiary standard when you said you wouldn't vote for him if he was held liable for raping a little girl, okay? If it was about the evidentiary standard that the court used to conclude that Trump was guilty, you'd question that in both scenarios. But you didn't question it about the little girl. What that tells me is that you don't really care or question the evidentiary standard, but you more so question the severity of the action in and of itself.
If I could know if he did it 100%, I would obviously not vote for him. But I also wouldn't.
But you wouldn't vote for him if he was held liable for raping a little girl, even though that was proved to the same percentage chance that it was that he raped E. Jean Carroll. And thank you for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat. Thank you for the champion.
I'm saying the exact same thing about both cases. I wouldn't do it if I knew 100% that he did it.
Okay, so if you hold the exact same standard in both scenarios, then you would vote for him if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
I just said that I wouldn't vote for him if I knew 100% that he
Would
did
you vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl?
No, I just said that 3 times.
Okay, so then you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping an adult woman?
If I knew 100%, no.
Okay, but now you're implying that, so why do you need to know 100% about the adult woman but not about the little girl?
What? Obviously, I need to know 100% for both.
Okay, so you're only willing to not vote for them if you know 100%. So even criminal courts don't prove to a standard of 100%. They prove to a standard of beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that is below 100%. So if Donald Trump was convicted today in a criminal court for raping a little girl, for literal child rape, you'd still vote for him because you don't know for 100%?
I would need the physical case in my hand, and I would have to be on that.
No. If Trump was criminally convicted today of child rape, would you still vote for him in November? Because you don't know it for 100%.
First of all, I wouldn't be able to because he'd be in jail.
Dude, we're making the implication that he was convicted. He's not in jail yet. Sentencing doesn't occur until after he's elected. Would you still vote for him?
Well, no. He's going to be a president that goes to jail. Why would I do that?
He could pardon himself. He's not going to go to jail. And I like how your issue there is that he's going to go to jail and not that he raped a little girl. You sick fuck.
What?
You heard me right. I spoke loud and clear.
You were so sick in the head.
I'm sick. You just told me the reason you want to vote for him in that scenario is because he was going to go to jail, not because he was a child rapist.
Well, obviously, if he's going to jail, I would know that he is. That it goes hand in hand. What are you talking about?
No, actually, you wouldn't, because criminal courts, the courts that send people to jail, don't prove to a standard of 100% certainty.
So you're saying that me and the need to have actual physical evidence in my hand that's undeniable.
I'm going to go ahead and clarify once again. No court proves to 100%. Criminal courts prove beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Okay, but I can still see all the evidence from the court, and I can be like, is this legit? I can see that.
So you don't uphold a standard of 100%. So what standard of evidence do you hold? Because I would say the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the civil court case to prove that Donald Trump had raped her, proved that Donald Trump was a rapist beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. The same standard of evidence that they uphold in criminal courts. And if you disagree with me here, please name the reasonable doubt to the evidence that she provided.
I'll tell you what. We can come back to this point next time when I have more knowledge about this.
Oh, so you actually don't know any piece of evidence that she submitted to the court.
I promise you right now,
and you're just willfully ignorant in the fact that you're going to continue to vote for Donald Trump without looking into the findings of the court case whatsoever, further disincentivizing men from raping women by uplifting and upholstering a rapist into the most powerful position known to mankind, negating the social consequences for their poor action, which only further incentivizes men to commit harm against women. And you're also further incentivizing victims of rape, the women that do get raped, into not speaking out about it, because this one woman that has spoken out about it and proved it in court is now being denied and blamed by millions of men around the country. See what I mean? So when you are willfully ignorant within this respect, you continue to advocate for Trump to be our next president. You continue to come up on lives of people like mine, people like Parker's, people like Harry's, and you say that, yeah, this is your guy, you're going to vote for him, while being willfully ignorant to the fact that he's a rapist and not even really wanting to do any more explanatory research into it. It serves as a social detriment.
What I am saying is I am not going to be willfully ignorant. I will come back to another live of yours and join again after looking into this, but I want to get to these other major points.
Then will you just say here that you are not voting for Donald J. Trump until you look into the civil court case that held him liable for rape?
I will not vote for anyone if I do not look into this case. I can promise you that.
Great. Thank you for letting me know. Well, he's not voting for Trump. We're going to move on to our next guest. I appreciate you for that, Mustache Lewis. We're going to move on to our next guest. Awesome. Everyone just give us 1 minute here. What's going on? Lizzie, are you voting for Trump?
Hey, yes, I am.
Oh, geez, Lizzie, why so?
Let me tell you why before you start going off, right? I loved how you loved to manipulate his mind. That was great, first of all.
No wonder you're voting for Trump if you love manipulation.
That was great because I can tell you are a master manipulator. And I
No
give
wonder
you
you
credit
loved
for
it.
that.
No wonder you loved it. You think I'm a master manipulator. You're telling me that you loved it. Makes sense why
And
you're voting
if
for
you're
Trump.
saying that means you're saying you're like Trump.
No, I'm not.
Because
I didn't
people,
manipulate.
no,
I
wait,
showed him the truth.
wait.
God, yeah, facts and logic, so manipulative, folks.
Yes.
Spare me.
Yes. No, listen, I'm a woman, right? So I'm not going to allow you to talk to me like you talk to him. I would like for you to talk to me like you would talk to your mother. Now, please ask me a question.
Why are you voting for Trump?
Oh, well, let me tell you. First of all,
first I want to ask you a quick question.
Yes.
Would you want me to talk to you the way Trump talks to women?
it depends on what the case is, and I'll tell you why. Let me speak up for myself, okay? I am saying one of the things about me is I don't vote for someone because of this, and what people have told me and what people have said. And, you can totally trash Trump all you want, and this is your channel and you're allowed to, right? My mom and dad, my dad was a diehard Democrat. I voted Democrat my entire life, and I'm 55 years old. Okay, I have voted Democrat my entire life.
What a shame.
Now-
What a shame you switched it up now.
No, I
hey, real
switched
quick-
up when Trump became president the first time, but I'll tell
Douglas, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, for the support and for the love.
But I wanna
Thank you
tell
so much,
you-
Douglas, for the $15. W's for Douglas in the chat. Thank
I
you so much
have
for the
been
$15.
great. Okay, I have been great.
So then why
My
would you vote for
childhood
greatness?
was
As a victim-
horrible.
As a victim yourself, which I'm so sorry
Yes.
to hear, by the way, as a victim
let me-
yourself, why would you want to vote for it?
I'm getting ready to tell you that he was not found guilty or liable for the grape. It was the defamation.
It was both. So he was held liable for sexual abuse. Forced to pay
No,
out $4
he
million.
was not.
You could read
You
the
show
jury
that
verdict
to
form.
me. You show that to me.
If I show you the jury verdict form where it shows that he was held liable for sexual abuse specifically, would you concede?
I would have to I'll give you my email and you send it to me.
I think that we could try to figure it out on the live right now today. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen while I specifically get this document pulled up. And then, yeah, everyone just kind of give me a minute here, y'all. Everyone do just kind of give me a minute here.
Hey, I am calm. I don't know who's saying I'm not calm. I'm calm. I'm just a woman that's passionate.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just crop down the jury verdict form, as well as I'm going to give you a source to find it on your own. And the reason I'm cropping it down is because it contains language that I think may get me bananas.
Does this come from the court?
Yes, this is going to be coming directly from the court document in of itself. In fact, I'll just show the whole thing. Why not? I'll risk it. All right, we're going to go and just capture that. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute if you want to support me. My Venmo as well as my PayPal.
I'm not drunk. I love people.
Okay, here we go. All right, just give me like literally 10 seconds. Sweet, I'm back and we got it from the laptop. Here you go. All right, so here's the jury verdict form. Here is the E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump, the plaintiff and the defendant, and the verdict form from the jury. Number 2, did Donald Trump sexually abuse E. Jean Carroll? The anonymous jury selected yes. There you go. Okay, gags, quiet, silence.
Oh no, I see what you see, but that's not what I saw in the court papers. So
Ma'am, that was a court document. You could you can find it yourself. Just go online, look up, read the full jury verdict form from the Eugene Carroll defamation trial. And this is under Politico, right? So they held him liable for $4 million specifically for the sexual abuse of Eugene Carroll, and then $83 million for defamation. Thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Massive W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the champion.
I do appreciate you being, I'm not nuts. Anyway, I do appreciate you being nice, at least, not trying to manipulate me in any way, because it's not working, you know.
Trump's manipulated you enough.
But I don't think so, because when I voted Democrat, and I voted Democrat up until Trump. And like I said, I'm 55 years old. And I would like to talk about another policy. And if you're only talking about the grape, okay.
Yeah, we could talk about another policy. That's fine. I'm here to talk about everything, right? And especially other policy, because I understand that, unfortunately, Trump supporters are still going to vote for Trump, even though he's literally a rapist.
No, I'm going to look more into it. I will look more into it, because what I found is not what you showed me.
Well, I showed you the jury verdict form.
You showed me that, but that's not what I had found before, sir.
Okay, I'm just confused. Like, I literally gave you the only evidence you need to believe that he was held liable for sexual abuse. I gave you the only piece of evidence you need. What do you mean by doing for the research? I did the research for you, literally.
Okay.
Lindsay, thank you for the $25. The $20 on Venmo for MAGA hating. I really appreciate you for the love, Lindsay. Let's get at least 200 W's in the chat for Lindsay. Thank you for the $20. Massive W's in the chat for Lindsay. Thank you for the $20. Like Lizzie, for instance, what's going to be more credible than the jury verdict form, specifically from United States District Court, Southern District of New York? Like, with the jury verdict form from the court case? Like, what's going to be more credible than that? And Lauren, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you.
I'm giving you a whole lot of stuff because they think I'm crazy. So everyone's giving you a whole lot of stuff because I'm crazy. You should thank me for that, sir.
No. I mean, people definitely there is like an increase in the amount of donations that I get when people are crazy, but I don't think that you necessarily met that quota quite yet. Shops, I appreciate you for the $1. I'm not gonna
I appreciate you saying that. I mean, because I don't think I'm crazy.
I'm not gonna thank you for perpetuating grape culture. I'm not gonna thank you for.
Oh, I'm not saying that at all, because I live the life. I know what it's like to wake up every day having nightmares. Come on, don't play with me. It's not gonna work.
God, dude, is a victim, knowing what that is like, knowing what those experiences do to you, knowing how harmful that is. It just doesn't make sense to me how you could turn.
It is, as a child, yes, it's horrible.
William, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for dealing with the crazies. I really appreciate you for the love, William. Thank you so much.
See, I told you. You're getting a lot.
Yo, Natasha, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for telling the truth and stating facts to these MAGA crazies. Natasha, thank you so much for the $25. Let's get some W's in the chat right now for Natasha. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Massive W's in the chat for Natasha right now. But anyway, so what are your other reasons why you're voting for Trump? We could go over a handful of things here, but thank you so much.
Okay,
Natasha.
I want to talk about, first of all, they say that the economy is better. Well, let me tell you. Okay, I'm disabled because I have lupus. I'm very sick. Okay, I could show you proof if you would like, because a lot of people are going to be like, she's lying. Okay, but I'm very sick. My organs are shutting down slowly. Okay.
My mother's on disability because of lupus as well.
It's a horrible disease. It really is.
With it. It is.
Now, my question is, I am so much more worse off than I was with Trump in office. Now, can you explain to me why?
Yeah, because of COVID. COVID caused global inflation that also impacted the U.S.
Why is there so much inflation, though? Why?
Because of COVID. So essentially, in a nutshell, what happens when we have something
COVID's been gone for a long time.
And so has the rate of inflation. We're currently at 2.5%, which is lower than the rate of inflation pre-pandemic Trump era economy. But of course, we still have an increase in the price of goods over the course of the last 4 years. But if I could explain this to you in a nutshell, So a health pandemic, a health crisis like COVID, will decrease consumer spending and decrease consumer confidence. It will also put people out of jobs, leaving people less money in their bank accounts. And those pressures can cause a recession. Okay, Miss, I really appreciate you for the anarchs. In fact, we were really close to a recession. We were one fiscal quarter short. Okay, right? So what our government did, as well as the governments of other countries in the world, is they step in and they stimulate the economy with trillions and trillions of dollars for the pure purpose of putting money in more people's hands. So
it didn't come in my hands.
Right. But now, in a nutshell, that government spending and that consumer spending causes inflation. Okay. So basically, the way that we negated a recession was by causing inflation. And this happened in every single country around the world. It's a bipartisan effort. It's the best thing that you could do. And we should evaluate Biden and Harris's response to that inflation, response to the economic tragedies onset by that stimulus because of the health pandemic. And they responded very well. We had a better response out of any other leadership in the entirety of the G7.
Okay. All right. Another question I have. I'm glad that you explained that to me. It makes no sense, but okay. Because from what I've read, the spending is going to other places that has nothing to do with COVID, right? The spending is, our money is going to other places, and that is not helping Americans. We're Americans here.
Yeah, let's talk about that. We can have a really good conversation.
Us sick Americans need help more than another country. And I'm not a victim here. I'm not trying to say, hey, everyone help me. Hey, this, right? I'm not trying to say that. What I'm trying to say is we have homeless veterans. We have sick people like me that barely make it. Barely.
Yeah,
right?
And this all gives you so much really good fucking reason to vote for Harris. But before I tell you that, Renee, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. You're being so gentle with her. She doesn't deserve it. I appreciate you for the $20, Renee. W's for Renee in the chat. Autumn, thank you so much for the $10 saying schooling the MAGA morons every day. I appreciate you for the $10, Autumn. Melissa with the $5 and Autumn with the $5 again. W's for Melissa, Autumn, and Renee. I appreciate y'all so much. Anyways, yeah. So let's go ahead and talk about helping those that are worst off. So about the veterans, Donald Trump did nothing for the veterans. Biden and Harris invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, right? About those living on Social Security, thank the ACA, thank Obamacare.
Have you voted yet?
Oh, motherfucker, we're not going to do that conversation. I've been so gentle with you. Now you're going to say...
No, I just wanted to ask. That was just a question.
No,
I'm not trying to be rude.
I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogie. I was a teenager, like. But
no, I'm not trying. I was not trying to be rude.
No, I was a teenager 3 weeks ago. Ooh.
I asked if you voted. That's all I said.
No, I have not voted.
Okay. I was just wondering. It was no gotcha moment.
All right, we're just going to move on to the next guest. I tried. Let's go and get our next guest clone up in the box, y'all. Guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. What's going on, Clone? Are you voting for Trump? Clone is not here, so we're going to move on to our next guest for the 6.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Everyone just give us a minute. Everyone be patient. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up, y'all. Someone in the chat said that she was voting against her best interests. Yeah, so real. Everyone just give us a minute. Someone's in the chat said that got me in my feelings. No, it was just annoying because I was trying to explain to her like why Kamala Harris is better for her. Then she's like, oh, you're a baby. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Why so?
Well, actually, first of all, I'm a legal immigrant. I came to America in 2007. I live in California. California is full of illegal immigrants. However, I'm a legal immigrant, and I'm an immigrant to this country. But if we had 20 million illegal immigrants in America during a Biden administration, so what do you think? We're going to have 40, 60 million illegal immigrants? California is full
I have an
of
idea.
illegals.
How about you vote for the candidate who wants to implement effective border policy to decrease the amount of undocumented migration through illegal ports of entry into our country by investing more money into courts along the border to expedite the asylum seeking process and place more money in the hands of border control to better track drugs and guns coming across our southern border, and instead of voting for the candidate who shot down a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, so the crisis would continue, so he could continue to demonize everybody that is coming across our southern border, leading to rampant levels of xenophobia and racism against individuals from Latin American descent, even turning around and lying, saying that Haitians were eating dogs, leading to widespread harm, prejudice, hate, and bigotry against Haitian individuals. Donald Trump is not good for undocumented migrants and legal migrants, because guess what? He has used rhetoric and portrayed ideologies that everyone who comes across our southern border is either a Venezuelan gang member or MS-13 pedophile, okay? Right? And that promotes these harmful, bigoted social ideologies that would probably even impact you, sir. Right? And that's why we need to put someone in office that's actually going to do a damn thing about a damn thing, going to fix the border crisis, going to make our ports of entry safer, quicker, and faster.
But they had
instead of the person who just wants to
make that happen,
capitalize
right?
on people's bigotry and hatred.
But they had 3.5 years to do that, right? The borders are open. If you go to San Diego, it's just completely open. Anyone can come and go. Easy.
Okay, well, if you think the borders are open today, do you think that the borders were open at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings we had now as we had then?
At least he's trying to control the borders and close the borders.
No, Donald Trump wants open borders. He shut down bipartisan border legislation in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, so the crisis would continue. Donald Trump wants open borders because he could capitalize off of them.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, you're heading out. All right, well, I appreciate you for coming up, man. We're going to move on to our next guest here. We got Hayden Clark loading into the live, y'all. If you're voting for Trump, let me know in the comment section. Also, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes, y'all. What's up, Hayden? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, I'm actually not.
I live in Sweden, but I want to ask you if it...
I appreciate you for coming out, man, but we are just looking for people who are specifically voting for Trump. Everyone do be patient. Everyone do give us a minute. We got our next guest loading up right now. Make sure if you are in the queue that you're specifically voting for Donald J. Trump. That is a fact. That is true. That is, yeah. What is up, Rodeo? Are you voting for Trump? Rodeo? Hi. Okay, Rodeo's not here. Someone in the chat says, what's my Venmo? My Venmo's in my bio. What's going on, The Psychic? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so? Why the hell are you voting for the racist, misogynist, rapist, fraudster?
Well, I kind of, in politics, I'm 59, and in politics, that occurs on both sides of that aisle.
No, it doesn't. Name one Democrat that's been held civilly liable for raping a woman.
Clinton.
Clinton was not held civilly liable for raping a woman.
Oh, because he's been in more than enough trouble with Zelensky.
Okay, sorry, man. You had some crazy background noise there. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone give us a minute here. We got Connor loading up in the box. We got user. We're just going to start accepting people, bro. All these conversations have kind of been lame. I want a good conversation here. What's up, Connor? Are you voting for Trump?
I am. This is going to be my first election.
Okay, what about your user?
Hello?
Hey, Miss Anna, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, we could just do a 1v2. Honestly, fuck it. Why don't we just do a 1v3?
Okay.
Fuck it. Why don't we just do a 1v4? Fuck it. Why don't we just do a 1v5?
All right.
Fuck it. Why don't we just do a 1v6? What's up, P? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's up, Ab? Are you voting for Trump? AB? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have 1 second to answer.
I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, what's up, Sam? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Awesome. We're going to go to get our last guest up here. We want a full panel. ladies and gentlemen. 1 second. Relly, are you voting for Trump?
I'm on the fence.
You're on the fence?
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck it. Hang out with us. You give me your reasons why you're voting for Trump. We got 7 people up here. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and start this off strong. So what this is, this is one liberal against 6 Trump supporters. So here's what we're gonna do. I want y'all to give me one damn reason why Trump is a better candidate than Harris.
Peace through strength.
Peace through strength. peace, overthrowing the government, attempted coup to try to steal the election for Biden, that was peace? Or are you talking about the peace when he like tried to ban all new Muslims from entering into the country? Are you talking about the peace when he said that migrants are poisoning the blood of our country? Or what about the peace when he said laziness is a quality of black people?
What about just the economy itself?
Coke D.
When was the last time that you purchased? When was the last time that you bought groceries?
Oh, the last time I bought groceries was
Yeah, when was the
yesterday.
last time you paid rent?
Wait,
Oh, you
I
don't?
live. Wait, no, I don't live with my mom and my dad. Oh no, I said that I don't live with my mom and my dad.
Okay, so when
Yo,
was the last
chill,
time-
Miss Ann.
So how old? How old were you?
Yo,
4
chill,
years
Miss
ago?
Ann. Yo, chill, Miss Ann. Chill, Miss Ann. No. Okay, so for what just happened, one second.
Okay.
Ab just asked me if I live with my parents, and then while I was answering, Miss Ann hopped in and asked me if I liked black people. Okay, no, I was answering AB's question.
That's coming out of context.
And in fact, if you do some shit like that again, Miss Ann, you're gone.
Oh,
But
sorry.
Susan, I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo saying keep it up. I really appreciate you for the love, Susan. Let's get at least 250 W's in the chat for Susan. Thank you so much. They're trying to set me up. Thank you so much for the $25, Susan. Anyways, Ab, you said that you wanted to talk about the economy? Sure, let's talk about the economy.
Yeah, listen, I don't care for what Trump did, what he is, or what he's accused of, or whatever. Okay, both sides have issues. What
Trump
I
has
care
more
about,
issues than the
what
other
I
side.
care about, when they're in the office, what I care about is what the economy and what my life is like. And I'm so sick of these politicians like Kamala, who has proved absolutely nothing. She's in the office right now. She hasn't done anything. She keeps telling you she's going to do something when she becomes president. She's in the office right now. It's not any different than Clinton or debating with Trump, telling Trump, oh yeah, if I was in the office, I would do this. Listen, these people are senators or they run into Congress. They can change a policy if they'd like to. They can propose a bill, and they don't.
Okay.
They don't do it.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna
they
go and just destroy you for a
it's
couple
just a
seconds
fucking
here.
game. It's just a game.
I'm going to destroy you for a couple seconds here. So she's actually more effective as a VP than Trump was as president. So she passed more.
Because the economy reflects it. I
Oh,
don't
so
need to sit
seemingly-
here and memorize every single possible bill. You can sit here and memorize every single possible bill, but like it's blatantly right in front of my eyes. The economy is better under Trump. He even had COVID during his era, and we still didn't feel all of that stuff during his era. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to let you know that you're already giving me a logical. Isn't the most accurate, and as they learn more and build their report more in total, they will revise the preliminary data that they already got to have a full, total, and complete report. This happens every single job report under Trump's term. A job report was revised, losing 500,000 jobs. So this is typical, this is normal, this is natural, this is expected. This is how their process works. Got it. But I think it's funny that you said that Harris didn't do anything while she was serving as Biden's VP. I was able to name 5 bills she influenced to get passed with Biden. You couldn't name one that Trump influenced to get passed that you liked.
If Trump
hasn't done
paid me
anything.
to go on
Got
TikTok, if Trump paid me to go on TikTok, I'd memorize the bills as well. Just
Wait,
like
so do you
Harry
think that
was
Biden's
found,
paying me?
Just like Harry was found that he's being paid by the DNC. Okay, you're a paid actor as well. Let's be
Do you mind
honest.
if I ask you a
here.
question?
Let's be honest here.
Do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
If Harry's paid, why wouldn't you be paid?
Okay, 1 second. AB, could you answer my question? Do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
What are you talking about? I mean, you believe in things without evidence either. You
I actually don't.
I've sat here and I've listened to you talk about the border bill that contained money to go to Ukraine and try to argue about it. I've literally sat here, watched you talk about how this bill was vetoed. You see how you manipulate it? You say, oh, it was vetoed because that's why Trump didn't want it, but he vetoed it because it was sending money to Ukraine.
What happened on April 24th, 2024, AB? Do you know?
Do I what?
Do you know what happened on April 24th, 2024?
Do you know what happened in 1991, March of 27th?
I'm going to go ahead and tell you what happened on April 24th. So what happened on April 24th is that Langford's border bill, without the border provisions and just the funding up for Ukraine, passed and signed into law. So what they did after Trump called the Republicans is they specifically revised out the border provisions and only kept the additional funding for Ukraine. That's public law number 118-50. Look it up on congress.gov.
Yeah, you can't convince me that the economy, everything has 4 times the price of everything.
So now we're going to pivot back to inflation. How did Biden and Harris cause inflation? Also, wait, no. I want to touch on something else. Give me evidence that I'm paid by the DNC.
You're way too young. You're way too young. You don't even have a family.
We'll talk about that in a second. Give me evidence that I'm paid by the DNC.
You probably live alone. You don't have a family. You pay rent, basic rent, and you make money off TikTok. You haven't even... And I'm not. That's not an insult. That's not an insult.
Everett, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo straight from the DNC and George Soros. Thank you so much for the love, Everett. Let's get some massive W's in the comment section for Everett right now with the $25 on Venmo straight from the DNC. Was that the DNC paying me right there? Was it there? No one with a $5 on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you so much for the love, Noah.
Chat. I mean, these people can say whatever they want. I mean,
W's for Noah.
Trump's gonna end up winning anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Give me the evidence that I'm paid by the DNC, and please don't run away. I actually want to ask you why. Like, why do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
There's evidence of Harry being paid.
There's not evidence of Harry being paid.
Yes, there is. There's 100% evidence of Harry being paid. 100%. The problem is that majority of your chat here doesn't use X, so they get their sources from biased news, right? Because X is not filtered. The source code is open.
Gabriella, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents from the DNC paying me for swatting the flies. Shut up, AB. Gabriella, thank you for the shut up. Yeah. Gabriella, thank you for the shut up. Thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Gabriella.
That's why
and Lindsay,
Biden
thank you for the $5 on Venmo for your mother. Should be proud of you. I am. Thank you for the love. Shut up. Thank you for the love, Lindsay, with the $5 and Gabriella with the $20 and the 24 cents. $300 W's for Taylor down below, and Stanford with a $5 on Venmo from Taylor Swift. Wait, maybe the other Taylor was Taylor Swift. We got Taylor Swift sending $30 and $5. Thank you so much for the love. Y'all are popping off right now.
I mean, the people in here are obviously going to be pro.
Can I get a turn?
Democrat, but yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, my question was, what is it that you feel like Kamala is going to do for all people of color?
Great question. Bethany, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying, shut up. This is the DNC. I appreciate you for the $5 from the DNC, Bethany. Great question. Well, first, let's talk about what Biden and Harris did. So Biden and Harris got rid of Donald Trump's $250 million per year to the historically black universities and replaced it with $16 billion over the course of 4 years. Sam, thank you for the $10 on Venmo from the DNC. W's for Sam in the chat. So not only did they exponentially increase funding to HBCUs, but if Harris is elected, she intends to cut taxes for the low and the middle class to make their lives better. The African-American community as a whole, people of color, are directly impacted by socioeconomic issues that are tangent from slavery and its aftermath, leading to a lower socioeconomic standard on average compared to the average white American. Right? So we need to address those socioeconomic indiscrepancies by uplifting the low and middle class, which is what Kamala Harris wants to do, not something that Trump wants to do.
So what about him saving our black jobs and Mexican jobs?
I mean, so first of all, what is a black job?
You tell me.
What is a black job, Miss Ann?
You tell me.
I have no fucking clue. I don't know what he meant by that.
Oh,
I didn't know when he said that, oh, black jobs. I didn't know what Trump meant when he said all black people are lazy. I don't know what Trump meant when he said that he doesn't want black men counting his money. He wants short men in yarmulkes. What did Trump mean when he denied housing to black people in the 70s, specifically because they're black? Or what did Trump mean when he said that Barack Obama was born in Africa because of the color of his skin, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president? I think that Trump is vehemently racist. I don't think that Trump cares about black people, and I think that Trump is prejudiced towards black people, and I think that Trump has an incredibly racist past and with ill will treatment towards black individuals, and he has done absolutely nothing to uplift their voices, and the African American community as a whole will be disproportionately impacted by Trump's regressive tax policy, placing a burden on the low and the middle class with use of tariffs, which are inflationary. So I think that definitely the African American community as a whole would be better off under a Harris presidency compared to a Trump presidency. And Nathaniel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Jason with the $5 as well from the DNC. Thank you, Nathaniel and Jason. That was mean.
Megan. I'm not. I'm joking, y'all. To be honest, I'm trolling. I'm voting for Kamala.
Hey, good for you. You're the only one left, Connor. The other 5 ran. So now, why are you voting for?
Dean.
And then
You got wrecked by Charlie, bro.
about a year
Wait a second.
into Kamala, Biden and Kamala, she had to work 2 jobs. It's a lot tighter.
Yo,
on
Connor. Hold up, Connor. Let the king talk. Listen, Dean. You got wrecked by Charlie so bad. I couldn't believe it. Believe it.
What was my argument to Charlie?
I couldn't believe you got wrecked, bro. Even Parker got wrecked, and all the other ones got wrecked. It was
Yeah. So
So
I understand
bad.
that. I understand that you think I got wrecked. My question to you is, what was my argument to Charlie that got wrecked?
Bro, you got completely wrecked. You're trying to make some points. You couldn't, bro.
So what point did I try to make that failed? Because
I know Parker talked a lot. She talked a lot. He interrupted all the time. I'm just saying that you guys, when you interrupt someone, it doesn't mean you're winning. Don't interrupt. Let them talk.
I just wanted to clarify.
That African American guy, he owned you today.
Hey, I just want to clarify. You said that I got wrecked. So I just want to clarify. You said I got wrecked by Charlie Kirk. What?
Yeah,
what
and you don't
that he
forget
wrecked
the
me on?
African American. I forgot his name. Drisius or something. He wrecked you too.
We could the guy that ran. Okay, we'll talk about the guy that ran away.
He didn't run.
Mr. Jones.
He didn't
Sure
run.
did.
He wrecked you.
Obama, I'm gonna go ahead and give you one
So
last
you're
chance
talking
to answer-
about black Americans and he didn't.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you one last chance to answer this question. What point did I make that Charlie Kirk wrecked me on? I could not be better faith. I literally could not be better faith. I am asking such a direct, clear, and concise question. If you don't answer my question,
So you didn't wreck Charlie? Is that what you're saying?
If he doesn't answer my question on what point I made that Charlie wrecked me on, I want all 6.6 thousand people to laugh at him. Be prepared to get laughed at when you pivot around this question, because I know you will. Or go ahead and pivot. Go ahead and run away from my question, little bro.
So are you claim? So I will, but are you claiming you wrecked Charlie?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. What point did you wreck Charlie on?
Yeah, on my IOD point. On his worldview.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
So what was my IOD point? That's a question I've been asking you.
No, you didn't.
What was
Because
my
you didn't.
IOD
I listened to it. I can't literally sit here and say everything you said.
So Obama, currently my chat's laughing at you because you won't answer my question.
No, your chat is really wrecked, cooked in the head.
If you want the chat to stop laughing at you, tell me the point that I made to Charlie that he cooked me on, and don't just say your IUD point.
Because you didn't cook him. You said you cooked him on the IV point. You didn't.
Okay, so you actually just contradicted yourself and like
No.
lied. So what was my IUD point? What was the argument there?
You don't know your own point, bro?
No, I do. Of course I know my own point. I made the
So
point.
what is
I'm
it?
asking
Go
you.
ahead and tell the chat.
No, I want you to tell the chat.
You tell better. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I want you to put words in my mouth. Repeat my argument.
You want me to put words in your mouth?
Yeah, so what was my argument?
Okay, Dean, he says he hates America. He speaks for black Americans, but he mutes and literally kicks black Americans off the app. Like, are you kidding me?
So that was my argument
Drisius
to
guy
Tyler?
is black African American. He speaks for black people. You don't.
So that
You
was
were
my
using
argument to
your
Charlie.
white privilege.
1 second,
and
Obama.
you
So that
muted
was my,
him.
so that
Are
was
you
my
gonna
argument to
apologize for
Charlie?
using your white privilege?
Yo, Jennifer, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo for schooling MAGA. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer.
not schooling
Let's get some
anybody,
W's
buddy.
in the chat for Jennifer with a $30. $30 says I am their little bro. Thank you,
Bro,
Jennifer,
you'd
for the
never
$30.
debate Kirk in 1v1. You'd never do it. You'd
Yeah,
never do it. You didn't debate him on the other points. You didn't debate him on the other points. Parker did.
Didn't I literally debate him on a 1v1?
No, you debated on him 1 point only. There was other points too. You didn't debate him on them.
Yeah, the irony is that I did. And the irony also is that the producer only let me go up once.
Why did the producer let you go once and when Parker went like 5 times?
Yeah, you'll figure out in the next 2 weeks. I can't tell you though.
That makes no sense, bro. So
I mean,
you actually had a 1v1 with him?
Okay? So you told me that he wrecked me in the 1v1.
No,
Now
no.
you don't
Is
even
there a
know we had
1v1 that you
1v1.
made that's not published yet?
Wow. So when I was talking to Charlie on the episode that you watched, that was a 1v1.
Yeah, but you're saying you'd find out. How would I find out?
Oh, like
why you weren't let more than once?
Yeah, like I can't tell you like why I was only let once, but you'll find out.
Why?
Soon. I just told you I can't tell you.
Did you sign something?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. So how would I find out if you signed something?
Okay. I mean, you could just I told you that you'd figure out in about 2 weeks. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Dude, that guy's like an RNC bot. I love it when I have the RNC bots up because they're so funny. Hi, Sean Paul. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, man. You're obviously driving. I do appreciate you for coming up, though. Patsy, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Let's go. Thank you for the love, Patsy. We're going to get our next guest, Blake, up in the box, y'all. Everyone make sure that we're double tapping. And once again, if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Hey, what's up, Blake? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. So why are you voting for Trump?
So I really don't know the policies. I'll be upfront and honest with you on that. But I also don't know any of Kamala's policies as well.
Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for raping a woman?
So no, I would not. And that's coming from a gentleman who has a lifestyle surrounded by women.
What is that supposed to mean?
I have children, wife.
Okay.
All my coworkers are pretty much women.
Okay. I just wanted to ask. Okay, wanted to clarify there. Okay, awesome. So yeah, so Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for raping a woman. So does this mean that you won't be voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for the Republican Party. Like the same thing with you voting for the Democratic Party, regardless if you were Biden before he dropped out and now you are Kamala, correct?
So if
you
Harris
were
was
voting
running,
for the party, correct?
No, I was not voting for the party. I was voting for what's better for our country.
So you were riding Biden's dick before he decided to drop out. Now you're riding Kamala's.
Oh, so I think it's funny that you want to reference Democrats as riding dick when it is the case that you Trump supporters will literally contort reality and ignore truth to support Donald J. Trump.
How am I ignoring truth? Don't put me in some category.
Yeah. Do you think that Trump won 2020?
Do I think he won? I voted for him. That's all I know.
No, but did he? Who won the outcome of the 2020 election?
The outcome was Biden.
Okay, so did Biden win or was it rigged?
Sir, I'm not in those.
Was the outcome of the 2020 election rigged, sir?
What did I say? I said Biden won, didn't I? Don't
Okay,
try
so
to
Biden
put
won,
words
so
in
the
my
outcome of the
mouth,
election wasn't. Oh, okay, so why do you want to vote for Donald Trump knowing that he's been denying the outcome of the 2020 election incessantly for the last 4 years, convincing tens of millions of American citizens that no, Biden stole the outcome of the election from him, severely undermining our civil electoral systems by decreasing public trust in them?
I'm sorry, you spoke way too fast for me right there. I have a household full of little kids. I'm sorry. Say that again.
So why do you want to vote for Trump knowing that he's been undermining the American democracy by convincing tens of millions of American citizens that he rightfully won 2020 and that Biden stole it from him, decreasing public trust in our civil and electoral processes?
So I'm voting for the Republican Party, which is Donald Trump, yes, because of how my life was from 2016 to 2020. Okay.
Yeah. So how did Trump cause your life to be better, or how did Biden and Harris cause it to be worse?
So for me, I had more money in the bank account. I was able to purchase not one but two houses. I was able to do what? I'm sorry.
My question was, how did Trump cause you to be better, or how did Biden cause you to be worse?
Under his establishment, the economy was better. I did not have to worry about living paycheck to paycheck. My wife didn't have to have a job. Now she has a job. I have a job to afford the day-to-day living expenses that we have to right now within these past 4 years.
Okay, so I just want to clarify your logic here is, if the economy is better, the president caused it, and if the economy is worse, the president caused it. That's your logic, right?
Yeah, that's my logic.
Okay. So when the economy got drastically, so when the economy got,
it's been a logic since I've been voting.
So the economy got so when the economy got drastically worse in April of 2020, with the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression,
I thought we weren't gonna blame COVID for that. I thought we weren't gonna talk about COVID and everything for that.
Oh, so now you want to introduce external variables to explain how things.
No. I'm saying I thought we weren't gonna do that. I thought we weren't gonna do that.
My question to you would be, if COVID can cause unemployment, why can't COVID cause inflation?
I never said COVID. You said COVID.
What caused the 14.8% high rate of unemployment in April of 2020? Because in accordance with your logic, seemingly because it happened under Trump's presidency, Trump caused it.
No, I never once mentioned COVID. You're the one who mentioned COVID back in April of 2020, correct?
So I just want to clarify.
We weren't going to do that, correct?
So what we do want to do is we want to explore your logic and we want to find its implications. So correct me if I'm wrong here. You were just telling me that because the economy was better under Trump, Trump caused it to be better, and because the economy was worse under Biden, Biden caused it to be worse. I even further clarified with you, and essentially your logic would say anything that happens in the country is to blame on the president. So in accordance with your own logic here, because the highest rate of unemployment happened in the country while Trump was president, Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment that happened in the country since the Great Depression. What's the issue?
But didn't Trump also give out money for those who were affected by COVID? That part I'm asking the question on because I really don't know that answer. All the
I just want to clarify, did Trump cause or did Trump not cause the 14.8% rate of unemployment in April of 2020? I want a direct answer here. If you cannot give me a direct answer, I'm going to go ahead and move on.
Honestly, no, I don't believe that he himself did it. I believe that it was the CDC who advised him to do it.
Right. So what we'd say here is that COVID caused that near 15% rate of unemployment that we saw in April of 2020, just like COVID caused the inflation that we've seen under Biden and Harris's administration. Biden and Harris have not caused the economy to be worse. That is a lie that shows how you are politically ignorant.
No. So let me ask you this question, and I'm enjoying this conversation, by the way. With the war going on in Ukraine and Russia, with all the money that we are sending over to Ukraine to help assist, does that devalue the dollar because we're just printing money and giving it?
No, actually no. Actually, no, that doesn't devalue the dollar for the reason that we're not printing new money to send to Ukraine. It's reappropriations of already accounted for DoD funds. But if your argument here is spending money equals inflation, Trump's admin spent twice as much money as Biden and Harris's admin, meaning Trump caused twice as much inflation as Biden and Harris.
Okay, where's your facts on that?
That's going to be coming from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. $8.6 trillion were spent under Trump's administration, with $4.8 trillion being non-COVID related. $4.6 trillion were spent under Biden's admin, with $2.2 trillion being non-COVID related.
Okay. Now, wouldn't you think that that money would be beneficial if it stayed in country?
No, I think that the $107 billion that we've delegated for Ukraine was a great thing. Puts America first. It's just us honoring the Budapest Memorandum. But if you're going to say that the best way to spend money is on the average American, name one policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the average American more so than rich people.
My guy, like I said, I don't know the policies that Biden have gotten up.
He passed none, but Biden and Harris passed 5. Biden and Harris passed more effective policy that costs less, that benefited the average working class American. Trump didn't, and this is an ongoing trend. Donald Trump wants to spend $4 trillion in his next current term for another 10 years of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that disproportionately benefits rich people. Meanwhile, Harris wants to spend $2.4 trillion on tax cuts for the average working class American, 100 million of them. And specifically speaking, she knows exactly how she's going to pay for them. It's not going to increase the deficit a dime over the course of 10 years, but Donald Trump has no clue how he's going to pay for his.
Okay. What are some of Kamala's policies?
Thank you for the trash panda. Thank you so much for the love.
because during the debate, I didn't hear one policy that she had. So, do you know
So you
any
did.
policies?
So you did hear policies that she had during the debate. You could go on and you could read the whole transcript, right, of the debate with Trump and Harris on ABC's website. You could Control F and just look up child tax credit. She talks about her economic policy. Trump didn't talk about his. He said he had concepts of a plan for healthcare. And then specifically speaking, her child tax, she wants to increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for newborns, $3,600 from anyone from the age of 1 to 5, $3,000 from anyone from the age of 5 to 17. She wants to introduce a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed properties. She wants to introduce a $50,000 subsidy for first-time business owners. She also wants to expand the ACA to limit the price that any private citizen could pay for a pharmaceutical to about $2,000 per year. She also wants to reduce the amount of ability that corporations have to buy single-family homes. She wants to further expand the ACA. She wants to codify federal protections for a woman's right to choose. There's a lot of things that we could go over here.
Gotcha. All right. Well, sure. On a side note, I do appreciate what you're doing for the country, educating young kids. Regardless if you're getting paid for yourself or anything else, I do believe it is a good thing. Okay.
Do you think I'm getting paid?
It doesn't matter. You're getting paid through TikTok because of all the donations you're getting from everybody. I don't care, but people are sending you money. That's fine. That's great. It's your job. Lizzie, the lady that you were talking to, you were very respectful for. I do appreciate that. But yeah, I just wish this country would act right and act more better when it comes to elections, with people not hating each other. And
I appreciate you for coming up, Blake.
So, yep, I'm going to let you go. Enjoy the rest of your day, and God bless America.
Yeah. You as well, man. Have a good one. We're going to move on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump here today, y'all. Y'all, for the 6.2 thousand people in here, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen. Why mention payment? I don't know. It just sounds a little jealous, if you ask me. I think he's jealous. What's going on? The Ratchet Report. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Quite the fucking name you have there, bud.
No worries, bro.
So why are you voting for the rapist, wannabe dictator on day one, felon, fraudster?
Primarily for the fact that he's the only one actually eligible to be running for president. Kamala Harris is not a natural-born citizen and shouldn't be eligible. She might have been born in this country, but that is not the definition of natural-born citizen. The definition of natural-born citizen is that one of your parents has to have been born in this country. Neither one of hers were. She is not actually legally eligible to run. So that's why I'm voting for Trump.
Wait. So are you saying that second generation immigrants are not natural born U.S. citizens?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Look the definition up, bro.
Okay, so you think that if Kamala Harris wasn't eligible to run for president, then why has she been our VP for 4 years?
She wasn't running for president. The Constitution,
but you have to be a natural.
Lays it out very specifically. In order to be president, you have to be 35 years of age. You have to have been living in this country for the past 14 years, and you has to have been a natural-born citizen.
Wait, you also have to be a natural-born U.S. citizen to be the VP or to be a senator. Okay, right? Ted Cruz.
No, that's not how it's laid out.
It is.
You're misinformed, bro. You're misinformed. I looked it up. I didn't come on here ignorant. I came on here to make a point. And go ahead, Google it. Check it out.
Okay.
Type it up.
Yep. Okay. So the consensus of the 21st century constitutional legal scholars, together with relevant case law, is that natural-born citizens include, subject to exceptions, those born in the U.S.
So that's somebody's interpretation of the Constitution.
That's the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution.
But you argue that the Supreme Court is biased and unbased all the time. So why are you going to take their word for it this time?
I'd argue that the Supreme Court sets the rule of the interpretation of the U.S. Constitution. That's like why we had federal protections for a woman's access to abortion in all 50 states for 53 years. It's because the Supreme Court argued that was protected under the 14th Amendment with right to privacy. So the Supreme Court is the final judgment insofar as what the Constitution says and how it should be interpreted. And the Supreme Court has ruled that a natural-born U.S. citizen would include those born inside of the United States of America.
Yeah, I'm sticking to my point, bro.
I'll do some further research.
I'll come
Wait,
back.
honey, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit, let's get at least 500 W's for honey in the chat with a $50. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, honey. Massive W's in the chat. You know, honestly, man, I just think that you're a fucking racist. That's what I think of you. I think that you are a racist. You are a racist old white man. You exist in a generation that disproportionately cannot change, cannot societally progress. And you look at this black woman who has two parents, one born in Jamaica, one born in South Asia, that immigrated to the U.S. and had her in the state of California, making her a natural-born U.S. citizen, and you're telling us all that you're going to vote for the rapist, the womanizer, the racist, the sexist, the fraudster, the felon, the election denier, the religious persecutor over her, because you deny that she was a natural U.S.-born citizen, even though the Supreme Court disagrees with you, Cornell Law disagrees with you, Harvard Law disagrees with you, everyone disagrees with you.
Well, congratulations on your little rant. It shows your youth. It shows your ignorance. It shows your inability to have an educated conversation. When you come out and attack me, you don't know me. I didn't come out and attack you. You asked
Patty with the $25 on Venmo. Keep up the great work educating. Thank you for the love. Massive W's for Patty in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25. I was thinking
you
of
don't want
Dono,
to listen
sir.
to reason.
Patty, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you.
Keep over talking me. Keep
Oh,
over
wait,
talking.
I was thanking Patty
You
for the
have no
$25.
You have
What
no
is the-
respect, young man.
What is the issue with me thanking a donor?
You asked me if I was voting for Trump. I told you yes. You asked me why. I told you why. You can't accept that as a reason, so you're going to go off on your little tirade. You're going to do name calling. You're going to talk.
Gia, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on PayPal, saying he probably thinks people from Puerto Rico and Guam aren't U.S. citizens. So real. Gia, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents. Massive W's for JIA in the chat. Thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents. And Renee, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, you're ignorant. Like you literally, you contest the Supreme Court.
You're so young. You have no life experience.
How old are you?
I'm 63 years old, brother.
You've turned 163 times. You reject the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution. Name one more reliable and legally recognized source for interpretation of the Constitution rather than the Supreme Court.
I'm not going to entertain your idiocy.
That's not idiocy. That's just how our
Yes, it
government
is.
works.
You're
Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat for Lindsay. Thank you for the $5. Mic drop.
Hey,
Boom.
I got one more question for you.
Dunked.
One more question for you. What button do I push to get the fuck out of here?
Don't worry. I'll kick your ass out for you. Sayonara, sucker. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone give us a minute. Let's go get Harvey Timothy up in the live. Everyone just give us 1 minute here, y'all. What's going on, Harvey? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why the hell would you ever do such a thing?
He saved my life.
Trump saved your life?
Yes. I got out of the military. I was had PTSD, was trying to get help for a couple years under Obama. Couldn't get the help. He set up the executive order for the hotline, the call the White House. Within hours, he was able to get the assistance. They were able to provide the assistance and get help. I actually tried it 2 months ago because I was having more problems with the VA. And it's been 2 months now and haven't gotten the help.
Yeah. So I would like to clarify your man. So the VA, the VA line.
Over 250,000 veterans were helped within the first year under that program.
So that was passed under Obama. But if we want to talk about helping veterans, sir, so under Biden and Harris, they influenced the Honor Our Pack Act to get passed, and that invested $800 million into expanding the VA, right? And offers new services now to 1 million veterans that were not serviced prior, right? Because of limitations and restrictions on service. But Biden and Harris expanded those services to over 1 million new veterans.
I know you can read the policies, you can see the policies, but if your boots on the ground and affected by it, then you'll understand it.
I definitely don't
Okay?
understand. What's
I
like to be
know
a
that
veteran.
every time I go into the VA, I'm asked first, are you suicidal or homicidal? If you call the VA, any VA's number now, they'll ask that question right away. And as a veteran, you immediately want to hang up because they're not there to help you. As when I called the White House number that they gave when Trump set up, immediately got the help.
Yeah, we want
They
to
didn't
clarify.
ask if I was suicidal or homicidal or anything.
I'd like to clarify here, man.
No.
So the Honor of the Pact Act, that wasn't just words on paper. That was a real bill that helped over 1 million veterans. And once again, about the hotline, that was set up under Obama. But I want to ask you a really important question here. Probably the most important question. What did you fight for?
What do you mean?
Did you fight to protect and preserve the American democracy and the civil rights
Yes, and I still would do
offered
it.
to us by our Constitution?
Yes, and I still will.
In 2020, Trump aimed to undermine our democracy. He tried to rig the outcome of the election, and he attempted to install himself for a second term. You have fought for our country. I want you to consider my words, and I want you to research them. I want you to research Trump's fake
The thing
electorate
is
plot.
I never voted until the last time, and I voted for Biden. Okay?
I want you to
And
research
the reason
Trump
why I
fakes
voted
electorate.
for Biden because I've never voted in my life, and I served 21 years.
I want you
And
to
I
research
voted for
Trump's fake
Biden, and I
electorate
can
plot.
tell you. What'd you say?
I want you to research Trump's fake electorate plot. I want you to research how he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes to Congress to be counted as real, to undermine the voice and the vote of every American citizen that voted in 2020. I want you to research how how he called for the termination of the Constitution to evaluate the outcomes of the election. I want you to research how right now he's campaigning on putting people in jail for burning the American flag. Now, as a vet, I bet you don't like when people burn the American flag, but you should be able to recognize and respect how that's protected under
Well,
our
I
First Amendment
also
right to freedom
don't
of
like.
expression.
You know what they do, I fought for that. So if they want to burn a flag, let them burn a flag. I fought for their right to do that. Okay?
Yes,
so,
you did. And Trump wants to put people in jail for a year for burning the
I
flag.
fought for the right to raise a Palestinian flag when they don't know the truth. I was just at, what was it, in North Carolina, went up to the state park, and there was huge Palestinian flag flying. Yes, it irked me a little bit because it's America. But I fought for their right to raise that flag on American soil and wave it as high as they want to wave it.
I don't know.
But have they
This
ever been
isn't-
to Palestine? Probably not.
I disagree, like, with what you're saying, of course. Like, but like, this isn't the worst take from like an older white guy voting for Trump. I'm going to be honest.
You say
of course, I
older.
disagree with you. Of course, I disagree with you right there. But the fact that you recognize the sanctity in protesting and advocating for what you believe in on its own is a step in the direction that millions of American citizens won't take. Okay, all right. So I just would say that. I still disagree with you though.
Okay.
Right, but how do you feel about the fact that Trump wants to put people in jail, right, for burning the American flag? Trump wants to infringe upon people's First Amendment right to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and he wants to put them in jail. Okay, Trump stands against the Constitution. Trump stands against the American democracy. Trump is no man that any patriot nor vet would be fighting for.
Well, the only time you should burn a flag is when it's touched the ground.
Okay. All right. Well, do you have anything else you want to go over, man?
Well, there's one last topic. So we're still on the veteran side a little bit here. Do you feel that people that do not work, that are on disability or whatever for any reason at all, I'm not going to hinder or say anything bad about their disability, should get better care than the veterans? I mean, the Medicaid is out of control. I mean, we're enabling instead of giving the ability.
Bro, maybe we should,
I mean,
instead of like
I'm
restricting the
still
care to
100%
individuals on Social
disabled and I
Security,
work.
maybe instead of restricting the care to people on Social Security, we should just make the care for veterans better. How about that, right? We get, like, two things can be true at once. And that's what Biden did. He invested $800 million into making the healthcare better, something Trump never did. If you wanted
But
to
you're
make
not
healthcare for vets better,
experiencing it.
you'd
You're
vote for
not
Biden.
experiencing it.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
You
It
are
really
saying
doesn't.
what their policies and orders are, but you're not experiencing it.
That doesn't change the
And
impact
maybe
of
in
that.
time you will see. And you can go to an appointment with me if you'd like.
Okay.
You're not experiencing it. You're just reading what is on paper.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Harvey. We're going to move on to our next guest. Thanks for your time, Harvey. I appreciate it. All right. Hillary, I saw you in the guest request. You should get back in the guest request so we could talk more. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Everyone just give us a minute for the 6.1 thousand people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Deborah, I did invite you up. I'd love for you to come up. All right. We're going to get our next guest up in here right now. Everyone, just give us a minute. Be patient. What's up, Steve? Are you voting for Trump? Steve, hi, you're in the live. Hello.
What was that?
Are you voting for Trump?
Hello.
Steve? Trent, hi. Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Trent's not here. Moving on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. Hillary, I would love for you to hop back in the guest request. I'm really mad that you left. We're going to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, chat. Everyone, just give us 1 minute here, y'all. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal, they are both in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We're going to get our next guest up in the box right now. Everyone, just do be patient. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala. I don't know.
Hell yeah, base. W is for the guests. That's awesome. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they automatically left. This is so annoying. Everyone be patient. Just give us 1 minute. We are going to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, chat. Everyone just do be patient. The last couple of guests have been a little bit odd, which I do apologize for. So everyone just be patient. We got Herb loading up in. Everyone just give us 1 minute. In the meantime, double tap on the phone screen. Hey, Herb, are you voting for Trump?
Right now, I don't really know.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. Hopefully I can make up your mind. Hopefully I can sway your vote to Kamala Harris. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're here to debate people that are voting for Trump. We're waiting for our next guest, so everyone just be patient here. Spam MAGA in the chat. Honestly, spam me in the chat if you're already in the queue and you want to come up, because this is really damn annoying. People will hop in the guest request for literally like no reason whatsoever, then just sit there and piss me off. That's what I have to say. Spam me in the chat if you're already in the queue and you want to come up and debate. Spam me in the chat if you're already in the queue and you want to come up and debate, y'all. We may even hit a little bit of a restart, guys. Who knows? All right. Everyone just give us a minute. All right. Here we go. Hey, you said in the chat that you're voting for Trump.
Hi there. Yes.
Hi. Are you? Okay. Your bio says peace, love, support, good vibes, unity, positive blessings. That doesn't really align with Donald Trump, but why are you voting for Trump?
I think for me, it's, I'm listed as an independent, and I just want to say I don't label myself a Republican, and I don't label myself as a Democrat. I actually voted for Kennedy. Well, Kennedy was a Democrat. So, I don't know. I just want to say, he's the better of the choice. I know you hear this all night.
I'm asking you why, though. Why?
The better of the choice for me is the borders. I feel for this country, okay, abortion and all. I'm not going to hop too much on all that. That's
the
not
borders. So Trump is pro open borders. He shot down bipartisan legislation in the House and the Senate 2 years ago that would have solved the crisis, but he wanted the crisis to continue to occur, so he can campaign on it today. So why are you voting for the candidate that's pro-open borders?
It didn't seem like that when he was president, though. It didn't seem like the people that are coming into the borders like Haiti and eating animals, that didn't happen when he was president.
Give me absolutely any evidence that undocumented migrants are eating animals.
Well, I could give you a video of somebody that was filming with cops in their yard that said, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" And she was.
How do you know that the person in that video is an undocumented migrant? Are you stereotyping them on the basis of how they look? Do you think that we live in a white country, therefore anyone that isn't white isn't supposed to be here because they're an undocumented migrant?
No, absolutely not.
So then what reason do we have to believe that that is an undocumented migrant?
It was an immigrant because the cop and the neighbor said it was a Haitian person.
No, absolutely false. Nowhere in the video do they reference them as an undocumented migrant. In fact, I know who you're referencing. She wasn't arrested in Springfield. She was arrested in a neighboring town, and she was not an undocumented migrant. She was a citizen, and her name was Alexis.
Now, if this is the same video, because there's quite a few. This was a cat. She had fur in her mouth, and there was
referencing the same video.
Okay. And it was a
Sarah,
woman.
thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Saying I watched that vid months ago. Thank you for the $5. What evidence do we have that they're an undocumented migrant?
Well, that's what they're saying, I guess.
That's what the media is saying. That's what Trump's saying, because he likes to demonize, right, people of color, right, to justify the white supremacist votes for himself. He likes to demonize people of color to get the vote of all prejudiced white folks, of all racist white folks, of all xenophobic white folks. He surrounds himself on this campaign of hate and bigotry to further uplift his own voice, because hate and bigotry is popular with old white people. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you.
Well,
And he wants you to be scared. He wants you to be real scared.
Well, you know, I have quite a few years on you, and you know, it is a scary country. From how I grew up to what's going on now, it's night and day.
It's night and day. It's so scary now that gay people could get married. It's so scary now that women can vote. It's so scary.
God, no.
It's so fucking terrifying that we finally live in a day and age where progress is on the horizon. No, you know what's actually terrifying is that progress being held back by the regressive campaign and platform of the right.
I mean, I have family members that are, I have to spell it Gay, or I'm not going there at all. That's not the scary part. It's the technology, actually. It's more the technology and what the people are doing with it that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, anything else you want to go over?
Yeah, I watch you and Parker all the time. I actually like you guys. There's no hate here. I wanted to ask you on, all right, the border thing, and there was something else I wanted. Oh, the sex trafficking. Do you, with your facts?
Ooh, I'm not.
Baby, yeah, let's go.
Do you want to say that? I mean, anything that you have on that with how they just bring him in and.
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you so much for the love. Hi, Beast. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why so?
Well, there's many reasons. One of the biggest one is the First Step Act. Repealing
First Step Act that was influenced under Obama's admin and signed into law by Trump. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Vicky, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
I remember who helped write the 84 crime bill.
Who helped write the 84 crime bill? Biden. Good thing he's not running, right?
Good thing he ain't writing, because, I mean, you see.
So why are you voting for, okay, so the crime bill, right, was racist, okay? So if you care about racism, how come you're voting for the racists over the non-racists? Donald Trump denied housing opportunities to black people in the 70s. He said because Barack Obama is black, he obviously wasn't born in the U.S., meaning that he shouldn't be able to run for president. He said that all black people are lazy. He said that he doesn't like black men counting his money. He'd prefer the quote-unquote short men with the yarmulkes. Why are you voting for the racists over the non-racists if you care about racism?
Oh, okay. So before Trump came out as running as a Republican president candidate, everybody never called him a racist before that. But as soon as he put the R behind his name, all of a sudden he became the Grand Wizard of the Klan. So explain to me how putting an R behind your name makes you the Grand Wizard of the Klan, when before that he had helped black folks. He's was hanging around rappers. I mean, secondly, Mike Tyson came out and said, anybody wants to come and say to my face that Trump's a racist, feel free to come say it to me.
Okay, so yeah, this is really helpful. Now, y'all could correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. You know, I'm just a white guy, so tell me if I'm saying anything incorrectly here. But what I'm pretty sure happens is some members of the African American community will speak against their own interests and say things that are false, and then they will become and they will then be tokenized by other white racist people to justify their own racism. So what you're saying now is that because this one black man has said that Donald Trump isn't racist, you can now appeal to this one black man to say that Donald Trump isn't racist. Now, the question that I have to you, one fucking moment, let me finish, let me cook. In 1920, when women were fighting for the right to vote, there was a minority of women that fought against women having the right to vote. In fact, they said that it wasn't misogyny. That's just how it should be. So because some women thought that that wasn't misogynistic legislation, did that mean that that wasn't misogynistic legislation to not allow women to have the right to vote?
Okay. So you're saying you're bringing 1920 into present day, right?
It's a conceptual analogy.
Oh,
Just because
okay.
some woman thought that legislating
let me
preventing
give
women
you
from
that
having the
now.
right to vote didn't mean that that wasn't misogynistic legislation. Just like some black men, such as Mike Tyson, saying that Donald Trump isn't a racist doesn't mean that Donald Trump's not a racist. Donald Trump's a racist because he denied opportunity to black people because of the color of their skin. Donald Trump is a racist because he said all black people are. Thank you so much, Rhea, for the confetti. So I don't understand what this has to do with the Muslim ban. Listen, I think that
you brought up 1920. Okay, so if we're going to use analogy, and you sit here and say Trump is a child pedophile,
I said P3. When have I said that? When have I said that? When in my last sentence, when in our conversation have I said that Trump is a child P3DO? Also, you were denying that Donald Trump is a racist, and now you're talking about how Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old and engaged in intercourse with her when she was 9. I disagree with that understanding of Islam. I do think that it's harmful. I agree, but I don't think that we could use that interpretation of Islam to justify banning all Muslims from entering into the country. For instance, I disagree with Christianity and some interpretations of the Bible as well, such as when Christians say that slavery is okay because Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 say so, or when God quote unquote commanded genocide in 1 Samuel 15:3. That doesn't justify banning all new Christians from entering into the country. So why would we say that because Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old that justifies all new Muslims from entering into the country? Thank you for the gift. I appreciate you for the love.
So, but no, you sit there and in your previous conversations said, how could you vote for a rapist, a ass abuser, a child pedo, a P3, whatever?
Yeah, he's sexualized little kids. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, are you willing to make the same comments to Muslim? Was my stance.
Oh, well, I mean, just like if you want an answer to your question in a vacuum, the answer is yeah. Like if they hold the interpretation that, Aisha was 6, of course. Also, Trump, your daddy, I want you to wait your fucking turn, then I'm going to cook you next. But what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about here?
Okay, so as a black man, you're going to literally try to explain to me that I'm a token black man?
Because I was referencing Mike Tyson.
No. You said certain black folks get into the tokenism. So are you trying to explain that black folks can't have independent thought?
Amber, I appreciate you for the rock star. Here's what I'll say. Who you are, regardless of what your race is, if you think that denying opportunity to black people because they're black isn't racism, you are wrong.
Okay, so...
That's not independent thought, that's delusion.
So do you think Biden is a racist?
Yeah, I think that Biden's done plenty of racist things in his past. The difference between him and Trump is that he's taken accountability, apologized, and become a better person. Trump has never taken accountability or apologized for a thing in his damn life. But second of all, Biden is not running. Kamala Harris has done. Name one thing that Kamala Harris has done that is racist.
Who?
Name one thing that Kamala Harris, right, the person that's actually running for president, what is one thing she's done that's racist? I'm voting for the non-racist over the racist in November. How come you're voting for the racist over the non-racist?
He's not racist.
Okay, you literally, so.
Okay, Trump, your daddy, I'm going to get around to you. I saw your comments in the comment section. Okay, just answer this. Is denying opportunity to someone because of the color of their skin racist?
You've not been denied the opportunity.
Yes. Do I think he's done inappropriate things? Yes.
So denying opportunity to someone because the color of their skin is racist. So when Donald Trump denied housing opportunity to black people because they're black, and Trump said that Obama should be denied the opportunity to run for president because he's black, therefore not born in the U.S. Are those two examples of Trump being racist? Yes or no?
Yeah, I did. Look, his actions and his demeanor. Yes. Has he done some inappropriate things? Yes.
Okay. So those are two racist things. And follow-up question: can you give me one instance of Trump taking accountability or apologizing for these two racist things?
When did Biden take accountability?
You're pivoting back to Biden.
I'm pivoting back to Biden.
Specifically why Biden is still yet a better candidate than Trump. However, Biden is not in the race. You miss Big Daddy Joe Biden so much. Kamala Harris is in the race.
I'm not black.
Do not pivot to Joe Biden. I'm asking you a question. Give me one fucking time Trump has apologized for a damn thing in his life.
But I suggest you change that tone.
Fuck. What are you going to do about it?
Okay. So here,
These white fucks are, right?
now your attitude and your demeanor and the way you're talking to me, that's kind of a form of racism.
Okay, so I'm racist, but Donald Trump isn't. That's your position?
Well, his comment, yeah.
I'm racist, but Donald Trump, the person that said all black people are lazy, is.
Aren't you the one that
That's
says
really your position?
Aren't you the one that used to say you dog walk people?
Like dog walking people in debates? Duh.
Yeah, didn't you tell a black man you dog walked his black butt?
No.
Yes, I literally heard you. I sat there and heard you.
You motherfucker, you did too.
All right, so
no, you're not referencing me.
Yeah. Oh, it was either you, Harry Session, one of you that hang out with Harry, one of you little blonde guys said out, "Oh, I just dog walked that black guy."
Well,
okay.
I have definitely never said
I understand.
that. I
understand
never said that.
when you're telling a black man that you dog walked him were also terms used during slavery when they used to make blacks walk around like dogs because they felt dogs were better than black folks. So when you refer to dog walking a black man, get your shit straight.
Yeah, I've just simply never said that. You're not referencing me. However, if you could find who said that, that'd be nice because if they're one of my friends, I'd love to drop them as a friend, quite frankly. You understand that I get like thousands of viewers. Like if I said that I dog walked that guy's black ass, like that would I would probably lose my platform. Okay? Right? But I still think it's funny how you are actively pivoting away from the fact that you are saying that Donald Trump isn't racist, even though Donald Trump said that all black people are lazy, denied housing opportunities to people because they're black in the 70s. Central
did he
Park
also help them
saying that
folks
Kamala Harris has said no, he actually decreased funding to historically black universities during his presidential term and passed no policy that helped the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%, furthering the income inequities that disproportionately serve as a detriment to African Americans.
Oh, okay. So you're saying Harris's tax?
Sam, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Sam. Thank you so much for the love.
Did you read the Tax Foundation's comparison of Trump's plan versus Harris?
Oh, it's Harris's is astronomically better. She knows who she wants to cut taxes for. 100 million American workers.
The first couple of years, and after the first couple of years,
he doesn't know.
The tax rate goes up on the middle.
Oh, wait, 1 second. Yo, Trump, unmute your mic.
She doesn't know.
Oh, she doesn't know where the tax policy is. I have a question for you.
$25,000 for new homeowners. Guess whose money that's going to come from, Dean?
Well, I know exactly where it's going to come from.
It's going to come from mine.
What's your
It's
net
going
worth?
to come from my paycheck.
What's your net worth?
My net worth. Why do I have to tell you my net worth?
Is it over $100 million?
Yes.
Okay, so you're lying?
Don't call me a liar, bro. You're the one who got butt fucked by Charlie Kirk on live YouTube, bro. How's that feel? Without any lube, too.
Okay, I have a question.
What?
What was my argument against Charlie Kirk?
It was for abortion, because you like murder like that.
I know, but what was my argument?
I don't know.
So if you don't know my argument, how do you know that I got destroyed by Charlie Kirk?
Because he's smart and you're not.
Okay, so what was his counter argument against me?
I don't know.
How many continents are there?
7.
Michelle, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michelle. Thank you so much for the $30 because I'm smarter than both of the guys. Thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Calm down, dude. Calm down. And why does your hair not part in the middle? Like, what even is that?
Buddy, I could pull your mother. I would stop talking.
I promise you cannot pull my mother. Maybe when she was 12, because you're a pedophile like that.
Why do you think I'm a pedophile?
Because you got that look, man.
What do you mean that look?
You just look like a pedophile. You look like a guy I'd see on Dateline.
So what does a pedophile look like?
You.
Tanya, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Educated America. Wait, what do you say that Trump looks like a pedophile?
He's not a pedophile.
Okay, so Trump said that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, so he sexualized little girls.
Yeah, and also Kamala Harris locks people up for no reason because she wants cheap labor.
Okay, so we could talk about Kamala Harris second. I want to talk about Trump first. So would you agree that sexualizing little girls is pedophilic?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm a P3DO because you accused me of looking like one.
Yes.
By the way, I could pull your mother.
I promise
and then
you
second
couldn't.
of all, you're saying that Donald Trump is not a P3DO even though he sexualized little girls. So if someone walked up to your daughter, your 10-year-old daughter, and said that he'd be dating her in 10 years, you'd be okay with that?
Yeah, if I saw him do it, yeah.
Oh, so I look like the P3DO, yet you'd be okay with a 50-year-old man fantasizing, sexualizing your fifth grade daughter?
Gotcha. If I saw him do it, I would not be a fan of it. No.
Oh, but yeah, I look like the P3DO.
Yeah, I'm making a special exception for you because you're a dumbass.
Oh, you're just a pissed off Republican.
I am not pissed.
Hey, buddy, I'm gonna go and clarify. I'm gonna go and clarify. I don't want your emotions. Facts over feelings. When will the Republicans get it?
I am not emotional.
Republicans are so lost in their emotions, they don't even know how to control it. And of course, it's a man too. How about you control your masculine emotions?
You're sexist. I get it.
How about wait? Oh, so you're saying that I could be a sexist towards men? I'm a man.
Yeah. You're saying, of course, it's a man. Like, what the heck?
Oh, so you're in your fifis because I'm saying, of course, it's a man.
Yeah. Just
so
because I said.
How do you feel about Trump saying that he never want a female president?
I mean, a female president just wouldn't work.
Oh, so I'm a sexist for telling you that you're deep in your masculine fifis, but it's not sexist to say that women can't lead?
How is it? I'm not saying they can't.
Oliver, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Oliver. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Oliver. I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform, on those platforms.
I didn't say they couldn't lead. I said they couldn't be president.
Okay, so why can't women be president?
Because these countries like China and other countries that don't respect women at all, that have zero rights for women, aren't going to listen to Kamala Harris.
They're going to be forced into listening to Kamala Harris when she's standing in front of a $700 billion funded per year military.
They will not be forced into doing
the world's
anything.
largest consumer base. It's okay. So when a woman is sitting in the most powerful position in the world, more power than any of those misogynistic men daydream of achieving in 10 lives, standing in front of the world's largest military, by far, the world's largest GDP and consumer base, by far, they will be forced into listening to her.
I got you. So she hides
just
behind
like you're
military?
forced into listening to me right now.
So she hides behind military. Donald Trump does not hide behind military.
She stands in front of it, little boy.
No, she does not. No, she does not. She can't even stand in front of a camera.
Hey, can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced get passed? Oh, yeah. She stood in front of a camera 3 nights ago and destroyed your old man.
On a 1v3, I got you.
Get that fucking straight, Daryl. I appreciate
on a
you
1v3? 1v3, I got you. On her own network. We good.
Why do you call it a 1v3?
Because they fact-check Donald Trump over and over again, but they never fact-check Kamala Harris. And also the eating cats in Ohio, that's a real thing. That is a real thing. That is not delusion. That is not delusion. There is body cam footage of that. There's body cam footage of that.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure, man.
So first of all, the reason why they fact-check Trump more than Harris is because
they're biased.
It's because Trump is a pathological liar. Joshua, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Joshua. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love. And I just want to ask you, hey, shut up, buddy. You're just jealous because I'm getting.
I promise you, I'm not jealous, dude. I'm laughing my ass off right now. I am not jealous.
Hey, can you say W Joshua for the $15 on PayPal?
Yeah, W Joshua.
Okay, W Joshua in the chat, y'all. Yeah, so I just have a question for you here. So about people eating the dogs and cats. You said that you saw body cam footage.
Yes.
So how do you know they're an undocumented migrant?
Because she wasn't speaking
According to
English.
the Galaxy. Oh, so if you don't speak English, you're not supposed to be in the country?
No. I'm just saying it's kind of a coincidence.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that if you don't speak English, you're automatically not a U.S. citizen?
I never said that.
Well, you're saying because she wasn't speaking English, that meant that she was an undocumented migrant.
Okay, so when the cops are talking to her and she's not saying anything at all, and then when the cop opens his mouth, he's like, go like this, and she copies him, that states to me that she doesn't know a lick of English at all.
Okay, so is it possible to not know a lick of English while being a U.S. citizen?
It's possible, but how many U.S. citizens
So
don't
given
know
that that's
a lick of
possible,
English?
would you be able to specifically demonstrate to me that she was an undocumented migrant? Because I just want to
So you're
clarify.
saying she's American?
I'm saying that we have no reason to believe that she's an undocumented migrant.
That's delusional.
Okay, what's your reason?
Because how is she, she's just an American eating cats, dude. Also, I'm sure if you look up,
so you're saying that no American citizen. So you're saying that no American citizen would commit such a violent crime, but an undocumented migrant would.
Yes.
You're statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. You piece of shit.
I'm not a piece of shit. I'm just a rational
Get
thinker.
fucking debunked. No, you're not a rational thinker.
Yes,
you're
I am.
statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant.
Okay, well, I know I'm not a criminal.
So earlier when you were saying that undocumented migrants would commit these violent crimes but not U.S.-born citizens, well, how do you respond to the fact that U.S. citizens are 4 times more likely, proportionally speaking?
So how do you respond to the Venezuelan gangs? Because those are real.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Okay. How do you know that they're Venezuelan gang members?
Because it's all over news, bro. Just do your research. I know the media.
Okay, so therefore, if the news says something that's true.
I'm talking right now, Dean. Please
So if the TV says something,
Dean, just give me 30 seconds.
So if the TV says something,
Dean,
it's
just
true.
give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
If the TV says something, it's true, guys.
I'm just saying, if you look into it, you'll see.
Katrina, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I want to get at least 500 W's in the chat for Katrina right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Massive W's right now for Katrina. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Amber with the $20 on Venmo as well. Amber saying support for our young, educated voters. I support Trump at this time, but I admire your passion. Amber, I'm going to pull you over to the right side of history. Massive W's in the chat for Amber and massive W's in the chat for Katrina. Thank you, Katrina and Amber. And Gabby, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying that the guest is a little bitch. I agree with you, Gabby. Thank you, Katrina, Amber, and Gabby. Y'all are awesome. Yeah, so I just want to clarify here. So what specific evidence would you have that would demonstrate that undocumented migrants, these Venezuelan gang members, were overtaking apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado?
So what do you have to say?
Into the woods. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. What's up?
Thanks for the galaxy. What evidence do you have to say that they're not?
It happened.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. So you're saying that I have to provide evidence to prove that the negation of your claim is true. So I just want to really clarify.
It's false. You have to prove that it's false.
John, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Tell this clown even if she was undocumented. I'll go ahead and read that out. Thank you for the love, John. W's in the chat for John in the comment section.
John.
Hey. So I'm not voting for Trump because after the debate, he raped a little girl. Prove to me that that's false.
I don't know. I don't know.
So I could assume that Trump is a child rapist because you can't prove that wrong?
He's not a child rapist, but yeah.
No, you have to prove that wrong. Remember, I'm using your same logic here.
No, I'm not. No, you're not. You're totally.
No, you said that they were undocumented Venezuelan gang members overtaking apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. Hey, buddy. Hey, yeah. Donald Trump is a child rapist. He raped a little girl after the debate. Prove me wrong. Because that's what you asked me to do. Why can't I ask you to do what you asked me to do?
Whenever you get people up here, do you just expect them to have all the evidence for every single claim that they got?
Yes, I expect you to believe in things with reason, dumbass.
Don't call me a dumbass, bro.
Are you saying that we shouldn't expect people to have reason for their beliefs?
I think you need braces. I don't know. Respect people. Respect people for the beliefs. That's good. I like that.
Okay, so what reason do you have to believe in yours?
Because Jesus saved my life.
Hey, I just want to clarify. I'll get braces when you get an education. Fair deal?
I have an education. Jesus saved my life.
You have an education? How many continents are there?
7. I told you that.
Name them.
Why do I have to name them to prove I have an education?
Good dog, Ton. We're going to move on to our next guest. Of course. That's how it happens. Chat. That's how it happens. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Carl, I really appreciate you for the hanging lights. What's up, Buck? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, hell no.
Okay, I appreciate you for coming up. Based. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Dude, those people are so annoying. It's like those 18-year-old boys that will come up here and they'll just be intentionally dense and intellectually dishonest for no purpose. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone, just give us a second. Y'all spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. We got Ryan loading in right now. They drain me. They drain me too. They drain me more than anyone else. What's up, Ryan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Jeffrey. All right, Ryan. So why are you voting for Trump?
I just think that he, from an economic standpoint, provides better long-term options and sustainability for the
I absolutely disagree.
Middle class. Okay.
I absolutely and very strongly disagree with you.
Okay,
Trump wants to implement the tax cuts Trump wants to implement his tax cuts for another 10 years. They're estimated to cost about $3.9 trillion. How the hell is he going to pay for it?
Okay. Do you want to know why he's implementing the tax cuts?
I'm interested with how he's going to pay for it. Are you just going to print money, more debt?
At the end of the day,
the deficit.
The deficit's never going to be fixed. That's not something that's even feasible to consider being fixed.
So he wants to add $4 trillion on top of it?
Again, it's not, at this point, it's literally like playing with fake money. So no President Kamala or Trump or anybody in the future is ever going to be able to fix the deficit.
Actually false. So Kamala Harris, her tax plan is self-sustainable. It won't add a dime to the deficit over 10 years. She knows exactly who it's going to benefit.
Can you explain?
She knows exactly how much it's going to cost, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it.
Explain it.
Yeah, sure. So do you want to talk about what the tax policy will do, who it will cut taxes for?
No, I want to know.
I want to write how she's going to pay for it.
I want to know how the tax policy plans to be self-sustainable.
Awesome. Yeah. So it costs a total of $2.4 trillion. $1.3 trillion of the $2.4 trillion will be paid for by increasing the corporate tax rate by 7%. The Treasury estimates that this will raise $1.3 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. We have a remainder of $1.1 trillion. $300 to $400 billion of that $1.1 trillion is going to be raised by granting Medicare a greater renegotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies. That's estimated to save about $300 to $400 billion in government spending. And then the remainder of the $700 to $800 billion will be paid for by introducing the unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires at 25% and by increasing the realized capital gains tax for those same centimillionaires. Natalie, I appreciate you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Over the 10-year lifespan of the bill, that is estimated to raise $2.4 trillion, making it, in theory, self-sustainable. Right, but I'll ask you the same thing about Trump. How the hell is he going to pay for the $3.9 trillion in debt-related spending to
about how this world in the next 4 years is going to be and how you're going to handle it when you don't have TikTok to jump on here and vent and, you know, spill your
Justin, I'm just gonna let you know I had a platform. I had a platform before the election. You know that, right?
No,
so I'm gonna be here.
I'm talking about
You're still gonna see me on your For You page. Yeah, you'll still see me on your For You page.
I feel sorry for all the young Gen Z population. Because you're not going to know what the fuck to do, bro.
What?
Like, when the shit hits the fan, y'all are going to be sitting there with your thumbs in your ass like, what the fuck are we going to do? And it's sad, man.
Dude, I promise you if I muted you, it'd take you a while to figure out how to unmute. Don't act like we're the ones that have less of an idea what we're doing. Honestly, to be totally honest with you, I think we're going to be fine.
You think?
Right? I am optimistic for my generation.
You should. That's good.
I'm very optimistic for my generation.
I'm not, man, because you know when it comes down to it, like the way you were talking about not fighting, that's what this whole world is built on.
You know what I'm feeling, Justin? I'm feeling like a little bit of a projection, right? Because you guys did a bad job. Reach the hint art.
Like, what are you gonna do when you can't protect yourself, Parker?
What do you mean when I can't protect myself?
When all these crazy people just start to go off the handles with knives and guns.
You mean you?
What do you?
You mean January 6th?
No. I'm gonna protect me and mine. That's what I'm gonna do. And always.
Wait, do you think there's gonna be a civil war?
Dude, I mean, what do you think? What do you think?
No, Jennifer thinks that money gun.
Well, I mean, this is the way I look at it.
You guys are so fucking insane. Like, actually.
The way I look at it is that it has happened before, so why could it not happen again? Right?
Dude,
it has happened before, so why couldn't it happen again? There was 2 world wars, so why could there not be a third? Parker, tell me that.
Okay, so I'm not saying it's not logically possible. What I'm saying is that's not probable. The same way that there have been bombs, nuclear bombs. Listen, there have been nuclear bombs that have been dropped before. That doesn't mean a nuclear bomb is going to be dropped right now.
Well, I mean, because everybody's got
them. That's a ridiculous statement to say.
And
Dawn, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Dawn. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know how I deal with them. Amber, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again,
Parker,
Susan, thank you for the $5 as well. Do I work?
Do you work or do
this is my job.
So TikTok's your job.
Yeah.
You don't have any. Do you know how to weld or farm or agriculture? Or
nope.
Anything. And do you even know how to shoot a gun?
No. Or I do. Jessica, thank you.
You do. Okay,
Megan,
thank God. I mean,
I wanted to see your reaction. I just wanted to see your reaction.
I was like, "Are you fucking?" I was like, "Are you serious, man?" But you don't worry about that. Like, if so, you go to the store and buy your shit. What if the store's not there for you to go buy your shit?
Yeah, Justin, what if civilization just crumbled?
I know.
Right
what
now,
if frogs had wings? They wouldn't bump
Dude,
their
it's just like man
right?
finds philosophy. Man
Dude.
finds philosophy, dude. Wow, first time.
No, I don't. No, I don't find philosophy.
Man just finds philosophy.
I just speak my mind.
Man has
bud.
critical thought for first time. Yeah, dude.
I mean, come on, man. You know,
What if an apocalypse happened right now, dude? That'd be crazy, bro. That apocalypse, man.
And I would have my food and my resources to take care of myself.
Dude, do you have a bunker too? Wait, Justin, do you have some bunker?
What would you do though, Parker?
Hey, have you built your bunker yet? Justin, have you built your bunker yet?
Oh, I'm not. I don't have that kind of money, but I wish I did. Right?
Well, you should be getting ready for it right now, okay, man? Okay, you should be getting ready. It could possibly happen like right now, dude.
I mean, it could. I mean, I think there's a lot
Amber,
of
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Amber. August. Well, I don't know why I said it though. August, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For the Civil War. And Lisa, thank you for the $50 for supplies for Civil War provisions. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm really gonna need that when the apocalypse happens. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That money's gonna mean nothing when the apocalypse happens. You know, you better already have your shit there. You know, rather than needing it. You know, it's gonna be that money's gonna be worthless.
Justin, oh my god, dude, are you trolling, bro? You've got to be kidding me. I don't think an apocalypse.
What do you mean, bro?
I don't think an apocalypse is around the corner, dude.
No, maybe not. But I seriously think that a World War III is around the corner. I think.
Okay, so what makes you think that?
Before the election, some shit is gonna pop off because either the Democrats are not gonna.
I've heard this from like every conspiracy. Hey Justin, every conspiracy theorist says this with like every single like few months from now. There's like some event that's happening in a few months. It's gonna be crazy. The world's gonna end. You know what I mean? Like, dude, people have been claiming this shit with almost fucking everything. Okay,
I know, but
you gotta
like,
use a little bit more critical thinking so that you don't accept beliefs like this because you just sound wild for no reason. Like, you don't have to hold these views, Justin.
Parker,
you can be a rational person.
Bad, buddy. It's
Savannah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Savannah. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the funding for my bunker. Thank you so much. And Greg, thank you for the $10 for Civil War prep fund from the DNC. Thank you so much.
It's never been this close, Parker. That's the whole thing. That's what you don't understand.
Are you trolling?
You're like 20 years old, dude.
Justin, I'm 22, but like, do you understand
22.
Do you understand in the Cold War we were significantly closer? That we were literally. That you can watch a story.
That was 80 years ago, bro. 80.
So, that we were way closer
it's
then.
Coming up on that time, buddy. If you look back at all these wars,
actually, I have a question. Are we the closest to a world war in history?
We're closer now than the past 50, 60, 70 years now than we ever been. That's if you want to ask that question, yes.
Okay, so in the 1970s, the 1980s, and in the early 1990s, we were somehow less likely to lead to world war than now.
Because we've never
what makes
been
you
up
tell
against
that?
Russia, China. Dude, China.
Well, you know, understand the Cold War happened until the Soviet Union collapsed, right?
Dude, China.
And that was
they
in
can't
'91.
even breathe their air, bro. They can't even breathe their air because it's so polluted.
Appreciate the hand art.
Like China wants.
And you guys don't want climate, and you guys want to gut the EPA. So you're sitting there and you're like, oh, they can't even breathe.
We want to be self-sufficient,
realistic. So you guys want to gut the EPA. You want to gut the restrictions. But like it is the case that you're like, oh, they can't even breathe because it is the case that they don't have regulations. Sir, do you realize that you're arguing for the policy that you just said was bad?
Dude,
you just said was communism.
Dude, I want to fucking be self-sufficient country, bro. If we
okay, so should we invest in renewable energy in the United States?
It don't matter what we do, dude. Our world's fucked already.
Aaron, thank you for the $25 for Gold Bars Apocalypse Prep. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker, quit kissing everybody's ass and listen, dude. Our world's fucked.
I'm not doing that right now. What are you talking about?
Our world's fucked.
David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for Tell the Bro with the Cuban Missile Crisis. He doesn't need to know that. He doesn't know history.
Bro, the world's fucked already, Parker. There's no fixing the world. There's no fixing the environment. No, dude. You're not going to, because the whole world is not going to do anything better. Our one little country is not going to make China quit polluting all the air.
Powerful guys, thank you for $10. Thank you so much.
That's not going to happen.
Hey, Justin. I think it's not useful at all to be as pessimistic as you are right now. Appreciate that.
Bro, I'm a realist.
I think.
Man.
Listen, no, this isn't being real.
This is called realism.
No, listen. This isn't being real, right? This you just saying that nothing's ever going to ever happen isn't you being real. You have no reason to believe that statement over the fact that we would do it, right? I think it's a lot more useful to be optimistic, to have hope. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Towards us doing well and doing good, because that's ultimately going to get us to try to act in accordance with what's going to lead to the best outcome. Rather than being pessimistic, when you just are pessimistic, you just give up. You have a fixed mindset. You don't have a growth mindset. I want to progress. I don't want to just have a fixed mindset and think that what we have right now is the best we could possibly have. This country can be so great. This country can keep being better. And if we do not recognize things that we've done wrong, right, we cannot recognize what we need to be doing better to progress in our society. And you're trying to not allow for us to do that. And right now, I would so much rather, again, advocate for something that we can do better and be hopeful and optimistic and say that we can lead the world towards a better future, a brighter future for everyone.
Okay, Parker, you want the world to be better. So let me ask you.
Susie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Power for Goddess. Thank you for the $10. David, thank you for the $10.
Come into our country, is that making our country better?
The money gun, thank you. Yes, actually, immigration does make our country better.
Is.
And do you want me to explain why?
Yeah, sure. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee full of economists, indicated that immigration is the main cause of our economy growing by 2034. We're going to see around $7 trillion in growth in terms of GDP, $1 trillion in growth in terms of governmental revenues, which allows for us to pay for Social Security, Medicare, and for the rising debt. Appreciate that, mustache. Thank you so much.
No,
so actually immigration helps our economy because immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate, and we have a population crisis in this country. We are not meeting fertility rates. So if we don't have enough workers who are younger to be able to sustain the people who are on Social Security and Medicare, then we're not going to be able to fund the systems properly, and we're going to get like sort of bottlenecked, like similarly to how like Japan's economy was like bottlenecked and stagnated for the past few decades, and what China is going to see here probably in the next 10 to 20 years.
That's not true, Parker. Actually,
so I can explain why it happens, because lack of population growth doesn't stimulate economy. Population growth stimulates the economy. Amber, thank you for $5. Yes, I will.
Can I talk now? Can we quit thanking everybody for giving you money and your job? So
you're just annoyed, and it's really funny.
I'm not
Thank you so much. Thank you for the paper crane.
I keep trying to talk, and all you keep doing is thanking people for the money they send you. That's all I keep hearing when I'm trying to have a conversation with you. So all these people flooding our country is actually the cause of our inflation.
Jim Gunn, thank you so much.
And I don't know where you get that all these people coming to our country is going to help
that is such a false
job growth.
Justin.
They're not making jobs. They're not making jobs.
Take
They're
one econ
taking
course.
jobs from Americans.
Jesus Christ. Take one econ course. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So you literally just you think that immigration caused inflation?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, can you give me any source that indicates that?
Well, because they use up our stuff, obviously. Okay. I don't know.
So if immigration is what caused inflation, then why was there global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world? Europe? Appreciate the hand art.
I couldn't tell you, Parker. I couldn't tell you.
Because that makes no fucking sense at all.
So what about
Tracy, thank you for the $50 for spreading good vibes. Can we get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Tracy, for the $50. Thank you so much.
It's just sad, dude.
What's so sad?
It's sad that y'all get on here and talk about shit that y'all have no knowledge about, like real world.
Wait. Actually, shit. You just did that. I have a degree in economics.
I can't tell, dude.
What do you mean? I just explained the economic concepts.
Have you seen the crime rates in these cities that have been flooded by these immigrants?
Does your back hurt, or does your neck hurt from that one? Push the hand. Like my neck just hurt. Like that pivot was wild as fuck, dude. Like ow.
You know, so okay.
Did you hear that crack, dude?
That was done with the economic. And let's talk about the crime that these illegal immigrants bring with them. Can we talk about that? And let's not.
You know, documented immigrants and undocumented immigrants commit less crime.
Can we change?
Documented immigrants and undocumented immigrants commit less crime than natural-born U.S. citizens proportionally and per capita. I just also want to let you know. You just said, "Can we not?" I'm not pivoting, but can we change the topic? That dude, hold up, geez. Yo, Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Teresa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Lucas, thank you for the $15 so Justin can buy an econ book. And Damien, thank you for the $12. Thank you so much, Damien.
This is crazy, man. It's just a bunch of Gen Z, like, people that know nothing about, like, life and how to take care of their family or protect their family from the shitstorm that's coming. But
says the one who's voting for a guy that actively is undermining women's rights. Are you the one that is going to take care of the women in your life? Really?
Just
really?
Like
You're taking care of the women in your life by restricting their rights?
Just like Kamala said, no one's having abortions.
Are you taking care of the women in your life by restricting their rights? Appreciate the IC. Thank you so much.
Nobody's trying to restrict no woman's rights.
Yes,
dude.
Trump actively put 3 people in the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade and led to 1/3 of women having less rights in this country than they did prior. Lisa, thank you for the $25 for the chiropractor from all the pivots. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Lisa.
Can we talk about, so you want to talk about that? So we're not pivoting. If I say, do you think it's, Parker, do you think it's acceptable for a woman to terminate a child at 9 months, 8 months? Do you think that's acceptable?
That's not happening, right? So at that point, it's induction of labor. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's literally a non-lethal abortion.
In Ohio, you can actually have a child aborted at 34 weeks.
Dude, abortion at that time, because you don't know.
34 weeks. So do you think that's...
Okay, this guy just fucking screams. Abortion at that point is, again, the baby is viable, so it is the case that it is literally a induction of labor. Okay? They don't kill it because, again, there would be no reason to. They would have to give birth anyway. I
understand what that means, Parker. I do not understand. So what do you mean? So do you think it's okay to abort a child at 34 weeks? A child being 34 weeks old. Do you think that is acceptable, Parker?
What you think abortion is? No. But what medically is defined as abortion? Yes. Because what's medically defined as abortion is the deliberate termination of a pregnancy. And the deliberate termination of a pregnancy here doesn't end in the death of the fetus. Did you know that? Because it is the case that is a non-lethal abortion. You literally induce labor at that point.
About, dude? I don't even understand what you're saying.
At 34, listen.
They take the fetus out.
Holy fuck,
at 34
dude.
weeks.
Shut up. Listen. Okay, be quiet. If you don't understand what I'm saying, listen, and I'll explain it to you. Don't just yap about something irrelevant. Inducing labor, it means causing birth. You cause birth. Abortion at that point is just causing birth. Does that make sense? Does causing birth make sense to you? Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean, dude, what? But
does that make sense? Tell me, Justin. Does that make sense? Does causing birth make sense? Because apparently you don't know what an induction of labor is. So
what? I'm asking you about aborting a child at 34 weeks. I'm asking you that. But I'm not understanding what you're saying. They induce it. I'm talking about you go in there as a woman who's pregnant, 34 weeks old, and go in there and say you want to abort your child. Do you think that is acceptable, Parker?
I'm telling you, Justin, and I've explained it to you multiple times, just please listen. Again, I'm not saying you can kill it. No, you cannot kill it at that point, okay? Because it is the case that you would induce the labor. You would cause birth. That's what an abortion is at 34 weeks. It's you cause early birth. That's what it is. Lorenzo, thank you so much for the $1. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Amber, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Ashley, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. And Nicole, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Nicole.
All right. Everybody has Parker thanked you for your money you sent him. Can we get back on topic here? So yeah, you keep losing me with what you're trying to like word vomit like your way.
I'm not, dude. You're just not intelligent. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm just a country boy from North Carolina. You may be right, but I know I can survive. I know I can defend myself. Like it seemed like you really can't. And
cool,
you know,
dude. We all have our strengths and our weaknesses. I understand.
I mean, okay. I appreciate you acknowledge that. That's very cool of you. Very cool.
But again, I'm trying to explain this to you because I genuinely think that you can get this. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, and I do think that you are intelligent enough.
I'm trying. I'm not.
I think that you just have mental blocks on.
You know, abortion means you take the child out of the tummy and discard it, and that's what 34 weeks is what that place in Ohio is allowing abortions. at 34 weeks. Yes, they are, Parker. Yes, they are.
Again, Justin, I tried to explain to you, an abortion at that point doesn't mean killing the baby. What that means is it means causing birth, and then they can choose whether or not they want to keep the baby or they want to adopt.
There we go. Keep the baby or adopt. So you're saying that So you're saying that if you go in there to have that
lead to the death of baby doesn't die.
Abortion,
Baby
so
don't
they
die.
Don't kill the baby.
No death,
Okay,
baby. The baby do not die.
Why did they say you can come in there and abort the child at 34 weeks?
Because
the lady called, and the people answered her, and she has it.
I think they just need to stop naming it abortion at that point because people just can't fathom that abortion doesn't mean dead baby. Like in this context, I don't understand. I really don't get it, Justin. It's not dead baby. No dead baby. Okay, Destiny, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Well, Nicole, thank you for the $20 just to annoy Justin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ashley, thank you for the $1. Lex, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
It's just, I just.
Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I just want to know what you guys are going to do when.
Amber said, "Tell Justin I support Trump and he makes me want to vote for Harris." That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's sad, guys. Very sad. Very sad. I'm talking about real life stuff that Parker seems that it can't. World War III, that is absurd. That would never happen.
Matthew, the $5. Thank you so much. I'm not saying it's never going to happen. What I'm saying is that it's not likely to happen right now. Okay? So you fear mongering, right, is just not a good look. Okay?
Did you not just see the statement that Putin literally just made today?
Dude, Putin always makes some fucking dumb statement, dude. Come on. Like Putin, there's like every week there's some new Putin manipulation out. Like, dude, don't listen to the Russian propaganda. Please don't listen to the Russian propaganda. Satoa, thank you. Satoa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for F Justin. Thank you so much. Gray, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
So, don't take everyone. Don't mind Putin threatening the U.S. Just don't worry about it. It's bullshit. Come on, Parker. You got to be smarter than that, dude. You say you got a degree in, what is that, a master's or a bachelor's? Bachelor's. Okay, a bachelor's. Very cool. So, I may not be educated. My fiance is well educated.
Lindsay, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. You understand that, like Putin always makes these bold claims.
Dude, but when are you gonna? It's a claim. Oh, Putin said he's gonna fucking fuck USA again, right? Come on.
Yeah,
man.
they always.
You should probably start taking that man a little bit more seriously. I mean, he already invaded Ukraine, so I don't. What made you think that he won't shoot a nuke our way? Maybe if we start.
Do you know what mutually assured destruction is?
Oh,
Frail, thank you for the $1.
Everybody, okay.
Here, I'll just ask this question. Abigail, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Do you think Putin cares about Russia?
I mean, that's the country the president of. I would hope he would.
Like anything within Russia, okay?
No,
if there is mutually assured destruction, if there is mutually assured destruction, and he cares about anything within Russia, if he shoots the nuke, everything he cares about is gone. Okay, so that's what mutually assured destruction is, and that's why we haven't seen. That's why when there's multiple nuclear powers, we haven't seen nuclear arms drop. Okay, it's because of mutually assured destruction.
All right. So, okay, can I talk now? So, if we supply Ukraine with weapons for them to shoot in the middle of Russia, and everything he's getting or loves is destroyed anyways. What the fuck do you think he cares about shooting?
We're not going to invade
missile?
it. We're not going to invade
I didn't
Russia.
just say us. I said Ukraine.
Ukraine's not going to invade Moscow. Okay, that's just not going to happen.
Dude, there's talks about U.S. Biden sending them U.S. missiles to shoot into Moscow.
Okay, you understand giving arms, right, is not the same thing as specifically like
us invading, of course.
Like us invading. Also, you understand those are not nukes.
If he did that, he is going to take it as the U.S. going to war with them. That is how he is going to take that. I don't know what you're reading out of, but he said that out of his own mouth.
Wait, say that one more time.
He said that if Ukraine shoots U.S. missiles into Moscow, that he is going to take it as the U.S. going to war with them. Because it is U.S. missiles.
Yeah, they say this all the fucking time, dude. Oh my god. They say this all the time, but they're not gonna...
Parker,
what if it fucking happens? Dude, you're like such an apocalypse guy. It's actually annoying. I don't want to hear it anymore, Justin. Like, it actually gives me anxiety talking to you. Like, I'm not trolling. I have genuine anxiety talking to you because you're so fucking apocalyptic. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fuck. God, it's not 1984 every fucking... Literally, goddamn. You're like... Your entire life is like a 1984 book, dude. Jesus Christ. Gregory, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Gregory. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker, you're sitting here saying it, that the man wouldn't do that. That's what you're saying. And if we shot our...
I'm saying... I know. What? Okay, wait.
Shot our missiles...
Okay, wait. I have a question. I have a question. If you think that Russia or Putin is like so fucking trigger happy, why would you have not defended Ukraine, which would have then led to them controlling the entirety of Ukraine? Appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much.
Hold on. What do you mean?
Would you have defended Ukraine? If Trump was president, do you think that he should have defended Ukraine? Ayana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Parker, what do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, if you don't answer my question, I swear, bro.
I feel like Trump? I feel like Trump should be Switzerland. When it comes to that and their war, what do we have to do with it?
The Budapest Memorandum, but just like so again, as it relates to Ukraine, would Trump have defended Ukraine? You're saying no?
I mean, if we
so give Russia, the trigger happy country, more power. Here's the confetti.
I mean, but so we should take their war on to our war, send our troops over there to fight their war? Is that what you're saying?
No, we do like every other proxy war. We literally help them, right, fight against Russia.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying, though.
Jeez, bro, you understand that we're helping Ukraine defend themselves? Like Ukraine, we're defending them by giving them arms.
Okay, do you think that with
the good evening? Thank you so much.
With President Putin making that statement, do you feel like we shouldn't do that or should do that? What do you think? Do you think he's just calling bullshit on that, or do you think he means it? Because China,
I think he's calling bullshit.
Is backing up Russia, right? China has said that they're backing up Russia. Cool. One of the biggest militaries in the world is backing up Russia, another pretty big military. And what do you think's just going to happen, Parker? What do you think? I'm just crazy, right?
Yeah, kind of, man. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't think that World War III is going to break out right now. Okay, okay. You want to hear? Actually, Justin, listen to this. You don't think
that they put all these sleepers?
Hey, Justin, I want you to listen to this question real quick. David, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Russia's always been threatening us. They've been doing this for a really long time. Okay. Why were there more U.S. service members that have died under conflict under the Trump administration if you think conflict is so much more prevalent right now? Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
That is an actual lie, Parker. Actually, there was 18 months when we were pulling out of Afghanistan that Trump had the ceasefire and not one American.
Greg, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. 65 under Trump, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. But go for it.
That's not true, Parker. Where are you getting your information? Where?
Directly from the military.
Directly from what website? Where can we go right now?
It's literally, you look up U.S. military members died in conflict.
Conflict. I don't think
conflict. Sorry, I apologize. I said it wrong. I apologize.
I'm just not trying to give you a hard time, Parker. I'm just trying to talk and see.
You are giving me a hard time. I'm not trolling. I talk to people every day, bro.
Right now,
I talk to people every day. You're just ridiculous, man. Okay, so I'm telling you right now. Defense Casualty Analysis System, U.S. active military deaths by year and manner. Okay. You can just look up the title specifically is U.S. active duty military deaths by year and manner from the Defense Casualty Analysis System.
Okay, and you're looking up Trump
and .mil source. So so you can look under the Trump administration under conflict and hostile action. It shows in 2017, 21 people. 14 people in 2018, 21 in 2019, and 9 in 2020. And under the Biden administration, there's 13 in the first 2 years, and in the next 2 years, there was 3.
13, yeah, that was when we disgracefully pulled out of Afghanistan.
Okay, but like again, do you want to talk about the 65 service members that died under Trump's administration? Thank you, the box go. Thank you so much.
Parker, did you not? Would you not agree that when Trump became president, that we had more conflict than we do that when Biden came into presidency? Wasn't Trump pulling out of Afghanistan when he came into presidency? Was he not still had pretty much an active war going on when he became president? And Biden comes in with no war. So
then tell me why there were more deaths in 2017 than there was in 2016.
Hold on, what'd you say?
There were more deaths in conflict and hostile action in 2017 than in 2016.
Was 2016 when Trump had that
when Obama was in office? 2016, Obama was in office. Kimberly, think of the $5. Thank you so much, Kimberly.
I have no idea, Parker. I have no idea. But would you not agree that Trump come in with more stuff going on than Biden and Harris? Would you not say that? That he came in with more, that Trump had more conflict to deal with becoming president than Biden and Harris did when they took presidency. Would you not say they had more conflict, less conflict to deal with?
No, what I'm telling you is that there was less conflict under the Biden-Harris administration that the U.S. troops were involved with. Jeremy, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. Did Switzerland join NATO?
Well, there you go, dude. They obviously had less conflict to deal with. Of course, less military is going to die.
Yeah, wait, so you said that you want to be like Switzerland.
Yeah.
And if Switzerland joined NATO.
Huh?
Wait, I don't know if they did join. Someone said they joined it, but I see that they're closer ties.
What are you talking about?
Confetti, thank you.
What are you talking about?
Switzerland is making closer ties with NATO. Someone was claiming that they were involved.
What are you talking about when I said I was going to remain Switzerland?
Okay, I'm sorry, dude. I can't talk to this guy anymore. His IQ is like 30, dude. I'm sorry. It's terrible. It's fucking horrendous. Katie, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Katie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Katie. Let's get some W's for Katie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Are you voting Trump?
No, absolutely not. I'm
Based. Appreciate the coffee. Thank you so much. Chat, I'm sorry. That guy, actually, that was so terrible. That was horrendous. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That guy was so ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting for Trump? Thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
Most likely, yeah.
Oh, why so?
Because, and don't get me wrong, I don't think Trump is perfect either. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I do think he's a lesser of two evils. I specifically remember being financially more stable under Trump, and I would say I'm pretty unbiased. I don't like either of them, and obviously they both do a lot of suspicious things, but I just think all the hype around Kamala, she doesn't deserve, and I think people give her more credit than she deserves.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? And Karen, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate it.
Was he found guilty?
He was held civilly liable, yes.
What's he found? He was found guilty.
Johnny, I told you he was held civilly liable. Could you hear me?
Yeah. And would you vote for someone that imprisoned 1,900 people?
Do you want to answer my question? And also, that's not even a real number that you just referenced. You're just referencing what Tulsi Gabbard said, which again she didn't.
Can you give me the exact real number?
So again, you'd have to tell me what you're referencing in terms of her being district attorney, attorney general, or what you're referencing, because with that number that says 1900, that's very unclear what it's even referencing.
Okay. You're really stuck on that number. Let me change it up. Would you vote for someone who is imprisoning some people for something that she's done herself?
Like something that she's done herself? She never put anyone in prison for possession.
For marijuana, but she's done that herself.
You can't say that on live. TikTok TOS. Also, you never fucking answer the questions, dude. Like, what's up with people just not ever wanting to answer questions? It's actually unbelievable. It's really ridiculous. Jenny, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jenny. Holy shit, people are going so crazy today. Can we get some W's for Jenny in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Yo, Grace, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, Baka, thank you so much. I appreciate the future. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes. 29.
Appreciate it. Okay, so why, Sam?
Nah, actually, can we go back to that other question you asked before, the civil libel thing?
Thank you so much, Sydney. Yeah, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
It isn't civilly liable meaning like you did something that wasn't illegal, like you did it legally?
It doesn't mean it's legal. Do you think defamation is legal?
No.
No. Okay, so where would defamation be solved?
Wait, hold on. The civil libel thing, like that's not.
Do you think it's legal to defame people?
No, the civil.
No?
I think you have the wrong definition of.
How do you deal with defamation?
No, I think you have the wrong definition.
You deal with defamation in a civil court. So if you think it's not legal to defame people, well, then this wouldn't be legal as well. Also, you understand that the basis of the case was defamation, and then in order to prove the defamation, they proved sexual abuse.
Wait, can you hear me? Yeah, you can.
I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Yeah. I think you have the wrong definition of civil libel, though.
I don't know. What do you mean definition? So what do you mean by that?
Like that's when you pay like money to someone for something that is like legal.
He was forced to pay tens of millions of dollars, over $80 million.
But rape,
Christia, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Christia. Thank you so much.
If he sexually assaulted someone, like that's not legal. So how could you use that definition of civil liability when you're talking about rape?
Because the reason why it's not in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations, and you can try sexual abuse in civil courts. Did you know that's possible?
No, that's interesting. No, I just
so the statute of limitations was not up for a civil court, but it was up for a criminal court. So I would love for the statute of limitations law to change. There would be no statute of limitations for rape cases.
Gotcha. What do you do for a living?
This.
Like you talk politics on TikTok or social media?
Yeah, well, politics right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you feel like America's like economy is better with like the Democratic Party the past 4 years, 3.5 years?
I think it's better with Democrats rather than it being with Republicans.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
How so?
Trump added a lot to the debt. He cut taxes for people who are rich, which didn't help the overall economy. I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that showed that it only increased the economy annually by 0.04% a year, which increases it around by 28 billion. So we spent around 1.9 trillion to get around 28 billion added to the GDP, which is horrendous. Okay.
Yeah.
That is terrible.
How do you think the Democrats could get the GDP down?
Do you want GDP to go up?
Or like the debt of whatever to go down.
Infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act.
What was the second one you said?
Infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, and Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you, the Trash Panda. Thank you so much. And Heidi, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Heidi.
Interesting. All right. Cool. All right. Thanks for your time, Parker.
For sure.
All right,
let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's tap the screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. What's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I voted for him in 16.
And I didn't vote for him in 20. I voted for Joe Jorgensen. And just over the past 4 years, I've seen a lot happen. I bought a home in 2020. And I can tell you right now, just through helping people, I've helped a couple of friends buy homes. And for instance, my home appraised out at 168. Now will appraise at like 270. And it's not because it's worth more, obviously.
It, objectively speaking, is worth more then. If the market price was 175 and the market price now is 250, it objectively speaking changed in value.
That's just because everything costs more, though.
Okay.
So
are you saying in like the utility isn't different?
No.
Or are you
I'm
talking in terms of market value?
I'm talking if I put my house on the market right now, it would be worth everything is going for $100,000 more. And it's
so the value increased.
And it's not based off of equity. This isn't an equity thing. The only equity I have is what I paid down my principal.
If the house price increased, you now have more equity.
Well, yes, I understand that, but it's not because it's really worth any more. So
I don't know what you mean by worth then.
Because
it literally is worth more in the market. You're just saying you don't get any greater utility from it.
Right. What I'm saying now is
so the value increased for it, but you get no greater utility. Okay.
What I'm saying
That's just
is
how
that
demand works in a market economy.
What I'm saying is that that's part of your problem with the cost of everything going up. That's why people can't buy homes, and it's so.
Okay. So again, I'm not disputing that. You understand that it happened globally, right? Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world.
Yes.
So what's your point with that then? How was it caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, when all that money got printed after Trump left office, yeah, I understand he printed a lot of money too during the pandemic, but the bigger of the two prints happened after the fact, and all that money got funneled into Israel and all these other countries, Ukraine, all these European countries. So we just levied a huge burden on everybody in America, not to mention all of...
How much money was foreign aid? Tell me. What percent of the budget? What percent of the budget do you think the foreign aid was?
Well, it's no secret. You've had hundreds of billions of dollars go to Ukraine.
Okay,
you've had
$107 billion to Ukraine, and that was a reallocation from our military budget. Okay, foreign aid is a very small portion of the budget. Okay, you know what the overall budget was?
No.
Pretty sure it was over $6 trillion.
Why is that?
Because it is the case that we have obligations in terms of Social Security, Medicare. We have like payments across the entire world in terms of national defense, plenty of things, right? I don't necessarily agree with how much money we spend on the national defense. I think we can cut our military budget in half, still have the biggest military in the world, and bring money here at home to take care of American citizens with health care, people, to eliminate homelessness in this country, right? To end childhood poverty, make sure that everyone has food, expand access to healthcare. That's $450 billion a year, is $4.5 trillion over a decade. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. That would revitalize, right, the American middle class in terms of access to basic amenities. Appreciate the handout.
That's fair.
Someone say free healthcare is not free. It's free at the point of service.
Right.
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, that's not, we don't have, what's the implication here?
What?
What's the
Would you
implication
vote for?
of
I'm just
that?
asking a question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No.
Okay, well, Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, so you wouldn't vote for him?
I mean, has it stuck to him
Yeah, he was held civilly liable
in a case or what?
in a civil case. Yes, unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Maddie.
I mean, are you going to vote for somebody who blocks evidence for somebody on death row?
Jesus Christ, dude. So you're not going to answer any of my questions? Why are you guys all the same? You guys are the fucking same individuals. You never answer questions. Okay? So
What?
she didn't block evidence that person was guilty. They found that they were guilty. You understand that, right? They did DNA indicated they were guilty.
Right, then why did they force her to turn over evidence after the fact?
That wasn't her. What are you talking about?
Why did everything that Tulsi Gabbard?
They tested it. They just tested it later on. Think of the
Oh, they just- okay.
Tulsi Gabbard, sorry, lied at that debate stage. She just made up that. Totally made it up. Okay, she's a conspiracy nut.
A former Democrat that's a conspiracy nut. Okay.
Yeah, I don't say that there's no conspiracy nuts that were former Democrats.
Gotcha.
Okay. Do you want to answer my question now? Would you vote for someone? What would you
I
vote for
already
Trump
did, I
given that
told-
he was? Appreciate the super. Thank you so much. Would you vote for Trump given that he's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Well, it's a loaded question because what's the facts? What's the case? What's the, you know what I mean? It was like, it's easy to just, what are you talking
Michael,
about?
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Michael. Can we get some W's for Michael in the chat? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I will tell you, but you already said that you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. So you didn't ask for the evidence or the case earlier, but now you're asking for the evidence in the case when it's applied to Donald Trump.
Yeah, because we're dealing with a situation where no matter what, there's, we operate in a different political system now where it's easy to just throw rocks at something, just as easily as somebody can throw rocks one way, they can throw them the other, which is like what I just said about all that stuff that you say, oh, it's just fake, it's lies.
I'll give you evidence and I'll give you reason. Okay, if you can just give me your just fucking feelings, I'm not gonna accept it. I put facts over feelings. Okay, what happened to the right wing saying that? Push the IC, thank you so much. And then you guys just all are conspiracy. It's actually crazy. Alright. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's get this next person up here. Yo, think of the cap. Thank you so much. Alright. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
You voting Trump?
So yes, but I've been listening to you. Some of your Trump supporters here are really, really embarrassing. They're really highly uneducated. And so I've been watching how Republicans will not support Trump. And I think it's because of the following that he has. I think economically, he has the stereotypical Republican ideal where we generate revenue by doing tax cuts. And even you yourself, you had stated that the economy went up only very little based off of these tax breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And so you always have this battle between the Democrat versus the Republican with, do we give it immediately to the poor? Do we do we give it the tax breaks to the rich and trust them? I think that in order to stay relevant as a country, we're obviously going to need to generate some sort of revenue and giving businesses the opportunity to build. When you look at Kamala says, hey, I'm going to give $50,000 to the poor to create businesses. The concern is are these small businesses and these people who are building their first time businesses, will they be successful? Will it be viable? You already
it's
have
a 50,000
businesses.
deductible. Do you know how deductible works?
They'll be able to use it as a tax break.
It deducts from your taxable income. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
But the concern is with Trump, and here's where I kind of lean on the fence with it, is Trump is irresponsible with the way that he's wording things. And so he's very dangerous. Do I think that he was correct in the sense that he potentially won the 2020 election? Absolutely.
You think he won the 2020 election?
No, not definitively. That it was a possibility.
Okay, what reason do you have to believe that?
So during the 2020 election, they did those mail-out ballots, right? And so those mail-out ballots went to the homes, and it was unsolicitedly mailed to individual homes. And so who's to say that you didn't have to have any proof of your identification to submit these? So my son could walk to the mailbox, fill one of these out, sign a signature, mail it in. It wasn't that difficult of a process.
No.
And
so as it relates to mail-in, you know that Trump engaged in mail-in, right? He's been doing it for decades.
Okay. But that's absentee ballot. That's different than what was happening during the COVID time. So you had the mail-in ballot.
He did specifically mail-in.
Okay, but mail-in was strictly for that 2020. Absentee ballot's different.
No, it wasn't. Mail-in was not strictly for that.
When did he? I don't understand.
People use mail-in that live in countries around the world but are still United States citizens.
But don't they have to file an absentee ballot on the internet and prove that who they are and why?
That in order to vote, yes, you have to prove who you are.
But not during COVID. During COVID, those ballots.
I'll let you talk to law, actually.
Oh, I get a person?
Yeah, law knows a lot more of the hyper-specifics on this than I would.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, Amber, so what you're referring to is absent. Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
So what you're referring to are absentee ballot applications. There were some states that during the COVID pandemic, people they would just send out the applications to essentially everybody in that area. But in order to, that was just the application. That wasn't the actual ballot. So one individual would have to put in all of their information. It would go to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State would send out a ballot later on. Now, on the outside of that ballot is a security envelope, which contains the personal information. And then there's another envelope inside, which is the confidential ballot. Once it's in, they check and make sure that person hasn't voted already. In most states, they don't count the absentee ballots until after the election day ballots, because if you show up and vote on election day, then when they go to your envelope, they see that you voted already, they toss out your ballot.
Yeah, but how are they verifying your identification is the question. Because during that time, there was a push to not continue to verify the identification because it became too difficult to verify. And what they were using was signatures.
Right. But I mean, that was just one form of the verification that they would use. Like every voter in the country.
Form that they used. And because it was a form that they used, and it wasn't like I can sign a piece of paper and we can say, oh, well, this signature looks the same, but it's not like showing your ID. It's not like going and getting your picture and showing your birth certificate. And it's not like what we did for absentee ballots. This was mail-in ballots for COVID.
There is no state that relies solely on the signature as the only method of verification of the ballot. First, the person has to register. First, the person has to register to vote, and they can't. If they're registered to vote in more than one area, then their votes are discarded because you can only register to vote at your primary place of residence. Once they once those are sent in, now the big controversy of the signature verifications is sometimes people just scribble their name, like you do every time you sign a receipt at a restaurant. You don't actually do like your full signature that matches your driver's license. Now, some states they were lax on their signature verification. That's true, but still, at best, that just means it's just one vote. And if that person had already voted, in order to orchestrate this type of scheme, you would only be able to vote for people who weren't going to vote on election day. And how would anybody know that?
I suppose they could walk up to a mailbox. I mean, I don't know. I think that there's still a hole, right? And with Trump, there is a possibility. We can't deny that there was a possibility that election was flawed.
Well, but in order to establish that it happened, you actually have to produce evidence. And there was only over 60 court cases where they weren't able to establish sufficient evidence to prove any of this. There was a lot of theories, a lot of accusations, but no proof.
Yes. And that happens in court, right? But the fact that it was even in question, right? And if we're going to talk about protecting the democracy, we needed to at least recognize it. But the problem with the Trump supporter is because they're so high emotion, because they're so, geared up. I don't even think as a country we even made an attempt to look at it. But I think that we all have to accept that was a possibility.
Well, so there were over 60 cases that were filed. 38 of the judges there were Republican appointed judges, and actually 10 of the judges were federal judges that Trump himself had appointed. If this was all like a big Democrat ploy, why would all of those Republicans be in on it?
I never stated that it was a Democratic ploy. I stated that it was against democracy, that Trump is not incorrect in thinking that there was potential flaw.
Right. I mean, he has every right to demand recounts. Like the state of Georgia literally hand counted every single ballot in the state twice. Arizona, Maricopa County did 3 recounts of all of their ballots, hand counted. Like he has every right to challenge it. He has every right to file the court cases. But in order to actually prove it, in order to succeed, you actually have to establish some evidence. And even Rudy Giuliani in one of the cases says, well, we don't have evidence, we have a lot of theories. And that's just not how you can establish credible belief that an election was stolen based off of theories. You need evidence.
And when you have no evidence, you just sound like a conspiracy nut. And this is why I say you guys are just based on conspiracy. You're not using facts. You guys sat there and you talked about facts over feelings, but now when it comes to the push comes to shove, you're not willing to accept facts over feelings. And Linda, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Linda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's Linda in the chat, and DMC, thank you for the confetti. W's for Linda for the $100. Thank you so much.
Sorry, but that would be based off of you categorizing me with other Trump supporters. And again, I would state that their lack of education is the reason why Republicans are not supporting Trump. Trump is creating a fan following of people who are very violent, very ignorant.
So why are you voting for him?
So if you look at it from an economic level, as far as how are we going to generate the economy,
most economists, wait. What have the economists said about the comparative economies? Harris projected plan versus Trump projected plan. What have economists said?
As far as Harris's plan, my understanding as we continue to repeat that trickle-down economics, it doesn't work historically, and everybody keeps throwing this out there. But again, earlier in the conversation, even you yourself said that the economy was raised underneath the Trump administration even by a fraction of a point, correct?
Wait, no, caused by the TCGA. It was 0.04%. So we spent 1.9 trillion in debt-related spending for a 0.04% annual GDP growth, which over 10 years is 0.4%.
So what is Harris going to stimulate the economy to? Is she going to?
So again, what you just said, what I'm just telling you is that it's not proportional to how much money we put into the economy. Okay, whereas if we do it otherwise, how is she going to stimulate the economy? She did through the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, those things. They get people ready to be able to work. They get people ready to have jobs. They build up infrastructure in this country. That actually builds jobs, and she's going to continue on that, right? Whereas Donald Trump, he has policy proposals where he can't actually pay for these things. He's just going to debt spend to give corporations and big businesses tax cuts and people who are already rich tax cuts.
But I think in the long term, when you look at it, it's the idea of we are slowly bleeding money because we are not producing our own goods to sell to other countries. And so you have Trump, who's taking the typical Republican stance. He's not very good at representing it.
Tariffs are not a typical Republican stance.
The idea is that we create tariffs. You create the tariffs so that we generate Americans to want to find a cheaper way to produce goods, and therefore encourage people to...
Tariffs would not make it cheaper. Tariffs would cause increase in prices.
No, it would.
If there's a 10 to 20% universal tariff, that would cause your prices on average to go up by thousands, like by at least $1,500 a year. I've seen estimates as much as $4,000, depending on how big
and you're right.
How big it is.
But the idea behind it is to encourage Americans to create their own goods. And so that's why we would do the tax cuts.
So you want to cause inflation?
You're going to, over time, slowly bleed the economy anyway. And so you have this battle between the Democrats.
Why are you shifting the taxes from people who are rich, because you're cutting taxes from people who are rich? You're shifting it to people who are poor because they're going to pay a greater proportion of their income on the increase in the price of goods. So you're just shifting the tax burden from rich people to poor people. That's what you're doing here.
So the idea is that you would create a sustainability to keep the United States relevant. And so we're producing good. You don't believe that?
Keep us relevant? Well, what's going to keep us relevant is innovation, is specialization.
Yes.
That's what's going to keep us relevant.
Yes.
Tariffs don't cause specialization. Tariffs are like you trying to hold on to the past.
I don't
You're
understand.
trying to bring back manufacturing jobs that like aren't profitable without tariffs. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to bring back business that isn't profitable without the tariffs or without the price increase. So how about we make better technology? How about we specialize?
I think that was the idea, is that we don't continue to spend money in other countries to bring in technology and encourage the American to produce.
Yeah, you can encourage production without using tariffs. Tariffs are a bad way to encourage production, domestically speaking.
But that's where you have all those other tax ideas that are coming into play, where it's,
what other taxes? How is Trump going to pay for his? Here, I'll give you a specific example. 3.9 trillion over 10 years is the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, just that alone. How are you going to pay for that?
How are you going to? I don't understand. Okay, so I know you study it. Economics is pretty complicated, and I know that it goes pretty deep. How are you going to pay for it? The idea is that it wouldn't be a quick return on investment, right? It would be a long-term sustainable return on investment, where you would do these tax breaks. Hopefully the big business owners would start producing things locally, and you would build the economy instead of us spending the money overseas.
So again, can you give me one historical example of trickle-down economics working? Hopefully it will go down.
And again, economics is, we can say this over and over and then it becomes a circle, but tell me when trickle-up economics has worked.
Okay, so you're asking, so we can point at most countries around the world, like in terms of developed European economies, right? We can see it working for the working class of those countries in terms of the social programs that allow for people to have greater levels of social mobility, the union membership that allows for them to bargain for higher wages even without governmental restriction. So actually those economies, not only do they have freer economies according to the Economic Freedom Index, appreciate Little Crowd, thank you so much, but they provide broader social safety nets.
I don't think I quite understand how it works. Yes, it creates, but...
So again, name one example of trickle-down economics working.
And again, I would say you named it, but it was very broad. Like, how is it working for them? Does that make sense? Like you're saying,
how is it working? People have health care. There's lower levels of poverty. How is it working? People have broader levels of access to education. There's broader social mobility, greater access to health care, better health outcomes. Like we can look at them. Like we can look at the impacts.
Specifically who?
Like what countries?
Mm-hmm.
Sweden, Denmark, Norway. Right? Those
So
are
that,
just a
that
few.
essentially is the end goal, correct?
What do you? No, I'm not saying it's an end goal. I'm saying that they have done certain things that we can adopt. I'm not saying adopt everything about their economies, right? But some things about their economies they've done good on, and we can adopt those to become a better country ourselves. Okay? What people are doing better than us, let's adopt that and try to do it better. That's what I'm trying to say. Instead of just letting ourselves fall behind, let's be the beacon of hope in the world. Let's be like what every country wants to look for how they want their economy to run. Let's be the example.
Yes.
Instead of having to look for other places for examples. You know what I mean?
No, I believe in that. I was a big Bernie Sanders supporter.
Then why are you supporting Trump?
Isn't that crazy? Because the concern is that when you look at Trump and the things that he's pointing out, there's so much divide in this election. Like the bullying tactics
Who caused that division? Who caused that division?
You're gonna say Trump caused the division? I know.
Wait,
I know.
do you think Trump didn't?
But he pointed out injustice, right? So you saw him go into the media, and during his first election, the amount of bullying towards this man was unreal, right? And he was stating to the American people, I know you're going to roll your eyes.
He was being bullied? All right, you don't think he bullies other people? He literally has an insult name for every person he talks to.
He does. Yes, but
he insulted people's wives. Right,
true,
that weren't even involved. Do you not remember the 2016 race? Bullying?
I do.
He was bullied? Come on.
But I think he represents a form of change, right? So he pointed out very clearly
not good change.
But some bad change is necessary, right? Whenever we have civil issues,
bad change is necessary. Jesus Christ.
I know you're just. Oh, I don't know how to make you a little bit more receptive to the fact that he did point out and educate the voters on the fact that the media is not always correct, right? Or he has pointed out injustices with the voting system. I think he represents a certain kind of change. Do I think morally he's right? I think he's from the entertainment industry. I think that he could potentially be dangerous. I would, if I could find a happy middle, I would have a person who would create change in the country for us, understanding that the voter no longer needs to be blind to certain factors. Like we can't deny that the vote.
What?
That
what
the
are you,
voting
I don't know what you're even
system.
saying right now.
The voting system's flawed. He exposed that, and we're in denial.
He exposed
the media,
how the voting system is flawed by trying to send false certificates, right, to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Do you think that there was a possibility that there was?
I think it's illegal. I think he illegally tried to overturn the election.
I think, and here's my hope, right? Even if he represents pointing out some portion of the truth. The fear is that he has a fan following of morons. I agree. But some exposure has to happen where we understand that we need to, and I don't even care if it's the popular vote and all the Republicans lose, but some sort of democratic change needs to happen where we recognize
I totally agree. Let's get rid of the Electoral College.
I'm fine with it. And then if
straight
Trump
into my
loses
veins. Let's do it.
But
yeah, I'm so down. I'm so down. You have no clue.
I'm fine with that. I am absolutely 100%.
You know that no Republican would have won for the last 20 years?
And that's fine.
Okay. You know, I totally agree.
I just, my hope is that we get somebody into office that will be honest with the voter. I think too often we see these politicians who are just trying to win for their side.
Anthony, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Anthony. And Scott, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
But for us to deny and have this division that the 2020 election wasn't flawed or that the media doesn't do this nasty bullying is insane.
Amber, do you think that Trump is a delusional conspiracy nut? Because he just said recently that Kamala Harris was using like an earpiece right? To
Was
like
that him?
hear things about the election. Yeah, he said it at a rally in Nevada. He literally said that she was using an earpiece because he got dunked on so hard in the debate. He said a conspiracy theory. Appreciate the cat. Thank you so much. Like eating the dogs, like all of those things, right? Just like that. That she had like something to be able to hear people, and that was proven wrong, right? Because you can see the difference in the earring.
It's stupid. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, come on. Like,
well,
this guy's delusional.
but you said that you wanted somebody who was going to be honest with voters, and you think that that's Donald Trump?
I
Asia,
think
thank you so much.
I think there needs to be exposure of the political issues that we have. I don't know. Like, Kamala is so on the fence. It frustrates me. I wanted Kamala at one point when she was with Bernie Sanders, but she's changed, right? And so
Kamala, by the way. And,
I'm sorry.
Okay, so again, if you wanted more progressive policy, who's the more progressive candidate? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
It's true.
It's
But
not
you-
even close.
But I think we should
For the United States perspective.
I think that there needs to be exposure of some of the injustices and flaws in the political system.
Okay, I agree with you. And that's not going to come to a greater degree with Trump. We're so busy about him saying the most crazy conspiracy shit that people won't even like talk about like all those other types of substantive issues. Like literally, what's Donald Trump's healthcare plan?
Yeah, he wasn't versed. He intentionally avoided that question. It was obvious.
Concepts? He's been saying concepts. I saw a series of videos. He's been saying concepts coming in a few weeks. We got some great concepts, way better than Obamacare. Like he's been saying that for literally years. Okay, he was saying this while in office, and he's 9 years into running for president of the United States, and he still just has concepts. That's kind of crazy.
Well, I'm not versed in his medical plan, but
neither is he.
He doesn't have one.
Yeah, but I know. I didn't
Neither
look
is
it up.
he. It's crazy.
I know. I've been listening to you for days and like looking up some of this information that you've been giving. I don't know. I know that there's injustices. You have a great platform. I know that they need to be exposed. I think that we should admit that the voting system is flawed. And I think instead of the argument being that, Trump is a conspiracy person, we should understand that there is flaws and like
He is a conspiracy person and there are flaws. Why can't we say both?
You can, yeah, but whenever you get somebody on here arguing with you, you're like, you turn it into like, it's so sad. We have such an uneducated voter. If you want to sway them, which you can't badger them with name calling of Trump. I think this is just something that we continue to do. Trump needs to be careful with his words. I think that listening to the people on your TikTok
Aren't you
account
guys the side that says that like you guys don't care about his mean tweets, but then you guys always care about like any level of disrespect being given to people that literally are supporting a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, etc.
I'm gonna bring up Biden was charged. Well, he wasn't charged.
Is Biden running? This is like Hunter Biden. Like I've heard people bring up Hunter Biden. Like, dude, none of this has any relevance anymore. He's not the candidate.
Well, yeah. Well, now you have, this female candidate who's not from the era of Trump and Biden, and it falls into, the narrative or what we need to speak to. Yeah, sure. Now it's you but last election, would we have argued over Joe Biden's cases versus Trump? What ground?
Joe
would you
Biden
have?
has no cases.
Yeah, like he hasn't been held civilly liable. Wait,
He had 9
Trump has
accusations.
over 26 accusations.
Okay.
Including, do you believe Katie Johnson's accusation against Donald Trump?
Do I believe them?
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. Yeah, do you believe them?
Do we believe the accusation? Like, I'm not going to say I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, so then why are you using that against Joe Biden then?
Do we know about Joe Biden's accusations? Do we believe those?
wait, again, we're not just saying accusations. We're saying Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman by 9 people unanimously when the decision did not have to be unanimous. And Jennifer, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Let's get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section. Thank you so much.
Did you compare the two types of evidence between the two, like the evidence that was brought up against Joe versus Trump?
I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Well, there wasn't a case for Biden.
There was accusations.
Thank you so much, Sid.
Where the
but wait, do you want to? Has Kamala Harris have a single case or even one report?
I don't think it's typical of a female to get those types of.
So then why would you vote for, wait, actually, here's a great thing. Women in positions of power don't have men doing this, even though men are more likely to lie in these types of circumstances.
I don't understand.
So men make lie to a greater extent when we're talking about harder lies, bigger lies, right? And what I've seen in terms of the data is when women lie a little bit more as it relates to white lies. Okay, but as it relates to the bigger lies, if men are more likely to do this, and we're talking about this in this particular scenario, why do you think it's more likely that women in positions of power wouldn't have these types of accusations, but you do believe that men in these positions of power would have these accusations? Does it make sense?
Because if you look at the age frame, I think at one point we glamorized that and almost encouraged it amongst males.
So it's encouraged.
I mean, there is a culture behind it. There is a power and grape culture and power dynamic over it. So I see what you're saying all along those lines. But I guess how does this specifically apply to Kamala compared to Trump?
It was just in reference to if we are going to hold somebody to a moral standing, regardless of whether or not it's a current event or not, we need to look at what we've done kind of historically.
Okay, I think we're not really getting the question here. So again, so as it relates to this, Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Kamala Harris doesn't even have an accusation. So why would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? Thomas, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Don't worry. Thank you.
But again, we can repeat that over and over again, and I will again go back to the fact that this wasn't a factor during the Trump and Joe Biden, argument. And so we could beat the dead horse.
I actually did bring this up then.
Did you?
So yeah. So, and I had these conversations. So would you like to just have the conversation now, please?
I don't understand.
Push the trash panda. Thank you so much. Would you actually like to engage with the conversation? Why would you vote for Trump and not Kamala Harris, given that he's been held civilly liable and she hasn't?
Economics and
you never gave me any good argument to say that the economy is going to be better off under a Trump administration. If anything, we'd have reason to believe it's worse because of the tariffs.
But it encourages large businesses to reinvest and produce goods that we can.
Give me one historical example of trickle-down economics working.
And then we would go back to give me a historical example of trickle-up working.
I already answered this question, and you still have not responded.
You cited another country and
I cited
Sweden.
multiple other nations.
Okay.
I can also cite points in American history, right, where we had higher corporate tax rates, we had lower unemployment. Christiane, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we have W's for Christiane in the comment section? Thank you so much.
So
let me run down this tariff. I've got an example for this. I've got a Yeti mug. It's a 30-ounce Yeti mug that I put ice in there in a drink. Ice stays all day long. That mug costs $35. I have another mug, same size, same shape, that I got from Walmart. It's an Ozark Trail mug that I paid $12 for. And that one keeps ice exactly as long. The Yeti mug is made in America, and it's high quality, works great. My Ozark Trail mug, made in China, sold at Walmart, $12. Now, if we do tariffs, that Ozark Trail mug is going to go up to if they still import it from China, it's going to go up to maybe $20 if we're doing like a 30 to 40% tariff, even though it's probably going to need to be more than that if we're going to make up for all of the increased spending due to the tax cuts. How is that helpful? Like, me, if I'm making $100,000 a year, that's not going to be a big impact on me, but that's going to be incredibly hurtful to somebody who's making $25,000, $30,000 a year, right?
Yes.
So the tariffs are an incredibly regressionary economic policy because while in the long run, maybe over the course of 5 or 10 years, the American manufacturing picks up to the point where the jobs pick up to where people can afford those. But now that's just going to set inflation through the roof. Now your cheeseburgers at McDonald's are going to cost $18 because that's just where the value of money has increased, because inflation happens when there's too much money chasing too few goods. And if we're decreasing the amount of available goods because companies aren't going to be importing anything due to tariffs, then that's just going to set off record inflation.
Got it.
Right. So that's just going to hit poor and economically disadvantaged families the hardest.
Okay. Understood. But again, you have me on the edge. Like, honestly, please use your platform to tell voters that election, we need to reform the election process. Okay. Like, that's what we really need to do. We need reform.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
No, thank you.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right, y'all. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes and share the live as well, everyone. And hide your dogs, everyone. Hide your pets. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Me, I'm 52. But
are you voting Trump? Are you driving?
I'm in the drive.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Grace.
Stuck at the drive-thru.
Bro had his camera on with the driving. Is crazy. All right. Yeah.
All right, everybody. It's 7,000 people in here, and Parker isn't at 1 million yet. There's no excuse for that. Everybody just tap the screen until you fill that bar up one time. Just that little pink bar in the upper left, fill it up one time. Parker should be at 1 million in less than a minute if everybody does that. Thank you.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Chris, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Chris. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Matthew, you're live.
Okay, let's get this next individual up, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Don't hide your pets. Nothing is happening. Yeah, I was just making a joke. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Kamala is black, so F her.
Doing strong, Landon. Way to come in strong.
Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much for the hand art. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kaylee. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
1 million, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for the 1 million, everyone. Now let's get to 2 million, everyone. We have 7.3 thousand people in here. 2 million. Let's go. Let's just try to get a bunch of likes, everyone, today. Let's go for 10 million. Fuck it. Let's just do it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 21.
Sandy, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
So are you voting Trump?
I'm kind of in the middle right now, but I think Donald Trump might be the way to go.
Super. Thank you so much. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
The thing about that is, if he was held civilly liable, why isn't he in federal prison? If he really was guilty of it.
Do you know how civil cases work?
Well, I know anybody who sexually assaults somebody would go to federal prison.
So actually, most people don't. By the way, so you understand that most victims don't come out, right?
Well, the thing is, she did though.
Okay. So yeah, even in those cases, it's hard to prove these types of things, and even then, this was proven. Personally, confetti. Thank you so much. In a civil case, and you don't accept it because he's not behind bars. You understand that there are plenty of other scenarios. There are thousands of other scenarios where this is true, where you believe that they're guilty, even without this. Like, for example, I appreciate the hearts. Thank you. If someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, should they be able to be a gym teacher under your view?
Oh, absolutely not.
Why not?
Because of their track record of sexually assaulting people. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So why don't you apply that with Trump?
I think the media and everybody is after Trump in every way possible. And I feel like if Trump really did commit these acts, for example, Stormy Daniels, that was consensual. Everyone said he sexually assaulted her. Blah, blah, blah.
No, that's not.
Nobody
not
said
Stormy
that.
No,
I'm saying that's an example. That's an example.
Charlie, no one's saying that.
Okay, well, regardless.
Except for people who mix up Stormy Daniels and E. Jean Carroll, because you don't even know who the victim's name is. Okay, yeah, you believe it's wrong? Jesus Christ, dude.
No, I believe anybody who sexually assaults somebody is wrong.
Okay, so why would you vote for Donald Trump given that he's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't think he did it. I don't think he actually sexually assaulted somebody.
Why do you think he didn't?
Again, because he would be in federal prison. Somebody of the magnitude of Donald Trump, you don't think he would be in prison?
You understand? Okay, so if someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child and didn't go to prison, would you vote for them?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so they don't have to go to prison for you to not vote for them. So why are you not voting for Trump? Or why are you voting for Trump?
I'm saying
Amber, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Amber. Can we get some W's for Amber in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Joanne. Thank you for the hand.
Shout out Amber.
I got you.
But that's
look at this. Take a look at this. This is the verdict form from the jury. Look at number 2. Do you see that? Can you read number 2 for me, please?
Sexually abused Miss Carroll. Yes.
There you go. Okay.
And if you don't mind me asking, this is Trump checking off these boxes, or who is?
No, it's from the jury determination, a unanimous decision of the jury.
Okay, well the jury could be biased.
You know that Trump was involved in the jury selection process?
There's so many things that we don't know, and I think this is one of them. So for you to say that, oh, Trump sexually assaulted this person is just, I feel like it's a bit naive.
What's naive? Believing a jury? Do you typically accept jury determinations?
Well, do you agree that sometimes the jury is incorrect?
Do you typically accept jury determinations?
Well, by law, we do.
No, do you typically accept jury determinations?
If the evidence is stacked against the person, then yes.
Okay, so if the evidence is stacked up against the person, okay. So again, do you know any of the evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Do you know any of the evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you, Robbie.
Me personally, I do not.
Okay, so then how are you able to evaluate that?
Because I trust in our judicial system, I trust in our legal system that if Trump really committed these acts, if they were so vile and so, traumatizing for this person, that
if you trust the judicial system, then why would you not accept the jury determination in the civil court?
What I'm saying is the legal system we have is if somebody were to sexually assault or people call him a rapist, blah, blah, blah. Why?
So, the reason why it wasn't in criminal courts? Thank you for the flag battle. Thank you, Robbie. Is because of statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since it happened. So do you think that people who have been assaulted, like, say, 20, 30 years ago, do you think they should be able to hold their abusers accountable?
Raped years in the past have been found guilty years later and go to prison for that.
So do you think that people should go to prison for that? Like, even if they have done it 30 years ago?
people do go to prison for that.
Okay, so in New York, it is the case that statute of limitations, right, does not allow for her to try the case in a criminal court.
I guess, yeah.
So then why would you vote for him given that he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people?
That's a great point. I mean, again, I keep going back to, that's just been my philosophy. People who sexually assault other people, especially like I said, the magnitude of Donald Trump and his fame and his, I agree, he's not the best person. I watched his debate, and it kind of started swaying me towards the middle. I don't know much about Kamala. I know Trump's economy was better. I know Kamala.
Based on what macro indicators?
Well, people like to blame all the debt because of Donald Trump, but we look at COVID and Biden talking about how he brought all these jobs back. Well, that's because of all the people who lost their jobs during COVID. And once COVID settled down,
you said
everyone got all
spending.
these
So
jobs
let's talk
back.
about the debt spending. So Trump signed more debt into law than the Biden-Harris administration by far. 8.4 trillion overall, 4.3 trillion or 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Signed into law.
I've seen so many different sources where those numbers.
$5. Thank you so much.
I'm not 100% sure on that. And like I said, it was a difficult time when Trump was president because of, like I said, all the mass shootings, but there wasn't any new wars.
Aja, I appreciate the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So there were, right? Didn't Trump engage in a self-proclaimed war on ISIS?
Well, it's because we had our soldiers being killed over there, and Trump was the only person to actually do something about it.
Okay. So what new conflict or new war did the Biden-Harris administration start?
It's not that they started a war. It's that there were ways they could have possibly prevented it. Okay,
like what? Give me an example.
Well, like Kamala going to talk to the Ukraine leader, and then the next day, the Russia-Ukraine war started. And
what did she do that specifically caused that?
I'm not saying she caused it. I'm saying Trump has better connections with world leaders. He has a better reputation with knowing world leaders like Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, the leader of Ukraine. I don't think it would have happened in the way that it did with Trump in office.
So what makes you think that?
World leaders respect Donald Trump versus
Then why do multiple of his national security advisors indicate that the world leaders think he's a laughing fool, he's unfit to be president, he's a threat to democracy that only cares about himself and doesn't care about other people? Aja, I appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you.
Because no one messed with America whenever he was in office. I think, if anything, there were domestic.
So then why were there more U.S. Military deaths in conflict under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration?
What's the source on that? I mean, we had people over in Afghan and people were dying.
Yep, I got you. It's the Defense Casualty Analysis System.
Well, the thing is, the truth of the matter with war is people have to die in order for something.
Wait, so why did more people die under the Trump administration in conflict than the Biden-Harris administration?
Because Trump did something about it. He took down the leader of ISIS, and then.
So again, you're saying that there's more or less conflict under the Trump administration?
You said there's more. I think there's more.
Was the U.S. involved in more or less conflict?
I think now we're involved in a lot more conflict.
Okay, so then why did more die under the Trump administration?
Why did war die?
Why did more die?
Oh, more die.
Danny, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
You know what? I wasn't aware that more died. I thought that there were. I mean, that's because ISIS was still intact during that time, and we had people over there trying to defend our country.
Okay, but so then there was more conflict that the U.S. was involved in.
Well, Kamala could have been there in 2016.
Oh, and 2016 it was Obama. But I just want to let you know.
Talking about 2017, the inauguration, blah, blah, blah. Kamala could have been in office during that time, and there still would have been deaths, and it would.
Okay, so then now you're saying just because it happens under the administration does not mean it was caused by them. Okay, so same thing with the Biden-Harris administration. So why do you want to say that just because it was under their administration, it was caused by them?
Well, what the point you're making is you're basically saying it was Trump's fault that all these people died, and if now that Biden was in office, that not many people died. So.
I don't think Parker's saying that it was his fault, but your premise was that we were involved in less conflict, and more American lives are at risk now than was then, and the numbers just don't bear that out.
Well, looking back at the early 2000s to the early 2010s, we had a problem with ISIS. We had a problem. They were we had journalists going over there and getting beheaded, and that's not on Trump. But Trump did something about it, and he ended up taking down the leader of ISIS. And yes, people died in the process. But if Biden was in office during the time, everyone would say,
okay, so what is it? What is it? So what's your argument then? Sally, think of the corgi. What's the reason why you're voting for Trump over Harris?
I think our border will be more secure. I think our economy will do better.
Appreciate the rock star. Thank you so much. So why did Trump undermine the biggest border bill in the past few decades?
Well, if you look at modern day, 6,000 immigrants are crossing the border, and that's just the documented.
That's not true.
Thinking about the undocumented.
No, 6,000 people are not crossing the border every day. There's no source that indicates.
You're right. There's probably more.
Actually, we have lower border crossings right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. We have lower border crossings right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. Did you know that?
I've seen the numbers. It is approximately 6,000 at least.
Give me one source that indicates that, because I'm looking at the Customs and Border Protection, and you're wrong.
Okay, maybe right now, but I watched over the summer, and people were yelling.
Okay, all right. So, dude, this guy just, you're lying at this point.
Okay, well, it's
mental gymnastics gold medal.
Damn, got me there, buddy. But
yeah, because you're like the pivot master. You're not engaging in any substance. Like, dude, again, what's the reason why you're voting for Trump over Harris?
I think he has a better track record, and I felt our country was safer. Our economy was better. Housing prices are through the roof right now.
No. What's something that he caused that was better? Appreciate the super. I think you're just like, name one piece of legislation that Trump influenced to get passed that you like.
I just think more people had more better. They were provided jobs better.
Now what's the policy?
I don't know the policy word for word. You're gonna have to tell me that.
You don't know any policy?
I do not.
So then how are you going to be able to evaluate what's the better candidate without knowing any policy and not looking at any of their character, because Trump's character is clearly worse?
I agree. I think Kamala is a much more mature person, but we have to vote for policies over the person. And
yeah, but you don't even know policy. That's actually so crazy that you just said that. You're gonna vote for the policies over the person, but I can't mention a single policy, okay?
I just think economically we were more stable. And
yeah, that doesn't at all mean that was caused by them. Push the box. Thank you so much. You said that just because it happens under the administration does not mean it was caused by them.
All right. Well, I'm saying if Biden was in office and all these people were dying from the war, you would blame it on Joe Biden. Or if Kamala was in office, you would blame it on Kamala Harris.
No, just because someone's in office doesn't mean you blame it on them.
Well, I'm not saying you're blaming on them, but you're saying, oh, we'd be better off with someone else in office because while he was in office, all these people died.
No, that's not my argument. I'm showing you that just because it happens under the administration does not mean it was caused by them.
Okay, so what's your argument saying that Trump wouldn't be safe, or it wouldn't be safe to have Donald Trump in office? Like, will we have more soldiers dying if Trump was in office?
Dude, holy fuck. The comprehension skills are negative, dude. I was using that to reductio your position. I'm not arguing that, like, Trump being in office is going to lead to more soldiers dying. I'm saying that if we look at the administrations, there was more conflict that the U.S. was involved in, because that was the way that you were evaluating what the better president is. Think of that mustache. Thank you.
Well, we had a lot of conflicts with Barack Obama in office. And Trump inherited that when he took office.
Oh, okay, so then that's not a relevant difference between the candidates. What's your point then?
I'm saying as the years have gone on, I think the conflict has settled. But then the Russia-Ukraine war happened while Biden was in office. I think Trump has connections with these world leaders where that most likely wouldn't have happened or at least at the level that it did.
What reason do you have to believe that?
Because of his connections with these world leaders.
What about the connections tells you that?
He's able to sit down with them and talk to them.
Okay, you act like the Harris administration wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, look at
Morgan. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you, Morgan. Morgan, can you send me $5, please? All right. Well.
Oh.
Yep, I had to kick him.
Okay.
Everyone, tap the screens. Get to 2 million likes. Let's keep it going, everyone.
Jamie, thank you for the $10. I will put that to good use. I appreciate you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Willie D. Goodbye.
Let's get this next person up here. All right. I was about to bring up someone that is just going to scream at us, but I'm like, no.
While we're waiting here, there's 7.2 thousand people in here. Parker's sitting at 1.5 million. I'm going to ask you guys to do one more power tap. Fill that bar up one full time. Parker should be at 2 million in no time. So I know you guys don't tap through the whole live, but just for me, just for a moment here, power tap, fill that bar up once. We know that there's a lot of Republicans, MAGA supporters here hate watching. So maybe if you want to fill up the bar 2 times to cover their bid, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
So why so?
I think he has better control of the border, had a better economy, and I think better military control.
Okay, so why did he undermine the border bill?
Why did he what?
Why did he undermine the border bill?
I'm not really sure on that, but
Okay, that was the
why isn't Kamala Harris met at the border?
Why isn't she what?
Met at the border.
She's gone to the border.
No, she hasn't.
Yes, she has.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah, she went to El Paso in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, so she's been there one time in 4 years. Nice.
Well, so what are the constitutional duties of the vice president?
I would think more than going to the border once and changing all of her policies in 4 years.
That's not an answer to the question.
No, I mean, the Constitution outlines the duties of the vice president. Do you know what they are? If you don't, just let me know. I can tell you.
No, I really have no clue.
$5. Hope they get the corgi.
Yeah, so they have to have a heartbeat, which means basically they have to be prepared to fill in for the office of the presidency, and they preside over the Senate, which means they break ties in the Senate and they oversee the certification of the election. Beyond that, they have no role in government.
They have no role in government.
Now, it is true that they will often serve as diplomats, and I'm sure you've probably heard it claimed that she was appointed the border czar. You'll never find those words ever coming out of Joe Biden's mouth that she was the border czar. But one thing that he did do is he charged her with a diplomatic mission to go to the Northern Triangle, which is Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, to try to find the root causes of immigration, because we had a huge influx of migrants coming from those countries, and she went down there to identify why those people are coming to the border. And she raised a bunch of private and public capital to try to invest in those countries to stabilize the populations that were traveling here. But at no point was she ever responsible for the border.
Okay.
Gio, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
How about all the fentanyl coming in?
Oh, you can't say that on the live.
Oh, my bad.
Damn it.
I know, right?
That would have been so much fun.
I know, they always do that. TikTok needs to get rid of that censor.
I will note here too, if you're talking about the feta cheese trafficking that was happening across the border, the border bill that President Trump caused to be stalled by the contacting Republicans in the House and Senate included $500 million for technology to track specifically that substance from crossing the border.
Trey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Gio, thank you again for the $10. Thank you so much. They asked if it was dog or cat flavored chips. That's crazy.
That's funny.
Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you so much, Don.
And we're at 2 million. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So much, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. Yeah, y'all, we can hit 10 million. We hit that so quickly.
You gotta give him a little bit of breaks.
I know. All right, to 10 million, everyone. Let's go.
Thomas, thank you very much. $25, that will cover one unhoused person's booking fees if when they're wrongfully arrested. So I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. They said the tapping is quite therapeutic. You know, they do have studies that are coming out on that. You know, it's saying that, you know, it's the greatest thing that you could do for your health, you know, the greatest thing. It extends lifespan by 3 million years, okay?
It's cardio, burns calories.
Seriously. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Holy crap.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh my god. I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry.
You're good. Don't worry.
It means she was tapping, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yeah, thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. You what's up? How old are you? Kaz, thank you for the training. Thank you.
24.
Little crown as well. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I disagree more with his economic policies as well as
economic
his
policy?
Well, let's start with the tariffs on China. I think that was a good idea. As well as the corporate tax cuts, individual tax cuts, stuff like that.
Okay, so you like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Appreciate the Henry. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you want to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
What do you want to start with, the corporate tax cuts?
No, do you want to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Extend the tax cuts?
Yeah.
Do
you want to extend it?
I don't see why it would be a bad thing.
Okay. So how are you going to pay for that? 3.9 trillion over 10 years. How are you going to pay for that?
How we've always paid for things.
Thank you.
Just added more debt.
Oh, just debt?
How do you think Kamala Harris has been trying to push her policies? Same way.
She pays for it.
With what money? Trump's the billionaire.
Okay. So again, it is the case that you're not wait. So what did I just say? You said with what money? She wants to increase corporate taxes.
You just said
long-term
her
capital
money.
gains at 28%.
Dude, you just said her money. Are you telling me that she's?
I didn't mean to say that.
Okay. Well, all right. We have the chat to clarify that, but I think you just said her money. So.
Yeah, he just said he didn't mean to say that, so he misspoke. Continue.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. I understand. You're good.
No, I guess the point Parker's making is that Kamala has actually laid out how she intends to cover the deficit that's going to happen from the tax cuts that she's proposing. And he can literally rattle off all the numbers, but just suffice it to say that she's accounted for through both cuts in savings in Medicare, not cuts in Medicare, but savings in prescription drugs, increased taxes on realized and unrealized capital gains for centimillionaires, things like that. Donald Trump has proposed all of these cuts, but hasn't identified, or all these tax cuts, but hasn't identified how he's going to make up for that deficit.
Okay. Well,
Slim, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I'm just looking more towards the past of how I'm coming up with my reasoning as to why I'm voting for him. I agreed with the stuff that he did back in 2017 with the tax cuts, as well as the tariffs on China. I think that was a good thing, although it was controversial. I think it was a good thing to do because it reduced the trade deficit. And it forced China to negotiate more favorable trade agreement with the U.S. So,
well, but realistically, what China did is they just stopped buying a lot of American goods. And I'm up in Minnesota. Parker's born in Iowa, if I'm not mistaken. And like soybean farmers in our areas were like decimated because like 70% of their crops typically were sold overseas, and they just weren't buying it.
Well, I mean, certain things, but I mean, it kind of forced them to trade better with us. It would benefit us better. I mean, at the end of the day, China wants our products. I don't think we want their products as much as they want ours. I mean, wouldn't you agree? I mean, it's like saying no one wants to buy Chinese crap because their products fucking suck, dude.
Okay, so then why are they buying it?
Yeah, that might be true. That, like, you know, I made an analogy earlier about a Yeti mug and a Walmart mug, and they perform the same. I like my Yeti mug. It's, you know, it's American made. It's very high quality. But if I made a third of the income that I did, I could not afford that Yeti mug. And I would have to buy that Walmart mug. So instituting these tariffs is just incredibly regressionary because it jacks up the price of goods, and people who make enough money can afford the jacked up prices, but not the people who are in the most economically disadvantaged.
Lindsay, I did get the $100. I sent that to Law. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Lindsay. By the way, everyone, Law's Venmo and Cash App for the Legal Support Fund is in his bio. Just make sure.
I see that. Thank you very much. And Lisa, 25. Thank you very much. Dana, $1. I appreciate you. Nina, $5, and Claudia, $25. Just so you guys know, how I use these funds is I'm a public defender, and very frequently I come across unhoused people and people who I feel like are severely disadvantaged in the criminal justice system. I just paid off a couple weeks ago a fine for a disabled veteran who's unable to work and got fined for a car accident. Pretty much, he got a petty misdemeanor. I was able to get it pled down to, which isn't even a crime, but he ended up with this rather large fine. And thanks to your guys' donations, I was able to take care of that. So I really, really appreciate all of you. Sorry, Joe.
Oh, Heather, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Heather in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. As well as Nick, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Jakari, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. So what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just listening to what he was saying. But I mean, I don't really want to get too deep into the nitty gritty. It's just that, like, at the end of the day, the way I see things is that I'm all about free market principles and reducing, government burdens on businesses.
Okay. So I have a question. If you're all about free market principles, then how do you feel about a border, like the border? Do you think that we should have an open border?
I mean, what do you think would benefit the country if our border was completely open?
Okay, so that's free market. So you want to restrict the free flow of labor? C. Summers, thank you for the $1.
A free market, and then
I thought it was free market principles.
Joe, do you know that tariffs are literally the opposite of a free market?
Yeah, that as well. So you want border security, tariffs, those are both anti-free market. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm talking about businesses to grow and prosper in our country. I'm not talking about worldwide.
What? What's that? Wait, say that again. What?
I'm talking about businesses in our country.
Oh, you understand that still affects businesses in our country, right? That's still not free market.
Sure. I mean, I understand that, but I mean, I wasn't.
So free market or no free market?
Depending on what you mean by free.
Oh, okay. So then, what do you mean by free? Because what you mean by free,
nothing can be completely free. Because, as you said.
So what happened to the free market principle? That's not a principle.
I'm not saying 100% freedom.
That's what principles are.
I mean, we can say we live in a free world, but or a free country, but it's not entirely free, is it?
But again, you said it was a principle.
Yeah, it's a principle, but it's not a fact.
So that means it's true in all scenarios.
Is that the definition of a principle? Sounds like you're talking about
using principle in a different way. You're using principle to mean like it's just a core value you have?
Well, maybe that's what I meant. Core value, I'd say.
Steve, what do you mean by core value? If it's a core value, then why don't you care about it with tariffs? Appreciate the little crown, thank you. Because to me, it sounds like you're shifting the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor.
I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that.
Okay, appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Do you want to decrease taxes on the rich and increase taxes on the poor?
I would. Well, the policies that Trump had when it came to, I guess, taxing more on. Well, okay. Take Kamala Harris's policy for taxes.
Okay.
I honestly don't agree with what her policies are.
If you make under 400K, you're not going to pay more in taxes. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you. Crystal clear.
I mean, I just think that the individual tax cuts that Trump had back in 2017, that lowered the individual income, those tax rates, I think, were really beneficial. So I think
in what manner? How are they beneficial?
Well, it just increased consumer spending, and that
wouldn't that cause inflation?
No, it causes more disposable income to the people.
So higher consumer spending doesn't mean that there's more inflation?
Sure, but dude, there's always going to be inflation and deflation. It just what matters is what people have. As far as like,
why are you okay with consumer spending when you give most of the money to rich people, but you're not okay with consumer spending when you give most of the money to poor people?
But giving more money to rich people is not a bad thing. Why do you think it's a bad thing?
Giving more money to poor people isn't a bad thing.
Well, I mean,
do you care more about people having food on the table or people having an extra yacht? Which matters more to you, food on the table or extra yacht?
I think
gold on the toilet seats.
I think anyone that knows anything about economics would definitely agree that more money in the hands of rich people, as you want to call them, has never been a bad thing.
Joe, I have a degree in economics.
Okay.
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. People who make less money have a higher MPC, marginal propensity to consume, which means that more of the money that they get, they put more of it into the economy.
Okay, but are you aware that Kamala Harris wants to tax more of the rich, and wouldn't you agree that is a bad thing?
Nope.
Why? I mean, one, it discourages investment.
I think that's the best way to what's it called? Fund these particular spending programs.
I mean, dude, isn't it going to hurt you? You're a job creator, right? I mean, many high income earners that are business owners.
I'm a job creator. What
you're
job?
A content creator.
Okay, what job did I create?
You created your job. Isn't your job a platform online?
My own job? I'm self-employed.
Wow, dude, you're a content creator. So what I'm saying is that
okay.
I don't know what your income is, and obviously, like, you have to disclose.
I created my own job. I have no one's hired. So
I'm just saying that, like, dude, if you make more than $400K a year, it's gonna hurt you. And I don't know.
Andrew, you're all the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't care about the effect on me. I care about the effect on the country.
Okay. Well, I mean, another thing, reduced entrepreneurship. I mean, if you really want to like jumpstart and really like, get this country moving economically, why would you discourage people of building businesses and creating wealth for themselves if they know that they're going to get taxed at a higher rate when they make income over $400,000 a year? Explain that to me.
Yeah, so they would still.
Aren't you going to demotivate people with that?
Yeah, it would serve as a slight disincentive, right? But they're still going to
exactly. But so I mean, that disincentive could definitely, and that's just
you understand. Any level of income tax would be a slight disincentive. So you're okay with disincentives?
Sure, exactly.
So you want a 0% tax rate?
What?
You want a 0% tax rate for people's income over 400K.
Why are you speaking in such black and white language? No, obviously not.
Okay, so you don't want a zero. If you want some taxes, you're okay with a disincentive towards them, going out and making money over 400K?
No.
No? So then you want 0% tax rate on income over 400K?
No. I mean, there needs to be...
So you do want to disincentivize them from engaging in getting income over 400K then?
I just think there will be a lot of inefficiencies.
What inefficiencies?
I mean, redirecting money from wealthy individuals to government programs, I think that could definitely result in a lot less productive use of resources.
Okay, what makes you think giving it to rich people is more productive? And what do you mean by productive?
Because rich people know what to do with their money. I mean, that's why they got rich in the first place. I mean,
what's more productive? Children having food and parents having childcare, right? Or someone having an extra yacht? What's more productive?
What makes you think that they're going to buy a yacht?
What? Okay, so rich people buy yachts. They buy yachts,
and poor people buy drugs. What do you like?
What? Why do you associate that? You understand there are also rich people that do that? Actually,
sure.
There's a lot of rich people.
Sure, exactly. But I'm just saying that, poor people could buy whatever. It's just I'm just speaking in your language because you're talking about rich people buying yachts. I'll talk about poor people buying poor people stuff.
Why do you consider drugs poor people stuff? What the hell? That is the weirdest thing ever to say. Joe, do you make over 400K?
No, I don't.
So why are you shilling for people who make over 400K?
Dude, I could have literally said anything else. I mean, you're right. Whatever. Poor people buying Louis Vuitton. It doesn't matter. I'm just playing your game right now. It doesn't matter.
Well, what do you mean? How is that a response to anything I said?
You were just saying that, more money in rich people, meaning that they're going to spend more money. They're going to buy a yacht. And then I just countered you and I said, more money in poor people's hands. Okay, they'll buy more.
To put more money into the economy.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if people who have less income have a higher MPC, a higher marginal propensity to consume, well, then they're going to put more of the money that they get into the economy. So then you're going to argue to give money to people who make less rather than giving it to people who make more.
Okay, let me ask you this question. What makes you think that...
Linda, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Linda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Linda. And Whitney, thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much.
Okay, you never really answered my question. I think the biggest point that I made was that it discourages investments and it discourages a lot of people in this capitalist country that we live in
Joe, I'm sorry to break it to you. Tariffs discourage investment because tariffs cause prices to be higher. If prices are higher, there's discouraged investment.
Kamala Harris is all about small business.
What did I just say? What I just say?
Okay, but I'm countering though.
Okay, tariffs increase prices. Increase prices discourage investment. You're okay with discouraging investment as it relates to tariffs?
The tariffs were meant to
Joe,
I'm
sorry to break it to you. Tariffs discourage investment because tariffs cause prices to be higher. If prices are higher, there's discouraged investment.
Kamala Harris is all about small business.
What did I just say? What I just say?
Okay, but I'm countering though.
Okay, tariffs increase prices. Increase prices discourage investment. You're okay with discouraging investment as it relates to tariffs?
The tariffs were meant to help the country during
they discourage investment.
Well, it was at that time with China that I was referring to. That was back in 2017. I'm talking about right now.
No, but Trump wants universal tariffs, 10 to 20% on every country, on every country in the country. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. That was my fault.
So, do you support that? That's going to discourage investment.
I don't know. Probably, maybe.
Giving money to people who are poor and encourages investment more because more people are demanding that service. Because they have a higher marginal propensity to consume?
Okay.
Appreciate the trash panda.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I didn't know that. That was something new. I didn't know.
Yeah, so
Okay.
demand side actually creates the incentive for suppliers to produce things that people want. Whereas if it's supply side, you don't have specifically necessarily like the perfect idea of what the consumers will end up wanting and for at what price or how much they'll demand it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like it's harder to identify the needs of the economy from a supply side standpoint. So we can do it sometimes, but we can't rely on it as much as relying on demand side, because demand side, right, is more likely to identify what's needed to be produced, because it creates an incentive to produce that particular good or service that is being desired or demanded.
Got it. Okay. Well, I was just, all right. Well, I mean, all in all, just like what you just said is like true. What I'm listening to, it sounds true, and it probably is. But just from like my own stance on things, just generally speaking, I still have the same opinion about like everything. Just discouraging the investment. I mean, just if I was a business owner, if I was starting up a business, just personally speaking, and I knew that we were going to have a president that was going to, increase taxes on people that make over $400,000 a year, I probably wouldn't be as
Trump wants to increase taxes on Trump wants to increase taxes on everyone, and actually proportionally greater amounts for people who make less. Maureen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
What policy are you talking about? Tariffs? That doesn't have to do that. That's to do with China. We're talking about.
No, he wants universal tariffs.
All products. Right, but I mean, along those lines, tariffs increase the cost of goods sold, but the cost isn't going to any innovation. It's just going to pay for fees. So investors, when they're looking for companies to invest for, they're looking for companies that have high profit margins. When you increase the cost of goods sold via tariffs, you're cutting into profit margins, and those profits aren't going into reinvesting in the company, growing the company. They're literally just going into a form of taxes. It's just incredibly regressionary.
Okay.
Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Brittany. So why do you like regressive taxes over progressive taxes?
Why do I like regressive taxes over progressive taxes? Well, I mean, I think one is meant to help lower income while the other is meant to help higher income. Is that right?
So wait, say that again?
Is one meant to help lower income? Is it regressive taxes that
regressive taxes means that they are proportionally higher for people who make less. Derek, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Derek. Joanne, appreciate the lemonade.
I mean, I'd probably go with progressive taxes. Actually, no.
So then, so you go with regressive?
Yeah.
So you want people who are poor to pay more. Dude, you can't make this shit up, dude. It's just like the dumbest shit, dude.
Yeah.
Malika, I appreciate the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Malika. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you for the money gun. Said, take from the poor, give to the rich. That's what we want. Appreciate the lemonade. Thank you so much.
Progressive taxes, I mean, doesn't that discourage investment and innovation? Like,
wait, you understand that regressive taxes also does the same thing, if not to a greater extent, because the basis of the suppliers producing their services is because of the demand.
Thank you, Mel.
Okay.
And Joe, you do have a point. There is a law of diminishing return when it comes to a progressive tax system, where essentially at some point the burden on the economic output exceeds what people are willing to pay. I don't think we're anywhere near that. We've had corporate taxes as high as 60 and 70% just in this century. Right now we're, Parker, what is it? 23%, 26%, 21. Yeah. I mean, that's in the times that we were up above 50%, we also had some of the lowest unemployment and highest economic output. So there is a sweet spot where we are maximizing our input as far as the taxes that are being placed on the high income earners, offsetting taxes for those who are providing most of the actual economic consumption, being those who make the bottom 50% of the bracket. There is a point where it is too much, and it just stalls investment. But we haven't found that point, and I don't think we're anywhere close to it. And I think it's worth adjusting the dial up to see at what point is the economic output suffering so much to where it's producing a net negative.
Got it. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know too much about economics. I don't have a degree in economics. So like getting to the nitty gritty about stuff like this, I'm just handicapped. You know what I mean? So, but like from on a,
all right.
Yeah, but like,
is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
I don't know. Just a question for you. What's the main reason that you're voting for Kamala? I'm assuming you're voting for her.
Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman.
Is that your main reason?
If I would say that's one of the most important reasons.
You said sexually assaulting a woman? Is that what you said?
He was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Who was the woman?
E. Jean Carroll.
Interesting.
Okay. So,
well, I mean, did you know that? Are you a fan of Mike Tyson?
For him? Would you vote for him given this? No.
I would still vote for him. I mean, I like
why?
Mike Tyson was accused of rape, and he's loved by fans around the world.
Wait,
he's not running for president, though.
Yeah, he was also held civilly liable. So would you would
I know
still
he's not
support?
running for president.
So you would still support someone that's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
He was accused of it.
He was
never
held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Is that clear?
Okay. Did he go to jail for it? Was he prosecuted?
Dude,
Actually,
do you have to wait before Jeffrey Epstein went to jail? Do you think he was guilty?
No, he was not.
You don't think he was guilty?
No, like all right, never mind. I thought you were talking about. All right, no. I thought you were talking about.
So you do think
ahead.
he was guilty?
I believe he was guilty.
So if you believe he was guilty, then you believe that before someone's put in prison, they could still be guilty. So what's the reason why you don't think Trump is guilty? Because we can give you plenty of evidence. There's a unanimous decision by a jury when the jury did not. Hey, listen to what I'm saying before you talk over me. Okay, I'm not done speaking. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, before you don't accept it, do you typically accept civil cases?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you accept this one?
I think the same reason why I don't accept other cases that I've heard about from other people. I mean,
that is what?
Well, I mean, for instance, like Mike Tyson, and that's just an example.
How is that a response to what we just said? You support someone even though they've been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
You're saying civilly liable, but it was just an accusation, though.
No, it was proven in
He
court.
just doesn't listen. Like, he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much, Cheyenne. Thank you.
Okay, but like he never went. He was never found guilty, though.
People don't go to jail for civil suits.
Okay, so you're telling me that. All right. He got accused for raping a woman, but I mean,
dude, this guy is just. I'm kicking him. He's not smart. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Swifty. Thank you for the manifesting. Thank you so much, Chris.
Fair enough. Amber, thank you for the $20. Addison, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Deb, thank you for the $50. That's awesome. That's 2 booking fees for unhoused people. I appreciate that extremely. Thank you, W. Deb. Nick, thank you for the $10. That's great. Meekin, $10. Nicole, 20. Thank you. And Malika, another $50. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate that. This enables me to do a lot of good work.
Manson, are you voting for Trump? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
While Parker pulls up our next guest, guys, we have 7,000 people here. We're hovering at 2.6 million. You know what that means. We need just a 60-second power tap. Fill that bar up 1 time, 2 times if you feel like covering the bid for the MAGAs who are hate watching. And we'll be over 3 million in no time. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Polo, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I felt better and lived a comfortable life under his administration. Things weren't going through the roof with inflation. Things weren't so bad with a whole bunch of immigrants coming through the border or being turned over with all these criminals that are making our lives much worse than better.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I don't know how it got caused. I'm just saying that's what it's been happening ever since they've been in office.
Okay, so do you blame Trump for the 14.8% unemployment that was under his administration?
I don't blame
since the Great Depression?
Anybody. I just know how it was between his administration and how it is now. And
yeah, so 4 years ago,
not...
4 years ago, there's 7.8% unemployment. Do you blame Trump?
I don't.
It was under his administration.
I mean, I don't blame anything about the unemployment rate. I'm not talking about.
Okay, so why do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for inflation?
For the broken borders, everything that is going up in prices, everything that is happening right now with the criminals coming into our country, and all these mass shootings because of it.
Wait, Polo, mass shootings were happening before there was, like, even under Trump's administration. You know that, right? Secondly, as it relates to this, there's less people coming into the country right now than there were under Trump's administration at the end of his administration. And it is the case that documented immigrants and undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime than natural born U.S. citizens. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I just don't know what to say to it.
Okay. Are you pro law and order?
Sure.
Are you pro police?
Yeah.
So then why are you voting for someone who said that he would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
Well, because
Oh, he's muted. Oh, he left. Okay.
That was a tough question.
That was a tough question. I should have asked Charlie Kirk that question.
Oh, that would have been a good one.
I would have loved to see his response. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
Why so?
When Harris said that she was going to take resource officers out of our children's schools based on racism versus the fact that these resource officers are keeping our children from getting shot in our schools.
So racist resource officer she doesn't like?
No,
Why is it
saying
wrong to
she
be
is going
against
to
racism?
remove all resource officers out of our children's schools.
Wait, can you
2
give me a
days
source?
before there was a school shooting, and because there was a resource officer in that school, only 4 people died. Now, if there was not a resource officer in that school, how many more children would have died?
Mindy, can you give me a source?
It's on CNN.
It's on CNN. It's
What's the title? What's the title? Lauren, thank you for the
What's the
$15.
title?
Thank you so much, Lauren.
I'll put it in the chat.
No, just tell me the title, and I'll look it up.
Harris wants to remove.
Kamala Harris wants to remove resource officers out of the schools. She even
Wasn't that a quote from 2019 though?
So what makes it not true now?
We can give you I can give you a quote. I can give you a quote of
one of her debates as
Hey,
well.
listen, I give you a quote of JD Vance, your vice presidential candidate, saying that Trump might be America's Hitler. Now, do you think he still
All right,
believes
don't
that?
redirect the. No, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to play that game with you. So, if she said it in 2019 and is now saying that she's not going to, why would I vote for somebody who flip-flops, who goes back and forth on everything she says? She was saying,
IVF?
"Oh, I'm not for fracking," but now she's for fracking.
Wait, Mindy,
I'm not for
how do you
this,
feel
but now I'm for
how do you
this.
feel about Trump's position on IVF?
How do you feel about Kamala Harris flip-flopping? Stop changing. No,
Mindy,
sir.
I'm actually asking you a question.
I'm asking you to answer my questions.
Mindy, I'm asking you a question that's directly related to this. It's conceptually relevant. So stop screaming into the mic and try to critically think for a second, please.
I need you to stop changing the subject and to literally answer my question. Do you have children?
No.
Okay. If you heard somebody say, if you actually had children and you sent them to school, there was 232 school shootings in California over since school shootings have started. 232.
Why are there more school shootings in the United States than in Europe?
What does that have to do with Harris saying that she's going to take resource officers out of the school?
Wait, you just brought up school shootings, so I'm responding to that. Why are there
That is
more?
not an appropriate response to what I just said, sir.
Are you just
Stop
not going to
changing
respond to any of my questions? All right.
Well, no, because I'm trying to have a healthy debate, but I can't do that.
You're not having a healthy debate if you're not going to respond to any of my questions.
I'm not going to respond to you changing the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. I promise you, I'm asking you something that's conceptually relevant.
What does that have to do with what Harris Biden said?
Okay,
say there's no school shootings in Europe.
Can I
okay,
explain?
that doesn't make. Okay, go ahead, explain.
Because we identify what the root cause of the problem is. If the root cause of the problem is the fact that we have a lack of gun control legislation in the United States, well, then what you're saying is then that Trump, who is going to enforce supposedly less gun control legislation under your own view, is somehow going to lead to less school shootings?
Check this out.
Oh my God.
Let's take everybody's guns away.
Thank you, Tree.
Let's take everybody's guns away and let's watch our babies get shot in these schools still. Because criminals don't follow fucking laws.
I never said take every gun away.
All right,
Like,
then.
the
So
point
let's
I'm
also
asking,
take
the
the
point I'm referencing,
resource officers
Mindy,
out of the
can I
schools.
listen?
And then let's vote for somebody who says I'm going to do that.
Are you just like a child?
She's not going to do that. No, I think you are because you're not hearing me. So why would you vote? Why are you voting for her? Tell me why you're voting for her.
That's a complete pivot. So do you want to talk about what we were talking about, or do you want to pivot?
No, I'm not letting you lead the conversation. That's the difference.
No. Do you want to pivot, or do you want to talk about what we were talking about? Tell me.
I am talking what we're talking about.
No, you just completely pivot. You just asked me why I'm voting for. That's different than talking about the resource officer and talking about school shooting. So, do you want to talk about what we were just talking about, or do you want to move?
Do you believe Harris said that she's going to take resource officers out of our schools?
So I believe that she said that in 2019. Does that mean that she believes that right now? No, because people have different views over time.
Do you know what that was in response to?
Do you believe there's a problem with her flip-flopping like that? Do you think that's a trustworthy person?
So, Mindy, I think context
when Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives, when Donald Trump's lied about the election, when Donald Trump lies all the time. We have 30,000 documented lies of Donald Trump. Okay, go for it, Law.
I just think context matters here too. Like when Kamala made that statement, it was in reaction to North Carolina, where a black student was like repeatedly body slammed by a school resource officer, and it was a white officer and a African American student. And so, while I don't agree with that policy, and I certainly think somebody's policies can evolve over the course of 5 years, context matters as far as when you're talking about statements.
Text matters when you're flip-flopping your opinions. I agree. Context 1000% matters. So you're going to say, if somebody is, if they're so eager to jump on, I'm going to take resource officers out of the school because something bad happened. Yeah, lady, bad things happen every day. Welcome to reality. But you're going to go back on that because you realize, ooh, that's not going to get me the votes. That's what she cares about, is getting the votes, not our children's safety, not prosecuting people that were, actually innocent and letting them get the death penalty. She cares about herself. She cares about getting her votes. Go ahead.
So I can send you multiple articles right now of Trump flip-flopping his position on abortion and IVF. In terms of abortion specifically, he literally was in support of a nationwide abortion ban. Now he only wants to leave it up to the states. Before, he was totally in support of even paying for IVF, but has gone back and forth on that because pro-life individuals and right-wing backlash about his Florida abortion amendment, voting, led him to changing his position on these things.
But he gave that right to the states to make their own choice. So he kind of took a step back. He didn't kind of, he did. He took a step back, and it's up to the states. And I promise you, the states that are saying, oh, you can't get an abortion here, there was nowhere to get an abortion in those states anyways. Nothing really changed except for people barking about it. I live in Idaho.
Some women have restricted access to abortion. 1/3 of women in this country have restricted access to abortion.
They always have. They literally always have. I live in Idaho. I have never been able to get an abortion in Idaho. Which I would not, but if I chose
under Roe
to,
versus
because
Wade,
I am pro-choice, just to be clear. And if I decided I wanted to go get an abortion in the state where I live, which is Idaho, I would not be able to because unless it was incestual or my life was in danger, I would have to travel.
That's because of Roe versus Wade being overturned.
No, it's not. It's because the state has always chose to not support that. So although they
had to protect it federally.
It was protected federally, but that doesn't force providers to put those clinics within the state. I promise you.
So providers would show up. Providers would show up in those areas, right? If it is the case that people are demanding that.
To me, I don't hear Trump's views on that, and I don't watch the decisions he made on that and say that's a flip-floppy motherfucker.
I can send you a title though.
Take resource officers out of the schools where my children go to learn.
That's in 2019. That's not recently. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. So again, someone's position changes over 5 years. Are you trolling? You don't think that your position is going to change over a 5 year?
No, I'm trying to make sure my kids don't die when they go to school. I'm not fucking trolling.
Mindy, in 5 years, it is the case that someone's position will change. Secondly, as it relates to this, you understand that if you want people to not be dying in schools, why don't you look at other countries around the world that have significantly less mass unalivings related to
Parker,
Can you please let me finish my statement?
No, did you let me finish my sentence, or did?
I'll make you let me finish. Okay, if you don't be quiet, Mindy, I will make you let me finish because I can mute you. Okay, I want to have a productive dialogue with you where I don't have to mute you, but you're being ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you now. Are you okay with that? If you do it again, I will mute you.
Then don't do it to me. Don't do to me what you don't want me to do to you. How about that?
You understand I actually wasn't doing that. I want to let you know that. I was literally only talking. Appreciate the intro. You're cutting me off every single time I speak. I was literally letting you speak every single time and then talking after, and you would cut me off every single time I speak. So when I'm talking over you, that's because you cut me off in the middle of my sentence, and I'm trying to continue my sentence.
Let's talk about other countries that have different economies, schools, laws. Go ahead, sure, because that'll make our country better somehow. Go ahead, tell me all about it.
Yeah, we're going to look at other examples around the world to see what's going to be beneficial here. Yes. If we look at countries around the world, they don't have anywhere near the same types of issues as it relates to like school pew-pewings as we do here in the United States.
What are their border laws over there?
So what do you mean? It depends on the country you're referencing. Which one? Like Australia?
No, all of them. Let's just go through all the countries.
I'm not going to go through every country with you.
As soon as they took away all the guns?
Oh yeah, let's talk about Australia. What's their crime rate right now? What's their gun?
You want me to pull it up?
Yep.
Gun violence rate. Gun violence rate, Australia.
I'm in a hole went up as soon as they took away their guns. It has died down over the years, but it...
Okay, so he acknowledged that it's gone down.
What source is that? Because I've heard it's gone up, actually.
Well, no, it went...
Appreciate the head massage. Thank you so much. Here's from Reuters.
This happened. This
is from Reuters. Australia data shows gun control a huge success 20 years after mass shooting. That's from Reuters. The chances of being murdered by a gun in Australia plunged. I appreciate the head massage. Thank you so much. 0.15 per 100,000 people in 2014 from 0.54 per 100,000 people in 1996, a decline of 72%.
Like you said, context. Let's take that into context. How densely populated are they over there? When you're looking at statistics, it's super.
We're telling you that there was a massive. Listen. I'm telling you, given that there was this gun control implemented, there's a 72% decline in the level of murdering from guns.
Question for you. If you are in favor of gun control, I would like to know what gun control laws would you like to see implemented?
Universal background checks, like red flag laws, things like that.
They already are.
They already
They have universal
FBI,
background checks.
FBI background checks are already a thing.
It's not universal.
Not on private transactions.
Yeah,
okay,
there are like
transactions
gun show loopholes.
Already, yeah, they're in Idaho. Yes, you are correct. I will say that. But if you go to buy a gun anywhere from a licensed dealer, you already have to go through a 3-day wait period and a federal background check. That means any trips to...
So when I say universal, it just means extending all of those laws and background checks like universally, okay?
Because Idaho, when did Idaho pass a 3-day waiting period?
That's been a thing since I'm 42 years old. I've been hunting and I've been raised around guns. I've had guns my entire life. And I don't remember it ever not being that way.
Oh my God, Melody with $158 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Melody in the comment section right now? Holy shit, thank you so much for the $158 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Melanie. Tree, thank you for the $10. Lauren, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. And Addison, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Many Australian cities are more densely populated than the United States, but are safer. That's true. So I don't understand what yours' point is. Like, okay, if you care about people like being unalived in schools, like you'd probably care more about gun control than you'd care about like the things that you're bringing up to me right now.
No,
about things that she doesn't even support.
Hold on. I am talking about this to make my ultimate point here. We already have certain laws that prevent, like if you've gone to a mental institution, have domestic violence charges, all of that, you cannot legally buy a gun.
Wait, can I ask you a question? If someone's a violent sexual offender, do you think they should be able to get access to a gun?
They can. If you're a violent sexual predator,
do you think they should be able to?
No.
Okay, so if they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Dude, you're changing it up here, bro. You are changing it up.
Wait, you said they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
You're talking to Mindy about pivoting. You're pivoting here.
That's not a pivot. Okay. That's a reductio ad absurdum.
Okay, dude. If you look at that lawsuit, what did they award the money for? Did they award it for a rape? No, they did not. They awarded it for defamation.
Sexual abuse.
No, they did not. Nope.
Yeah, $2 million was for essay, $3 million was for defamation.
2.83 was defamation. And you're right. But here's the thing. They could not prove a rape. They did not prove a rape.
So what do you think grape is? Can you define grape?
Oh my Jesus! Are you okay? Here, I'm gonna go back.
Trust me, it's relevant. Can you define grape?
I'm gonna go back to making the point I was trying to make.
Can you please answer my question?
No, dude. I'm gonna make the point that I was intending on making here.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. If you don't answer my question, I'll kick you from my stream or I'll mute you. So you can pick.
No.
Yeah. Laugh all you want. Answer the question.
No.
What is grape? Can you define grape?
Unwanted sexual penetration.
Okay, so that's what happened. Okay, well, under New York state law,
how do you know for sure?
Under New York state law, right? It is the case that it was only defined as male member going into female member against consent.
Okay, but did they prove a rape happened? No, they did not.
So according to the judge, yes. According to the judge, yes, because
according to the judge, no.
Because listen. Because the colloquial definition of the term is, again, that if you forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina against her will, that it's grape. Okay, regardless of whether or not it's your fingers or your male member.
And yes, that is the definition. I agree.
Okay, so you think it's grape.
But that's the point. Dude, they did not prove that he raped a woman. They did not.
The jury determined unanimously, based upon preponderance of evidence, that she was forcefully penetrated in her vagina against her will. That's grape.
Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt, and that's why it's not criminally.
What's your reason? Wait, what's your reasonable doubt? Tell me.
Preponderance is a lot different than.
What's your reasonable doubt? What was the reasonable doubt in the case? Tell me.
Here's where I stand. I would rather vote for somebody who was charged for that civilly, not criminally, than somebody who's going to vote to allow our children to get shot in schools. And I do not believe that universal gun control is going to stop criminals from taking a gun and taking it to a school and shooting our children. Universal gun control is not going to stop people.
How is Kamala Harris going to increase gun violence?
Universal gun control is not.
We've already talked about this, though.
I'm not. You never let me say this. I never said this statement. Universal gun control is not going to stop private sales of guns. The only thing that will stop private sales of guns is taking people's guns away, which will never fucking happen, which will always put our children at fucking risk if we don't have resource officers in there. It's a big fucking deal. And if you're going to say it in 2019, how am I supposed to trust that you're not going to do it when you're in office?
So it's going to reduce the proportionality of it happening. So that's the whole point of these policies. Is not 100% gets rid of it.
How is it going to reduce it? How?
So again, I just gave you a specific example of it being adopted, of gun control legislation being adopted, and it leading to a 72% reduction in gun murders. Okay?
That because it happened in a country that has different laws and different density and different schools and different everything.
Actually,
so
a lot of these
the
cities,
same argument as
Mindy, a lot of these cities have a greater level of population density than here in the United States, yet they have lower levels of gun-related violence. Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Morgan.
You said you studied economy?
Yeah, I have a degree in economics.
Okay, so you have a degree in economics. So universal health care, which I am a fan of, but because I have a degree in medical administration and I work in the healthcare field, if universal health care works in Canada, does that mean it's going to work in the United States? No. If fucking gun control works in another country, it does not mean it's going to work in the United States. And
it means it's likely to work. It means it's likely to work.
Guns, it was from a private sale, or they stole it out of their dad's closet, or horrible, bad things are always going to happen. Universal gun control is not going to stop bad things from happening. But if we're prepared for those bad things to happen and protect our children, whose fault it is not that.
Mindy, I'm going to show you how dumb your point is here. I'll show you how dumb your point is here. Okay, Mindy, listen. Should we federally make it so that you cannot get access to an RPG?
That's already been a thing.
No, okay, but like, do you think but people can still get access to it privately?
Only if they were in military and they hold a degree of...
Oh, okay. So are you saying that because we made it illegal, we could restrict the access to it? Are you saying that gun control worked?
No, absolutely not.
You're saying universal gun control on RPGs worked?
Are machine guns illegal?
Yes.
Okay, then why are they still being used by gang members?
Thank you so much. So again, it doesn't 100% get rid of it, but it significantly
Take that risk with a kid.
Can I fucking talk? It significantly reduces the likelihood of these things happening. Does that make sense? I've already said this a million times. You still don't get it. Mandy, you can unmute. Okay.
While they're figuring that out, I do want to point out that there's actually no mechanism for the president to ban SROs from schools. So while I understand being upset about that point being made, and it's not something I agree with, I think that SROs can, under the right circumstances, serve as a good way to help build a positive community relationship between law enforcement and schools if they're done the right way. If SROs are used as community outreach officers more so than enforcement officers, things like that, there's really no mechanism for the president to ban them in schools.
And that's good.
Christine, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Okay, so then what's this whole point against Trump then?
Okay.
I mean, against Harris, sorry.
Here's the point I was trying to make. We need to take this look of guns a little less of a shine there and look more to why. The gun is a tool. The gun cannot fire itself. There is a serious mental health issue that we need to look at with people. Yes, you talk about the red flag laws, and I'm not totally against that. But we got to stop blaming the tool and blame the fool that pulled the trigger.
You understand you can blame both, right? Because it is the case that you think there are certain guns that should be banned, okay? If you agree there's certain guns that can be banned, it's not just the person. It's both. Okay, so why do we have to be so reductive and say that it's just one or it's just the other one, right? It could be both.
I feel like
Why
in our
can't it be both?
society, we're ignoring the other side of it.
Regardless.
You know what I mean? We're
What am I
ignoring
ignoring?
the mental health side
Well,
of it.
I don't ignore that. I think that's a very important thing to look
Right.
at.
With smart people, they think of those things.
So
when
universal
it's
health care, that
reactionary-
includes mental health, right?
Well, yeah, but
Okay, that's not a Republican policy.
reactionary thing, though. What I'm saying is people jump to the guns. Everybody wants to blame the ARs, blame the guns, blame the guns. I've had, like I said, I've had guns. I've used guns my entire life.
Blame both. Why can't we blame both?
What we're hearing you say is gun control is going to keep our babies safe in school. And
What I'm saying is it's going to make it safer, yes.
So Kamala is going to keep my kids from getting shot up in school by taking the resource officers out of the school. Because that's what she said, and she never retracted that statement. Show me one time that she...
Someone just sent me $300 to kick you. Sean W in the chat. Can we get some W's for Sean for $300 on Venmo? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Sean in the comment section for the $300 to kick Mindy? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I definitely will kick someone for that. I think I will. That's definitely worth it.
That conversation was circling the drain anyway. And Sherry, thank you for the $20, and Cheyenne, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. We have 8.2 thousand people here. Parker is sitting at 3.2 million likes. Literally, if every one of you was to just fill up the bar one time, we would be at 4 million likes, which would be phenomenal. So I'm going to ask you guys to do some digital cardio and tap that screen. Digital means with your fingers, just like how Donald Trump violated E. Jean Carroll. Just there's your lesson for the evening. But digital cardio, tap that screen, fill that bar up once. If you want to cover the bid for a MAGA who's hate watching, if you could fill up the bar twice, that'll make sure we get to 4 million very quickly. Thank you.
How old are you?
34.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Well, I'm here in Arizona, and I just think maybe he's making a good point on immigration.
Okay, so you mean like undermining the border bill?
I mean, undermining federal intervention on immigration is a good thing, and supporting states' rights in the context of undermining federal intervention is a good thing overall.
So you're talking about like abortion, right?
Well, abortion and immigration are my top two.
Okay,
but
so can I ask you a question, Johnny? Do you think abortion is murder?
Yeah.
Should murder be left up to the states?
Yep.
Okay. You think murder should be left up to the states? So do you think during Jim Crow times, murder should have been left up to the states?
I think murder should be left up to the judge overseeing the individual case.
So if that judge thinks it should be legal, does that mean it's okay?
No.
Okay, so then can you please tell me, like, again, do you think it should be left up to the states, murder?
Yep.
If you think murder should be left to the states, in the past, you understand that they could have made it legal to kill black people, right?
I mean, I think...
Like in certain states, like certain slave states could have made it legal to murder black people, and you'd be okay with that because it is the case that that's up to the states.
Should have been removed, or it should have requested to be recused, but ultimately...
No, Johnny, understand my point. If you leave it up to the states, appreciate the little crown, thank you so much. Again, if we were in the past and you said we should leave it up to the states, that means that certain states could be able to make it legal to murder people who are black. Appreciate the handout, thank you so much. Based upon that state. So do you think that murder should be left up to the states, or do you think it should be federally protected to be illegal?
I think a judge should be able to make his decision, and then ultimately the decision should be left up to the federal government, right? So
okay, Diane, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, and Lindsay, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, I appreciate it, Lindsay, and Christian, thank you so much, I appreciate the $10.
Government at whole to decide.
So the federal government determines that, right?
So it's not ever left down to a single man. Neither you nor me, nor voter nor judge should be given ultimate authority, but rather the whole of the government should be held responsible for the ultimate decision, right? So it's not.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm asking you: should it be federally illegal, or should it be illegal based upon the state?
It should be left up to the whole of government.
State or federal?
Both you and me, all of us put together.
But we're not government.
You are the government. I am the government. Tucker is the government. We are all.
I am Spartacus.
Johnny.
Yeah, essentially.
So federal?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. So then you disagree with
right?
Trump.
So if a judge says
So Johnny, you disagree with Trump wanting to leave abortion up to the states because you think abortion is murder. So again, why are you voting for someone who wants to leave murder up to the states? Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I'm leaving up to the female population, that which is the female population's decision to make, right?
Oh, okay. Wait, so then, okay.
Have you reversed position here now? Now it's a women's choice?
No. I have not. You were not listening.
Okay, inform me. What did we all hear that apparently we didn't actually hear? Thank you. I appreciate the panda. Thank you so much.
Okay, so when we all vote, we all have a say. Yes?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah?
When we all have a say, we all get to vote.
This guy, bro.
Hey, Johnny, is it beer or bourbon tonight?
Oh, it's Bud Light every night for the last 20 years, boy.
Oh gosh, Johnny. Yeah. So
you're doing great, Johnny.
So Johnny. Oh gosh. So can I ask you a question real quick?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Folks, don't drink in live.
Yeah, that was a bit brutal. I'm not sure. Okay, you know what's crazy though? It's like I could literally be like fucking like 5 shots right down and still be able to coherently respond better than that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's just very, very crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Someone said, I don't know about that. Hey. Okay, chat. Have y'all seen... Actually, I never go on live like that, so I don't do that often, so... Maybe sometime, chat.
We should try that sometime, though.
I know, right? We should.
Oh, thanks, Diana. Trash Panda. That's cute.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, accent. My bad.
You're good. Don't worry.
Thanks for tapping, Corn. W Corn for the
I know, right?
tapping. We're almost to 4.
Almost to 4 million. Yo, Unknown. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. We're almost to 4 million, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, period slay. I'm 21. I'm happy
You
to
voting
actually. So I actually don't even know who I'm voting for, and I know this is supposed to be like kind of a debate, but I saw the video of you the other. I don't know how long ago it was, but you were talking to what's his face. I don't like him. With all those people, and it was like 21 of you or 25 of you versus him or whatever. To be honest, I thought you devoured him, but I am.
So you're gonna vote for Kamala?
I see. This is why I want to come in here, because I don't know. I have different things that I support that you could say on both sides. Really, what I would like to know is like if I could tell you some of the things I think that I would like maybe on Trump's side, and you can tell me if like they're wrong or if you have a reason why you don't support those.
Okay.
Because you seem like someone with like data backing up what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll do like 1 or 2, and then I'll try to get on to someone who is.
Okay, yeah,
voting
period.
Trump.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So, as far as like his whole thing with Project 2025, where he says that he knows nothing about it, what do you think about that?
I think he's lied about it. Push the
Okay.
flag battle. I think he has some affiliation, so I just think that's really weird. And it shows that it's likely that there's some incriminating evidence there, which would mean that like he likely has a ties to it.
Okay, period. Also, his stance on
4
Israel.
million, everyone, thank you.
His stance on Israel. What do you think that he would be someone that would like not want a ceasefire?
He actively tried to get Netanyahu not to accept a ceasefire because he doesn't want it to benefit the Harris administration.
And he's literally said finish the job. He needs to finish the job.
He said finish the job. Can I ask what like resources do you use? And I honestly think this could be helpful for so many people watching. What are some like non-biased resources that people could use to like look this stuff up for themselves? Because as you know, that's all the media really feeds us. Is like just biased information.
So like in terms of media, AP News, Reuters, NPR, like things like that. Those are typically like the sources that I go to.
Reuters, AP News. Okay.
And Jay Renee, something that I use too, it's an app that's called Ground News.
Okay.
And what it does is it feeds you multiples. It takes a story and then it shows you all of the headlines from like how different news outlets are showing that story, and then it shows you the media bias of each of those news outlets. Which ones are centrist, left, right, and then what I do is I use those and I go to the actual direct source. So if they're saying that Trump said something, I go and I look at the video of Trump actually saying it, so I can get the full context. If they're saying a court decision said something, I go and I look at the actual court decision, so I can get the full context.
Okay. Yeah, I love that. What did you say that it was called?
It's called Ground News. There's a free version which will give you the kind of multiple source option, and then you can pay something like $12 for a year, and it gives you like the media bias indicator.
Okay. And then one more thing, could you touch base on a little bit of Kamala's stance on abortion? Because I did see that I don't know, from the debate that I watched, I didn't really see her talk anything about restrictions on abortions at all. And I guess my position on that is, number one, I'm pro-choice, because regardless of what I believe and would choose for myself, that is my position. I'm a Christian, and I also think that a lot of Christians have it confused where they think that you should vote for someone with the same morals, but really, like, we have free will for a reason. We shouldn't force that on people. And I think that, like, with that being said, though, obviously abortions in the late trimester, if it's not in situations of like non-fetal viability or, harm to the mother, what would you say about that? Because, she was saying that doesn't happen, but I did see a video where people were calling like abortion clinics and saying, hey, like I'm 34 weeks. Can I get an abortion?
I saw that exactly.
Yeah. So what is your opinion about that?
What people mean by abortion in that context is just induction of labor. So it's non-lethal.
In the 34th week?
Yep, that's just going to be they cause birth.
So what would that look like?
Yeah, so it just means that they cause early birth.
Yeah, it may be a cesarean or
it's not
induction
like an
via
actual
pitocin.
abortion.
What's up?
So it's not an actual abortion.
So abortion, medically speaking, just means the deliberate termination of a pregnancy. It
Okay.
doesn't mean that the fetus dies.
It doesn't mean killing the baby. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Stop. I didn't even.
So Jay Renee, to answer your other question, Kamala's public position is she wants to have Congress codify the protections that were under Roe and Casey. There's two Supreme Court cases, codify those into federal law. So basically, what that would mean is that every person in the country would be able to have reproductive freedom up to the point of viability, and then from there, it's up to states to be able to establish their limits if they want to make exceptions for for grape or whatever. But something I think it's really important to know is that there's just no evidence of any women who are making that decision to have an elective abortion at 34 weeks. Anytime that's happened, they've got a nursery, they've got names picked out. Like these are the over 99% of them happen before the point of viability. So it's important to understand that.
Okay, I guess I have one more thing. This is something that would sway me away from Kamala, if you could touch base on this, actually. So as far as us being very involved in foreign affairs over the last 2 years, with her saying that, she wants a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine, which is something I'm very adamant about. What would you say about people who say, well, she's been in office this whole time, why has that not changed? Like, why didn't she do that sooner?
So why hasn't there been a ceasefire yet? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, and I know a little bit about it, like, how there's been bills proposed in NATO. They've talked about it. It's been declined.
So both
numerous
sides
times.
can't come to agreement. So there are certain conditions that Israel agrees to that Hamas doesn't agree to, and there's certain conditions Hamas agrees to that Israel doesn't agree to.
Okay.
So it's about them being able to get both sides to come to some type of agreement.
Okay. So what?
But also, even as far as the support that's going to Israel, the Biden administration has restrained it to just defensive weapons, and they're not authorizing any presidential drawdowns of any offensive weaponry.
Okay. I saw one more thing that said, like, a lot of our tax dollars were going towards that. And I would be lying if I acted like I knew everything about how the economy works. You know what I mean? I don't really know. And I also have struggled to find, factual, believable, non-biased evidence to back up what I'm hearing and seeing.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as people say the economy was better under Trump, I agree that at the time I don't remember being as poor and struggling. However, I did recently learn that we're still currently under Trump tax law and that we will be still until, 2025. What I would want to know is, because again, I think it kind of sways me away from her a little bit at times, is this money, I've heard it's hundreds of billions of dollars that we have given Israel to funding this war.
I don't think we've given hundreds of billions.
No.
Well, what was? Let me look at the number. I know it's not hundreds of billions though.
I think it's
Regardless,
in the 70s.
my opinion is any billions of dollars that we're funding, is that not our government that is giving that to them?
Yeah.
So
I
if
don't
she
agree
wanted
with.
a ceasefire, why
We've given
would she
26 billion.
Yeah, if she wanted a ceasefire, why
Okay,
would
that way that's one time, and then nearly 14 unconditional military aid. So yeah, it's probably around 40 to 70, probably somewhere in there. Because I do see 26 billion.
Well, yeah, and I mean we have ongoing aid that we give give
3
to
billion
them
a year.
anyway. But yeah, Renee, it is important to realize too that any time an appropriation is made from the government, it's coming from the House. All fiscal bills have to start in the House, and the House is controlled by Republicans. It's actually against the law. It's unconstitutional for the president to reallocate funds that have been allocated by Congress. So the funding that's happening isn't because of the Biden-Harris administration. It's because of the bills that are passing through the legislative process.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. I feel like you guys answered a lot of my questions. Thank you. You can put someone else in here who's going to debate. I appreciate it.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Caleb, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Caleb. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
And we got to 4 million. Thank you, everybody. You guys did good.
Yes, on the way to 5 million, everyone. Super close to 5 million. If we just had another bunch of taps, everyone, we could easily get to 5 million real quick. Easily get to 5 million. Because, yeah, honestly, we're on track to maybe hit 10 million. tonight, everyone. I think we could do it. That would be the most likes I've ever gotten by a lot, by like 2 million. So, all right, let's get that. That's like on par with like what Kamala Harris gets on her account. So that's pretty crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? They're eating the dogs. Let's go to the next individual. I've been seeing so many meme edits of that. Why do likes matter? It helps push out the live more. And also it's just like a milestone, Hitting 10 million is like, it's cool.
They help fluff Parker's fragile ego.
I know, right? Super fragile ego. I need to tell my kids something. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Okay. Someone said I got 27 million before. I promise you I've never gotten 27 million.
W swoopy.
27 million would be crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry. I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
No, sorry.
Okay, you're good. Don't worry.
Thanks for tapping, Isabel. You're doing your job. Appreciate you.
Someone said views. Maybe I've never gotten 27 million views on a live. The highest I've ever gotten, I think, is 15 million impressions. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you're voting for Trump, type it in the comment section right now, everyone, and we will bring you up here as well. Also, everyone, keep tapping that screen. We're at 4.5 million, everyone.
You guys are slaying.
I know, it's going up so fast today. Y'all are incredible, everyone. I really appreciate y'all so much, so much. Let's keep it going, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Give it 1 second, everyone. I'm sorry. It's really not adding people, so just take a second to get people up here. Do give it a minute, y'all. Peel the avocado, guac, amole. All right, give it a second, everyone. We're almost there. We're almost there. Getting another person. Glitch talk for real. Like, honestly, everyone just doesn't join up and for like a minute or two. So do give it a minute.
They need to have like a stay in queue button where, when you're sitting there for too long, it makes sure that you're actually still there.
Like for debate, yeah. That would be great. No, don't get that stuck in my head. What's up? How old are you?
Hi, good evening.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell no. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you so much. Love that. All right, let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
4.7. You guys are crazy.
I know, it's going so quickly. It's unbelievable. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, I'm sorry. Too much background noise. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yeah, 4.7 is wild. 1v7 like Dean. I don't even know if I'd be able to get enough people who are MAGA up on the live like that. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much within like a short period of time.
Those 1v7s only last for like 30 seconds. They can't
right?
Stop over talking. Right.
All right, let's get this next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
What's that?
I just think he has a lot of good policy. He's better than Kamala.
What's your birth year?
99.
What month?
November.
Okay. So what policy?
I don't know.
Okay, so then would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually
leaving.
assaulting a woman?
He's leaving.
Yeah, he definitely is. Okay. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. By the way, everyone, the rules of the live. If you are not voting for Trump, we are just looking for people who are voting for Trump, so I will disconnect you. If you consider that rude, that's you. But that's boundaries. So I don't think it's rude to have boundaries. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I just like how he is. I think he's very hard-headed. I think that's a flaw of him. I think he tries to big dig everything, which also can be viewed as a flaw, but I think he's more genuine than Kamala.
Okay. Can you give me any reason why you believe that he's more genuine, even though he's been lying about the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won?
Could you explain further on what you're saying?
Yeah.
You mean the 2020?
Yeah, he still says the election is stolen.
I understand that. I am not going to fully comment on that. I understand that's a very touchy subject. I'm not going to... I like Trump, but I will admit when he's wrong. I'm not going to say...
Okay, but he's a liar, right?
I mean, I'm not in the government. I can't say he won or lost, but you have to think.
You can't say he won? So did he win in 2016?
2016 he won, but
so how can you say he won in 2016 but you can't say he lost in 2020?
I have a question. Are you gonna let me talk and finish my sentences or no? Because if not, I don't.
If you engage genuinely,
I will. I'm trying to speak.
Answer my question.
Okay, tell me.
So why do you accept the determination in 2016 but you don't accept it in 2020?
Because of voting amounts. In 2020, we had a new voting system, mail-in. It mailed everyone. I know, but we did it differently because of COVID, didn't we?
No, there was mail-in prior to this. Did you know that?
We've had mail-in ballots since the Civil War.
But how many people would do mail-in versus in 2020? 2020
Obviously, there was more people doing mail-in, but you have to give me any reason to believe that led to the overturning of the election, which 60 court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Because the amount of people who voted for Biden during 2020.
Okay, so you could say the amount of people that voted for Biden in 2020. What about the amount of people?
Compared to 2012, where Barack Obama was first saying, I think it started with R. He had, I forgot the exact number. Let me look it up if that's okay with you. Can I?
Okay, go for it. All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up here. Everyone, we're on the way to 10 million, 5.1 already. Let's go, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Someone in the chat said 6 million before he sees. Okay, yo, I'm looking. Don't worry. Yo, think of that mustache. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Roger, you there? All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
In 2020, President Biden received over 81 million votes, which was a record high.
Mm-hmm.
And Obama
and Trump received more than Obama as well.
Yes, but
so did Trump have fake
But
fake
sir,
votes?
didn't you say if I had a genuine thing, you would let me finish my sentence? I'm okay with you questioning me if I'm wrong, but you have to let me finish what I'm trying to say. No.
Go ahead.
We're just gonna talk over. Thank you. Yes, but with a whole new mail-in system, or not whole new? You said it was there before, but with that being the only way to vote, with no in-person, do you still think we would get the same amount or more voters through a new system, and which was much more difficult at home?
So having a difference in the amount of people who voting to a higher degree, more people voting is a good thing, not a bad thing. So you'd have to give me any evidence that there was a higher proportional fraud rate insofar as that it overturned the election.
Also, real quick, just to say the number of eligible voters grew by 8 million between 2016 and 2020. Mm-hmm. And 2016 was a very low voter turnout. It was about 55%. We typically hover around 60 to 70% voter turnout. The 2020 election was 66%. So quite a significant difference in voter turnout compared to 2016.
Yeah. And number 9, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am. Hold on, let me turn this fan off.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old.
For sure. Why are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump based on conservative values. Can I ask you a question, though, first? So I've heard people ask you this before, and you've given the same answer. So I want to give a little, or I want to ask you, without mentioning Trump at all or insinuating anything about Trump, can you tell me why you're voting for Harris?
Appreciate the Panther Pause. Thank you so much. Yeah. So she influenced the capacity bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin.
That was Trump.
Thank you so much. No, that was an executive order that was not enforceable. Jose, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I actually have significant background in pharmacy, and as a diabetic myself, I've lived through that, and I'm not gonna sit here and try to prove it to you, but I know you're wrong. So,
Are you on Medicare?
am I on Medicare? Number one, I'm gonna say don't ask that. That is a very rude thing to ask. And number two, no, I'm not.
How is it a rude thing to ask?
Don't ask. You shouldn't ask anything about people's medical history, especially when it comes to how they're covered or if they're covered.
I was just asking Medicare because it was relevant to the question.
I understand that it could be relevant, but it's actually a very rude thing to ask. You don't go up to somebody and ask if they're on Medicare or Medicaid or anything like that. Just don't.
I didn't go up to you. We're in a political conversation.
Figure of speech, bud.
Okay. So, all right. So again, that was for seniors on Medicare, right? That's what the $35 cap on insulin was. So that's what she influenced to get passed. The executive order that you're referencing with Trump, that was non-enforceable. People know that didn't have like any impact.
Yeah. Once again, I'm not gonna sit here and try to prove you wrong, but I know you're wrong. It's pretty obvious, and it's just another
Can you give
thing
me any source I'm wrong?
Like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and try to prove you wrong. It's a waste of energy, but I know.
Then why'd you join the debate?
Why did I join to ask you why you're going to vote for Harris without you mentioning Trump at all?
Okay, why
That was my main question.
Why haven't you left?
You want me to leave?
Well, I said why haven't you left if that was your only reason?
Because you asked me a question.
So you're not going to answer it?
I believe I did. I said I'm
No?
not,
Do
but
you have a
also
source?
I told. So then we're going to go in circles. Okay, I get it.
I just asked for a source. That's all I'm asking for. Like any reason to believe that I'm wrong? Because you just said I'm wrong, and you saying no is not an argument.
Well, I understand that. I'm not sitting here trying to prove you wrong. I just wanted to ask you a question. I asked you a question. You answered my question. You asked me a question. I answered your question. We're good.
No, we're not. Can you give me a source, or do you want to give me any reason to believe otherwise?
I could. I mean, if you really want me to educate you on this, I could send you a DM if you'd like.
Just tell me on the live.
Okay. If you really want me to, hold on.
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, K Money. FHD,
All right.
you can talk at any point, by the way.
If you really want those sources, you really want me to educate you on this, I could get out of live and do it for you. I'm not interested in being your teacher tonight, but
Okay, then why'd you expect me to answer your question?
I never expected you to answer my question.
So I have to be your teacher, but you won't do the same thing? Push that mustache.
No. So
No. So why? Why do I have to do it, but you don't?
Why do you have to do what?
Why do I
never
have to
asked
do it,
for
but
a
you
source.
don't?
Hold on.
You know, you asked for me to teach you why I'm voting for Trump, so I did that. Now, would you like to do the same thing?
You don't teach somebody on
voting
why
for
you're
Biden,
doing
or Harris, sorry.
something.
Why I'm not
You
voting for
tell
Trump, I meant to
somebody
say
why
that.
you're doing something. That's not teaching. When it comes to something that's happened or something that happened.
Okay, so can you tell me your source then? Thank you very much.
I could send you my source. I would love to.
Tell me it right now.
I don't have my computer in front of me. I would have to get out of the
Go
app.
search
I'm
it
not
up. Swipe out of the app, go find it, and then come back.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not
Okay,
interested
well,
in being your
so-
teacher tonight.
I'm not interested in being your teacher. Is that how you be condescending? You don't give any evidence, and you just believe in the same conspiracy bullshit?
No, I know what I'm talking about. I use it in. Somebody asked if my sugar is low. It might be actually.
They're probably talking to me.
Okay. Are you the diabetic?
Oh, I thought they were referencing me with my bags in my eyes. I apologize.
Oh, I was talking about insulin. So
I forgot you said that you were diabetic.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you really want me to send you some sources, I will. I'm not going to do it right here, right now. I'm not interested in doing that for you.
Well, I mean, I can probably help here a little bit. So Trump did have a $35 program, but that was only for the Medicare Advantage people, right?
No, it wasn't. It affected. So I work in pharmacy and I'm also diabetic, so it affects me on two different platforms, right? It affected me personally, and at that time, I was on my company insurance or work commercial insurance, whatever. And it has a lot to do. I'm honestly explaining things is not my forte, but what I can say is it affected me as somebody that's not on either Medicaid or Medicare. And when it comes to working with insurances in my job, I saw it affect both ends of the spectrum. Essentially.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, Cass, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate YouTube W's for Cass in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Cass. Thank you so much.
Parker, if you don't mind, what do you like about Kamala?
Yeah, I already said, but she helped influence get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Do you think she did more than Pence as a vice president?
Yeah, by far.
For what?
More tie-breaking votes.
Oh, tie-breaking votes. But do you think she carried more initiative on those tie-breaking votes or no?
Yeah.
Pence did a lot more. Maybe things that I don't agree with, but...
What tie-breaking vote did Pence do?
Not tie-breaking, but he was a lead initiative. Huh?
No, what were you saying?
I said he was a lead initiative for anti-abortion things. If
That's terrible, dude.
I'm not for it, but I'm saying whatever he was trying to do, he took his vice president roles and tried to go with it.
I already told you, like, she had initiative on Inflation Reduction Act in terms of being the tie-breaking vote, and she also got the $35 cap on insulin placed in the bill. And then for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, she influenced the high-speed broadband brought to rural communities in that bill.
Fair enough.
Okay, he left. Okay.
Bye.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get to 6 million likes, everyone. Keep tapping that screen.
Christina, thank you for the $15. I appreciate it for helping somebody in need, and I will definitely do just that with that. Thank you. Everybody, we have 8.3 thousand people, so while Parker gets Nathan up here, we're going to do another digital cardio workout here. Everybody fill up that bar one time, and we will literally be at 6 million. If every one of you filled that bar up one time, we'd be at 6 million, which would be pretty awesome. Now, we do know there's some lazy MAGAs in the audience, so you might have to do it 2 times just to cover their bid, but we would appreciate it if you tapped away. Thank you. Hi, Nathan.
Nathan, are you voting Trump?
Hello, good sirs, and I believe I am voting for Trump.
And how old are you?
I am 29.
Yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
Because he seems to be against undocumented immigrants.
So you're voting for Trump because he seems to be against undocumented immigrants. Okay, so why did he undermine the border bill?
Or it seems like he's trying to decrease the amount of undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so why did he undermine the border bill? I knew you were trying to say that. I get you.
I mean, do you not agree that he's trying to do that?
No, I don't agree. No, I appreciate the epic GG. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think he's just using it as a talking point for partisan gain. So can you tell me why he undermined the border bill?
Oh, I mean, I'm under the impression that he is trying to reduce undocumented immigrants. Is this not true?
Yeah, if you don't answer my question, I'll just go to the next person. I'm not going to play this game anymore.
Nathan, if you don't know that he did that, like we can inform you about it. But so
yeah, you need us to explain. I'm open to changing my mind.
Yeah, for sure. So Senator James Lankford, who's a Trump-endorsed Republican from Oklahoma, worked with Senators Kristen Sinema, who's an independent from Arizona, and Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut to introduce a border bill. This border bill had like $650 million for new wall construction. It had $500 million for substance trafficking across the border detection to reduce that. It increased 15 new Border Patrol agents. It added 50,000 new detention beds. It doubled the number of deportation flights, like
everything that like Republicans want in a border bill. Now, this bill was attached to HR 815, which was an emergency appropriations bill, but once it passed the Senate, and once it reached the House, Donald Trump had called Mike Johnson and some other key Republicans and told them that he wanted that stripped out of the bill because he wanted to use the crisis at the border as something to campaign on for this election.
I see. So would you guys say that under Kamala there would be less undocumented immigrants in America?
Kamala
if we got that policy passed, yeah.
Yeah, Kamala wants to pass this bill, and something that that you may not know is the number one issue that we have facing our border right now is the influx of asylum seekers. We currently have a 3.1 million backlog of asylum seekers. Oh, thank you, Joanne. That was awesome. 3.1 million backlog of asylum seekers, of people who have passed their credible fear interviews and are just waiting for a court date. And my favorite part of this bill is it increase the number of court resources so that instead of having people wait 4 to 8 years where they're residing legally in the country, even though they don't have a green card or citizenship, they're still here legally because they're waiting for their court date. It brought that down from 4 to 8 years, where it is depending on where you are in the country right now, to less than 1 year with a target of 6 months. Then we clear out this asylum process and we're getting people through faster who actually have a valid claim to be here, and we're kicking the people out who don't have a valid claim to be here.
Okay, cool. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
All right, I don't really have anything else to say.
All right.
Yeah, and yeah, as you're leaving, I'll just point out that if Donald Trump really cared about the border, like if he thought it was a crisis, then he wouldn't have put a stop to this bill. Because even if he wanted to do more than what this bill did, even if this bill didn't go far enough, there was literally nothing that he's ever opposed that was in this bill. It's kind of like turning away the fire department as they show up to your house. You know, if your house is on fire and the fire department shows up, you don't want Donald Trump telling the fire department to turn around because he wants to put the fire out tomorrow. You're going to take that fire truck that's there.
All right, cool.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Yo, Johns, are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
You voting Trump?
Am I on right now?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah.
So what's up?
What's up, dude? Ask me that question about, I heard you a few weeks ago. You asked the same question tonight, something about sexual or
Yeah, I got you. Would you vote for someone?
What was that question?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Civilly liable? It's not a crime. Why not?
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
If he's not convicted of a crime, why not?
Okay. Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child be a gym teacher?
If the guy doesn't get convicted of a crime in a court of law, why not?
Okay, so
as far as I'm concerned, none of that stuff happens unless it's in a court of law and the guy ends up in jail.
Hey, Johns, would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child babysit your kids?
Babysit the kid?
Yeah.
First of all, babysitters are teenage girls, so how are they going to be held civilly liable?
Can you answer the question?
Hey, I babysat when I was a teenage boy. If I showed up, if I was 15 years old,
babysitters are kids, how are they going to be held civilly liable?
Children could be held civilly liable.
Also, why'd you only assume that they're teenage girls?
Well, that's normal, pretty much normal what babysitters are. But again, same situation. Do
you think there are adult babysitters?
It's the same situation. A civil case is not a criminal court, and I don't put any.
So you would be totally comfortable with your kid's babysitter being someone who is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman or a child?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you be completely and totally okay with their preschool teacher being someone?
Because if it was true, they'd be in fucking jail. You know it, and I know it.
So, okay, so would you vote? Would you let them be in a room alone with like say a pastor.
We have to wait.
Hold up, John.
Let's move on out of this question. I've answered your question.
Wait. No, you haven't. I want to run you and see how far you go down.
You don't have to run. I'll go as far as you want. If it's not in criminal court, wait,
trust me, I got you.
Let me finish. If it's not in criminal court, it's bullshit.
Okay, appreciate the trash bandit. Thank you so much.
End of story.
Okay, so if someone were held civilly liable of sexually abusing 100...
Stop.
Johns, I'm going to ask the question. Ruby, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for putting up with this guy. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 children? 100 children. Different kids. John, you can unmute your mic by clicking the profile picture in the bottom right and then clicking the microphone. John? There you go.
Yeah, am I out again?
Yeah, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 children?
Dude, this is my last answer, and we're going to stop this question because there's other more important questions. There's stuff you don't know about that you have to know about. As far as this whole, as soon as you say civil court, my answer is no problem voting for that person. I don't care what it is. If it doesn't,
even if it's genocide, so like 6 million people dead.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Anything.
A crime is a crime, and if it's not done in criminal court, then it's bullshit.
Okay, so John, I have a question. Do you accept Trump's felonies?
I mean, you could wait a second. You could take that question. You do bring up a really good point, because then you could take that question to the OJ trial.
Yeah, we can. But like, John, would you answer my question?
So OJ,
I do think OJ is guilty.
I think OJ was found not guilty,
hey,
but
John,
he lost in the civil
he's just not
trial.
going to answer the question. I think OJ was guilty, but can you answer the question?
Sorry.
Do you accept Trump's felonies?
Do I accept Trump's felonies? No. And well, hold on.
But John, it was criminal court.
Wait a second. The reason I don't accept him is because he has not exhausted the appeals.
Okay, so you didn't accept that Jeffrey Epstein was guilty because you didn't exhaust the appeals yet?
Jeffrey Epstein, he's on an island somewhere.
Wait, so you don't think that he's guilty because he has a chance of appealing?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll tell you why.
You think Jeffrey Epstein is on an island somewhere right now?
And he thinks he's innocent.
Come on, dude. That's sarcasm.
He's appreciate the corgi. So you do think that he's guilty?
Dude. That's sarcasm. No,
so
wait a
you do
minute.
think he's guilty? Joe, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So wait a minute. Trump was in a trial, or I guess he's in a case right now in Georgia. Well, the judge is throwing all her shit out. He's saying you can't convict him on this. You can't prosecute him on this.
For what?
So whatever it is that Georgia case is.
Do you even know what it is?
With that Fannie Willis. I'm not sure.
What is it? What is the case?
I'm not sure exactly what the case is. But I know that the judge just recently, like in the last week or last few days or so, ruled that she can't charge some of the crimes that she charged for.
Like what?
I don't know, dude. I didn't read the fucking things. I just read this fucking stupid thing, whatever it is. But all right, let's move to this is important. Forget all this other bullshit.
Male judge, by the way.
Hold on. Let's move to the election fraud.
Chris with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Chris in the comment section right now? Chris with a C. Thank you so much. Bridget, I appreciate the confetti as well. W's for Chris in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Dude, let's talk about election fraud 2020.
Appreciate the Panther Balls. Do you think that the election was stolen?
Allow me to say yes, and I'm not sure. The reason is, I don't know how many mail-in votes there were, but compared to any other year, it had to be just astronomical.
How did Trump vote, John?
How did Trump vote?
Oh, he's looking it up. Give him a second. Thank you for the hair. Oh, he left.
That was abrupt.
Yo, thank you for the raid, everyone coming in from Harry's Live. What's up, everyone? Do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 7 million likes, everyone. Let's go through another tap spree, everyone. Let's try to get to 7 million likes. Yo, what's up,
W. Harry's what's up? Live. Thank you.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think he's very strong on the border, a lot stronger than Kamala is. I mean, he's very open about how he wants to shut it down, and I think that's honestly necessary at this point. Are you raising your hand as in, like, stop talking?
No, I was like, I'm raising my hand. I just wanted to address this. So then why did Trump undermine the border bill?
Well, the problem with the border bill is even though it would send 20 billion in allocation to the border, it was also going to send 60 billion to Ukraine and 15 billion to Israel. And now we've been way past the point where we've sent too much money to Ukraine. And even if it's not straight up money, I still
So
don't
why
believe
didn't
in
Trump
sending
undermine the
military equipment.
appropriations, and why did the appropriations get passed?
Appropriations as in undermining the other
the spending, the appropriation spending.
Yeah, Manny, literally the appropriations went through and the border provisions didn't.
Well, that's a different problem altogether, but I do believe that that's why the bill altogether was undermined.
So then why wasn't the appropriations undermined?
It was an amendment to House Resolution 815. It contained the border bill, the funding for Israel, funding for Ukraine, and funding for Taiwan. The border bill and Taiwan were stripped out. The Israel and Ukraine funding stayed in. So it doesn't make sense how...
Well, that shouldn't have happened.
Oh, I agree.
Okay.
But I don't think you can hold the position that it was because of that funding that the border provisions didn't pass.
Thank you for the Harry raid, everyone. I appreciate that, y'all.
I hold that position, and that's fine. But if that is so, then that's so. I still believe that that's why that was undermined. But however, I do think it needs to shut down at this point. And a lot of people that disagree say
so it's zero immigration.
Well, not in total, like forever. At the moment, until we get our stuff together, at that point, shut down the southern border. Yes.
So completely no immigration.
No, not in
no
the long
asylum.
run. Immigration is good, but the problem is people claim we need immigration for the crisis of younger people not being able to fulfill the older people leaving the workforce, which I agree with. It's a problem with the nuclear family, and we've broken down so much about the conveniency of not having children in this country, and I think that's a very big problem. We need to change the stigma around that. And we need to...
But Manny, you're talking about cultural change, not like something that the government can enforce via policy, right?
Yeah, that's true. But I do think that the people we elect do have an influence on the culture, and that's very important. And I don't think killing babies is going to help the problem, which why I believe Trump made the right decision on putting Roe v. Wade back up to the states.
So, okay. So do you think abortion's murder?
I do believe that.
Should murder be left up to the states?
I do think it's up to the states. I don't
know.
think
Should murder be left up to the states?
It's okay. Let's clarify it better. I do think it's killing. Murder would be more of like an intentional killing of somebody, which I do think abortion is intentional killing somebody.
So if someone's trying to kill you and you intentionally kill them, did you murder them?
That's self-defense. But
okay, so you didn't. So it's unjust.
Okay.
So it's about whether or not it's unjustified or justified. So do you think that killing them is justified?
I don't think killing babies is justified.
Okay, so you think that murder should be illegal federally, right?
Yes.
So if murder should be illegal federally, why are you supporting someone who thinks it should be left up to the states?
Because it's not in our Constitution. I mean, murder is obviously, it's not in our Constitution, but it's obviously you shouldn't kill somebody. And even though abortion is murder, in my opinion, I don't think it's a little more nuanced than just straight up murder.
Okay, can I ask you this question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So do you think at conception it's valuable?
Of course.
Okay, so what's the difference between a sperm cell and a zygote that means you value one but not the other?
Well, sperm cell hasn't fertilized the egg yet. At conception, there is a flash of light, which is where things happen, and it's...
So you're saying life begins?
Yes, life begins.
Okay, so is sperm living?
It is living, but it's not as more of a... It's not a human life yet, is the difference.
Okay, so does sperm have a species?
Well, I'm not too sure. I haven't really looked into that
Do all living entities have species?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's living.
Mm-hmm.
What species is it of?
It comes from a human, but that'd be like
So then what's the relevant difference between a zygote and a sperm? That means
no. Listen,
what's the difference?
That'd be like saying a red blood cell is human species. You can't really tell.
So again, the point I'm asking is that again, the sperm in particular, right, is an organism, right?
Yes.
Okay. So so it's distinct.
We have liver enzymes.
So why is it?
We have liver enzymes as well that are organisms. Doesn't mean they're the same.
Okay, but so like again, the only distinction that you could make between those two entities would be that there would be a potential for future valuable states, which also exists with the sperm cell. If you have the necessary qualities for like the potential future states, well then there's no distinction between the zygote and the sperm that makes one valuable but not the other.
What point are you getting at?
All you can say is that there's just like, oh, you just decide to value it at this point. There's no relevant difference. Laura, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Natalie, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
We can say all this, but what's the point you're really getting at here between sperm cell and abortion? What's the correlation?
You clearly don't care about sperm. Here's the gold medal. Thank you so much. But you can't really provide a relevant difference between sperm and zygotes that mean that you value one but not the other.
What's that got to do with killing babies?
What I'm saying is that you don't really have a consistent point for why you value it at that particular point. I haven't appreciated the $10. Thank you so much. So I think it's better. I appreciate how much.
Societally, I don't think it's okay to kill people. Over 80 million babies have been killed since Roe v. Wade was passed, and I think 80 million people could have contributed to our society in healthy ways, and we wouldn't have.
Wait. So do you think it should be illegal to pull out? Because like that also restricts less babies. Like if you pull out or use a condom or use any type of contraception, it is the case that it reduces the likelihood of a future baby.
But it hasn't been concepted yet. You can do that.
Conceived?
Yeah, good point on correcting me there in grammar. But you get my point though.
Okay, so it hasn't been conceived. So what about conception makes it valuable?
Because it's beginning to form, like completely form. The egg and the sperm have connected and it's beginning to form as a human life.
Manny, at what point do you think there's a government interest here?
I think there's a government interest once conception has happened, because then that baby can become a functioning member of society. And I don't think that if we have abortion as a thing, then it's not positive for our society, because if okay, as I said earlier, we're getting to a point where we're putting convenience over what's practical, and people have become.
Thank you so much.
So should like oral contraceptives and IUDs be illegal then?
Good question.
That is a great question. And contraceptive, I believe that's before, like, preventing stuff before.
Yeah, well, no, I mean contraceptives. Yeah, contraceptives will prevent implantation and the release of proestrin, but the egg is still fertilized.
Okay, I haven't thought too much about that yet. My firm stance is I think abortion should be not a thing. Now it is up to the states, I believe, because that's how the Constitution. That's how our country is based upon.
Well, it's the overturning of Roe and the Dobbs decision put it up to the people and their elected representatives. So absent any actions from Congress, it is a state's issue, but Congress can still pass laws protecting it up to 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, 24 weeks, 9 months. I mean, the hand is still in the elected representatives, not just the states.
Save the money gun.
Okay, let me be more let me clarify it better. I don't think the federal government should say that we make it law that abortion can be legal. I think that it should be either up to the people or up to the states. May I ask, what's your opinion on the Electoral College? That's something I'd actually be interested in.
I don't like it. Popular vote for president.
So what if 51% of people were pro-slavery and they voted it into law? Would you support that?
No.
So then how do we stop that?
How do you stop that? You have particular rights ingrained so that they can't be overturned like that?
But what if people just decided that we don't want those rights ingrained?
Where's the cap? Thank you so much.
Well, I mean, overturning, going to a
that.
national popular vote wouldn't result in that. You would still need the 2/3 of the states to agree to something like that.
And you're saying like,
Yes,
oh,
but
what
when you
if
get
this?
to the
What
point
if
where
these
you're
conditions?
electing people-
No. What you'll just say is, what if these conditions were met? Well, these conditions are less likely to be met that way than if you have like a dictator in office or like a king or any other form
so
of
if,
government.
if Trump's a dictator, why does he want less regulation and
I never said that
less-
Trump was a dictator there.
But that's okay.
I just said
you can say
comparative
that.
to other
I've been
forms of
hearing that so
government.
much. I've been hearing that so much. That's just
Well, Trump did say that he wants to be a dictator on day one. He did say that.
That's fair. He did say that, but I do think that he needs to put like I said, shutting down the border, that'd be a dictator-like thing to do, but it needs to happen on day one. But as I was saying, 51% of the people.
So you think he should be a dictator day one?
Yeah.
That's such a crazy statement, dude.
Sure.
You think he should be a dictator on day one? Is crazy.
Yeah. It's crazy to say, but it needs to happen because how we've been going has not been going well. But I just want to go back to something real quick. You said 51% of the people voting for something wouldn't happen because 2/3 of the states would still have to vote. So let's talk about it this way. People who are voted in the Congress, they want the popular vote of the people. And when they see what the people want, they understand that they'll get voted out. And of course they want to stay in power. So they're obviously going to vote pro whatever the people want. So then eventually you're going to get to the point where things are going to come out of hand. And if you want to talk about dictatorship in terms of democracy, whenever you have a democracy, they always turn into dictatorships. There's been consistent all throughout human history.
Has our democracy turned into dictatorship?
Well, we're not a democracy. We're a democratic republic.
What's the first word of democratic republic?
Yeah, but we're not a straight democracy.
Yeah. We're nobody's arguing. Nobody's arguing.
No one's
we're
arguing we're a direct democracy. Like what?
Many
we're
people
arguing
just
that we have a democracy.
Yes, many people just throw around that word like we are a democracy. We're not a direct democracy, and some people.
No one said we're direct democracy. We just said that we have a democracy.
When you say we have a democracy, you're implying that you're leaving.
No, no. Wait. You saying you have a democracy? Wait. Us saying democracy does not mean direct democracy. Appreciate the love you. It could be representative democracy.
Democracy literally it comes from two Greek words, demos and krasia, which means rule by the people. So any government where the power of the government is vested in the people is a democracy.
That's not what a person hears when you say democracy. People aren't thinking about the Greek. They're thinking about what the word means to them and how it's perceived.
Honestly, I'm not responsible for somebody's lack of education on
That's fair. You aren't responsible for that. Another thing to bring up, we could talk about inflation. Now, you can argue this Trump, his spending caused that, but you can't really blame him for the stimulus checks. He really had to give those out to people because, people weren't making money. And then what else?
I've got a big problem with that because stimulus checks went to people who lost no income and had they had a vast decrease in their expenses because they weren't driving to work, they weren't paying for parking fees, they weren't eating out for lunch, and they still got stimulus checks. They weren't need based.
I think he was more focused on just getting them out to everybody than actually having the time to get over it. Now, in my opinion, I don't think we should have ever shut down the economy at all because I think it had way more detriments than it had benefits.
You can say whatever you want there, but the point that's still, it's not relevant, right? Like
that's fair.
We're arguing which candidate is better, and like that would have happened regardless.
I guess that was more of a buzzy thing to say, the rage bait, but
I don't necessarily think that lockdowns were the best mechanism because people didn't actually effectively go through with the lockdowns. If we had a better lockdown, then it probably could have been effective if it was shorter, but it went way too long insofar as that we saw drastically negative impacts, socially speaking, from it.
What do you think would have made it a better lockdown? What do you think would have been better things to put in place?
Like if we're going to do a lockdown, it's got to be a lot more strict and a lot shorter.
Shorter, I agree, but I don't think we should lock down people because people's immune systems become weaker when they're away from everything.
For how long?
They immediately start to decrease when they're not exposed to things. Your body builds itself up. We have an immune system for a reason. And when
if we had a shorter pandemic or not pandemic,
that's true. That's fair. If it was shorter, then people's immune systems wouldn't have weakened totally. But I think that we should have, in terms of never shutting down and locking down at all, I think a lot of people's lives got ruined by the shutdown and a lot of suicide rates increased dramatically. And I think more people are generally worse off than they were before. And that's obviously an easy thing to say because obviously people are going to be worse off when you shut down the economy, but that's just how it is. And obviously things are going to have to compensate for that after it shuts down, which is why inflation has increased a ton. But
wait, why did inflation increase?
Part of it is because of spending, but I don't think that's completely his
Okay.
fault.
Did you know there was more debt-related spending under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden administration in terms of signed into law?
Sure.
Okay.
I believe inflation is a lot more than just that. It's more than just printing money, and that's a big part of it, but it's more than just that. Things can artificially increase, whether it's gas and such.
Sherry, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so you said things can artificially increase. Okay, so inflation happened around the entire world. What makes you think it was specifically
price controls?
What makes you think it was specifically caused? What makes you think it was specifically caused by the United States if it happened globally?
Well, because we are the leader. This is why it happened globally, because a lot of countries are backed by the U.S.
Why didn't it happen in the U.S. then happen around the world instead of happening again the same trend around the world?
The same trend is happening because those countries also use the U.S. dollar. If we go up, they go up. That's how it works because they're backed by the US dollar.
Listen. If it was based that way, it would be the case that it would happen in the United States, then it would happen around the world. It wouldn't happen at the same time.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't.
It goes by the day.
How would it have happened at the exact same time?
Not exact same time. It doesn't work like that because at the same time there's
the same trend happened. Look up global inflation rates.
About inflation, we're talking about the consumer price.
You can see the U.S. inflation rate increased at the same trend as the global inflation rate.
Because a lot of it also has to do with supply chain and how much of that is accessible to the people.
Oh, so supply chain negatively impacted by COVID.
Yeah, I said that.
Okay, so if it's supply chain negatively impacted by COVID, then it's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
It's also partially caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
How? How they cause it?
Spending a lot of money on clean energy, which doesn't work.
Wait, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, was deficit.
That Biden even admitted was.
Hey, shut up. The Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, was deficit reducing, which means it reduced the debt.
But it put more money in the Green New Deal, not the Green New Deal itself, but that idea of clean energy when we aren't ready for that yet. We don't have that.
That didn't even make any sense. We are. That's the bill is setting up. The bill is allowing us to be ready for it because it's building up the infrastructure. It's building up things that we need to manufacture.
The leading tech CEO in clean energy has literally stated, Elon Musk has literally stated that we're not ready to go into all of that yet.
I'm not saying it happens right now. How long it takes decades, right, for us to change. And that's literally what is in the Inflation Reduction Act. It has us literally on a trend and a trajectory to change within decades.
Yes, but at the same time, they're really trying to halt gasoline and oil too much right now. And if the other countries don't care about that.
Wait, I just want to let you know, we produce more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history.
Yeah, we do right now. Because
so what's the point?
Right now, Biden and Harris are ramping that up because election season is in game. They want gas prices to go down because then they can say we did that and vote for us.
Okay, so again, obviously you want gas prices to go down,
yes,
but it is the case that oil production has been continually increasing. This has been like this for the past few years. It's not just like it randomly happened because now it's election time. Now they're doing it.
Do you think that's part of the
common trend going up?
Do you think that has anything to do with the uniparty war machine and making more oil for our military and sending it to
actually, I do think that both sides do fund the military-industrial complex, which I would disagree with, right? Like the defense contractors and whatnot and the weapons contractors. I think that they profiteer off of war, and I think that we don't need to do it to that extent. Obviously, we spend way too much money on the military right now. Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much.
I disagree with the money spent on the military. I disagree with how we use it.
So you think that we should spend just as much as we do right now on the military?
Yes, because I believe in peace through strength.
Ridiculous.
I believe in peace through strength.
We can have the largest military budget in the world by far, by over $100 billion a year. Appreciate the glass.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Even if we cut our military budget in half.
That's not the point.
But we spend more. We spend more than the next 25 countries.
Yes. And I agree with that because we have the capability to do that. But I don't believe we should be using it for bad. It should be used as a deterrence, not as a force.
You can do it as a deterrence even without spending that much.
You could, but it wouldn't be as effective.
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe
wait, you'd have to tell me what specifically makes it more effectively.
If you clean up waste spending, then maybe. I don't know how much of that is wasted, but obviously if you spend more money on it, if you're counting out waste spending, let's say the same percentage of waste spending is done between countries, the same percentage of waste spending, whoever spends more on their military is going to have a better military.
Yeah, again, I just told you, we can still spend the most in the world by $100 billion a year, even if we were to cut the military budget in half.
But our military
like law
could be
just
even better
said,
if we spend more money on it.
Why do we need it to be so much better than the best in the world?
Because we don't want anybody to F with us at all.
We won't get effed with even if we have it 100 billion more, and we can change that at any point in time.
So what was Putin's statement the other day when
you think we should just constantly act like we're at wartime?
I don't think we should act like we're in wartime. I think we should act like we should be ready for wartime.
You know that we have higher spending on military right now proportionally to GDP than we even did like during like war times and like Cold War and stuff.
Well, the Cold War, we were never actively in war. We were very close with the missile crisis, but obviously we were getting prepared for it. I do think we should dismantle the funding for nuclear. We should definitely try to decrease. Now, in terms of other countries aren't going to do it, so we shouldn't. But if we could globally get it down, then we should do that. But at the current rate, how
$5.
Russia isn't going to stop producing.
So you want to stop people producing nuclear weapons. So how do you feel?
If we could do that globally, if we could do that globally,
how do you feel about Trump pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal?
I don't have any strong opinions on that yet. I have to look more into that. That's not what I'm here to argue about. But as I was saying, if we could globally get that down, then we should get that down. But we can't, so we're going to have to keep producing them because other countries are going to keep doing it. And it's more of just a flex at this point. Nobody really needs 8,000 nuclear weapons, but that's just where we're at. What was I going to get to? Oh,
so should we uphold the Budapest Memorandum?
Can you tell me what that is?
We signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. And they gave up their nuclear weapons, so now it's our turn to defend them?
I think we probably shouldn't have done that in the first place.
Okay, well, I thought you wanted the nuclear agreements.
No, what I was saying was if we could globally get that down, but obviously Russia isn't going to give up their nuclear weapons.
Signing these nuclear agreements is globally getting it down, but okay.
Like I said, I don't think that should happen because we shouldn't be the protector of all of NATO. I honestly think
if we shouldn't be the protector of all of NATO, why do we have to spend so much on the military? Bridget, think of the Gen Come.
Because we have to protect our country and our interests, and I don't think our interests are sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine.
So can you tell me how spending $850 billion a year on the military protects our interests more than ending homelessness, providing universal free college?
I got a question.
Free public universities, expanding access to paternity leave, maternity leave, paid sick leave, universal health care.
So how much do you think we could have reduced that if we didn't send those hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine?
How much could we have reduced what?
Homeless, funding schools, blah, blah, blah. How much could we have reduced that if we didn't send money to Ukraine or Israel?
So the money that we gave, $107 billion to Ukraine, that would have been less than what I'm referencing in terms of the military budget. If we took half the military budget from 1 year, that would be 4 times what we sent Ukraine.
Yes, but that's different.
What we sent Ukraine was a reallocation from our military budget in most instances.
What we're sending to Ukraine should be spent on the homeless. What we're spending on the military should be spent on the military. Because if you fall back on 1 year...
You fucking realize how dumb that statement was? We reallocated aspects of the military to do that. And secondly, the money that we spend on the country shouldn't be used here. What the hell are you talking about? You're prioritizing spending money on the military, $850 billion a year, over ensuring there's no homelessness in this country.
All right, let me talk for a second. Anytime that you're spending less money on the military, that's giving other countries opportunity to catch up. Even at however far we are ahead, you're reducing.
So why not 1.5 trillion?
Would you say 1.5 trillion?
Let's increase military spending to 1.5 trillion.
We don't need to do that though.
Why not?
Because we don't need to.
Why not? Even more will be even more peace, right?
I don't believe in tax increasing. And I think where we are at.
No. We cut spending on all the other spending, $1.5 trillion military spending package.
You're misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Why not?
Because what's spent on other things can be spent on other things. Doesn't mean we should get rid of everything else.
We do the same thing with our military budget right now?
I'm not talking about slashing spending.
I don't think.
Okay, but you understand we have to slash spending because we don't have the money because we're spending it more on the military. I just said we could increase spending if we took it from the military. Because we just take the money from the military and then we spend it on other things that we need.
There's a lot of waste spending everywhere. I mean, the EPA, for example, Trump's numbers were better under his administration than they are now, and there was less regulation.
So actually, what numbers is relates to what?
Carbon emissions.
So actually, you can look at the carbon. I literally just posted a video on this. Carbon emissions went up between 2017 to 2018. And then from 2018 to 2019, it stayed basically stagnant from 2017 to 2019. The only reason it went down is because of COVID, genius.
Genius.
So
they didn't go up between 2017 and 2018?
2017 to 2018, it went up.
You said it was stagnant. Or 2018 to 2019, you said it was stagnant. Sorry, that's my bad.
2017 to 2019 was stagnant. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because it went up 2017 to 2018 and then went down to the same degree that it was prior in 2017, from 2017 to 2019. Again, not due to any of Trump's policy.
You said not due to any of Trump's policy, so it had nothing to do with them?
Yeah, it had nothing to do with Trump. Trump didn't do anything to benefit that.
Okay.
And also the main decrease was because of COVID.
Okay, that's fair. Obviously, it'd go down because people aren't producing things. Oh, wait, let me go back to your prompt. So why are you voting? What is your top 3 things why you're voting for Kamala Harris?
Donald Trump is a terrible person. He's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country.
Okay, listen,
he advocated for good policy.
You got to slow down. You got to slow down. Go back to the first couple of things. You drove way too fast, man.
Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies.
Okay.
He tried to overthrow the government.
Let's stop here real quick. Why didn't they charge him for any of this before he was running?
Before he was running for president in general?
Yes. Wasn't he charged for any of this before the 2020 election?
So for the felonies specifically, that's because he was doing it and engaging in election interference while he was doing it. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Are you talking about 2020? Are you talking about 2020 election interference?
No. I'm referencing 2016 because that's when he
Which was proven false. There was no Russian collusion.
No, you fucking listen to what I'm saying, genius. Holy fuck. Listen, Manny. Jeez. God damn, it's like the election interference that he was engaging in. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Was him specifically trying to falsify business records, right? So that the story about Stormy Daniels, like him cheating with Stormy Daniels, didn't get out to affect his election prospects.
Okay. Now I was thinking too far ahead. No, you're good. You're good.
And also, by the way, there was Russian interference. That's true. It just
are you talking about
the election.
bots? Are you talking about bots on socials, or are you talking about?
Yeah.
So what do you think about Mark Zuckerberg coming out and openly admitting to helping Biden and Harris in 2020?
That's not what he said.
Yeah, that's not what he said.
Really? Because he restricted the Hunter Biden laptop information and was putting misinformation on everything, claiming the Hunter Biden laptop, which has clearly been outed as true.
Yeah, so his letter mentions nothing of that. It was mostly related to like COVID information and restrictions and things like that. But what he said was that while he wasn't, there wasn't any ultimatums placed on them, he did feel that there was pressure from the White House to moderate some particular information, and he regretted not speaking up more about that.
Okay, so after people claimed there was no election interference on behalf of Meta, he comes out and says he felt pressure to do that, which obviously he's going to say that nobody told him to do that, but he felt pressure. So as I was getting at, you think that's okay? What do you think should we do to combat this?
So are you against limiting free speech?
No, of course not. I think free speech should be completely open. I am very happy with what Elon Musk did with X.
No, I said, are you against limiting free speech?
Yes, I'm against limiting free speech.
Okay, so Trump.
But the question is why it's so hard. Can I ask a question? Yeah, go ahead.
So Trump saying he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag,
that's not free speech, in my opinion. That's desecrating America and its values.
So the Supreme Court indicated it was protected by the First Amendment.
Well, they can indicate that, but they could have interpreted wrong, which you guys claim happens all the time. They overturned Roe v. Wade, which you guys claim is wrong.
Freedom of expression.
Freedom of expression
isn't protected by the First Amendment.
I mean, freedom of expression is, but I don't think it's freedom of expression to burn the American flag. I do think people get mad if you burn an LGBTQ flag. I don't understand why people
should that be legal?
So many flags. I don't think people should we burn an LGBTQ flag.
No,
It's not
should
the
that be
American
legal?
flag.
Should you go to jail for a year for burning an LGBTQIA flag?
Yeah.
No, but some people.
Why not?
It may get to the point that some people may argue for that.
Manny, why not?
Because that, in my opinion, does fall freedom under expression because it doesn't stand for America. If you hate America, I don't want you here.
Manny, you understand that this is like akin to saying that like you shouldn't be able to, like during the American Revolution, like around that time, like before that you shouldn't be allowed to like say something bad about the British government.
So you think we should overthrow the American government? ?
I'm not arguing that, no.
So then why are you bringing up that analogy?
Again, just to show you that it is the case that you talking out against the government that you think is tyrannical or you disagree with is protected by the First Amendment.
That's freedom of speech,
freedom of expression.
It's freedom of speech.
So Manny, so real quick, so maybe you disagree with it. You think it's desecrating the flag, but you're signing off on making it a felony?
I actually have a perfect question.
Yeah, I do agree. I agree with that. Listen, I'll explain.
I have a perfect question. Should it be illegal to raise the Confederate flag?
It's so hard to say. I don't think it should be illegal, but
Why not?
think that there are. I think there are
desecrating
negative
American
connotations.
values.
There are negative connotations to doing it, but I don't think it should be illegal.
Oh, okay. So, but that's going against the core foundational principles of the United States, right? The same way burning the American flag is. Because they're
How is that
traitors to this
going against
country.
the
They
core
were fighting
values
for
of the United
slavery.
States?
Because they're traitors. They literally were traitors.
I'm actually one of the people that claims that the Confederate flag stands for states' rights, even though they were fighting for wrong things.
States' rights for what?
Yeah, I said fighting for the wrong things, even though it
states' rights for what? Just be clear.
Many things, but they were pro-slavery, which I disagree with. I don't
States'
think
rights
that should
for
be a
slavery. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't agree with slavery. It's reprehensible and it should never happen.
So, okay, again, are they traitors?
Traitors to the
Are the
Republic?
Confederates traitors to the Union?
Sure, they seceded from the Union. But that
Okay, so
doesn't
then
mean-
isn't that a desecration of American values if you are literally engaging in civil war?
It's not a desecration of the
United
American
States.
flag. You're not engaging in civil war.
Yes,
if
it
you,
is.
You think people flying the Confederate flag today want to secede from the Union?
I think that is desecrating American values and the American flag more than burning it. Appreciate the DJ glasses. Thank you so much. In protest
You
of
think
say
it's
people like
desecrating
Robert E. Lee.
American value.
I think it's more of desecration of American values and of the foundational principles of this country than it is for people to burn the American flag in protest of having statues of people like Robert E. Lee that helped back the Confederates.
Can you say what that was again? I need to hear it again.
I think it is a more of a desecration against the values and the principles of the United States and the flag and what veterans have fought for in this country to raise a Confederate flag, right, rather than to burn the American flag in protest of there being a statue of Robert E. Lee, right, commemorating a Confederate who was a traitor to this country that fought for slavery.
Did you just say it's more desecrating to America to fly a Confederate flag than to set on fire the American flag, which way
in
more
protest of supporting Confederacy? Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's a crazy statement in my opinion.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that's fair.
How is
That's
that
fair.
crazy? How is that crazy?
Well,
I think
because
it's
so
crazy
many
for you
people
to say
have
that
fought
raising a Confederate flag is better. Jessica, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jessica.
Or worse. I'm not saying better or worse. I would never fly a Confederate flag. I just wouldn't do it. What
Why
I'm
not?
saying is many more people, because I don't really care enough to fly one.
You don't care enough?
Because I don't want to fly a Confederate flag.
Or maybe like you disagree?
I disagree with slavery. However, I do think it's within somebody's right to fly one. I don't think it's in with somebody's right to burn the American flag.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think is ridiculous.
You can think it's ridiculous, but so what?
Yeah, so again, you think that it is the case that putting up the Confederate flag is not a desecration of the foundational principles of the American flag?
Well, no, because people can have certain beliefs as protected under the First Amendment, but that's freedom of expression. I don't think freedom of expression, just like freedom of speech, there's limits on freedom of speech, such as hate speech. We should also have limits on freedom of expression, such as burning the American flag.
Appreciate the super. Thank you so much. So again, so you think that's not protected by the First Amendment, burning the American flag, and why is it not protected by the First Amendment?
Just like anything, it's up to interpretation. People change things all the time.
So how do you interpret it?
I interpret it as don't burn the American flag. It says freedom of expression, which is freedom to express yourself as you please. But just like freedom of speech doesn't include hate speech in the First Amendment. It doesn't say anything about hate speech.
It actually literally does.
Recite it to me at this moment.
Push the meerkat.
Congress shall make no law establishing, respecting the establishment of a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, going out or abridging the freedom of speech. But you can have all of the hate speech that you want. The government can't charge you with a crime for it. Now, if you do something that is a crime that is motivated by hate, they can enhance a crime, but that they can't. If you were to go and scream the N-word on the corner of a street, they can't charge you with a crime for that.
Desta, thank you for the $1.84. Thank you so much.
So going back to what I said, it didn't have any limits, like you said. Freedom of speech, it says freedom of speech.
No, there absolutely is limitations on speech, but there has to be a compelling government.
So they interpreted that as what you're saying.
Yes, there has always been limits on speech, but there has to be a compelling government interest, and the limitation has to be as narrowly tailored as possible to achieve that government interest.
So I got a question real quick. Yep. Do you think there can be limits on freedom of speech?
I literally just gave you the test for it. So, for example,
question. Do you think
for example, I cannot go and blast music at 150 decibels outside your house at 2 a.m. There's a government interest in restricting that. What's the government interest in me burning my own flag that I purchased with my own money as a form of expression?
The interest in the government on you burning the American flag?
Yeah. What is the government interest on restricting that?
The government interest is, I don't know, maybe you going against the government?
Oh, you going against the government? Is that the same thing as burning the American flag?
Yes,
you going against the government?
What I just said. But let me go back to my question. Freedom. You believe there's limits on freedom of speech. Can there be limits on freedom of expression?
So again, do you, as it relates to certain freedoms, again, like law just mentioned, there is a public interest in specifically limiting that. What would be the public interest in limiting the burning of flags on someone's own property?
I think it's very dividing.
You think it's dividing? Okay, so we should limit Trump from being president because that's very dividing.
Well, Kamala Harris being president is very dividing. It's obviously going to be dividing when you have...
Exactly. You can say that for anything, right?
Yes, you can say that for anybody.
We don't restrict rights to protect people's feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we don't restrict rights to protect people's feelings. I think that's becoming increasingly not true.
How so?
I mean, we see DEI, we see affirmative action, which did get shot down after many years.
I have a question. DEI, do you support the Senate?
That's not the same. I know what you're going to go into. I know you're going to go to. You're going to say Senate is DEI, but it's not, because it's not about race. It has nothing to do with race.
DEI doesn't have to be about race.
It is, but it is about race.
So what is diversity?
Diversity is having voices from everybody. Now you're going to say, I know what you're going to say.
So that's not specific to race?
You're extrapolating it way too much.
Is that specific to race?
In terms of how
is equity specific to race? Is inclusion specific to race?
Diversity itself, no. Inclusion itself, no. But DEI, in terms of how we use it today, it is. And I believe...
No, it's not.
Yes,
so
it is.
There's nothing conceptually different. The only difference is who it's specifically allowing to be able to get more of a say. DEI, in terms of the Electoral College, gives more of a say to country folk.
It's meant to even it out. Do you think it... Okay.
To even it out? Okay.
Do you think about it
that's
this way?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's DEI. That is literally DEI.
Listen, it's not the same, though. Do you think it'd be okay for California and New York to say what the entire nation has to do?
So no, because it's not California and New York that would do that. Everyone's vote's the same.
But you would agree that more people live in city than in the country.
Okay. So then they get to vote. Land doesn't vote, people do.
Exactly. That's the point. But people don't have the same situations, is what I'm saying. People who... people who live in the country are going to have different opinions than people who live in the city, and they don't really understand each other quite well.
So why do you want? So again, tell me what are the conditions of DEI?
The conditions of DEI in our society today. What define conditions as in how we use it, or as in like the definition, like what we were just talking about?
What are the necessary characteristics for diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, as it relates to in our society today,
Can it be in terms of gender?
Some companies do that in terms of gender. Some companies do it in terms of race.
So it's not just race.
Some companies do it in both.
So DEI is not just race.
Yes, it's not just race, but as I was saying,
is not
it's
just
not
race.
the same.
Then why can't it be applicable to the Electoral College?
Because it's not the same. It has nothing to do with about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Has nothing.
So diversity for rural folk, equity for rural folk, and inclusion of rural folk. Definitely not DEI.
It's about evening it out, but it's different because
that's DEI.
The Senate represents everybody.
It's about evening it out.
Regardless of race and ethnicity, it's supposed to support everybody. The Senate supports everybody. Where did he go?
What were you saying, Manny?
I said the Senate represents everybody in the nation. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, everybody, men, women.
But it represents more of Wyoming than it represents for each Wyoming person who's in Wyoming comparative to each person who's in California. So my vote is worth way less than someone who lives in Wyoming. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. And basically, the entirety of the country is subject to swing states. I would rather all of our votes be equal than it being subject to who's living in one fucking random ass state.
Let's talk about this. So who's going to represent Wyoming and Kansas if you're running the country that way? Because what's going to happen is the
people who live in the
listen. Hold up. Let me explain myself real quick. Because when politicians are running for office, they're never going to visit those places. And they're only going to visit California and New York and the big states because that's where the votes are.
Okay, right now they only visit swing states. Almost only visit swing states. Yes, they're not going to visit California and where a majority of the people are. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Then what's going to happen?
They're too busy shifting all their policy to what the fuck is happening in Pennsylvania or what's happening in North Carolina or what's happening in Arizona or what's happening in Nevada, not where most of the people are. Obviously, you want land to vote, not people.
Not exactly. I think that all land should have an equal say. That's why the Senate exists. But that's not, you're going to say,
so
well,
you support DEI. No, yeah, exactly. You support DEI when it benefits country folk and white people, but whenever it benefits women who are black,
as I said
right,
before,
it is the case that you don't support it.
You don't think any black people live in Kansas or Wyoming?
You understand that we're talking about DEI being applicable to, like, say, individuals, right, who are black or individuals who are women, right? Because it is the case that we want to extend diversity, equity, and inclusion for those groups that have been historically disadvantaged. Whereas if you're specifically referencing literally country folk, they haven't been historically disadvantaged in this type of way. White people haven't been historically disadvantaged for being white. So why is it the case that we need DEI for the Senate, but we don't need DEI for groups and communities that have been historically disadvantaged and not allowed to be in these positions of power?
Because the Senate represents everybody, and everything should be based off of a meritocracy and not.
It does not represent everybody. It represents people in smaller states more than it represents people in larger states. I have less of a say because I live in California.
You're looking at it too individualistically. It's looking at it as states as a whole.
That's the only way to look at it.
Is it?
Yes. Me and you are both individuals. Okay?
Yes.
Why should your vote be worth more than mine?
Because when you're looking at the grand scheme of things, all the people, as I said before, if you live in California or New York, all the politicians.
Okay, we're people. Why do we deserve less of a say than you as a person?
If we have an electoral college, you can move somewhere else and then your vote would matter more. Just do that.
Oh, okay. So just move. Are you serious? Just move. Jesus Christ. I shouldn't have to move to a different state for my vote to fucking matter. I should not have to move to another state for my vote to matter.
Your vote still matters.
I'm talking matter to the same degree, dude.
If you're saying swing states, that's where all politicians are visiting because that's the states that matter and where problems are happening.
Problems don't happen in California?
Okay, you're extrapolating it too much. Obviously, problems happen in California. Actually, they have a lot of problems being run by Democrats all the time.
Oh, you're funny. Name one problem caused by a Democrat.
Oh, I don't know. Border and how many illegal immigrants are there.
So you mean Trump undermining the border bill?
Why do you think people are flocking out of California right now?
Wait. So Trump undermining the border bill?
We already talked about this.
Nicholas, thank you for the $150 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Nicholas in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $150 on Cash App. Let's get some W's for Nicholas in the comment section. At least 300 W's. Thank you so much.
If Democrats have been doing so good running California, why are people leaving in flocks?
Okay, so you understand that prices are high in terms of housing because so many people want to live in there? So many people want to live there. That's why. So why do so many more people want to live in Los Angeles than want to live in other red states?
And why is there a housing shortage?
So again, the housing shortage is because there is the case that people want to live in this area. There's not enough houses to compensate for people wanting to live in that area because there's a limit to how many they can buy or how many they can build in terms of the different regions that exist, right? There's already places built in that land and people want to live in like the city. So there's some zoning registration or regulations I think that could be addressed in terms of building and allowing for more apartments that would specifically allow for more capacity in terms of living rather than just restricting it to single family homes.
Do you think it's a good policy to tax every mile you drive?
I think of it $2. I'm not necessarily advocating for that.
Okay. So you're against it if you're not advocating for it, or are you just neutral on it?
So like it could be more like reliable in the future. I don't think it's something to advocate for now though. Because that would be totally dependent upon like us trying to meet some particular carbon goal. Because like the costs associated with not doing it would be greater than like the benefits.
So why is California putting
Tracy, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Tracy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we talk about like Harris?
Oh yeah.
Love to talk about California, but it's just irrelevant.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And you're just using that to divert away from like the whole DEI being applicable to the Senate.
Okay, we already talked about that. We're not going to agree on it. Let's talk about Harris herself.
It meets all your criteria. You just don't want to accept it.
Who meets all my criteria?
Yeah, it meets diversity, equity, and inclusion. You just are like, nuh-uh, as your argument. So like, I just like, obviously there's going to be no movement on that.
As it relates to states. But I don't agree with it on terms of running corporations.
So he disagrees with DEI as it relates to helping disadvantaged communities, right? But he agrees with DEI when it means helping people who are in the country and helping people who are white. You know what I mean?
It has nothing to do with white people.
Help Republicans. Electoral College, help Republicans. DEI for Republicans, but no DEI for women. No DEI for people who are black. No DEI for Indigenous Americans. Only DEI for small states.
Let's get
for white people.
Real quick. It has nothing to do with white people. I don't care what race you are. Many people of color live in those electoral states that are being represented as well.
Big cities are more diverse. Do you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. You just conceded.
No, I'm not conceding that.
Rural areas have less diversity.
And you can say that with full...
So you want less diverse areas to have more of a say? So more majority white areas you want to have a say than more diverse areas. Okay.
No,
they
have an equal say. That's why every state has 2 senators.
No, that's not an equal say. That's not an equal say. An equal say is each vote's the same. Okay, so you literally want white people to have more of a say.
Do you see the problem with that? I don't want white people to have more of a say. I want everybody to have a
That's literally what the Electoral College does. It's DEI for white people. I'm not trolling. I'm literally not trolling.
It's not, bro.
You and Charlie Kirk just say, nah, it has to be on race. Like, you guys make this.
It's not about race.
Oh, if it's not about race, then it's DEI.
The Electoral College is not about race. It's about representing states.
No, what I'm saying is that you're saying DEI is only race. And that's not what DEI is.
When most people talk about DEI, nobody's talking about the Electoral College. Everybody's talking about how it relates to corporations and companies. Yes. That it's all about race. Why is it put in place?
What does DEI stand for?
Oh my Lord. That's like
diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does diversity, equity, and inclusion not apply to rural communities versus bigger cities or bigger states versus smaller states?
As I said, you can say it relates, but it's not the same. Because we're talking about individuals.
Yeah, so I agree. It's not DEI.
We're talking about individuals versus states.
So here's the point. You're saying you are okay with DEI as it relates to the Electoral College and as it relates to the Senate, but you're against DEI when it relates to women or people who are black.
As I said, it's about meritocracy.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
It's not about meritocracy as it relates to the Electoral College or the Senate.
It's about meritocracy.
That's not meritocracy.
Whoever is most qualified for the job.
So again, when
I
you
don't
say
care what race you are. It should be who is most qualified for the job.
okay, if it should be who's most qualified for the job, Persia Lucy, thank you so much. Then why'd you vote for Donald Trump? He's clearly not the most qualified.
He's not?
Yeah.
Would you? Harris has the most experience.
And
in
also, do you
politics,
think that Kamala isn't the most qualified?
You can say that she has more governmental positions, but it doesn't mean she has good experience.
Who has more qualifications, Kamala Harris or Donald J. Trump?
If there's more than just qualifications, she has more governmental positions held, which you would say that she has more qualifications, but doesn't mean
so she has more qualifications. So why are we acting like having a huge amount of money isn't DEI for Trump?
You're looking at it too.
Because the only reason he's in this position is because he has money. If Trump didn't have that $400 million inheritance from his dad, he wouldn't be here today.
$1 million loan.
He wouldn't be here today. So he didn't do it based upon what he did. He did it based upon what he inherited.
I'm sorry, what's his net worth?
So again, I don't know, but I think it's in the billion.
Okay, it's like, $8 billion. It's $8 billion.
That's
You tried
totally
turning
false.
$400 million.
Where'd you get that source from? Wait, what's the source?
I don't have a source. I mean, I looked it up on Google the other day, but
you want me to find this first source on Google?
Sure. It may have gone down since it might be 6, but it's in the billions. So you tried turning
Trump net worth just from Google, 3.72 billion.
Okay.
So did you know that if I got 400 million right now and I put it into the S&P 500, by the time that I was Trump's age, it would be $9.8 billion.
So do you think he put all his money in the S&P 500?
No, the investments he put it in did worse. Persia Confetti.
They did worse.
Yeah.
Okay. He's a billionaire. Do you think he's a good businessman?
No. Name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
Bankruptcy is more about shifting assets than it is about...
Name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
Donald Trump.
I'm saying other than Donald Trump because you're assuming he's good.
I don't know any.
Okay.
Okay. What's your point?
That was the point.
Yeah, he has 6
bankruptcies. You say he's a good businessman, but I don't know any good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies. That's pretty uncommon.
How much is he worth right now?
Where's the boxing glove? Thank you so much. I said 3.72 billion.
Sounds like
How much did he inherit from his dad?
He inherited 400, but his dad gave him a $1 million.
400 what?
The 400 million was
400 what? 400 what though? Wait, so answer the question. 400 what?
$1 million.
Oh, okay. So if you inherited $400 million, you're saying that you wouldn't be a billionaire?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not. When did I say I was a bad businessman? I never said that.
Well, if you just put your money in the S&P 500, you would have made more money than Trump.
Maybe.
Okay, so then how is he a good businessman if he did worse than an index fund?
You're looking at everything with hindsight 2020. Nobody could have known back then that the S&P 500 was going to be that big.
Okay, so you understand that the S&P 500
I know what it
gained before Trump, right? And it gained at a specific rate before Trump that you could have predicted to do this?
Well, maybe he wanted more than just to put his money in the S&P 500.
Okay, but he clearly made less.
Yes, he made less.
Not that good of a businessman, huh?
Okay, that's like me starting a company and then saying that was stupid because I could have put that money in the S&P 500. So are you trying to not incentivize people to create small businesses and only put their money in the S&P 500 and the big companies?
If you're talking about how good of a businessman you are, how else are you going to identify that based upon other than based upon ROI or like other types of characteristics like that? Like, how do you determine what a better businessman is?
I said good businessman. I never said best. Just because somebody doesn't have the best ROI possible doesn't mean that they're not a good businessman.
If they don't have a better ROI than an index fund, I don't think they're a very good businessman.
Dude, an index fund is an entire collection of companies. You're expecting one person to have a better ROI than an entire the economy?
Okay, then why would you go into business? Why wouldn't you just put your money into that? If your whole goal is to make, if your whole goal is to make money, if his whole goal is to make money, why wouldn't he put it in the investment that would make him more money?
Because maybe he wanted to create his own business and create his own network. People have different reasons.
Is Mark Cuban a better businessman than Donald Trump?
I mean, in my opinion, I don't know too much other than that he owns the Mavericks. He did a good job turning around the Mavericks. They were pretty bad before he got in there. But
yeah, so his net worth is 7.7 billion. Trump's is 3.7, and he didn't inherit $400 million from his daddy. Okay, so he's a better
you could-
businessman,
you could-
right?
you could
Way
say
better
that-
businessman. So who does he say should be president of the United States?
I'm not saying, as I said earlier, more than
Shelby,
it's more
think of
than
the
just
$2. Thank you.
qualification. As I said earlier, it's more than just qualification and more than just business. There's
Okay, so what is
collection of
it?
things. America first.
America first?
That's not the sole reason, because anybody could say they're America first. There's a lot of complex nuances that go into
If
this.
he's America first, I have a question. If he's so America first, why did he believe Putin over U.S. intelligence? Do you want me to give you the example? Putin said that he did not interfere in the election, that Russia did not interfere. That was proven to be true, and U.S. intelligence indicated that. So why did he believe Putin over U.S. intelligence if it's America first?
Because he believed that U.S. intelligence was stacked against him.
Oh, okay. So not America first, Russia first? Putin first?
American people first.
Really? That's not what it did. So he picked, again, over U.S. intelligence, he picked Russian intelligence.
Do you think...
And they were lying, by the way.
Do you think that the CIA killed JFK?
I don't have any evidence of that.
You don't have any evidence? So you think that the government agencies are completely incorruptible and that they're completely fine and that we should trust them in every step?
No, so I think sometimes we could indicate that they're wrong, right? But again, it's not America first to trust Russian intelligence and Putin over U.S. intelligence. Like, that's just not America first.
You agree with the double digits amount of coups that we've conducted on other countries from the CIA? Oh, so they can be wrong, like a lot.
I'm not totally 100% America first, but he's America first. So if he's totally 100% America first, well, then how is this America first?
That's a very hard question to ask because that's very loaded. You can be America first without setting up coups in other countries.
That's not what he's advocating for. I said he believed Putin over U.S. intelligence. Is that America first?
I mean, it depends on the context of the situation. Are the intelligence
so
wrong?
tell me, is that, it was right, by the way, the intelligence was right. Is that America first?
If the intelligence was right and he disagreed, it would not be America first. But if the intelligence
so he
was
disagreed
wrong,
with it and the intelligence was right. The intelligence was right that Russia interfered. So he's not America first.
Well, what if he
Bree,
had
thank you
belief
for the
that they were
$5.
wrong?
Thank you so
Well,
much.
what if he had belief that that they were wrong?
So again, not America first. You disagreed that if it is the case that if it is right and he does not believe U.S. intelligence, that it's not America first. So I just showed you how Trump was not America first. Now give me one instance of Kamala Harris not being America first.
Being the border czar?
Okay, so she wasn't the border czar.
Yeah, she was.
What constitutional or statutory authority did she have as the quote unquote border czar?
There's no real you mean authority is in title or like what power is given to her?
What constitutional or statutory authority does she get from being the quote unquote border czar?
Joe Biden put her in charge of the border. That happened.
In charge of what?
There's no real title or part of government, but in his administration, he put her in charge of the border.
In charge of the border doing what? In charge of what of the border?
Regulating it, being in charge of it.
Manny, you just made that up. I'm not trolling, Manny. You just made that up. What she had was diplomatic relations with 3 countries in South and Central America, specifically to raise private funds, which they raised over $5 billion in private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place.
How did that do?
It did good. I just told you she raised over $5 billion.
So why are the numbers the highest they've ever been?
Because of inflation, right, related to COVID-19.
Inflation,
and because of the Title 42 backlog.
Inflation is why people are jumping over the border?
So yes, inflation leads to people coming here because it reduces the likelihood of people being better off socioeconomically there. That's why they had private funds to build up those places. Because if they build them up and make the socioeconomic status better of those countries, it reduces the likelihood of people wanting to come here.
But how are we letting them in, though?
What do you mean by letting them in? Right? The policy. What was the policy change that you think let them in?
They stopped construction on the border wall.
How much of the new border wall did we build?
A court base since Joe Biden took office.
Under Trump,
I think it was over 600 miles.
No, so it was like I think 52 miles of new wall, so 3.7%.
I believe it was more of that, but 3.7% is better than 0%.
Okay, wait. So you think 3.7% is good?
I didn't say it was the best or good, but it's better than zero.
Is it good though? So how was that the effect? Wait, I have a question. So why were there less people coming to the country under the Obama administration? When there was no border wall like that to that degree, it was 0%.
There was probably less people coming in because of, I mean, a lot of that has to do with situation, as you said. Like, what?
Now you're saying it's external factors. Hilarious.
It has a combination of internal and external factors. If you're just inviting people in, then they're going to come.
So she said, "Do not come."
Yeah, and they came. So.
Oh, okay. So then, what did she do that caused that?
She literally is inviting them in by literally putting them in luxury hotels.
By saying, "Don't come here." Wait. What federal policy puts them in luxury hotels?
There's no federal policy, but they've been doing that. Cities, sanctuary. They're literally called sanctuary in cities. That sounds like inviting people in.
This guy said they're inviting them in. But what policy do they do? Nothing.
Why do they call them sanctuary cities? That sounds pretty inviting to me.
That's not the federal government, Manny. I'm asking you what Kamala Harris did, genius.
What she did, she also supports that and invites that, and it's very loudly.
She didn't. She said, "Do not come."
Okay, she said that, but what has she done is the real thing. And she's clearly been helping them.
She supports the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump put a stop to in the House, which includes border wall funding, which doesn't fix our biggest issue, asylum, among a lot of other things.
We already talked about this, how it related to Ukraine and Israel and sending money.
I understand that, but that's her official stance, is she wants to pass that bill. So how is that opening the border or supporting any policies that it's allowing more people
Because she's
over?
claiming she wants to pass that bill to send money to the border so she can also send money to Ukraine and Israel. And because she knew that they weren't going to be in support of it. No, because she knew that they weren't going to be supportive of it. She gets the claim that she's supportive of it because they weren't going to be supporting of it. And it makes her look good and everybody else look bad. That's why she supported that border bill when she knew that they weren't going to let it fly.
Yeah. the funding's already out of the bill, though. So by saying she supports that bill, literally the only thing she is supporting are the border policies within that bill.
When did they take the other funding out of the bill?
So the bill was a standalone.
I need to go pee. I'll be back.
Yeah, no problem. The bill was a standalone bill on its own. So it was a standalone bill. Now, in order to get it passed, they attached it to House Resolution 815, which was an emergency appropriations. The bill still on its own is a standalone bill. The amendment that was attempted to be added to HR 815 was a conglomeration of multiple policies. But the funding already passed. So now all that's left is the border provision.
Okay. So when Trump came out not supportive of the bill, was that before or after?
It was when the amendment process was going on. The amendment was attached in the Senate. Once the bill as amended went back over to the House, they stripped out the border provisions.
So it was in the process.
That was due to Trump's influence, yes.
So in the process, so it was when things were still standalone with the bill, where things were still in it. So he said that when it was still in the process, which means that stuff was still included.
The amendment had the Israel funding, the Ukraine funding, Taiwan funding, and the border provisions. They stripped out the border provisions and the Taiwan funding.
So he said that before they stripped it out.
He told them to strip it out.
Okay.
So, but the point is that Kamala supports that bill, which has all of those things that we discussed.
Yes.
And so how is that advocating for open borders or increased migration when she's supporting the bill that is attempting to stymie all of that?
Well, because a lot of that also has to do with, she supported the bill, as I said, because it included a lot of other things, and they knew they weren't going to let it fly. Now, let's talk about this. She wants to...
Well, you can't gloss over that. There's literally nothing in the bill. No, you can't just talk past that. There's literally nothing in the bill now other than the border.
Now there isn't. Is she still openly supportive of that? She says that because Donald Trump already...
$10.
She said that because he already said that about the bill, and now she gets to claim that she's pro-border. Now she gets to claim that because she said she supported the bill when it had that stuff in it.
So why did Trump want her to be able to do that? And instead of doing that, why didn't he just specifically support the border bill?
Want her to do, what do you mean want her to do that?
Again, so you're saying that like it would have made him look worse to not do it because then she can use it against him. So then why didn't he specifically support the border bill?
Because there was other stuff in the border bill when he was taught.
The solo border bill. What was in the solo border bill he disagreed with?
The solo border bill was after this was said.
Yeah, no, that's not the timeline.
Okay, but adding on to the border, why does she not support ICE? She's been very out talking about deporting illegals.
Why do you call people illegals?
Because they crossed the border illegally.
So they did something illegal?
Yeah,
that's why. Why do you want an illegal as president? Because he has 34 felonies he's been convicted of. So why do you want an illegal as president?
Illegal immigrant crossing the border.
Yeah, why do you want illegals that are committing violent crimes to be president of the United States?
Because I disagree with his felonies, and I believe that everything was politically motivated, and they put it inside of courts that were
politically motivated
judges in democratic areas. That's why.
Oh, really? So
not just where the crimes occurred. It was.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the crimes. I'm talking about where they had the trials.
The trials happened where the crime occurred. The Southern District of, or the Federal District, or God damn it, the State Court of Manhattan.
Is that a democratic area? Would you not democratic? Is that a liberal area?
Manhattan does have a higher portion of Democratic voters, but it also happens to be where the crime was committed.
Okay. Do you think that had a role in how the trial played out in terms of what people are going to say in the verdict?
Well, I mean, every trial you go through voir dire, where both the prosecution and the defense interview the jurors, and if anybody is indicating any bias, they can be dismissed for cause. So you go to the judge if they indicate any bias. This jury had a 16-page questionnaire that they filled out in order to try to detect any biases, and we do know there was at least one juror on the jury panel that had gotten their news from Truth Social. So they were a follower of Donald Trump's messaging. So the bias can go both ways. And the benefit is always on the defense, because all it takes is just one person. All you need is one person to not agree, and they can't convict you of anything.
It was definitely a trial that was geared towards political. Okay, let me reword that. It was politically motivated. I'll just say that.
And also, let me clarify. It had to be. So to clarify, also law, it had to be unanimous in the felonies case, but it doesn't have to be unanimous in the sexual abuse or defamation one.
No. Civil courts don't have to be unanimous. It did happen to be unanimous in the in the E. Jean Carroll case, all 9 jurors, but you only need 6 out of 9 in New York to reach a liability finding.
Good. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 8 million likes, everyone. Let's do another little thing. I think we can get to 10 million today. I think we have another hour or so at least left on the live, y'all. Probably go until 12. Go until.
What do you think about? They're eating the dogs and the cats.
Yo, Gavin, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think he's crazy. He's delusional, and you shouldn't vote for him. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Everybody, there is 8.5 thousand people here. You guys did awesome work getting us to 7.2 million. Literally, if every one of you filled up that bar, that little pink bar, we would be at 8 million, which would be a next great step. Now, we do know that there are some MAGAs that are hate watching. Oh, that's awesome. We do know there's some MAGAs that are hate watching, and they're not going to tap the screen. So if you guys want to be like a nice blue state and help subsidize the red states, you can also fill up the bar once for a MAGA.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? That's actually, you should start saying that from now on. That's actually what we should do. That's so funny, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 57.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because I can answer a question that Kamala can't answer. I was better off 3.5 years ago.
During COVID?
Also, 3.5 years ago?
Well, when Trump was president, yeah, I was better off.
Oh, okay. So you mean during COVID when there was 7.8% unemployment?
Okay.
Also, I just want to let you know, 3.5 years ago, I'm pretty sure Biden was president.
Well, okay, you know what I meant. 2016 to 2019, my life was way better under Donald Trump, okay? I got to spell it out for you.
Who was president in 2016?
You don't know?
Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, who was president? Yeah.
You don't know, do you?
Who was president in 2016?
Donald Trump.
No.
I mean,
it was Obama.
No. No, listen. I said under Donald Trump's term how many times?
So when did Donald Trump's term begin? What year?
January 2017.
Okay. Well, I mean, you said everything was great in 2016. So,
Okay.
I mean, that sounds like that Trump inherited a pretty good economy then if everything was great in 2016.
I meant November of 2016. It was great.
Yep. So good. Yep. Trump was handed a gem.
Yeah, sure he was.
The Greek, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Yep. Super
Okay.
easy. Appreciate it. And what did he hand Biden? 7.8% unemployment. A global pandemic.
A global pandemic that was started by the Democrats.
Oh, hot take.
Oh, there we go. How did that happen? How did they start it?
Chain of function with Dr. Fauci.
You said chain of function?
Yeah, but listen.
I've never heard of chain of function.
You don't think
so close.
Listen, you don't think you two are the biggest assholes on the planet. Go by. Good luck.
Wait. Why so?
Oh, it hurt my feelings.
Bill, I'm serious. Like, why do you think that? I'm not trying to be rude. I just think what you said was a little ridiculous.
Okay, well, it's 1:50 in the morning where I'm at. I'm a little tired. Excuse me.
It's fine. Don't worry. Appreciate the hand.
All right.
I don't mean it negatively.
Now, do you want to have an honest discussion or you want to keep dicking around?
Honest discussion.
Okay. So, when Donald Trump was president, things were much better. It ain't just me saying it. It's millions and millions of people.
Okay, so can you name one policy he influenced to get passed that you like?
One policy he influenced. Well, there is one that never gets brought up. But how about the right to try bill? I know you're probably going to say it ain't no big deal, but it is a big deal to people who are terminally ill.
Yeah, hey, Bill, I agree with that. Actually, one of my friends was at the bill signing for there. He was saved because of experimental procedures. And I think it was a good thing that Donald Trump signed that. But are you able to indicate any statements prior to signing that bill that Donald Trump made trying to get that bill passed?
Statements from Donald Trump?
Well, right. So you're giving him credit for the bill passing. And it did pass the House and it passed the Senate. It was a bipartisan bill. But I have been unable to find any time prior to the bill hitting his desk that he advocated for it.
Based.
Okay, well, I don't remember any one thing he said, but I do remember him saying it a few times. How he was glad that they were able to do it and that it helped people out. So, I mean, even when he does something good, you guys got to question things. It's remarkable.
Well, no,
Really,
Bill. I mean,
really
I'm giving him
remarkable.
full credit for signing it, and I think it's a good policy.
But then you turn around and say, "Oh, what did he say before that?"
Well, but Bill, I think it matters when a president uses their pulpit, the bully pulpit, when they're actually advocating for policies and they're trying to push things through. Now, I can point to 100 times when Obama.
Also, I did say something in specific. I said, like, name something that Trump influenced to get passed.
Yeah. Well, I can name 100 times when Trump talked about repealing and replacing Obamacare. I can name 100 times when he said that he's going to build the wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. I can't find a single instance of him actually advocating for the passage of that bill.
Okay.
Dexter, thank you for the $3. Thank you.
Do
you know what Trump's healthcare policy is?
What his healthcare policy is?
Yeah.
Not particularly, but I have healthcare, so.
Only there is Trump.
Okay, so Trump doesn't know either, so you guys know just the same. He's got
listen,
concepts for a plan.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Trump's got concepts for a plan.
Yeah, okay. You guys are unbelievable. I'm a union guy too, and I get a lot of shit from my union people because, well, not a lot, not anymore, because there's a lot of union people that are voting for Trump now.
Oh, he got removed for community guidelines.
Oh.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 8 million likes, everyone. We're so close.
Good night, Bill. I hope you have a great night's sleep.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Also, follow me here if you haven't already. This is like my live account. My other account gets less push for some reason, even though it has almost 5 to 6 times the followers. It's really weird.
TikTok's crazy that way.
I know.
Guys, you're
right?
at 7.7. You guys are doing your digital cardio. I appreciate that. Keep it up. Let's get to 8.
I appreciate all the hand mustaches. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, Bree, thank you for the $10. I'm sorry, I missed that one. Thank you so much. I will put that to good use, helping people in need.
Okay, let me get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Oh,
we are just
man.
looking for some debates.
Thank you so much. That dinosaur's awesome. I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm not. I was trying to click. You can close me out.
You're good, don't worry.
Gilly W, thank you for tapping.
Thank you for tapping. Thank you for tapping. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a second, everyone. I apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Oh, we might have an evil Parker on our hands.
Evil twin.
Wait.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No, I'm sorry.
Yo, W Parker? W Parker? Can we get some
W
Parkers in the chat?
Ever present W Parker. Thank you.
W Parker?
B's asking what charity do I donate to? Yeah, so this kind of happened organically. I don't donate to a charity. I'm a public defender, and very frequently I represent like unhoused people who are brought in on really BS charges. So I started using donations to pay off their booking fees, which is every time you get arrested, you get a $25 booking fee, even if you're found not guilty or if they drop the charges, you still have to pay the booking fee. So I've been using it to pay those off for anybody who I come across, just because I don't think people should be criminalized for being homeless and having to pay a fee, even if their charges are dropped. But then through your guys' generosity, I've been able to pay off some fines and things for people like that, disabled veterans and other people who have been facing some injustice in the system. So if you want to contribute, I promise I will put it to good use, and I've got some videos up on my page showing how it helps. Thank you guys. Mason, good to see you.
Yeah, are you voting Trump, Mason?
Fucking right.
Okay. Are you? Why so? Hello? Okay. Nice, dude. That was a nice response. Incredible, honestly.
I'm convinced now. E's asking how you contribute. I've got a link on my page. It's kind of like a little link tree thing. It's got both the Venmo and Cash App on it. So if you click my profile, click the link on the bottom.
One question.
Are you voting? You're not voting Trump?
I just had one question. Up here.
I'm sorry. I really apologize. I always kick people who just asked questions. I apologize. You can ask me in the Discord. I do look at the Discord sometimes. I actually might pull up the Discord right now. So if you at me in the Discord, I will respond to your question.
Hey, there's 8 million. Great job, everybody. 8 million.
W 8 million? That's actually insane. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. That's actually the most I've ever had. This is number one, chat. Number one TikTok live in terms of likes. So I really appreciate everyone. Y'all are fucking amazing. That's so crazy. That's actually insane. Y'all have no clue how many. It literally took 8 million taps. Hope you know this live. 8 million taps.
That's insane. That's at least how many Kamala is going to win by. That's one vote is one American. Thank you guys. W chats. Let's see 1,000 W chats in the comments.
Yo, it's a power to you. Hello? Yeah, 8 million taps is insane, y'all. Like, I just hope y'all know that's like so like incredibly insane. I never knew a live could be so huge. So this is like still insane. So yeah, yo, it's a power to you. Hello?
Oh shit.
No. Oh, they didn't.
All right, Melanie. Thanks.
Thank you for tapping. Molly, you appreciate the $5.
It sucks, but I'm happy. Every time I hear it, it's like, oh crap. It just means they were tapping, which I appreciate.
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
But everybody, if you're in the box right now, or even if you're not in the box, you might want to check and see if you accidentally
clicked on it. Yo, the power. Gerard, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I said, come on, chat. 80 million. Tap all 10 fingers and toes. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. 80 million is not possible.
Emily, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Macy, 15. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Dexter, $3. I appreciate you. Trey, $7.33. That's interesting. Please ask guests what a national security advisor is, why they lie. Okay. Cass, thank you so much. 15. Jessica, 25. That's one booking fee. Thank you. I appreciate you. And Sean, $10. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Molly, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, Erox, are you voting Trump? Okay, great. Parker, stay till 10 million. I probably will. Because I really want to try to get to there. I think we're going to get there before I end anyway. So I plan to be on for another hour. Chat.
I'll stick with you. 10 million. We can do it.
Yeah, we can definitely do it. That's so crazy. 10 million is so insane. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Molly, thank you for the $5. If you guys are voting for Trump, we will be nice. Everybody's saying 2v1, but if you notice, like we tag team. It's like it's only one at a time. I'll jump in on most legal stuff, border stuff, maybe some policy related abortion stuff. Parker usually handles all the economy stuff. I let him nerd out on that shit. That's way above my pay grade. But yeah, we're here for conversations, and I'm excited to be convinced. So come up and convince me.
Yeah, yo, what's up, Howdy? Oh, they left. Kimberly, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Kimberly. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's run it to 10 million likes, everyone. We're so close. Kiki, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Congrats, Parker. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Howdy? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of like split right now. Like, I don't know.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
For sure. Parker, thank you for the dollar. Are you? Why are you voting Trump?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I said I'm split. Like, I don't know which one to choose. So, like, I honestly, I'm a little bit shocked. I didn't think I was gonna get picked to go on the live, but
Yeah. Michael, I typically just get people who are voting for Trump, but I'll let you ask one question here real quick. And then also I would just recommend just like watch the lives, and I think that it'll probably just convince you, to be totally honest.
Yeah, I think I'm like more leaning towards Trump right now, because like I feel like Kamala Harris has been saying all these things that she wants to do, but like, why didn't she do that for the past 3.5 years? You know what I mean?
Okay. So she actually did expand on a lot of these things. She had the largest investment in renewable energy ever to help fight climate change, a $35 cap on insulin specifically for seniors, which is like fighting to make it so that healthcare is more accessible to people in need, which she wants to do for everyone, and wants to cap out-of-pocket expenses related to pharmaceuticals at $2,000 a year. So that's what she's advocating for. Now, do you think that like any of that was good?
No, I do think that was good.
Okay, so she did do a lot, even as vice president, because actually she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president.
Yeah, no. Like I said, like I'm pretty split right now. I just didn't know. I don't know who you're trying to get on here, so I guess I'm not really.
Sure. Could I ask you like one question? Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah, probably not.
Okay, so yeah, Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman unanimously by a jury of 9 people when the decision did not have to be unanimous. Just look up Trump liable essay and then go to AP News and you could read about it specifically.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, for sure. See ya.
I see.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen, everyone. 8.5 million. We're so close to 10 million, everyone. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Yep.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, everything was cheaper when he was president, so.
Okay, so how did he cause that?
I don't know. Everything was just cheaper when he was president, so I'm getting to the age where I buy for everything, and I just want shit to be cheaper.
Okay, so you understand with either president, it's not going to be cheaper, and Donald Trump's actually advocating for tariffs, which will make it more expensive. He wants a 10 to 20% tariff on every good coming into the country, which would cause inflation. Whereas the Kamala Harris administration is not advocating for those types of universal tariffs.
But can you explain how like it was cheaper for Trump than it got more expensive in the last 4 years? Like, just explain that for me.
Wait, say that one more time.
So everything for Trump was cheaper than when Harris and Biden got in presidency. Like, it got more expensive. So can you explain how it got more expensive?
Yeah, so there was inflation around the entire world: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
So with Kamala being president for the next 4 years, you expect prices to go back down?
So I don't expect prices to go down necessarily for overall. I expect it to like prices to stabilize and inflation to stay between like 1% and 3%.
Okay, yeah.
And wages and take-home pay will increase to offset the differential.
I'm just going into like the blue collar force, and I just want to be a homeowner one day, and like as you know as well, like house prices are crazy, and like buying land and whatever. So I'm just trying to get like the cheapest like possible land I can. Like, I know it was a lot cheaper for when Trump was in presidency and not the last 4 years.
Well, yeah, and what's interesting is Trump actually Trump's HUD repealed a restriction. It used to be that in order for a corporation to purchase a home or purchase land for development, it had to be open to private individuals. So for single-family households and residences, condos, it had to be open for for private individuals for either 30 or 45 days. I can't remember how long before they could make a bid. Now, once HUD removed that restriction, now we're seeing corporations come in and make offers above asking because they want to rent them out for Airbnbs or turn them into rental properties. And they make money hand over fist on rental properties because they have all of their maintenance people on staff already. They're already collecting a paycheck. They just send them out there to take care of anything. That has made the housing home values skyrocket. Now, something good about Kamala Harris's plan that I like is for first-time home buyers. She wants to institute a $25,000 credit, and she's also implementing policies to incentivize the building of affordable homes. So right now, the average home price for a new home construction is like $600,000 to $800,000. She wants to get it down to things like probably you could afford for a first-time home, somewhere in the $150,000, $250,000, $300,000 range. And that $25,000 bonus would be enough to just cover your down payment through FHA, and now you're actually just paying your mortgage and not paying all this rent.
Okay, so you expect me, so like my down payment's covered for my few months for rent, to get a house, and will that stay for a while she's president? Like,
well, I mean, when you have a 10% down payment, and then you don't have to have a mortgage insurance premium like you do have with like an FHA loan. Once you get that 10% down on a $250,000 house, your mortgage would be like in the $800-900 range, depending on interest rate.
Okay, that'd be nice, having like cheaper property and a nice house, because I want to be a homeowner one day, and I just think it's way too expensive right now, as we all know, and it's unaffordable.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man.
All right.
Yes. Yeah. So, but if we can't blame the Biden-Harris administration, so if we can't blame them, then what specifically makes you think that Trump's a better candidate?
Well, I mean, like I said, like it's my first year voting, and like going in, like in the real world where I got to afford everything and buy everything. Like, a couple of years ago when Trump was president, like, I was just got my first car, and like buying gas and everything was a lot cheaper. I was trying to like, gain some weight and whatever. And, like everything was just cheaper back then and like affordable. And now it's kind of like one of those things where like, man, like everything's just so much more expensive after the last couple of years.
I get it. But coming from a perspective, like from an outside perspective, this happened globally, and actually it happened to a lesser degree in the United States because of the recovery. Like we had the fastest recovery in the G7.
Okay, yeah, I just want things to get back to like where they were, and like I want the best candidate that can like, bring things down a little bit where I can be more affordable and like have a sustainable life, you know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, but so like what is Trump going to do to make you have a more stable life? Because I just told you that it would make it more expensive if Trump was president.
Well, I don't get how it'd be more expensive when...
Tariffs. Do you know what tariffs are?
Yeah, like, tax on
imports into the country. So it would cause the price of every good to go up that is imported or has some part of the manufacturing process to have been imported.
Okay, so you think Kamala's policy for that is better than Trump's, correct?
Yes, because she's not advocating for as expansive universal tariffs.
Okay, all right. So you think things would be more affordable because she's not adding tariffs?
So, yeah. Like actively it would, like her plan would not cause prices to go up, right, to anywhere near the same degree that the Trump administration would.
So why didn't she get rid of these tariffs while she was vice president?
So she didn't get rid of some of the tariffs. It's not universal ones. Trump's advocating for universal tariffs now.
Okay, and there's no universal tariffs as of now?
So no, they're not like that she's advocating.
So why is everything so expensive if there's no universal tariffs?
Because there was global inflation.
Global inflation, all right.
Inflation everywhere around the world.
So when she becomes president, that global inflation will go down.
So I'm not saying her being in office will cause it to go down. I'm saying that she won't actively cause an increase in prices in the United States.
Okay, and if Trump gets elected, then it'll go up.
Trump would, because he wants to cause tariffs. Now that'd be totally dependent on whether or not Congress would pass it, but it is the case that would be his plan would be negatively impactful to the economy and would cause price increases.
Okay.
Estimates I've seen range between $1,500 per family to up to $4,000 per family a year.
Oh wow, that's quite a bit of a jump. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then other thing before I go is I saw a thing where Kamala would support giving money to inmates to want to like become transgender. What are your thoughts on that?
Wait, say this again?
So I saw a thing where she wants to like migrant inmates who, that means in jail, like she's going to support them and like give them the money to become like transgender or whatever. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Can you give me a source?
You can just look up on Google, like Kamala Harris, like inmate transgender, and it just pops up everywhere. I just saw it on Twitter one day. I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, just finding something on Twitter wouldn't really be the best source.
Like you can click the link and it's all over Safari, Google, whatever. Like I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I just want to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think if I recall this, and I could be wrong, what she was saying is that if an inmate is actively transitioning, so when they're sent to prison, that they shouldn't be denied the care that they're already receiving. Not that unless it's something medically necessary, not to cover any elective procedures or anything while they're incarcerated, but to continue hormone replacement therapy that they're already on, because there can be negative consequences for somebody who's actively transitioning for ceasing their treatments.
Okay, I mean that makes sense, but like at the same time, like they're in jail, so like I don't think being in jail should be like they should be receiving like those treatments because they did something like wrong. Like
wait. So should we cut off all medication for inmates? I think that's cruel and unusual punishment.
But like I've been in jail, and I think the legal system's like unright, and like I don't think it should be like I don't know.
So
like
should we stop medication for everyone?
I wouldn't say it's medication, but like she said she's supporting like I don't like all like transgender, like being transgender doesn't mean like being just on medication. Like there's other like surgeries and like other like.
Wait, where can you show the
there's
bill
no way they
the
would
surgery?
cover any elective procedures.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
absolutely
it just said she
no way they would
support
do
like
that.
inmates becoming transgender. So I don't know if that meant just medication, just like procedures, hospital bill.
So
Like
there's no bill that she supported that gives people access to elective abortions and pays for that. Or elective procedures.
Yeah.
Abortions.
It just said that it just said that she would support like active like inmate becoming transgender, which I thought was kind of like a bit like crazy, like being in jail or whatever. But if it's just medications, that's all right. But I don't know. It's just like being in jail is just like it's one of those things where like you're like isolated and like away from the world. Like what I mean. Like I don't know. I don't know.
What's your point though? We wouldn't stop any other type of medication.
But like why would she support that when they've committed crimes and they
wait? Why would you stop other people? Would you stop other people's medication? Because
they're not in jail.
I'm saying if they committed crimes, would you stop their medication?
Well, yeah, they committed illegal crimes, so I think that should be like stopped. Like they did something illegal, like until they get out, they can get back on it.
Okay, so someone needs insulin.
But that's not like that's a need, not a want. A want is to become transgender.
Okay. So in terms of hormones, like if someone needs hormones,
do they need hormones to survive?
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Cammy. I appreciate it. It can negatively impact their health if they don't get it.
I think they'll be all right.
What do you mean you think they'll be all right?
Like they if they don't get their hormones, are they gonna die?
So again, wait. So you're saying I don't care what happens to them as long as they don't die?
No, like they're not going to be
have detrimental health.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally cruel and unusual. This is the same thing. This is the same thing as saying that somebody who faces severe depression shouldn't get SSRIs in jail because they'll probably be okay if they don't have them. No, that's not what we do. If a doctor determines that something is medically needed to stabilize somebody's condition and stabilize their health,
they medically need hormones to be like healthy. They medically.
To be stable, and that includes mental health.
No, do they medically need hormones to be stable? Do they like absolutely need to be healthy?
So what do you mean by medically need?
Like do they need hormones to be healthy? Do they absolutely need it?
To be healthy, yes.
So people who become transgender need hormones to be healthy.
Yeah, cutting them off is not beneficial.
So once you start, you can't go back, is what you're saying.
Once you start, cutting off could be detrimental if you're trying to stay on that process.
Like no matter what, like you absolutely need it.
So what do you mean by need?
Like, do they need it to be healthy? Like, do they need it?
I would say yes.
You would say yes? Okay.
Yeah, because it could be detrimental to their health if they don't.
Okay. I mean, if they absolutely need it to be healthy, then like that makes sense. But like if they don't, like if it's not like like okay, if they don't have it, then it's not okay. Like what I mean? Like if they don't need it, then like why give it to them? You know what I'm saying? But
so we shouldn't give Tylenol.
Need it, then
so we shouldn't give Tylenol in prisons.
Well, I've been in jail myself personally for 24 hours, and I didn't need anything.
No, but like if someone would be in a circumstance where Tylenol would help them, we shouldn't give them Tylenol because they're in prison.
I didn't need anything or have anything for a while.
Should we give people Tylenol in prison?
I didn't ask. I didn't need it. It's just one of those things where you just don't ask and it's okay.
Okay. Do you think in a circumstance we should not give anyone Tylenol in prison?
If they are gonna but if they're about to die or like are unhealthy, then they need more than Tylenol. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying no medications?
Unless they're gonna like die or like unhealthy, but like if they just like have
Unhealthy. So like when you mean unhealthy, you mean there will be detrimental health impacts.
anything, yeah. Like if they have a headache,
so then this is applicable then. But okay.
but if they have a headache, I'm not gonna give them Tylenol for that. You know what I'm saying? It's jail. It's not like it's paradise. like
saying medication is paradise is crazy.
But like there's like if you have a disease where you need medication for it, yeah, go ahead and have it. But like if you're trying to transgender and you don't need hormones to be healthy, then
what do you mean by need hormones, dude? We already went over this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, do they need hormones to be 100%?
What do you mean by need?
Like to be need as in be healthy. Do they need that to be?
Yes, we already said yes. Yes.
Where's like the studies that's proved that?
Because the studies don't matter. The opinion of the jail doesn't matter. It matters what their medical direction is from their physician.
Transgender didn't have.
So if a physician indicates if a physician indicates that it's needed or helpful, should they be able to get access to it?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
But I have my girlfriend's brother who is transitioning into a woman, didn't have estrogen for 2 months in rehab and is perfectly fine.
Okay, so you mean they're a trans woman, right?
Yes, a man becoming a woman.
So sister?
Yes. Well, they're not completely they're not transgender like completely yet. But I'm saying, like my girlfriend's brother who is becoming a sister. Yes, is not completely woman yet. Didn't have estrogen for 2 months in rehab. Did not have any estrogen, is completely fine and not unhealthy.
At what point does she become a woman to you?
Well, she had facial surgery she has facial surgery earlier this year.
So you have to do something physically in order to be a woman under your view?
No. She's been taking estrogen for a few years now, but she didn't take it for 2 months in rehab and she's perfectly fine. Didn't have any withdrawals, didn't have any health problems, nothing.
Does she become a woman to you?
Well, she had facial surgery she has facial surgery earlier this year.
So you have to do something physically in order to be a woman under your view?
No. She's been taking estrogen for a few years now, but she didn't take it for 2 months in rehab and she's perfectly fine. Didn't have any withdrawals, didn't have any health problems, nothing.
Okay. So does that mean that everyone won't have negative health?
I'm not saying everybody, but it just doesn't make sense how she is okay, but everybody else.
Do you think it could be negatively impactful to other people and it's not negatively impactful to her if it's only 2 months as well?
It could be, but I'm not saying it is.
Also, are you a doctor?
I am not a doctor.
So are you able to even identify that?
I'm not, but I'm just saying from like my personal experience with my.
So should we look at like what the doctor indicates?
Yeah, that'd be great. But in rehab, she didn't get anything, and she was.
So all this is doing is allowing the physician and the doctor to be able to do that. But okay.
Okay, right, but I'm just saying.
I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
Pro law and order? Can you explain that?
Like pro law and order? Like you think law and order is an important concept to maintain?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so okay, I have a question. So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
Well, I'm technically a criminal. I have a battery charge on me, but I don't think it's just. Like, I don't think it's right at the same time. But I don't know. Like, I think I said earlier, like I said earlier, Trump, when he was in presidency, everything was cheaper. Everything was like taxes, everything.
Would you let a violent sexual offender get access to a gun?
I don't think so.
Because Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. He's a violent sexual offender, so he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
But Kamala said that she owns a gun and she's not going to ban them, so she's allowing Trump to have a gun.
Wait, her saying that she's not going to ban it for everyone does not mean that she thinks violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns.
Yeah, who's she going to ban guns for?
She's going to wait. Obviously, she doesn't think people who are violent sexual offenders should be able to get access.
She's going to have people pull up to her house, like the government, and say you can't have a gun because you're a sexual offender.
Yes.
Wait.
Sorry. I restated. Or let me restate. They don't allow you to get it in the first place. My bad.
But if they already have them, what are they going to do about it?
What?
But if so Trump already owns a gun, what are they going to do about it since he's a sex offender?
So you think, wait, Do you think that she supports policies that allows for violent offenders to be able to get access to guns?
I'm not saying I support it, but I'm saying is
No,
what
do
is
you
she
think
gonna-
she does?
No, I don't. I don't think anybody.
Okay. So you don't think violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So then Trump shouldn't be able to run for president.
But there's all these felonies. But is he gonna get convicted for all these felonies?
No, he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, which means he forcefully penetrated her vagina against her will.
Okay, and when is this conviction gonna go through?
It already went through.
So
He's
he
already
should
held
be
civilly liable.
So he should be in
Brandon,
jail.
think of it $10. Thank you so much.
No,
Civil liability
civil suit.
doesn't work that way.
So a civil suit. What does that mean?
You're financially responsible, not criminally responsible. There's a statute of limitations which prevented a criminal case from being brought forward.
So he's gonna have to pay for all this with money.
Yeah, he has to pay her $2 million for the essay and $3 million for defaming her, and then another $83 million for defaming her again.
And is he like actively paying this, or like this is what supposedly is supposed to happen?
He appealed it, and the appellate court's decision is pending.
Okay, and how long should that take? After the presidency, right?
The appellate court could come down with a decision within a few weeks.
Okay.
Now, he has been convicted of 34 felony charges in criminal court. The sentencing will take place in November after the election.
Okay, so you can't like truthfully say like, this happened and this didn't because he appealed it, correct?
Well, no, the verdicts are standing right now. The verdicts are what they are. Now, they can be overturned, but as it stands today, the verdicts are what they are.
Hold up. Let me talk to this person real quick.
Hey, Parker.
Liza, do you think I'm paid by the Democrats?
No, you're paid by us, and we're Democrats. We give you money whenever we want to.
Okay, she's trolling.
She got you. She got you. Hey, everybody, we reached 9 million. That is crazy.
That is crazy.
We have 8,000 people in here right now. We should have no trouble reaching Parker's dream goal of 10 million.
10 million, everyone. That's so crazy.
We can do that literally within 2 minutes if everybody filled up the bar twice. If everybody watching filled up the bar twice, even if you are a MAGA watching and you just are raging at the screen right now, take a break from punching the drywall and just punch Parker's face with your finger for 2 minutes, and we'll get there.
That's pretty crazy. 10 million is pretty crazy.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
You know, like I'll say one more thing before I get off is, you know, I watched you in that Charlie Kirk video. I give your props to you. You went up there every time and, you know, debated. That's, you know, it's pretty ballsy. There's some other people out there that look pretty scared, but I respect you for going up there, you know, debating him. I think you held your own against him. He's a pretty knowledgeable man. But the one thing I got to ask is, I'm not sure if you or Dean or Mason, I can't really remember, you know, too clearly. One of you guys said that all Charlie does is sit up on a screen and argue Democrats for money, but at the same time, you sit on TikTok all day and argue, and like you get, you know, all these gifts and stuff. So like, what's the difference between you and Charlie?
Push the money gun. Thank you so much. I don't think we argued that. I think that like we argue debates like college kids.
So who do you be? I mean,
we debate anyone. And also, this exists as counterculture to those things.
As in, like, what do you mean by that?
Is one of the main inspirations is to exist as counterculture to those types of things.
What do you mean by that?
South Florida boy, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. There's a culture of like Steven Crowder, Charlie Kirk, these conservatives going to these places and doing those types of debates with people in those contexts. I, from the left wing, am doing it the other way around. Carly, think of the $10. Thank you so much.
So you say you're arguing like the right wing?
What's that?
So you're like arguing like the right wing is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, like I debate anyone.
Oh.
Anyone can come up on my live. Like literally, it's
anybody?
totally random selection. Anyone can come up on my live.
Well, I feel like Charlie just like posts up at a random college and anybody can argue him.
But like the thing is, he's going to a specific college area. Like he's not to anyone on the internet can't just show up and talk to him for extended periods of time.
Well, I feel like any college, like I go to I went to Indiana University, which I think is mostly Democratic, but like the school board, but like most of the students there are
Also,
Republican.
he's not live. He's not live. He can cut out all the parts where he loses.
Yeah, and I think that's the big point is Parker, Dean, Harry. They're like literally everybody has the opportunity to come up and cook them and record it and post it. There are actually people who have posted videos of them recording their debates with like people like Charlie Kirk and like cooking him and like making him stutter and then and walk away. But he doesn't post those videos naturally because it's detrimental to him. Like everybody here can sit here and watch Parker, Dean, Harry, all of the guys live, and if they're going to get cooked, it's going to be embarrassing, and it's going to be for everybody to see.
Well, I feel like most of Parker's following is Democratic in the first place, so most people that see his live are Democratic. And plus, if you're a social media like person, you're not going to post your bad clips. You're going to post your good clips. So that's just good marketing by Charlie,
Oh yeah. From a marketing standpoint, but I think from a actual like transparency and debate, I don't know if I've ever seen Charlie do like a live debate with somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying.
I'd love for him to come up on here and do a live in front of everyone, but he doesn't want to debate me until after the election.
After the election?
Yeah, he's explicitly said 2v2 debate after the election.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'd love to debate him before the election.
Well, you did.
I want to do a further, like a more extensive platform because it's like you understand there was like a time frame. I only have like 3 minutes to talk to him on each subject.
Yeah.
I understand like on a platform like this, I could have a conversation with him for 3-4 hours, going over almost all of our beliefs.
Parker, you're very educated. I totally respect what you do with the whole political stance or whatever. But like honestly, like watching you in the video, I thought you were annoying I thought both of you guys were annoying when you guys argued because both you guys talked over each other. So I think if you guys have like that's Charlie like talking for so many minutes on, I think that'd be very good if you guys like had like a debate, like almost like the presidential, where you guys can only talk for a certain amount of time and go back and forth instead of interrupting each other. I think that'd be very good for like. YouTube or TikTok or whatever. I think it'd be very good for both of you guys. And
a moderated debate.
I'm willing to do it with a moderator. I posted a tweet about this. I am willing.
When you play console.
What?
So I actually would absolutely with a moderator do a debate like that where it's extremely long platform before the election at any point in time. I would debate Charlie any time of the day, any week, anything. I'm literally live every single day. I'd debate him in any context, in person, on the internet, on live, video recorded. Tara, I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. Like I'd accept any of those things. It's totally dependent on what he'd accept. But 10 million is so fucking insane, y'all. Oh my God, bro. Damn. Holy shit. Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. That's such a huge thing, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sharp. Thank you. Romania, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Oh, fuck. Yo, South Florida boy, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm the worst. I'm literally the worst. I'm the worst. Yo, Analyze, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Nicole, thank you for the hand art. Thank you. I'm literally the worst, though. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, though. Katie, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you. Jen, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Brenda, thank you for the $10 as well. And Nancy as well, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Nancy. Tara, I appreciate the Panther Paws. Daniel, did you fix your microphone there? Thank you for the cap. Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much, everyone. 10 million is so insane. I still can't even get over that. That's actually ridiculous. Appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much.
Yo, congrats, Parker.
Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You had like a bunch of like random sounds. Yo, Cammy, thank you for the mystery fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, everyone. Thank you.
10 million. You guys are insane. That's awesome.
Felicia, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Colin and Kathy, thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand hearts. Thank you. Oh, Carl, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'd love to debate Charlie Kirk anytime. Moderator, anything. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
I would like to stay neutral, but I can defend Trump.
Yo, thank you for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Eat a Bag. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for them in the comments. Natalie, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Please raid Carbon when you end. I probably will. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Paldio?
Sorry, my bad.
You're good. Don't worry. All right. By the way, everyone, we got about 30 minutes left on the live. Everyone, 30 minutes left on the live.
Let's do it.
Debate
Molly, thank you very much. She says her parents have enjoyed listening, and her. Thank you very much. Jessica, $25. Thank you so much. Mizey, 15, and Emily, $5. You guys are awesome. Oh, and Marissa, another $5. Man, you guys are helping out so much. I'm looking forward to identifying some people who could really use this. So I appreciate it.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the gold medal.
53.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but I love you, Parker.
I appreciate it. Yeah, W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Always good to see that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Thank you for the hand art. Oh, why so? And Jennifer, thank you for the $2 for 10 million.
Because I like his policies, man.
Can you name one policy you like?
The policy of you being a bitch ass nigga on my mama, cuz.
Bro, what the hell? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. People are saying push for 11 million. That's crazy.
Tanya says that I need to get some merch made that says I helped Parker get to 10 million. Sure.
Yo, so real. Is Charlie Kirk really 6'5"? No. He's definitely not 6'5". He was like the same height as me, I feel like. I was like, maybe he was a little bit taller.
Hard to tell, yeah, sitting down.
I think I stood up next to him, but I can't quite remember fully. Is he? How tall is he? Because there's no way he was 6'5". Because I'm 5'11", 6 foot. So there's no way he was 5. I've been around people who are 6'5". They're so fucking tall. It's unbelievable. Law is 6'5". Law is actually 7'5". So.
Nope, 6'5" is enough. I hit my head on enough shit. I don't need to be any taller.
Kirk is not 6'5". Yeah, I know, right? All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Parker, we need merch. Yeah, I know. I've been thinking about it. People have been telling me to do it. I've been really lazy with it, chat. Really lazy. I'm gonna work with Dean on that to get it set up because Dean has like a background in doing that. Sandra, thank you for the $20 for 10 million. You're doing great work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, hello, my man.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How are you doing?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, for sure.
Why so?
Because Trump did make friends with Putin, Kim Jong-un, and overseas, in Afghanistan and like that.
So we actually have leaked Kremlin documents that say that Trump is easily manipulated.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, they're lagging. Hello?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Hello?
We have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate that Trump is easily manipulated. Okay, I think they're lagging. Broken, thank you so much for the Ferris wheel. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Let's get this next individual up. We have been on for, let me see how long we've been on. We've been on for 5 hours, 48 minutes, everyone. I might just get off at 6 hours, but we'll see. We'll try to do 12, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. 5 hours. Oh, I always do 6 hours every day. Literally every day without breaks. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, bro, what's your fucking issue?
How old are you?
You're a retard, dude.
Already using
yourself,
man.
Jenny, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for 10 million. Thank you so much.
15 seconds without a slur, man.
I know. 15. I guess
Gabe, can you do better, please?
I know he's used to lasting 15 seconds. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
He lets me play Fortnite.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
So I think we've reached the mom and dad have gone to bed portion of the evening.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, what's up, my man?
You voting for Trump?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah, you're
This
back
was
up.
me.
You're back up. Yeah. So it seems like it's better now.
Listen, I appreciate you. You seems to be a good guy. And when Trump was president, in overseas, the soldiers for 18 months, not a single soldier died at.
When Trump was president?
Yeah.
Did you know there were 65 service members that died in conflict? Sorry. Here's the cap.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was more under the Trump administration than under the Biden administration. The Biden administration 65 under Trump.
Oh, okay. Because do you know Sweden?
Do I know Sweden? Yeah.
Yeah.
What time is it right now?
It's 8 in the morning.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No. I just saw you on TikTok.
Okay. I'm sorry. I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Trump voters only, please.
Yeah, we are just looking for someone who's voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, wow. I actually got in. This is crazy. I'm 34.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
And forgive me, I am still new in the political world. I've kind of been on a deep dive for the last couple months now. And I think the biggest thing is, as a mother, the over 320,000 missing children in the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration.
Most missing children, are found. It's like 90 something percent. I'm pretty sure. That has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. Look up what percent of missing children are found. I'm pretty sure it's like some ridiculously high percent. For children, I think. I could be wrong though. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, I mean, those are children that are missing, and I think it's closer to 800,000 that have been abducted, and then maybe part of that is
97.8%. Nearly all missing children in the United States are found with a rate of 97.8%.
Well, I think regardless, it's that whole idea, right, that they're being abducted to begin with, which is just heartbreaking.
Okay. It doesn't mean they're abducted. That just means that parents report them as missing.
Right.
So like a kid could be doing something, like they're out with their friends, and then their parents report it, but like they didn't actually get abducted. So you would want to look up like how many kids are reported to have been abducted.
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious to see what would be the difference between...
And then also, how's that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Border control.
Okay, so then why did Trump undermine the border? Border bill, sorry.
That Kamala tried to get through.
So actually it was written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford.
Right. So, I mean, I guess my biggest concern is I don't know. I don't know why it would get shot down, honestly. And so I think that it's alarming. And I think that the Harris-Walz administration don't have this on their radar at all. I think...
Lai, do you want to run your analogy you always run?
Yeah, I mean, I think my biggest issue is, and I'm not a Kamala Harris cheerleader or anything. I'm not a Democrat, but my biggest issue with Trump is that he continually lies to people about the border. And this is one of those things is, he wants you to believe that he cares very passionately about the border and that he wants to fix it. Yet we have this border bill, which literally, if I was to read off all of the provisions, you would agree, if you agree that the border needs to be addressed, you would agree with every one of the provisions. And I'm happy to do that. But but he says that he cares about it. But then when push comes to shove, and he had one opportunity to support a bill, maybe it didn't have everything that he wanted. Maybe once he was president, he could have expanded on it. He turned it down. And to me, this is like saying that you care about your home deeply, but when your home is on fire, you turn away a fire truck because you say, let it burn. I want the insurance money. That would indicate that you really don't care about your home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shea, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did you listen to some Trump speech in California today?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah. So as related to this, so I don't really see any reason to vote for Trump over Harris because of this.
Well, and then also I'm just, again, just after getting married and starting a family, I've definitely swayed more conservative for sure. And so just
Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
So actually, the Kamala Harris administration is advocating for expanding the child tax credit, $6,000 for each kid in the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18 from 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
So that would decrease taxes on your family and help pay for things like childcare.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you can call on someone else. I'm going through the comments and people are just being super nasty, so I don't want to talk anymore.
Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. I might just do one more, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
It just seemed like normalcy when he was president.
Okay. So you said it was normalcy when he was president. What does that mean? What's normalcy? Like, when there's a global pandemic?
Yeah, well, no, just seems like everything was just, I don't know.
Normal?
Nothing
Really,
stuck out to me like, I wasn't pissed off about
Al-Baghdadi, he died like a dog. Like a dog. It was terrible. He was a very bad guy. That's really normal.
Yeah. Didn't bother me too much.
Okay.
All right. So what was not normal under once Biden took office?
And all this drama shit on the news and shit and everything.
Such as
inflation.
How do they cause inflation?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think it happened globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
Like, why is that though? Is that just like, do they cost energy or?
Largely supply chain disruptions. Inflation, the primary driver of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. And when the supply chain was disrupted globally, there was people who had money who were trying to buy things, and just natural law of supply and demand. When there's a decreased supply and increased demand, prices are going to go up, which is going to cause inflation to go up.
Gotcha. All right. Well, that's good to know. I never really thought about it that way, but yeah. Guess that's why I joined,
Okay. I have a question. Thank you so much for the dinosaur. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Ooh, nah, probably not.
Okay, so Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
Okay. Yeah.
The Trump liable essay, go to AP News and read about it. It's really important.
Which news?
AP News.
AP News?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Or you can go anywhere, but I would just recommend AP News.
Okay. Yeah.
Here's actually the verdict form. Let me show it to you right here. You can read number 2 for us real quick.
Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. Yeah.
And the reason why it wasn't considered grape under the law at the particular time, as you see under number 1, is because it is the case that it had to be male member penetrating into female member, which she wasn't sure whether or not it was the fingers, the male member, or both. So like all of us would define grape as like the forceful penetration, right, against someone's will.
Gotcha.
So like obviously that would meet our criteria.
Yeah. 10-4. Yeah.
And also legally as well, you can say that Trump's a grapist, and he can't sue you.
Huh.
Yeah, like I just said it on live right now. He can't sue me. He'd lose.
Oh, 10-4. All right. Well, cool. Well, thanks for having me, man.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
Good night, Jake.
Well, nice talking.
Nice talking to you. Nice talking to you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. 10.5 is crazy. Let's get this next individual up here real quick.
10.5.
That is so crazy. Got to do another screenshot moment. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting Trump? Yo, Gail, thank you so much. I appreciate the shiny airplane.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool.
Why so?
He lets me play Fortnite.
Oh, it's the same kid. Why does it always put the same people at the top?
That is crazy. 8,000 people in here. I think Parker's got one last good debate. We're waiting for one good debate.
Hello?
Maybe Jenny will bring that to us.
Yo, what's up? Are you voting?
Let's get 11 million. I know we can do it. Everybody, fill the bar one more last time. We can get to 11 million.
Let's get to 11.1 and leave it there.
All right.
I am so glad I made it before you guys got off. So I just wanted to come on here because I feel like neither candidate is perfect. The reason why I say that, yes, I am voting for Trump, but Kamala also lied and the moderators did not fact check her at all. Okay, so I'll start with number 1. You can abort. Now, he did exaggerate. You cannot obviously kill a baby after it's born, but in several states, you can abort a baby up to 8 and 9 months. I will name them: Alaska, New Jersey, Colorado, Maryland, Oregon, and Vermont. So when you can actually terminate a pregnancy at 8, 9 months, which I have 2 kids, that is still kind of considering that is murder. A baby has a heartbeat.
How is it murder if it's living?
If it's living?
Yeah, like, because the abortion at that point is just an induction of labor.
Right, but
the deliberate termination of pregnancy doesn't mean the fetus dies.
Okay, correct. But a lot of babies, like both my 2 children, were actually born before 9 months, which means that 7, 8, 9 months, a baby can still live when.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why they induce labor.
Correct. So my point is she lied and said that there's no states that allow termination up to those points.
Termination? Wait, no. She means
I'm sorry.
She means lethal. She means lethal.
Okay. She said no abortions. Which is
she's
another
obviously
lie.
referring to what people mean in terms of lethal.
She lied. She said there was no abortions up to those points, basically.
Yeah, because she's referencing the lethal. Because that's how people use the term in plenty of circumstances.
I never heard her say lethal.
Okay,
She may have
so
referenced
I
it, but
I understand, but that's what she's
lied with
referencing.
Okay, well, she should have said that. She didn't say that. Second of all,
Sure.
Second of all, I would love to hear the other gentleman on here where he was saying, why didn't he pass the bill for the wall? But when Trump was in office, there was no bill of that sort that they were trying to pass that he's talking about. But yet 11 million immigrants did not come in when he was president. So he still managed to stop that many people, but she didn't. I also was just in Texas about 2 months ago and literally was there for 5 days.
Jenny, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
I do believe that.
Well, did you know there's actually less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration?
But how is that possible when she did the debate and they said over 11 million people, but there was not 11, there was about
how
a
is that
million.
possible? Because of the recent Biden executive order.
And real quick, Jenny, you need to understand too that border encounters is not the same thing as entries. Border encounters just means that somebody without a pre-authorization to enter the United States was encountered by Border Patrol, and 78% of those people are turned away immediately.
So, but still 11 million got through.
No,
Because of
11 million
the
did not get through.
debate. Well, the debate, the guy said 11 million.
But that doesn't. Yeah. But law just explained it to you.
Okay, so repeat that then.
78%
of that was what?
Law, do you want to reset it for?
Oh yeah. Well, if I recall from the debate, is they're talking about that there's an estimated 11 million illegal people or people who have crossed illegally, so like undocumented immigrants in the United States right now. Not that 11, because even according to Customs and Border Patrol, there's only been throughout Biden's presidency, there's only been 6.7 and 6.8 million encounters, and again, that doesn't equal entries.
So when he said 11 million, you're telling me that that was just encounters? Because he clearly said, because I watched the entire debate, he said 11 million, which I thought it was way more. But 11 million is a lot. Now, mind you, they're all undocumented, and are they getting assistance? Are they getting free assistance more than the American people, or not even American people, just citizens that should be getting more help?
They don't get any federal assistance.
So you're telling me no undocumented illegal immigrants today get any assistance? That's what you're telling me?
Not from the federal government.
Okay, so we're gonna skip that one because I found facts on that they do get assistance.
Can you tell me what they get federally?
They get free housing. Okay, I've actually seen and heard. I know I have family members in Chicago that are seeing this.
You know, that's not the federal government. Tell me what federal government policy gives them money.
Maybe the state is doing it, but maybe the state is allowing.
Jenny, do they get mega mansions, Joe?
No, I would clearly know that they're not going to get mega mansions, obviously, because the government.
I'm just asking you what
government gives them just
what federal
enough
policy.
To get them. It's not a policy. They're not even supposed to be doing it. And there was a video of Kamala saying, "Let me finish because you keep interrupting me, and I'm not interrupting you." There was a video saying that out of Kamala's mouth, where she said that she has given protection to over 100,000 illegal Haitian immigrants. That she's offering them protection. She's already given them protection.
So what do you mean by protection?
Are illegal and undocumented.
Wait, do you mean asylum?
PTSA, or
do you mean the asylum process?
No. So Parker, what she's talking about is temporary protected status that was extended to Haitian immigrants. This actually started in 2010 after the earthquake in Haiti, and oddly enough, it was actually renewed by the Trump. It was renewed by the Trump administration in 2017, the temporary protected status, and it was renewed by Biden administration in 2023.
Okay, so then it was an old video. It was an old video.
So why did Trump do that? Why are you voting for someone who did that?
I'm voting for Trump because
though he did that?
Well, I didn't know about that. But I didn't know about that.
You'd still vote for him now, right?
Absolutely. I'll vote for any man that's going to put citizens before illegal immigrants. Absolutely. And
what federal policy does Kamala Harris support that gives funding to undocumented immigrants?
I don't know, but I know that they're getting. I have family members that are showing me that they're getting funding in Chicago.
They're getting
from the state and from the city.
Okay, so then so the state can do stuff. Basically, you're saying without her permission, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so she's not able to stop that. She's just letting it happen, or Biden's letting it happen. Who's letting
Trump
it happen?
Undermined the border bill.
How is that okay?
Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the border bill.
Hey, real quick, I did find the quote from the about the 11 million. So it was David Muir asked Trump if he would use the National Guard to process the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country, and then Trump says with local police, and then David Muir says you also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? Take us through this. What does it look like? And will authorities be going door to door in the country?
11 million?
Yeah, exactly. Funny how that works. So yeah, he was talking. It wasn't about anything about how many have entered during the Biden presidency. They're talking about 11 million undocumented that are residing in the country right now.
Gotcha.
Sarah, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
That's what I'm thinking
Trump's
about.
live. It's so fake. Parker's live. It's so fake. It's all the undocumented immigrants. Look at that. It's 11 million.
And it's so funny how you keep saying, "Oh, you'll vote for Trump," someone that do
Karen,
that. But
thank you for $11. Thank you so much.
She clearly said that she would actually give sex changes to prisoners with our tax dollars. Now, she did say that. No, is that not her that said that? What about the fact that when she was a
Can you give me a source?
I don't know if you
They're
can look it
paying
up
for
too, but I
people's
have the
elective
video.
procedures.
She actually already did it to one person, and she said that she would actually.
Brenda, thank you for the $22 for 11 million. Thank you so much. So what did you say that again? Can you give me any source of this actually?
She said that she would and wants to offer sex changes to prisoners.
Can you give me a source?
I don't have a source, but I can send you the video that it came out of her mouth. This is stuff that came out of her
No, just
mouth.
play it. Just play it.
I don't know how to play it on here. You're gonna have to
go find it and tell me. Or tell me the title. Law, do you know anything about this?
Look it up. Look up video of Kamala saying sex changes for prisoners. And what about the fact when she was a prosecutor, she had evidence that would free an innocent man from death row?
Appreciate it. Thank you so
Know
much
about
for all the
that
gifts.
one? If she could innocent evidence to free an innocent man from death row, and the judge had to force her to give up that evidence, or else that man would have died.
Where's the money gun?
Maybe that one's false news too.
So again, what are you saying that she supports? Are you saying she supports government elective paying for like
Sex
these
changes for prisoners.
particular procedures? Again, you can't provide no source indicates that.
Well, when we're done with this, I can send you the video that she says it out of her own mouth. And then what
I'd love
about
to hear
defunding
it.
the
I'd
police?
seriously love to hear that.
Absolutely. I will make sure I follow you and I'll send it to you. No problem. And again, this is a simple conversation. I'm not trying to persuade you to change your mind because you're not going to persuade me to change my mind. I just was listening to what was going on. And you were sitting here saying Trump lied, but she lied. She sat there on the debate and said that she said nothing about defunding the police when she had several videos of her saying that she would defund the police. Which I think is a joke.
She said that she didn't support that now. You understand that when she was saying
so
defund
she
the police,
changed
what
your
they
mind.
mean is what? Yeah, of course you can change your mind. You understand that as it relates to police, she's advocating to reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at fighting crime. She's advocating for police reform. She still advocates for that. Nicole, thank you for the $11 for congrats for the likes. You deserve them. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
But she did say that at one point that she wants to defund the police.
So, do you know what defund the police means?
Yeah, that means pretty much not fund them, right? Defund.
It means reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at fighting crime. But listen to this.
Not being on.
If you're are you pro police?
Yeah, no, I'm for police.
Okay, if you're really pro police, then why would you vote for someone who said he would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Oh, that thing with the Capitol, right? Is that where it was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
pled guilty.
It's like you want me to send you the proof. You're gonna have to send me the proof on that.
Wait,
too.
no. Okay, so okay? I'll tell you. I'll give you a title right now for something.
And
While we're waiting here, I'll just. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I actually like speaking to you because you're just a little bit more calmer and you don't laugh at stuff that I say. So sure, go ahead.
So from NPR right here, the Trump campaign embraces January 6 rioters with money and pardon promises. From Reuters, Trump says he would pardon January 6 rioters if he runs and wins. He said it to
What about the illegal immigrants that were locked up? That
11.1 million is crazy, chat.
she released several illegal immigrants, right, out of prison that have now come out and they've raped young girls.
Wait, when did she release people? How did
Oh my
she do
God,
that?
there's several of them. You can look them up. Like,
How
when
did
was
she
a
do that?
she
Wait.
prosec-
I
she was
have a question.
prosecutor. She was a
Okay.
prosecutor.
Wait. When prosecutor? Okay. Can you give me a source?
Prosecutors can't do that.
Yeah. Like what? Jenny, can you tell me how a prosecutor can do that?
So I'm going off of videos that I've seen out of her mouth saying that undocumented illegal immigrants are not criminals. But we all
That's
know
a complete pivot. Complete pivot.
No, it's not a complete pivot at all. So tell me what good things that Kamala has done.
Well, good things. That's another pivot.
So you can't tell me.
I can tell you, but I'm just telling you it's a pivot. Do you want to stay on one topic or do you want to keep pivoting?
Okay, so the topic was you're telling me about the illegal immigrants, right? Or you're telling me the prosecutors that I said.
Can you answer my question? I see it. Do you want to
Okay.
keep pivoting or?
Okay, go ahead.
So again, why would you vote for someone who, again, was said that they would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
Maybe because he felt that those people, I don't know. Maybe he felt that those people were not really criminals.
Really? When they pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
Yeah.
Transform, parachute the glowing jellyfish. What do you mean? Well, okay, so I thought you were so pro-police.
I am pro-police.
Okay, if you're so pro-police, then again, how can you support people being pardoned who violently assaulted them?
So they said that they admitted to guilt. Those people.
They pled guilty. Here's the confetti. Yes.
So out of their mouth, they said, "I'm guilty."
Yes, that's what pled guilty means.
Okay, so then yeah, absolutely. I think that they should definitely be punished.
So Trump saying he'd pardon them. Why would you support him?
I'm
I thought you were
supporting
so pro-police.
him. Absolutely. So I'm going to tell you why. I'm supporting him because he puts citizens before illegal immigrants. Okay, and both of these candidates. I'm telling you why I would support him. It's not a pivot. You're telling me why I would support him. I'm answering your question because she is not by far perfect. Again, she's done a lot of bad stuff too. Like I said, withholding evidence.
No, my point is that you're not pro-police then.
Okay, go ahead. Now it's your turn, I guess, because I can't talk.
You're not pro-police, right?
I am pro-police. I just said that those people should be punished. Did you not hear that out of my mouth?
Then how can you support someone that literally supports them being violently assaulted?
Can you let me finish talking?
Go ahead. Are you just saying she's the lesser of two evils, or he's the lesser of two evils?
Pretty much. I think that, yeah, absolutely. Because she's not perfect either. And both of these candidates have both been in office, and he did a better job, I feel, than her. Because again, she's with boys being in sports, okay? She's okay with
it's just like
prisoners.
literally like transphobia.
Okay
bro.
with giving,
Are you Christian, Jenny?
I never fucking interrupt you.
I don't care. Are you Christian?
Yeah, I don't care either. Then
Cool. Are you Christian?
like you made this thing saying, "Oh, we're here to just have a simple conversation," but I can't ever talk.
Yeah. Are you Christian?
I was raised Christian, yeah.
Okay. Are you
What does
Christian
that
right
have to do
now?
with the fact that she's done a lot of evil shit
Trust
too?
me. I understand. Are you Christian right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So God the Father is a man, right? Because all fathers are men.
Mhm.
Okay. So then, what XY chromosomes does he have? What small gametes does he have? And what penis does he have?
Are you telling me God's not a man?
Yeah, because he doesn't have any of those biological traits. Under your worldview, he's not a man. Because I thought it was
telling me
biologically
Jesus-
determined.
You're telling me Jesus is not a man?
Oh, okay. So prior to incarnation, I'm saying God the Father because there's a Trinity. So God the Father is a man because all fathers are men, right? So again, you think that someone is a man and it's not based upon their biology?
It's based on how they're born.
Wait, but God the Father wasn't born. So again, do you think that they're a father and a man and use he, him pronouns to refer to them without them having any biology?
What did God create, though? Jesus, right? Was Jesus a man or a woman?
I'm saying when God is the Father, prior to incarnation, prior to the Jesus Christ, being on earth. There's no biology for God the Father. If there's no biology for God the Father,
God was a man that turned into a woman?
No. What I'm saying, listen, Jenny, listen. What I'm saying is that the way that you define gender is not based upon biology. So if you don't define gender based on
what you were born as, if you were born with,
but God the Father was not born.
Okay, we're talking about Jesus and we're not talking about God because obviously God was not born. We're talking about Jesus. We're talking about how a person is born. We're talking about taking away women's rights.
How can God the Father be a father?
Allowing a boy to come into a sport. I have two daughters.
How can God Hey, Jenny, I'm asking you a direct question. How can God the Father, right, be a man without small gametes or XY chromosomes or a penis? He has no biology that you would say relates to being a man under your worldview, yet it is the case that you still refer to them as a man. So are you defining gender off of socially constructed norms, or are you defining it based upon biology? You can click unmute, click the profile picture in the bottom right, then click the mute button. The microphone button, I mean. It says him in the Bible. I know, yeah. It's like they use his preferred pronouns and his gender identity they accept, but they don't accept trans people because they're transphobic.
What the world is coming to, that you're trying to sit there and say that a man could be a woman and it's okay for boys.
Wait, hold up. Wait, what is a man? What is a man? Define man.
A man is a guy, someone that is born with a penis, basically. I didn't want
God
to say
the Father doesn't have a penis.
Okay, how do you know that? How do you know that? Because you didn't see him?
How big is it?
I don't know. You tell me because
he
you're
has
telling me.
No biology. Jenny, he has no biology. God the Father is a spiritual being. Okay? There's no biology.
Okay, but boys and women's sports is not.
Can you answer my Jesus Christ?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. Can you stay on?
We'll get to that, Jenny. Boys that are in women's sports are not a spirit.
Don't stop misgendering people when you literally use the preferred pronouns of your God without their biology.
I'm not misgendering nobody. If
yes, you
we
are.
have a living being that's not a spirit.
Hey, Jenny. What is a man? What is a man?
I don't know.
Where is God the Father's penis?
I don't know. Are you a man or a woman?
Oh, I like how you can't tell.
Ooh,
so you can't tell?
I can't.
You can't tell. So you don't know if I'm a man or a woman.
You're a man, but I don't know. Maybe.
And why do you think that? Have you seen any of my biology other than the fact that you see my face?
You seem to not know what a man is because you're telling me that a man.
Wait, Jenny. Are you saying that you know I'm a man without seeing?
Or a dick.
You haven't seen my XY chromosomes. You haven't seen my small gametes. You haven't seen any of the biology relevant to identifying that I would be a man under your worldview. So why do you consider me a man? Tell me, why? Why do you think I'm a man?
Why do you keep muting me?
Why do you think I'm a man?
Why do you keep muting me?
Why do you think I'm a man?
I'm not confused because Why do I think
I'm a man?
I don't know if you're a man until I see your genitals, honestly.
So you don't know if I'm a man?
Yeah, but that's what makes a man.
Have you seen Donald Trump's genitals? Have you seen Donald Trump's genitals?
That's what makes a man.
Jenny, have you seen Donald Trump's genitals? Is he a man?
You know I
Is Donald Trump a man?
You know I have.
You're not sure if Donald Trump's a man?
So you're telling me it's okay for boys to be in women's sports?
You're not sure if Donald Trump's a man?
I'm pretty sure he's a man.
Oh, okay. But you haven't seen his genitalia. You said you couldn't identify if you haven't seen the genitalia. So you haven't seen his so you have seen Trump's genitalia?
Donald Trump was born a man.
So you've seen his genitalia?
No, absolutely, I have not.
But wait. So how do you identify that he's a man?
Because he was born a man.
How do you know that?
Well, since you want to fact check everything, why don't you fact check it?
Yeah. So how do you know his birth certificate's valid? Remember, because he denies all these birth certificates. So how do you know he's a man?
How does anybody really fall for this?
Jenny, tell me, how is he a man?
Because he was born a man.
Okay, so again, one, you can't be born a man because you can't be born an adult. But again, you dispute birth certificates, so we don't accept Trump's birth certificate.
You know what I mean? He was born a boy. So let me ask you this.
Okay, what evidence do you have of that? Have you seen his genitalia?
Do you think it's okay for boys to be in women's sports?
I'm not going to answer any of your questions until you reference. I think that people who are trans should be able to be in sports so long as they have hit multiple years of HRT. I don't see any relevant difference insofar as they should be allowed to in terms of people who are trans.
You don't think transgender should have their own?
No, I don't think trans people should be segregated from everyone else. Okay, now Jenny, can you answer my question?
It's okay for a boy to beat up on a woman because he identifies.
Hey. So are we gonna call God the non-binary individual? Are we going to call God non-binary, or should we call God the mother? Which one should we do today? Because we're not using the preferred pronouns of God. Do you think God has a vagina? Jenny, does God have a vagina?
I keep having to push the on button because you know. But I think it's a shame that you think it's okay for boys to be in women's sports.
Wait. So why God the mother, right? So are you following the mother, the daughter, the Holy Spirit?
So sad. It's just sad. I think it's sad. You must not have a daughter. I think it's really sad. I know
also,
you don't.
By the way, yes, I think that trans people shouldn't be segregated. Jenny, I think trans people shouldn't be segregated after multiple years of HRT.
I think they shouldn't.
There is no relevant difference.
I think that actually takes away women's rights.
You're gonna fucking scream in the mic. No, it doesn't. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. You don't even know what you're talking about. After multiple years of HRT, the differences are minimal insofar as that trans people aren't going to be able to dominate. Okay, give me one trans person that is dominating women's sports. Give me one.
Oh my God, this is
Name one person.
So sad, bro.
Just give me one.
Masculinity in men.
I'm just asking for one. You're saying I'm not masculine because I've given you an argument? Jesus Christ, Jenny.
I thought you said you're not a man.
Are you serious?
Are you a man?
Jenny, I'm obviously a man. I'm just telling you that you have no ability to identify that I'm a man under your own characteristics because you can't identify any of my biological traits.
Penis, so how would I know?
You don't have to, right? That's not what gender is.
Well, you just said I needed to see Trump to know if he's a man or not.
No, that's what you said. So I was running a reductio on you, and obviously you think that Trump is a man even though you haven't seen his genitals. Jesus Christ, your tracking in the conversation is negative. Actually negative. So can you answer my question? God the Father, what biology does God the Father have?
None of us have met God.
God the Father doesn't have any biology. So the way that you define man is not off of biology. So define the term man.
God is not.
Can you define man? Define a man. What is a man?
So how could we define him off of God?
What is a man?
We are not spiritual. We are all human beings.
So is God non-binary?
We're flesh. We're flesh.
Okay, so if God is spiritual and is immaterial, has no biology, then you define gender not based upon biology, but you defined it based upon some social categories.
No,
right?
I define it as how someone's born. If they're born and they have a vagina,
Jenny, respectfully, what you're referring to is sex, right? Sex is biological. I'm not disputing that. What we're referring to is gender, because you're not saying God the Father is a male. You're saying God the Father is a man.
Listen, it's okay that we have different beliefs. And
is God the Father a male?
I don't see that this is not how it's supposed to be. This is not.
Jenny, is God the Father a male?
20 years ago, this is not how it used to be. And it's sad and it makes me very emotional.
I don't care. I don't care. Jenny, can you stop freaking out? Can you stop freaking out?
It's just sad that this is what the world is coming to.
Are you crying right now?
Yeah, because you don't have a daughter and there's people in the audience.
Are you fucking trolling? What type of fucking crazy shit is this? No fucking way. Are you trolling?
It's sad. It's really sad. Yeah,
Jenny, are you fucking trolling?
Absolutely, I am. I'm emotional because I think it's sad that this is what the world is coming to. That they think it's okay to put boys in men's sports. That's insane.
She's laughing while she's doing this. That's kind of messed up.
She's literally trolling. Like, are you fucking? That's actually insane. Literally, literally, including trans people. When she can't name one trans person that's dominating women's sports, literally not a single one could she name. Jesse, thank you for the trash panda. Thank you. This is why I mute people, People like this fucking exist. Are you trolling? The fact that I have to talk to someone and I'm supposed to give a response to the shit that just came out of her mouth is unbelievable. Actually fucking unbelievable. I'm supposed to give a response to that. Jesus Christ.
Didn't a man just beat a girl in the Olympics?
Who? Name the person.
What do you mean? It was all. It
What's
was
the name?
everywhere.
Name the person.
I don't know the name, but I can
you
look
don't even
it
know.
up.
So
Why
who the
don't
you don't even
Google
fucking
it?
care. Why don't you look at the 1/3 of women have a restricted access to abortion? Why don't you look at the E. Jean Carroll? She got sexually assaulted by Donald Trump. If you actually care about women, you'd care about E. Jean Carroll.
Trump
You'd
never
care about
even
women
met
who don't
that
have
girl.
access to abortion. Jesus
Donald
Christ.
Trump never even met that girl.
And you really turned off that switch of
Access
crying
to
real quick, didn't
abortion.
you?
You guys are murdering babies at 8 months.
Jesus Christ. You don't know what fucking abortion is. Okay?
You shouldn't even say Jesus Christ because you don't even.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
You don't even go by the Bible.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say it as much as I want.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're an
Precious
abomination.
sunglasses, thank you so much.
to it.
You're an
You wanna
abomination.
fucking change- You
Hey,
wanna
Jenny,
change what God created in a woman
Jenny.
into a man. You're okay with that?
Jenny,
And
can I ask you a question?
Like, come on.
Jenny,
You're not a true
Jenny, did
Christian.
God
You're
give you
not
your
a true
name?
Christian. You're not.
I'm not a Christian. I never claimed to be a Christian. I think Christianity is false. But Jenny, did God give you your name? Because you're changing yourself. When you gave yourself a name and you have a name, God didn't give you that. So why are you changing yourself? Why are you changing yourself? Why are you changing yourself, Jenny? When you gave yourself a name, God didn't give you that name. So why are you changing it?
I never changed my name.
Well, God didn't give it to you. So you went from not having a name to having a name. So you should just not go by a name. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Because you should be how God created you. Molly, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Grace, thank you for the $6.68. And Christine, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And also, like, Jenny, I have a question. Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
No.
It says, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Now, do you think that it's totally okay to slaughter the Amalekite children because God commanded it, but it's wrong for women to get an abortion with a non-sentient embryo?
I believe in abortion, but not at 8-9 months.
Okay, but
I
you're
think
okay with
abortion is
slaughtering Amalekite infants, right? Outside of the womb, you're okay with slaughtering them because God commanded it.
Well, that
Judson, thank you for the
sounds
$5. What's up?
No, I'm not. I don't think that it's okay to slaughter children.
Okay, so God commanded something bad?
I don't know if that's a fact. I'll have to read that myself.
It is 1 Samuel 15:3. I'll show you the verse.
Yeah, post it.
Okay, I got you. Adam, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm not voting Trump for no reason. I'm voting Trump because he's the better.
Melissa, thank you for the $20. Molly, thank you for the $5. Emily, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And also Cindy, the $10. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Dooley, 44 for your 44th birthday. Happy birthday, and Dooley. Thank you.
Can you read
And
it? Jenny, can you read it?
Yeah.
Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. So God explicitly commands Saul and his men to slaughter infants. Okay, is that justified?
That's in the Bible.
Yes, that is in the Bible. That's in Samuel. 1 Samuel.
Wow. Yeah.
The crickets.
I'll have
is
to go
unbelievable.
fact check it.
So you'd never support slaughtering
It's
children,
not-
right?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay,
But
so
Kamala
God
clearly
commanded something
lied.
evil?
I think it's wrong. And if that's in the Bible, then
Wait,
yes,
Jenny, did God
he did.
command something evil? He
If
did?
that's in the
Okay, so Christianity's false then. Because God can't be all good and do something evil.
He's showing me something. Okay, cool, great. But I do agree that if that's really in the Bible, then yeah, that is wrong.
So
and
if
I would have to
Christianity's
go fact
false,
check that
why is
myself.
abortion wrong in the first trimester?
I never said abortion was wrong in the first trimester. I said abortion is wrong in the third trimester.
Okay,
at
so
8,
if you
9
didn't know,
months, which is allowed.
okay, so yeah, so again, lethal abortions don't happen at that point. It's literally induction of labor. Okay, They induce labor. I agree. Like literally, like lethally killing it at that point makes no sense. I don't know why anyone would do that. Because you'd have to induce labor either way. You'd either induce the labor of a dead baby or of an alive baby. Like obviously, you'd induce the labor of the alive baby. Bam, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so Jenny.
Are we done?
No. It's just like the point I'm making is that you're supporting a guy that's actively undermining women's access to abortion. You say you're okay with abortion in the first trimester. Donald Trump left it up to the states, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to getting abortion, and most abortions happen in the first first trimester, the first 2 trimesters.
Okay, so he left it up to the state. I mean, that's not entirely bad. Maybe the states should be the ones that allow abortion at that time. How is that his fault if he's leaving it up to the states?
Because it restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims to be able to get access to an abortion. Huh?
Okay, well, the state should allow it then. So the state should allow
Okay,
it
I understand,
within
but
a certain amount of time.
it was federally protected, and Trump went from it being federally protected, appreciate Henry, thank you so much, to it being in a scenario where 1/3 of women have restricted access to abortion, and rape victims don't have federal protections. So there's like 12 states right now, or 14 states, I think, that do not allow for women who have been raped or children who have been raped to get access to an abortion.
Okay, well, he left it up to the state, so I think that.
And do you think that's okay? So you think the women and the girls in those states should have less rights when they're raped?
Boys and women's sports is taking away
don't even
rights.
change the topic. She's fucking insane, literally insane. The fact that you care more about literally trans people being in the respective sports after multiple years of HRT or not even going through a male puberty. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. You care more about that when you can't even name one person who's trans who's dominating than you care about literally women or girls who have been fucking assaulted, who have been sexually assaulted, getting access to an abortion. You're saying women who are raped in those states should have less rights. That's what you're saying. Women who have been assaulted should have less rights.
He clearly said it on the debate. He clearly said in the debate that he believes in vitro, and that he said during rape or incest that he allows abortion. He clearly said that on the debate.
Yeah,
but he also left it up to the states.
Exactly. It's not federally protected. So if it's not federally, listen, if it's not federally protected.
He agreed with me.
He also refused to answer whether or not he would sign a bill that instituted a national ban.
Yeah, he said he wouldn't. He never said he would veto it. He said it wouldn't happen. It's not going to happen.
I don't understand why, if the states, why don't you guys go after the state and make sure that they allow it?
That's what federally codifying Roe versus Wade would do. It would provide those protections up to the point of viability, so 22 to 24 weeks.
Yeah, but then it would also allow them to do it at 8 or 9 months.
No, every state would be able to pass their own laws post viability.
It's still going to be able to allow women to do it just like it has now in certain states. They're able to murder a child at 8 months old. I had both my daughters at 8 months.
Wait, so you think it should be left up to the states, so that should be allowed under your worldview, right?
I believe that they should leave it up to the states, and I believe that the states should be the ones.
Okay, so certain states should allow for that, right?
I believe that the state should have an abortion. I think the cutoff should be at the first trimester and no later than the first trimester.
Wait, but Jenny, if you think it should be left up to the states, you understand that that's going to be allowed to happen, right? It's going to be allowed for a state to make lethal abortions legal at that time, right?
They're going to make it, if it's left up to the state, that means that they're going to allow them to be able to have an abortion or not to.
No, they can allow that.
They get to decide. Leaving it up to the states lets the states decide what they want. So you'll have states like Texas, which will ban it after 6 weeks, and you'll have states like Parker and mine.
Oh, Law, you're cutting out. Oh, Law, you there?
Minnesota.
Oh, Law really
It's
cut
so
out.
funny how you guys here. It's so funny how you have your men that are so interested in women's rights, but you're not interested in boys and girls sports.
Jenny, we just talked about this. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're a lost cause. Appreciate Lucy. Thank you so much. And Law's lagging a lot, so I think I'm just gonna get off everyone. Law, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it just got you back.
All right. Well, Parker, it's been fun.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Big W to everybody watching. 11.5 million. That's insane. I've never seen a live with those numbers.
Yeah, that's the most on debate lives ever. So that's history, everyone. Reality. Thank you for the love drop. That is a history on a live. I just want to let everyone know that. So I really do appreciate everyone. Also, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. It's 400 followers away from 3,000 for the day. Kennedy, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Also, we're on this third account. Everyone, this is my live account. Everyone, I'm going to be going live on this account, and the reason why I'm on this account is because it gets more push than my other account. My main account is getting capped. Earlier when I added up my main account, appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. It was capping the live. When I got rid of my main account, I immediately started shooting up. Appreciate the handout. It's really fucking weird. So there are a bunch of following glitches on TikTok that are account related. So I'm able to post my videos on TikTok and they're fine on my main account. Appreciate the handout, appreciate the ICU. With the lives, we got to be doing it here. So I think I'm going to make sure and bring my subs to here and everything like that. So I think that's what's going to be the goal from now on. But yeah, I appreciate everyone coming on tonight. Thank you so much, everyone. Deborah, appreciate the confetti. We're going to send everyone over to Carbon stream if Carbon is still live. Is Carbon still live, everyone? Let me see if we can send everyone there. We'll go Sharp. Thank you so much for the media shower. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see if Carbon's still live. Yes, Carbon is live. Carbon is live. Look up Carbon says spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Thank you for the Corgi. I appreciate it. Carbon says spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Everyone, Carbon with a K. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. Love y'all so much. Good seeing you, Law, as well.
Yep. Take care, buddy. Good night, all.
Take care. Definitely good night.